this is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good shot, gotta get JC. Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Ilang buwan ng pag-ensayo at di mabilang ng mga laban, in every clutch and every heartbreak, dito matatapos ang pagtotoos. Ito ang unang araw ng CFS IMPACT Fall Playoffs kung saan nasusubok ang mga pangarap sa alon ng mga alamat. At kami nga pala ang mga komentador ninyong maghahatid sa inyo ng mga aksyon sa araw na ito. Mochi at Dadum nga pala. Kamusta naman, Dadum?
Nako Mochi, sobrang excited ko para sa mga laban natin today. No? It's best of fives from here on out. At sabi mo nga dito natin malalaman kung sino ang tunay na malakas sa Impact Fall. 4 na koponan na lang natitira dito, Mochi, no? At wala tayong lower bracket. So lahat ng laban natin, it is do or die.
Exactly, no? Laglagan kung laglagan ang meron dito sa serye ng ating mga playoffs. Kaya naman i-check muna natin kung ano nga ba ang estado natin in terms of our format. Para sa mga kakasalang lang dito, eto nga pala, no, nagsimula tayo sa ating 8 teams with a single round robin and a best of 3. At ngayon, nandito na tayo ngayon with the real deal. Will it consist with the top 4 from our standings during the group stage and as well as a best of 5. Patindihan, patagalan na battle of endurance ang meron dito ngayon.
Absolutely, no. This is the first time na makakatanghal tayo ng best of 5 sa mga teams natin. So, kailangan preparado talaga sa mga mapa dito, sa iba-ibang mapa mga teams natin. At hindi nakikita dito guys, pero madaming sumali sa qualifier natin ng Impact. Syempre, kailangan natin ng 8 teams in the group stage down to the last 4 teams ngayon sa playoffs. At syempre, napakatindi ng labanan natin, no? Kahit nung group stage, Mochi, kung sino-sino, nakakatalo sa kung sino-sino Mababa ang expectations natin for a lot of teams dahil maraming upset ang nangyari dito sa Impact. But in the top 4, Mochi, lahat sila magagaling dito
Exactly. Kaya naman nga, ikaw na rin nagsabi, ang mga magagaling, sino nga ba ang magtatapatan dito ngayon sa ating bracket? Siyempre, pasisimulan yan ng ating unang serye ng QUERDAS and as well as Sunday SHROOMS and as well as KADILIMAN ESPORTS versus FERVID ESPORTS. Grabe man, no? Biro mo, meron ng mga napatunayan majority of these teams, pero it doesn't stop there.
Absolutely. You gotta look at the champs from Impact Summer din, no? Sunday SHROOMS just barely making it into the playoffs bracket, no? They came here expecting to dominate, but na-reality check sila dito ng other top 3 teams natin dito. I'm talking about QUERDAS, na isa lang ang seryeng na italo nila. KADILIMAN as well, with the streak of wins dito sa ating group stage, and of course FERVID, the one to take down KADILIMAN Esports, kaya sila hindi naging top 1 dito. So Sunday SHROOMS, a lot of people did not expect na medyo may hirapan sila makapasok sa playoffs, but at least nakapasok sila dito.
Diba, no? Which is gonna be interesting kasi itong mga face-offs natin, parang nagsimula sila with bakit ako natalo doon? Paano kami natalo doon? And right now, they'll be going up against each other once again. And ito ang ating schedule, no? So, especially dito, nakita na natin ito tungkol sa ating bracket. Lahat ng yan, dadaanan natin sa araw na ito. And tomorrow will be our battle for third and finals. Alas 4 magsisimula yan. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, mag-alarm na kayo. Kasi grabe, hindi natatapos ang mga laban natin dito. Tuloy lang ng tuloy, pero let us check out ang ating team stats.
Absolutely. After the group stage, tingnan nyo naman kung sino mga nangunguna dito.
Wow.
2 stat dito, kill to death ratio and kills per round. Nangunguna si Skies from FERVID. And I think this is really catalyzed by his performance on the sniper, no? Nung last day kasi ng group stage, lumipat ang mga roles dito ng players ng FERVID. At si Skies, saktong-sakto sa kanya yung pag-sniper. Pero hindi naman nalalayo yung mga players dito ng defending champs, no? From Sunday SHROOMS, J. Kim, J. Vice, Simple, lahat sila meron dito sa KD at KR.
I feel like that's also the beauty of being flexible din sa mga loadouts na maaari
Yes.
mong kunin and yung mga roles na kailangan mong punan. Kasi biro mo, you can top it all up with these types of statistics na nakikita ngayon sa inyong harapan dito. And what I find really interesting as well is wala si Kadiliman dito, but instead, it's more on the members of FERVID, Sunday Shrooms, and QUERDAS. So, I feel like that can give us a good idea kung saan nga ba kinuhugot ng isang team ang kanilang mga lakas dito sa statistics na to.
Lalo na para sa Sunday Shrooms, no? Talagang kita mo sa stats nila how they rely on their firepower. However, Mochi, a big talking point dito sa ating panel is that firepower, will it be enough dito sa playoffs natin? Nakita natin yung mga teams innovating when it comes to strategies, particularly para dito sa FERVID, no, kung ano-anong mga baril ang nalalabas nila dito, even with just the standard weapons, kung ano-ano namang setup ang nakikita natin mura sa kanila, no. Albeit for our other teams, kunyari sa Kadiliman at QUERDAS, mas standard yung playstyle nila, but minsan lang tayo makita ng team na nagiging successful only relying on their firepower. QUERDAS, they rely on both the team play and that firepower.
Yes, exactly. Kaya naman, no, makikita din natin ang mga pagmuka ng ating mga players na sasabak sa ating laban
Ayun
dito
na nga.
ngayon, no. Nakangiti pa itong si Justin. Ako, ito yung isa sa mga sobrang consistent. Si Miss Candy, andyan din, no. I believe, merong todo suporta din dyan, no, kay Jake ngayon. And also, the rest of the squad, let us talk about our stats here. Kasi, unlike other teams, yung kanila laging tumutungtong ng 1 and over. Pretty consistent, wherein every single one of them has already find that sort of balance na laging hinahanap-hanap ng ating mga teams when participating in these types of tournaments.
Yun na nga, no, QUERDAS as a team, a powerhouse. And it's nice to see, no, si Jake actually playing for the semifinals dito. Parang nakapag-decide na sila na finally it is time to put one player in semi-permanently siguro dito for Jake. So siya yung lalaro ngayon sa ating semifinals match. And actually, very impressive stuff mula kay Jake, no, from the sub,
Yes.
actually performing at the highest level. Siya yung pinakamataas yung KD ngayon, no, sa QUERDAS.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention din siguro yung flexibility ng mga teams ito, no? Like lahat sila, they can switch up their roles as well, no? Pretty similar to what we have with FERVID. Sometimes we can see Jake on the rifle, on the DTRG. Sometimes kay Chris ganun din, no? Ilaga specifically, he more on plays with the sniper role, lalong-lalo na magaling naman siya in terms of doing that. But he can do the same as well, no? Depende lang siguro sa kung anong mapa yung kanilang paglalaroan at kung anong mas kinakailangan para dito sa kanilang team, or maybe some minor coordination on who's feeling themselves in terms of the lineups that we have. And in terms of our history din dito sa ating laban, napakalinis. Isang galos lang at galing yon sa ating initially top 1 mula nung ating 5th day ng ating group stage.
And that is Kadiliman Esports. But ever since then, malaan yung Diyos ulit dito. Yung QUERDAS, no? Simula natalo sila, 2-0 na lahat ng kasunod nilang series, no? Rhea 7 Gaon, FERVID, Blue Vortex, lahat sila, 2-0 nila, including their next opponent dito, Mochi, Sunday Shrooms. The last time na nakalaban ng QUERDAS ang Sunday Shrooms weren't even able to score a single set laban sa kanila, no? Which makes this semifinal pwedeng revenge arc ng Sunday Shrooms laban sa kanila,
Exactly, no? Lalong-lalo na ang naalala kong naging laban nila noon is back in Black Widow and as well as Ankara, wherein there is an astounding 100% win rate ang meron dito, no, ang QUERDAS. Lahat ng mga tinapatan nila ng Ankara, sila lagi ang nananalo, and they never landed on an overtime in the map of Ankara as well. Na natapos nila yan ng agad-agad, and as well as here in the map of Port. So those are the stuff na parang kailangan natin i-consider once that we head into our map veto, but at the same time, during nung laban ng QUERDAS and as well as Sunday Shrooms, they landed na 13-10 sa ating Black Widow and as well as a 10-6 nung Ankara, no? So, it means na meron naman talima itong si Sunday Shrooms nung katapat nila doon sa Black Widow. Pero guys, balita ko, meron tayong interview na mangyayari dito sa ating QUERDAS team. At ang ating interviewin is no other than Justin. Ayan, kamusta naman ang buhay-buhay natin, Boss Justin?
Kailang po.
Okay, Justin, looking ready, no? Justin, nakita ko yung mga camera nyo kanina. Everyone looks like they're in a good mood dito. Mukhang handa na kayo sa laban nyo up against Sunday Shrooms, no? Ito, tanong ko lang, Justin, meron ba kayong mapa ng Sunday Shrooms na pinaghandaan talaga?
Meron po.
Meron. Okay,
Meron.
Di ko na tatanong kung aling mapa yon, Justin. Pakita nyo na lang mamaya, no? Pero Mochi, ikaw, may tanong ka ba kay boss?
Ang aking tanong lamang ay, ano ang inyong mensahe sa inyong kalaban dito? Kasi biro nyo, ang kalaban nyo ngayon kampyon ng nakaraang impact natin.
Good luck na lang. Sa laban.
Ay, mabait. Okay.
You love to hear it, no? The modesty dito ni Boss Justin. Boss Justin, kung may gusto kong i-shoutout, gustong pasalamatan, gustong batiin, or bigyan ng message, kung ano man yan, no, I give you the floor.
Shoutout po sa mga sumusuporta sa QUERDAS ESPORTS, tsaka sa buong team namin, tsaka kay Charlie. At shoutout na rin sa mama ko.
Ayun,
Yan.
supportive mother. Thank you so much,
Thank
Justin, no? Good luck sa inyong laban and
Good luck.
galingan ninyo.
Sige po.
Ayan, parang sobrang timid, sobrang matipid, sobrang tinatago nila ang kanilang mga sikreta dito kung ano ang pinagandaan nila dito para sa kanilang tapat for today's video, Daydong.
Syempre. I mean, you gotta keep a level mental dito, no? Especially when you're going up against the defending champion dito. Technically, ang Sunday Shrooms, albeit medyo nag-struggle sila sa ating group stage, you still have to respect your opposition dito. No? Good vibes ang QUERDAS dito. And you love to see it as well, no? When the team has the vibes nung nag-show sila ng camp, everyone was smiling, everyone parang hinaghanda talaga sila dito. No? And that's a good sign para din sa QUERDAS.
Exactly, yun yung maganda, no? Kasi biro mo, they started it off with some of our very relevant names sa ating regional finals na being connected into them, and right now, yun nga parang kanina kinikwentuhan tayo ni Salvatore, no? Alam nyo ba, si D galing dyan sa QUERDAS dati, and malay mo na itong mga players natin merong possibility na ma-integrate na rin sa ating mga top tier, mga prominent teams natin right now na nakikisabak dito sa regional natin. Kasi not gonna lie, pagka naman tinignan mo ang kanilang lineup here from QUERDAS, it is definitely a team that you shouldn't or you wouldn't want to mess with.
Absolutely. Especially dahil sa very clean na record nila dito sa ating Impactful. No? You cannot underestimate the competition dito sa Impactful. Kahit sabihin natin na sila yung kumbaga proving ground dito ng mga teams natin where up-and-comers prove themselves. Ang lakas pa rin ng mga kalaban natin dito. Speaking of palakas, let's talk about their opponent dito, Mochi. Sunday Shrooms, the defending champions from Impact Summer. They've had a rough start dito sa group stage natin.
Yeah, exactly, no? Mamaya malalaman natin ano nga ba yung mga pinagdaanan nila, no? And contrary to what we see dito sa QUERDAS, no? Mas seryoso ang mga pagmumukha ng ating mga players dito ngayon. Seems like they're taking this as a no joke and something that should be taken lightly. Pero let's check out here ang kanilang team stacks. Sa nakikita naman natin dito talagang nagpapasimuno at nagpa-pop off kalimitan dyan si J. Kim, no? Na laging suki sa ating mga match MVP all throughout our group stage. And also being followed by J. Bice. Naku po, si J. Bice na naman.
Yes, J. Kim, I just want to talk about him a little bit more, no? Kasi grabe ang tutok dito ni J. Kim. Highest headshot per kill in the whole league. Sa buong Impact, si J. Kim yung may pinakamataas na headshot per kill ratio, which is absolutely insane. Tapos pag sinamahan mo pa ng isang J. Bice at isang simple, you can never count out these three. Itong tatlong ito, triple threat combo talaga tong mga to eh. And it is, of course, supplemented by Ram and Zolek and makes for a very solid team, a very firepower heavy team. But so far, no, in this season, parang more often than not, pagka na-pinch dito, kapag na-pressure ang Sunday Shrooms, they rely on these duos, lalo na si J. Bice at si J. Kim, no? So, ang tanong natin dito, Mochi, have they made enough structure to take down QUERDAS dito sa ating semifinals?
Ooh, that's actually a good question, no? Pero check din natin dito ang kanilang team data. Kasi tulad nga ng sinabi mo, no, they've got a rough start from the first few days na meron tayo dito sa ating group stage. FERVID, QUERDAS, both of them, they lost against both of these teams and as well as KADILIMAN. So when it comes to our power rankings, we can definitely safely say na they can be placed in third or fourth. Mas angat pa si QUERDAS actually. But what changed? What they may be practice no kaya yung naging tulad nga sinabi mo, pagbabago dito sa kanila, nagkaroon ba silang mas magandang structure, and not to mention that I feel like hindi natin nabanggit din kanina, no, when it comes to Ram and Zolik, hindi mo malaman yung kanilang team peak dito May mga moments na nasa loob ang kanilang kulo. When it comes to like the team losing grasp, no, pag nawala si Jake, pag nawala si J-Vice, laging merong mga clutches or mga highlights na i-exert dito ang Zolik and as well as si Ram. So I believe that we're also gonna be having an interview with one of their own, no? I feel like andito na rin siya. There's no other than
Hello
Ram.
po.
Ayan, Ram. Kamusta ka naman?
Okay lang naman po.
Okay naman. Very nice, very nice.
Alright, ito Ram, simple lang yung tanong ko sa inyo. So first off, congratulations sa nakapasok tayo ng playoffs. Ang tanong ko, nakalaban nyo na ang QUERDAS back in the group stage, tapos na 0-2 tayo, no? Medyo nahirapan tayo, no? So, gaano karaming preparation yung ginawa nyo facing against them dito sa semifinals?
Pinanood lang po namin yung laro nila. Tapos
Okay.
kasi kaya kami natalo nun. Isang araw lang yung practice namin nun.
Okay.
Oh yeah, oo nga. Kasi parang may insider din tayo na nung medyo tumatagal na yung group stage, dun sila nakapag-ensayo na ng matindihan.
Ayan na nga.
Okay. Ram, message para sa kalaban nyo.
Good luck sa kanila.
Oy!
Okay. Parang may parang may kasamang spice yun na tinatago Parang may galit si Boss Ram. Pero ito, Boss Ram, on a lighter note, kung may gusto kang i-shoutout, kung may gusto kang pasalamatan or bigyan ng mensahe, now is the chance.
Shoutout kay Coach Pai. Tsaka sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Sunday SHROOMS. Salamat. Tsaka kay Akisha.
Yung
Hey.
may name drop na. Salamat din
Thank
sa
you.
iyo, Ram. No, hopefully
Thank you
maging
po.
maganda ang takbo ng inyong serye kalaban ang QUERDAS.
Good luck, Ram. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yo. So,
I mean,
yun.
Oo nga, no, Mochi, naalala ko din, no? I mean, Sunday SHROOMS, when Impact started kasi, kaka-form lang nung team nila, no? So, it
Yes,
would
sir.
make sense kung bakit yung first couple of games nila noon, medyo nahirapan sila. Not to mention, isang araw lang, no? Isang araw lang yung serye nila up against FERVID, tapos QUERDAS kagad, magkasunod pa. So, medyo nakakapagod. And nakita naman natin, may bounce back dito ang Sunday SHROOMS over towards the group stage dun sa kanina, no? Dun sa match history nila, after those first two losses, tuloy-tuloy ang panalo nila apart from the top 1 seed at the time, that was KADILIMAN ESPORTS. So I could definitely see itong Sunday SHROOMS na nakapaghanda over the course of our weeks.
Oo, totoo, no? Given na rin and granted that I feel like we should give the benefit of the doubt, especially with the first few matches na meron sila dito on the group stage. Tulad ng sabi, hindi sila masyado nakapag-ensayo during that time, pero mukhang ready na ang ating mga mapa na paglalaroan itong dalawang kampo natin, no? Lalong-lalo na, nako, naibanggit na natin kung ano sana yung mas pabor dito sa ating mga teams. We're gonna have Black Widow, Angkara, Compound 2, Port, and as well as Sub-Base para sa ating decider.
Ooh, that is gonna be a rough first two maps dito, no? Actually, a bit surprised na Black Widow ang unang pinili dito ng Sunday SHROOMS, considering it's Black Widow. Lahat magaling dyan, no? Mind you, Mochi, nung first time na naglaban sila, Black Widow ang kara din yung first two sets na laro natin. And remember, that was a
Yes.
2-0. Granted, naging overtime yung Black Widow natin noon, hindi pa rin naipanalo ng Sunday SHROOMS. So itong dalawang unang mapang ito, I would give a slight edge to QUERDAS, which makes it scary kasi baka magkaroon ng momentum dito ang QUERDAS
Yeah, which is also interesting kasi they never won or they never played a Black Widow map puwera doon sa mapa na pinaglaruan nila. Nakalaban din nila si QUERDAS at the time. And ang
Yes.
score nun is a 13-10. Si QUERDAS ang nanalo. They pulled it off in an overtime. Pero since tulad mo naman na sinabi na rin ni Ram, no, na parang nag-ball dribble sila, pinagandaan nila, malay mo na baka makuha din nila itong ating mapa dito. And also though, Angkara, Compound ng Portman. Angkara and Port dito sila siguro medyo mahihirapan, no? 100% win rate ang meron si QUERDAS dito. Reason as to why kung bakit siguro ito rin yung kanilang pinili dito, but I feel like we can also give some really good consideration then here for Sunday SHROOMS specifically because a couple of their players parang bahay din nila to no?
Yeah,
Malay mo sila pala ang mga game changers dito sa mga mapang ito.
And for the most
Pero-
part, sige, Mochi, ano yun?
O sige, pero wait lang, naririnig ko na parang sabi ni Direk, anong prediction nyo, no?
Eto na
Para
tayo.
makarekta na tayo dito sa laban natin.
Alright, Mochi, let's lay out our prediction. Sige, ako na muna. I'll give you a bit of
go.
time to think about this. For the most part, yung map dito natin, wala namang kagulat-gulat dito. Alam naman natin itong dalawang teams na to loves playing default. Mahilig sila ng mga setup play, no? So, ako, hindi na ako magugulat kung makakita tayo ng slow na playstyle, particularly for our first 3 maps dito na Black Widow, Ankara, and Compound. It's as standard as it could get. And that is the type of
Yes.
playstyle na paborito ng QUERDAS dito. Doon sila nagtatribe eh. Dahil ito yung tatlong unang mapa natin, Mochi, I think the map dito went into their favor heavily. I feel like ang magiging score natin dito, 3-1. QUERDAS.
Okay, you put out really interesting thoughts onto this one. I actually expected na magkakaroon tayo ng Eagle Eye at magkakaroon din, actually pinili na yung sub-base pero nasa
last map
huli,
pa
no?
eh.
So,
Last map pa
yeah,
kasi.
last map pa eh, no? Yun yung naging problema dito, no? Kasi in Eagle Eye and sub-base, wala tayong masyadong info how QUERDAS plays on those, or maybe it's a hidden one, or maybe hindi lang talaga sila masyado hasa dito sa dalawang mapa na to. So I'm gonna go 3-1 sa ating scoreline, or rather in terms of prediction dito din sa ating serye to. Just by basing sa ating history of stats ha. But we cannot disregard din yung paghahanda na ginawa dito ni Sunday Shroom, kasi once again, mamaya yung mga unang mga miyembro na meron dito is just a fluke after all. Once again, 3-1 ako for QUERDAS. In favor of QUERDAS.
Alright. Yun na, may prediction na tayo dito, Mochi. Pareho tayo, 3-1 for QUERDAS. Pero tingnan natin, Sunday Shrooms as a team, you can never count out. Lalo na kapag naiwan sila, no? Pag na-pressure dito, yung mga players nila, medyo minsan sumasabog. Kita nyo naman sa stats kanina, no?
Yes.
3 out of the 5 top players with the highest kill death and kill per round ratio, lahat nasa Sunday Shrooms yan. That translates to micro prowess and clutch potential as well, in my opinion. And that is going to be something we're definitely going to see in our 5 maps.
Oh, alam mo, not to mention siguro kung nasabi natin for QUERDAS, sige, sobrang consistent lahat ng player, over 1 ang kanilang KD, pero hindi nila pwedeng i-underestimate na kahit na 0.90, 0.80 something yung kay Zolek tsaka kay Ram, laging matindi yung mga impact rounds na nakukuha nila. In the moments na medyo nagiging dehado ang kanilang team, I remember there's a specific play ni Ramdon, I feel like that it is in the map of or rather yung kalaban nila doon is si KADILIMAN. Man, nakakuha siya ng 4K ata doon in one of those rounds just because of the fact na the team didn't necessarily expected him to flank all the way over in hotel here in Eagle Eye. Not sure kung accurate yung sinabi ko, pero there is that one certain play. And I feel like those types of moments is always something na hindi mo agad mapaghahandaan despite you being a team of structure here, which is QUERDAS. So those are the things na kailangan natin i-consider pagkapunta natin dito sa mapa ng Black Widow.
And I think that is the player instinct. Yung sinasabi dito, Mochi, no? That raw instinct na meron ng mga players dito from QUERDAS. And I think mas in that aspect, mas malaki ang instinct dito ng Sunday Shrooms, which is a very vague thing to say, I know. But when it comes to the numbers kasi, talagang hindi mo maipagkakaila sa mga players ng Sunday Shrooms just how explosive they could be. Yes, QUERDAS have a lot of structure, but what happens pag nawala na yung structure na yun? What happens kapag naubos ang players nyo? What happens in the mid-round? What happens in the post-plant? Doon na natin makikita, no, kung sino talaga ang mas handa in scenarios na kailangan mo mag-improvise. That's what differs big teams from small teams dito no? And that's really what makes the difference. Lalo na dahil playoffs na tayo, guys. Remember, this is the highest pressure na nararamdaman ng mga teams natin ever since Impact Fall started. Lahat kasi ng games ng group stage, parang yes, it's important, but it's not as high-bearing. Ito, everything on the line talaga. In every single set na meron tayo dito, kapag naka 3 sets na ang kalaban nyo, wala na, laglag na tayo. Wala tayong lower bracket dito, Mochi. So, kailangan mo rin i-consider dito yung pressure.
Every single mistake, every single win counts dito sa ating playoffs. At kaya naman, direkta na tayo dito sa lupain ng Black Widow, wherein QUERDAS will be starting off with the blacklist side of things. J-Vice, hindi tatama kanyang mga shots dito, pero may impormasyon na siya dito ngayon, Dado.
Yes. J-Vice looking for a target. At mukhang lilipat muna siya dito ng oposisyon ng konti, just playing a little bit more safe. And Black Widow, our first set. Remember, the last time these two faced in this map, 13-10 in favor of QUERDAS, no? So talagang pinaglabanan din nila. Pareho malakas to sa Black Widow, itong dalawang team na to. As this is why Black Widow is a rough map to start in. Kasi simula pa lang ng serya natin, mabagal agad ang laruan ng dalawang teams.
Totoo, no? And actually, medyo nakita mo din na may dalawang miyembro dito, no? Na si Simple and as well as si Zolek na medyo nagiinit dito sa bandang ES natin. Pero umatras sila kaagad-agad. Chris pinasimulan na isang napakagandang pick-off dito kay Ram galing sa doors, which is definitely isang pagkakamali na nagawa na ng Sunday Shrooms dito ngayon.
Yup. Good timing coming through as well para sa kanila. Chris taking one down. Si Zolek nagpush ng S. QUERDAS not looking. Zolek good for a quick double kill. At dahil doon, Chris and Laga down. Jake with the sniper shot. Si Jake nalaglag. And QUERDAS down to the last two players dito. Mochi, si Yobs at si Justin na lang manggagaling sa LA. Naka-AK nga dito si Justin. Pero wala nang nagpupush dito Pwede na lang i-punish siguro si Zolek. Pero si Justin medyo lalapit. Looking for the AK 1v1. Kaso nanaig si Zolek dito. That's the C4. Nasa harap niya. Yobs. Only the last player ng QUERDAS. Naka-sniper pa nga. Nakita niya si J-Kim. Pero sa likod, manggagaling na si Zolek at si Simple. And this is what we're talking about. Yobs has to come up massive. Pero yung Sunday Shrooms ang makakuha ng unang puntos.
Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina pa, no? It's always Zolek and Ram doing the unexpected. Talagang will be throwing off the entire team or kung sino man ang kanilang nasa opposition off guard. Being able to get that 3K is definitely something that would get their gears going and hopefully attaining the momentum that they would ever want dito in a well-known map such as Black Widow. Pero medyo magiging maingat ang mga member natin ngayon dito kay QUERDAS because they cannot afford doing the same thing all over again, especially na sobrang init ng attention dito ng Sunday Shrooms sa bandang ES at mid-area natin so far.
And we go back dito sa ating default heavy na playstyle ng QUERDAS. Kanina nagulat sila sa push sa S dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Zolek with a massive 4K at yun na naman ang position niya dito, looking for something. Ito, Mochi, mahalaga dito yung smokes. Kapag nawala kasi yung smoke, kailangan tumingin ng QUERDAS dito sa S. Pero the flash coming in, the nade is good. Zolek, pinurus niya ng mga push dito sa S ang mga players ng QUERDAS. And the hold from Simple is just too good. Mapopcorn siya doon ni Ilaga. Nilaga pushes through. Pero hindi sila tutuloy dito sa A. Pero nandun na si Chris. Nakapasok ng LA. Si Ilaga, inintay si Ram. Naririnig niyang tumatalon-talon. And Ram, nahuli ni Ilaga dito. Taking control of mid. And JK will be evening it out. 1v1 si Ilaga. 30 HP.
Naku, Ilaga ko sa'yo, mag-rotate ka na lang papuntang B. Kasi nandiyan na si JK, nahirinig-rinig mo naman siguro yung mga bala niya at yun na nga ang kanyang ginagawa dito. All things considered, medyo mababa na rin ang buhay dito ni Ilaga ngayon and he better play this cheeky. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to the positionings na maaari niyang gawin dito. Pero medyo kinakabahan ako dahil sa STB pa nga siya dito pumwesto o rather sa ating storage area.
Uy, so Ilaga, I like the play. Nandito siya sa bahay. Nakita na nga, J-Kim. May informasyon niya doon. But J-Kim, meron pa siyang utility. May isa pang nade, may isa pang flash. The HE available. And tumatalon na nga lang dito si Ilaga. Pero yun lang, J-Kim ready for the punish. Hindi rin kasi nakatulong na 1 HP doon si Ilaga. Kaya yun, 2-0 para sa Sunday Shrooms, Mochi, sa Black Widow.
You strayed a bit too far in my honest opinion, no? When it comes to the positioning din na meron siya dito, parang medyo basado ka agad. Denito ni J. Kim, no? But, J. Vice, pinasimula lang siyang napakagandang pick-off dito kay Chris. Dadaan lang sa siya sa ating bintana. Pero that really small opening is all it takes in order to pay with his life. Jake and as well as itong si Justin, magkadikit ngayon sa ating bridge area. And hopefully, na meron silang mapitas on this one. But so far, parang walang butas ang depensa ng Sunday Shrooms ngayon.
Exactly. Talagang nag-iba Nag-iba ng playstyle dito ang Sunday Shrooms. Ina-anticipate nila yung potential na play dito ng QUERDAS. That so far, maganda yung basa nila no? Pero drastically different approach from QUERDAS this time around. Hiwa-hiwalay. Kanina, sama-sama sila sa short in AS. But hindi naman yung position dito Mochi ni Ram malapit. Chris already going down early. At this B-site execute. Andito yung C4. Kapag nahuli ni Ram yung bomba, medyo delikado. Si Zolek papasok na naman dito sa S. Jake, naku po, nahuli ng flash. And Zolek takes down one. Jake nakakahanap ng isa, but Yobs answers back. Yung C4 nalaglag sa B-house. Pero dalawa parang titirang buhay dito para sa QUERDAS. Sunday Shrooms, 3 players alive. And slowing things down again. Because of that early contact, Sunday Shrooms na naman ang una nakakuha ng kill. And it's a 3v2 in their favor, Mochi.
You know what's crazy on this one is I cannot even say that they have mid control. They always contest mid and it seems like they're definitely finding the duels dito, no, for QUERDAS, knowing they always have the advantage, or maybe it's just a wonderful read dito is on these rooms, no, but other than that, we can also account yung double TRG setup nila dito with J-Bice and Jakem being able to keep themselves on check here, occupying specific angles. Jakem, medyo may kipagpatintero muna kay Yobs ng bahagya habang si Justin nakaabang na maigi dito sa ating doors area. Zolek walking in, hindi siya nakatingin sa kabila. Justin taking him down. Another person here, J-Bice. Nako po, please nerf the USP. Yobs still remaining here for QUERDAS, no, pero critically low in terms of health now. Jakem spotting him. Yobs taking it out, but J-Bice, naku po, yung flash ko konekta, pero sa sakto ba siya ba ang mapapatay dito? Hindi. J-Bice would be taking that retake for himself.
The USPs making it happen para dito Sunday Shrooms. At ito na nga yung sinasabi natin, Mochi. Kapag si J-Bice at si J-Kim yung natira, wala ka na halos magagawa dyan. Ang ganda sana ng posisyon ni Justin doon, no? Only getting the kill! J-Bice with the flick and Chris goes down.
Bakit laging nagiging sure kill si Chris, Ano nangyayari? Dadaan lang lagi itong si Chris dapat, pero bigla na lang siyang natatanggalan ng ulo doon. Dado. I mean, we haven't been seeing like really sharp headshots so far, pero what matters here is they always get these really early pickups, no? Maghahanap pa lang sana sila ng dapat na posisyon dito ng QUERDAS. Hindi na nila agad yung nagagawa kasi automatic may menus na agad sa kanila.
And for 2 rounds in a row, nakahuli dito ang Sunday Shrooms with their double sniper. Gumagana dito Yung QUERDAS sumagot Nag-double sniper din sila. Ang problema lang, yung first contact na si Chris, lagi kang nahuhuli, sabi mo, Moch. So it is Sunday Shrooms. 3-0 na ang panimula nila dito sa Black Widow. Si Justin nagpipick pa rin, hindi takot This is the same angle kung saan nakahuli sila ng isa kanina. Justin finds one pero na-trade lang ni Simple. At tayo doon, Sunday Shrooms again have the man advantage. Si Ram papasok dito sa House B. Good flash coming in. Pero si Ilaga nahuli niya. Ram again. Sunday Shrooms, napakaganda ng contact play nila dito, Mochi.
Tama, no? And it seems like they're not stopping anytime soon. Just gonna be backing out for a bit here dahil walang suporta sa Simple, sa ES. Pero meron siyang mapapopcorn. Jake already out of the equation here. Yobs all alone right now. Etong tayo, seems like history keeps on repeating itself. Siya na lang ang naiiwan. J-Bice spotting him. Simple, susuportahan ang kanyang kasama. And finally, being taken out 4-0 ang ating estado natin ngayon, Dadom. And not to mention, guys, paalala lang yung Black Widow ay ipinili ng QUERDAS.
Sunday Shrooms. May gusto silang patunayan dito, Mochi. Gusto nilang patunayan na mali ang prediction natin. I mean, alam ko naman na unang set pa lang to, pero tuloy-tuloy ang panalo na dito. Uy, dito mama si J-Bice doon, pero okay lang. The reset gets him, Yobs. And Justin, papasok na dito mula sa LA, pero J-Bice! Good for 2. Si Ram, makakakuha ng isa doon. Good defense mula sa Sunday Shrooms. And dito na si Simple with the double. And Sunday Shrooms up to 5th.
Grabe. Alam mo ano nakakatawa dito? Nung pinaview natin yung POVcam nila, nakikita mo sobrang seryoso, no? Tumatagos yung kanilang aura through the screen. And right now, they are on a 5-0. But Jake will be taking a really good pick-off dito kay J-Bice. Jake yung dumagdag pa dito sa sinasahog ngayon ni QUERDAS. Chris already good for 1. Medyo may pagganti ngayon ng QUERDAS ngayon. Pero would they be able to pull this off? Justin, mukhang dadalawa sana pero hindi yata nakuha. Jozolic being able to offer the trade. Yobs for a follow-up kill. Here, Ram tatalon-talon pero medyo delikado kanyang angle right now with a really good, kahit na medyo delayed yung flash natin, mabilis ang pag-early pick dito ng ilang miyembro natin from QUERDAS, and they've been able to get finally the first round win here dito sa Black Widow.
Yan na nga, no? 1-5, QUERDAS. Nakahanap na ng isa doon as they switched dito sa BL side natin, no? And Sunday Shrooms still leading by a hefty amount. Pero medyo nakakatakot na tong lead na ganito. QUERDAS have to show us this time kung ano nga ba ang pinaraparaan nila na mga strategiya dito on the BL. Si Simple, pasok na naman dito sa S. Laging ang lakas ng S control dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Alam nila eh. Alam nila na mahilig kontrolin ng QUERDAS yon. And you could see, ito ata yung sinasabi kanina sa interview na pinaghandaan na mapa ng Sunday Shrooms. Parang ito na yun eh.
No, parang ito na aata yun eh, pero yun lang. Justin and Chris, wonderful coordination being taken down. Ito si Simple ngayon sa ating ES area. Samantala ay walang nagiging sagot. Si Ram, no, wala siyang magawa. Hindi na masuportahan ng kanyang kasama kasi mamaya dumagdag pa siya sa mga pickups na kinukuha at kinukolekta ng QUERDAS ngayon. Justin, medyo nabawasan ng bahagya pero not an issue at all. Marami-rami tumatao dito sa LA natin at maaaring ma-overwhelm ang ilang mga membro natin na nandito. Guys, Sunday Shrooms, Yobs and Ilaga, 1 for each. Wonderful angles as well being taken by them. Okay lang. Kahit na yung mga paa yung kanilang binabaril, pero ang importante, inapitas nila ang dalawa. Run already low. Nandito lang sa rampa. Pero makang maantala ang kanyang pagdepensa. And now J-Kim all alone here. Naku po, hinahunt na siya dito. Take them and finally Justin taking him down.
Yeah, hindi gumana ngayon yung hold ni J-Vice, no? Nakita yung paa niya dun eh. And QUERDAS, napakaganda ng execute nila doon sa LA. Good util use, forcing out the snipers. At ngayon, ang sagot ng Sunday Shrooms, sila naman ang co-control sa LA. Ang daming binabato dito ni Zolek, already making his way papunta dito sa Ter. At successful yung push dito ng Sunday Shrooms, denying LA from QUERDAS.
Yes. Let's see kung magiging successful pa si Zoe. Hindi makikita siya na maaga dito. Panabutan na lang. Meron siyang rest back. Magandang suporta dito sana. Nisipon pero yun nga lang nga J-Kim as well. But J-Vice getting that shot here onto Justin as well. 2v3 with Jake and Ilaga. I feel like their position's already known here for Sunday Shrooms as Ram tries to push over here all the way to spawn. Must makapaggalaw ng mabilis dito ang mga ilang miyembro natin dito for QUERDAS, lalong-lalo na he's taking this really good off angle, no? Oras na may lumakad dyan. Ako po, mamamatay ka agad. The pickup successful here for Ram. And I feel like he's also expected ito si Jake.
Wow.
Taking it out. Yun na nga. Another round for Sunday Shrooms.
6-2. Ito na, pinalaki na naman nila yung lamang dito, Mochi. 4-round lead for Sunday Shrooms and the defense keep fighting back mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms. LA push na naman para sa QUERDAS. Uy, this time mali yung basa nila pero si J-Vice andito pa rin sa LA trying to receive. Ang daming binabato sa kanya dito but J-Vice still alive and kicking. Dalawa yung angulo na kailangan niya tingnan. Si Ilaga nagpupush sa mid pero ando naman si Zolek to help him out. Okay, good deterrence mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms, forcing QUERDAS away again. Pwede lang bumalik ang QUERDAS dito. At si J-Vice handa siyang tumanggap ng execute. Pero si Zolek lumalapit. Yobs playing down the mid area. Good shot with the HK. Zolek is down.
Zolek's down indeed. Wala pang kasagutan ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms. Would they be able to get yung ating nalalabing round dito para sa ating unang half? Wherein, as much as possible, QUERDAS trying to take it as methodical as they can. 3 people na maaligid dito sa A-site natin. J-Boys, okay na sana yung angle pero ang bilis niya maispatan dito ni Justin with a really quick adjustment on the cross. It is on a 3K! Demolishing the entirety of Sunday Shrooms in that round. Hindi pa natatapos ang laban dito, Dadum.
Hindi pa talaga, hindi pa. At hindi pa tapos ang QUERDAS and Chris. What a round inubos niya doon. Sumabog sa LA si Chris doon, picking up a couple of kills and then some. And just like that, QUERDAS. Unti-unti silang nakakalapit sa score dito ng Sunday Shrooms. 3-6 ang ating labanan na Sunday Shrooms. Nangunguna pa rin naman sila. Pero they have to start being creative. Hindi nila pwedeng hayaan na nagpa-pop off ng ganun-ganun lang si Chris. At dahil dyan ang adjustment, lilipat si J-Vice sa kabila. Nandito na siya. Sa
Ilaga, oh.
LA pa rin pala si J-Vice, no? But still, it is going to be Ilaga. Slowly making
Nakita.
his way forward. Nahuli ng QUERDAS. At yun na nga, good start again for Sunday Shrooms.
Sabi ni Kim, bawal. Yung nagpupush dito, bawal yung nag-aasim dito, no? Ang bilis or napadali yung buhay ni Ilaga doon. And I feel like that already gives her good idea here for QUERDAS na hindi nila dapat gagawin yun uli, no? But let's see kung uubra ang magandang agulo din dito ni Chris here sa ating stairs area malapit sa Metubigan. Chris being spotted, hopefully throwing that smoke there or that flash, pero hindi yun mangyayari. Zolek takes him down. And now, Yobs, every single one of them occupying huge amount of space here. Not necessarily good news para dito sa QUERDAS, pero they will try to do their job anyways. Maaaring masyadong mabigat yung responsibilidad nila na malaki yung area na kailangan nilang bantayan. Yos, may ispatan. Flick not connecting here from J-Vice, but that is more than enough information for them to identify kung saan sila pwedeng pumunta, kung sino yung maaari nilang daanan dito sa ating A-site.
Uy, ganda ng posisyon ni Justin sana kaso wala siyang tulong mula dito sa likod sa mid. At si Ram papasok na nga, pistols out, Ram making it enough, taking down Justin. Si Yobs andito rin, pero si J-Vice sabi niya, tama na Yobs, akin ang LA, akin ang A-site. At mag-isa na lang dito si Jake. Ano bang magagawa mo dyan? Takes down Simple, takes down Jake Kim. Teka lang, Jake with the double. Pero time is turning out, tumingin pa nga sa ilalim dito, wallbang doon sa may woods. At si doon nga si Jake for 3, pero 3 lang ang makakuha ni Ate Candy. It's still Sunday Shrooms with the round.
Uy, not doon nalang nagpa-fangirl ako doon. Ang galing niya doon. Nice one, Ate Candy, no? Pero, di nga lang sumapat ang efforts niya dito, no? Valiant efforts either way. As right now, Justin, may na-popcorn dito. Zolek being taken down here sa LA natin. The aggressive positioning and as well as the combination with him alongside Yobs. It seems like it's doing the trick here. Ram and J-Ba is already the only ones left here for Sunday Shrooms as they try to see where can they find the middle ground that they're waiting for. Para naman kahit papano, no, they can opt out in a better or transition for a better area to commit into, especially it's a 2v3 after all. This might be doable for them.
Si Jake nakatago sa likod ng kahon na waiting for the S-push, pero nasa LA na si J-Vice. The shot not connecting from J-Vice. Si Ram papasok din. It's a 1v2 and Jake will go down, pero mag-isa na lang ngayon si Ram. At manggagaling niya sa likod si Justin. May information dito si Justin eh. Alam niya nasa LA si Ram. There's no other place Ram could go. Kasi nakatingin si Chris to sa pupuntahan dito ni Ram. And the key, Ram has to wait for the players of Sunday Shrooms to push. Ang problema lang, Mochi, tignan mo ang disiplina ng QUERDAS dito. Walang lumalapit. Si Ram ang kailangang lumapit. At si Justin nakabang lang dito sa mid. At si Justin ang makakakuha ng talima doon. At dahil doon, Justin will take the round. QUERDAS pick up their 4th.
Wow. And seems like when it comes to defense, no, talagang nakikita natin yung strength ng parehong team natin. It's just a matter of who would be able to take up and control more space than possible. JKM already good for one, though. Here dito sa LA will be overwhelmed by the lot of here ng QUERDAS, but Zolek, just Zolek taking 3 down already here sa LA na ubos ang mga member natin here from QUERDAS. Now, Jake all alone, will she be able to handle the couple of numbers na naiiwan dito for Sunday Shrooms? Someone will be coming from the backlines here sa bandang bintana, taking it down. Another round here for Sunday Shrooms.
And Sunday Shrooms closer and closer sa set point natin, 8-4. 2 rounds. And it's all gonna take para may panalo dito ang Black Widow. Remember a map where they struggled so much in against QUERDAS sa group stage. Ngayon, Mochi, 4 na rounds ang lamang nila dito. Dinoble ang score ng QUERDAS. At si J-Vice, wala siyang nakikita dito sa LA pero mukhang may lalapit. Uy! The flick almost hitting Chris. At ngayon, nag-iingay na rin dito sa B-site mga players ng Sunday Shrooms. Saan nga ba sila papasok, QUERDAS? Hindi pa sila mapakali. Hindi nila alam eh. And it's still J-Vice making noise dito sa LA. Nasa terna nga siya. Chris playing with fire. And Chris going down. Yun na nga, siguro yun na yung hudyat para pumasok ng A sa Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, of course. But they can actually equalize this one, no? It seems like Jake and as well as Justin is cooking something up dito sa ating cat area. Medyo kinakabahan ako kay Jake, though. Someone is just recovering dito sa burst area natin while Chaos breaks loose dito sa ating A-side. Yobs in a really good position, eh! While we trading now with the 3 lost additional one for the 4K. Just popping up. Naubos ang mga member natin dito for Sunday Shrooms at talagang laban na laban ang QUERDAS dito. Solido ang depensa.
Kailangan nila yon, Mochi. They needed someone to bail them out. At si Yobs ang aangkin nung responsibilidad na yon. Able to pick up 4. And QUERDAS back in this game. Eto, nakitang-kita mo kung gaano sila ka-confident off of that last round. Taking control of Ter immediately. At back off muna dito. Papunta sa under si Ilaga. Good map control for the round. Por dito sa QUERDAS. Denying that LA position again. At nandito naman sa B-side si Zolek.
Na natin, may mapipitas pa si Zolek dito o siya ang mapipitas, no? The moment that he tries to push forward, no? Kaya lang di ata pupush yan nang walang kasama eh. Actually, Jakim can take someone dito sa ating mid-area. Smoke being thrown out ata ni Chris dito. And we are yet to see if someone will be able to pick someone dito from the side of QUERDAS. Simple pushing yan. Naispatan si Chris dito sa ating pintuan. Kakatok, papasok. Siya ay mamamatay. Immediate trade here. Pero Chris already good for 2. Immediate shutdown from Zolek as well. All the while, the rest of QUERDAS trying to rotate dito sa ating B-site. Nusubukan na pagtanim ng ating bomba. Pero medyo nag-iingat sila. Medyo nag-hesitate sila. Dahil ang dahil nakabantay dito sa QUERDAS natin. Smoke masyado bantay. Pero Zolek with a tap here kay Justin. Another one for Yobs. Inuubos na ang QUERDAS dito ngayon. Jake being spotted up by Ram. And finally, a match point being secured by Sunday Shrooms right now.
Set point para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. 1 round away from taking Black Widow against QUERDAS. Eto na ang paghahanda, ang ganti ng api ng Sunday Shrooms. Papasok na sila dito sa B-site. Nasa house na sila. Si Ilaga nilabas yung USP. And Jake, andito na rin to defend that site. Si Ilaga, inubos ang Sunday Shrooms with the triple kill. At si J-Vice na lang ang natitira. Hindi niya hawak yung C4. Manggagaling sa watcher si Chris. Nalagpasan dito, napuslitan. Chris, kailangan mo lumingon. Pakaliwa, andyan na si J-Vice. Bakit na siya hagdan? Chris, saan ka ba nakatingin? Nakapuslit na. Nasa house B na. Naku po, hindi handa dito si Ilaga at mahuhuli siya doon ni J-Vice. Teka lang, Chris. Kailangan mo lumapit mula sa likod. J-Vice, hindi siya nakatingin. And Chris, to keep QUERDAS alive.
Gusto ko yung nakapokus lang si Chris doon eh. Sabi, wala naman siguro ang dadaan, no? Kasi nag-crouch-crouch lang ako dito, no? Pero, little does he know, nandun na talaga, no? The remaining person there, kampikan pa na masecure ang kanilang objective on that one. But, the map doesn't end yet, no? Tuloy-tuloy ang pagbawi dito ng QUERDAS, and there might be a strong possibility na humantong na naman tayo to an overtime. Guys, kung nare-recall nyo nung kalaban nila si Sunday Shrooms, it's a 13-10 here in Black Widow.
Now it's 9-6. The other way around, Sunday Shrooms inuuna ng puntos dito by 3. Different approach naman para sa Sunday Shrooms. Iniwan lang nila si Chris mag-isa sa LA, so yung sniper inilipat ng QUERDAS sa kabila. Actually, wala pala silang sniper, QUERDAS. Playing the close contact play yung Sunday Shrooms. Yung C4 nilalapit na nila dito sa Ter. So, the LA play might be a good idea. J-Vice, pag nahanap niya si Chris, pwede nang pumasok ang Sunday Shrooms sa A.
Actually, that's a good thought. Food for thought. Wow, food for thought. Pero, wait lang. Dahil nila dito sa mid area, Ilaga, naku po! Pinagsanib puwersan, lakas lang naman pala ang kailangan ni Justin at Ilaga dito sa ating mid. Tatlo na kaagad ng kanilang nalagas dito galing sa Sunday Shrooms. J-Bias and Simple. Here in LA, Chris already delivered the intel sa kanyang mga kasama and there is a possibility of them being overwhelmed here by the bunch. Ngayon, J-Bias all alone. Saan ka titingin?
Wow.
Chris will be taking it out here. Man, inch by inch, we're moving closer to a 9-9.
Ayun na nga, for QUERDAS, it feels like a fairy tale, Mochi. Lahat sila naka-rifle pa rin. And the close quarters combat para sa QUERDAS dito gumagana. Earlier, kanina sa middle, ngayon, the LA disruption from QUERDAS. Immediately, Sunday Shrooms nag-hesitate agad no? And the triple stack response for QUERDAS, lahat silang tatlo andito sa A. And this is a very good defense para sa QUERDAS. Sunday Shrooms not expecting na walang sniper dito. Pero kailangan makahanap ni Chris ng kahit isang kill man lang, Moji.
Nagawa nga ba ni Chris ang kanilang kinakailangan dito? Dahil sa oras na mga pag-push to, andain niyang iintindihan, andain niyang problema. It's gonna be too much for him to handle, possibly. Pero look at this play. The push through the smoke, spraying down. At least may napit na Sham na naisama siya sa hook alongside him. Jake already being able to take one net as well. Immediate trades coming here from both teams. 3v3. Pero mas dehado ang Sunday Shrooms out in the open, still trying to push forward into A regardless. This is gonna be quite of a big risk na sinusubukang gawin ni Sunday Shrooms right now. Jacob going down to the hands of Jake. And immediately, it all boils down to a 1v1. J-Bice, aatras ng bahagya. Pero may ispartan niya nga ba si Ilaga na maaaring makapag-pick sa kanya? Lalong-lalo na
Ilaga.
DRG pa ang hawak niya dito. Ilaga! Nasa kahon lang nagtatago.
Uy, nakita niya.
Nakukuha niya. Hindi na pinatagal. The first map being taken by Sunday Shrooms.
And Sunday Shrooms pick up the lead dito sa ating semi-final match. 10-7 ang kanilang score dito sa unang laban na natin in the semi-finals. Wow. Wow, what an adjustment. Akala ko sigurado ng talo sila doon, Mochi. Utility scarce. Wala na silang smokes. Wala nang flash halos, no? But they still come back with J-Bice picking up the final kill in that round. 10-7! And Mochi, what a beginning. What a start for Sunday Shrooms.
What a beginning indeed. Especially, this is quite of a massive glow up, no? Na nakita natin sa kanila here in the map of Black Widow just by basing from their previous na laban dito kay QUERDAS. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Ram kanina nung ini-interview natin siya, it is just a matter of kulang kami ng practice at the time. Pero now na meron na, I feel like na iba ang ating nobela ngayon for this specific chapter here in Black Widow.
Exactly. And Sunday Shrooms look like they are prepared para dito sa unang serya natin, at least, no? At least in Black Widow, ibang itsura nila. The last time we saw them,
Yes.
it was a lot more scrappy. It was a lot more linear yung mga approach nila, particularly on the BL side. Granted, medyo nahirapan din sila sa BL side dito, no? But on the GR is where they really made it impossible for QUERDAS to find the lead. Walang point na naging na nanguna dito ang QUERDAS. The entire set nanguna ang Sunday Shrooms, picking up the lead even as far as a 4-round lead nung first half pa lang, no, which is super impressive. You gotta remember, this is QUERDAS we're talking about, no? One of the best Black Widows in Impact Fall, at binuwal yun ng Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, tsaka andain nilang ginawa dito, no, to like cancel out yung defense na kalimitan ginagawa dito ng QUERDAS. QUERDAS will definitely allocate like a couple of people dito sa ES area natin. Dinenay nila yon. Sometimes there is gonna be someone na nag-aabang dito sa ating stairs area malapit sa tubigan or sa waters area. Dinenay din nila yon. And even just by peeking dito sa ating LA area, wherein there's already 4 of them already there, no? Lahat sila sabay-sabay nagpo-push, overwhelming the rest of the members na sinusubukan dumipesa dito sa A side natin. Diniday din nila ngayon. Especially here on the BL side, wherein tulad kanina nahirapan si QUERDAS na makapag-atake because sobrang tindi lang ng depensa dito ng Sunday Shrooms, and definitely all advantage and the victory being taken here by SS. Wonderfully done, lalo na when it comes siguro to just trying to outduel them, no? When it comes to the body system, malaki ang kalamangan dito ni Sunday Shrooms.
And I can safely say na tama yung sinabi kanina sa interview na pinanood nila ang playstyle dito ng QUERDAS kasi alam ng Sunday Shrooms yung mga approach na ginagawa dito ng QUERDAS in the BL side in particular, no, alam nila na may tendency mga players ng QUERDAS mag-peak ng mid, i-challenge yung mid kahit hindi naka-sniper at pumunta dito sa LA where J-Bice was there for the entire GR side. Nasa LA lang dito si J-Bice at laging sakto yung posisyon niya dito, always predicting where QUERDAS was going to hit. And it was beautiful to witness dito yung GR side ng Sunday Shrooms. Very clean, picking up a massive lead. Muntik na makabawi dito ang Sunday Shrooms pero tinapos nila in that last half, no? Talaga pinilit nilang tapusin yun, just taking every fight raw. Even without utility, Sunday Shrooms, ayun yun yung sinabi natin dito, Mochi, when it comes to firepower, you can never discount Sunday Shrooms. At kapag naubusan sila ng utility, alam mong magpipik yung mga yan kasi they fight it with all they got.
Yeah, exactly, no. Siguro just by basing then in history as well, they got like 60% win rate dito sa mapa ng Black Widow. And the reason why nahihirapan din siguro dito ngayon, they tried to mimic kung ano ang ginawa ni Team Micro and ni KADILIMAN nung yun yung kanilang mapa at kanilang laban dito. Just a breather, no, 10-7 ang kanilang scoreline dito with Team Micro winning, and as well as si KADILIMAN naka 10-3 here in Black Widow as well. So there is a high possibility that maybe Sunday Shrooms adapted some of the movements o yung mga strategies or and as well as yung mga approaches na ginagawa dito ng mga teams na nakatalo sa kanila dito in Black Widow. And also, when it comes to like how determined they are and how good and flawless their communications were, I feel like it sums up the victory na meron sila dito ngayon, even just by basing here from the highlights that we have in the map.
Absolutely. And one thing's for sure dito, Mochi, no, talagang iba yung level na operasyon ngayon. Iba yung level of operation ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms. And they look clean. They look clean. Ayan, naging 9-5 yung score natin, a 4-round lead. Medyo nakakuha ng 2 rounds dito yung QUERDAS. But the recovery is wonderful from Sunday Shrooms. Let's take a look at the set summary, no? A deeper look into the numbers. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang nangunguna dito. In terms of the kills per round, kills per death ratio, at it is going to be J-Bice, the tried and tested man of Sunday Shrooms.
Yes. Oh my. And I feel like there are some stuffs na hindi rin natin nakita dito for QUERDAS, no? For instance, si Chris, hindi natin siya nakita on the TRG role. It's usually Ilaga or like si... Hindi. Talagang si Ilaga lang yung nag-TRG sa kanila. Sometimes or kalimitan si Chris ang laging tumatao sa ating stage area, especially on the defense, which is quite unfortunate. Hindi natin makita si Chris na nag-online during that time. Pero tulad na sabi mo, ang tindi lang din ang performance at talima dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Talagang lahat ng mga possible ways that they can abuse the spaces that they find, they are so eager and determined to do so.
Credit kay Chris, actually isa siya sa mga pinakauna nagpapakita for Chris on on their first half, but ultimately just wasn't na, parang naubos yung contribution nung clutch niya kanina, no? So Sunday Shrooms able to pick up the momentum once again and able to pick up the win eventually dito sa unang set natin. J-Bice, the set MVP para sa Sunday Shrooms, and yan na nga, this is what happens when you are at playoffs form, no? Ganito rin si J-Bice, Every time we see him sa mga teams niya, J-Bice always performs, and especially in high pressure moments, he is the man to watch.
Parang ito na talaga no? Like every single time that you see MVP, it's either J-Bice or J-Kim, and this time it's J-Bice indeed. Especially during nung nasa GR sila, kung saan yung mga napipick off niya, dadaan lang sana si Chris sa bintana, namamatay ka agad, no? And that just also highlights the preparedness and as well as the very insane flicks and as well as TRG kills na nakukuha niya, especially nung siya ay nasa stage, sa A-side pa man, or even sa kanyang pag-extend ng pagpupush forward here on the BL side, automatic, meron siyang maise-secure dito galing sa QUERDAS.
Yeah, big credits din kay Zolek, no? Able to provide that early impact that enabled J-Bice to be that sniper player later on. Pero Mochi, unang set pa lang yan. Pagbalik natin, it is
Yes.
going to be Angkara. Ang tanong, napaghandaan din ba ng Sunday Shrooms ang Angkara ng QUERDAS? Malalaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng Impact Fall Playoffs. We'll be right back in just a bit.
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Cross, good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Muling nagbabalik ang CFS Impact Fall kung saan sa ating unang serye ng Sunday Shrooms and as well as QUERDAS nanalo ang Sunday Shrooms with a quite of a really advantageous map here in Black Widow.
Very devastating yung unang talo na yon, kasi QUERDAS, the last time na naglaban tong dalawang ito, sila yung nanaig. Pero ngayon, Sunday Shrooms, pinaghandaan talaga nila ang Black Widow dito ng QUERDAS. So tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba ang QUERDAS dito sa kanilang map pick, which is going to be Angkara. Now, this is the proper benchmark in my opinion, Mochi, no? Kasi dito, nung huling nagtapat sila, talagang panalong-panalo ang QUERDAS. So, I believe that was around 10-6 yung mga score nung huling laban nila, no? It was a very decisive victory for QUERDAS. Kapag hindi nila naipanalo to sa Sunday Shrooms, nako, I think dapat na silang kabahan.
Yeah, exactly. No, not to mention nga na here in Ankara, 100% win rate alongside with Port here for QUERDAS.
yes.
And I believe there's also one of the strongest maps din na we have here for Sunday Shrooms. I remember them playing Ankara with the scoring 10-1 kontra dito kay Team Micro. So that can give us like an idea ano nga ba ang estado at kakayahan ng ating mga teams here in this map. I feel like a lot of teams definitely love this map because of how default heavy it is and how sniper heavy it is as well.
Absolutely. And Ankara, of course, a map of still the same type of playstyle essentially as Black Widow. No? Kailangan mo ng maraming setup para sa mga mapang ito. And when you need
Yes.
to rely on your snipers dito sa LA natin and perhaps give your players a bit more of an advantage when it comes to the utility department. No? So, yeah, it's going to be a map where QUERDAS absolutely loves, and that's a good thing for them to try and take back the momentum dito sa ating best of 5. Guys, remember, this is a best of 5. So, medyo may
Yes.
room for error dito kumpara sa mga best of 3 natin sa group stage. At pwedeng makapag-adjust pa dito ang QUERDAS given a bit of time and a bit of fine-tuning sa kanilang playstyle dito. Ang question is, syempre, Sunday Shrooms, pinanood nila yung huli nilang laban. So, meron na silang mga counter strats na ginawa compared dun sa last game nila. No? So, QUERDAS, nakapaggawa na kaya sila ng mga bagong strategy dito?
That's also an issue here as well, no? Especially when it comes to leagues like this. These are the moments wherein sinatry mo pa lang yung mga bagay-bagay where you might find comfort in trying to build a structure. So, creating counter strategies might be quite difficult with the likes of QUERDAS, no? But for Sunday Shrooms, since napagdaanan nila yan from time and time again, madalas sila na ang gumagawa ng ganyang mga gawain, yung mga counter plays and as well as yung pag-VOD review, ika nga sabi ni Ram kanina, might possibly be an issue to be addressed with for QUERDAS as well. So, when it comes here for Ankara, parang dito na rin magte-take part yung kanilang strength when it comes to GR or being on the global side of things. It's just a matter kung sino yung mauuna dito sa side na to.
Yes. A big shoutout no sa coach dito ng Sunday Shrooms, si Coach Pai.
Coach
Making
Pai.
the big difference. I think correct me if I'm wrong dito, no, pero I believe siya yung gumagawa ng mga strategies dito for Sunday Shrooms, and I definitely see the impact in that first set in Black Widow. No, remember guys, Black Widow is a map that everyone loves to play and ergo everyone is good at. So taking a victory up against a team na nakatalo sa inyo sa mapang yun is not easy. So yes, the strategy department dito of Sunday Shrooms definitely deserves a lot of credit. And in Ankara, that is certainly going to be the same case, no? Kailangan mo rin gumawa ng maraming strategies dito sa Ankara. Kasi hindi pwedeng full on pushes lang, full on rushes lang yung ginagawa dito sa mapa ito.
Yeah.
It's particularly hard to execute. Lalo na, ang daming choke point sa Ankara. You talk about EA, kahit yung mid natin is a choke point, even CA is a choke point. There's a lot of room for error. So, kailangan pulido ang playstyle sa Ankara.
Basically, bawal ang mga public games dito sa Ankara. Especially when you're playing at this type of caliber na rin, no, against Sunday Shrooms, who's been proven for multiple times na rin that they're already up a notch dito sa ating mga Impact Leagues. So, when QUERDAS is gonna be facing up against this one, kung makapapapiliin sila ng oras in order to online, eto na yun, no? Especially, we are sometimes seeing some of our players commenting din sa ating laban ng Black Widow kanina, wait lang, di pa online si day off si Inday or something like that. It just means that they're still trying to warm up, no? Possibly para sa unang mapa as well. Or is it just a matter of Sunday Shrooms being able to address and being able to prepare themselves for what is about to come here from QUERDAS?
Minsan kailangan mo rin isipin yun na baka kulang pa sa init dito. Nagpapainit pa mga players ng QUERDAS, which is why they were struggling a little bit, and that could be the case, no? Kung makikita mo yung set summary kanina, over the second half tumataas yung mga panalo dito ng ng QUERDAS over each and every round. Parang nahihirapan ng Sunday Shrooms. So that could be a sign na yung first half ginamit dito ng QUERDAS to try and get a gripes of how Sunday Shrooms play, how they have adjusted, tapos saka pa lang sila naggagawa ng sarili nilang counter adjustment, kumbaga, no? So that bodes well for their second half, for their second set rather, and maybe we can see more of the the success of QUERDAS in the early game. Kasi kanina, tanda mo, Mochi, nung start nung set natin in Black Widow, 3-0 agad yung Sunday Shroom. Sabi, 4-0 pa nga, parang late na nakasagot dito yung QUERDAS. So that could be a sign of them na parang inaamoy pa lang nila kung ano yung ginawa ng Sunday Shrooms na pagbabago.
Tama ka dyan, partner, no? Baka nakakaranas ang QUERDAS ng possible na download time dito sa laban nila ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero ito na nga, narirekta na tayo sa mapa ng Angkara, and seems like Sunday Shrooms will be starting off at the blacklist. At mukhang umaarangkada na kaagad-agad ang ating mga players dito sa ating Windows area. Hotel, inaokupahan, pero until they're no longer there, Ilaga, trying to fend it off, pero at the same time, mid-area, or rather sa LA natin, meron ding nangyayari mga contestment. Ang bilis ng sagupaan natin dito ngayon, Dadom. JK with a kill onto Ilaga as well.
Double kill para JK doon to even out the numbers. QUERDAS nalaglagan ng 3. A good early play from Sunday Shrooms. Dito sa my hotel, si Jake, nako, napuntirya, nasa likod ng kahon ng JK. Hindi na siya palalagpasin doon. Jake, nalaglag. Chris, all alone. And it's just 1 HP for Ram. But 50 HP para kay JK. Pero makita niya si Chris. And the tap is connecting. Sunday Shrooms pick up the game opener again.
Naku po. Medyo mahirap ata to, no? Especially if they were able to start it off this quick, this explosive, and this fast, no? As much as we acknowledge that QUERDAS is a team of structure, I feel like that is bound to crumble down, especially when it comes to playing these types of moments. But J. Kim already taken by Justin as well. All the while, we are yet to see kung meron bang balik ba ang Sunday Shrooms dito.
Uy, si Jake. Hanap din ang isa doon mula sa bridge. J-Bice, yun na nga na wallbang. And Jake to take down another kill for Sunday Shrooms. At wala na yung dalawang star player dito ng SS. J-Bice, Jake, both taken out. Si Chris, what an angle through RS. At si Jake magpupush pa nga. Nasa likod ng doors dito. Yung si Ram at good angle clearing from Jake. The discipline, the meticulousness. This is what we love from QUERDAS. And Jake for 3. Pick up the round. QUERDAS 1-1.
I love how their playstyles clash, no? Parang isang malinis trumabaho and isa na thrives with a bit more messiness, no? And as well as a great experience, which is Sunday Shrooms. But currently, 1-4-1. Seems like when it comes to the defense, it is undeniable that QUERDAS may take it up a notch because of how disciplined they are in general.
But that just might be the momentum swing na kailangan dito ng QUERDAS, no? The triple kill from Jake. At dahil dyan, pupush na rin ng TB dito, si Justin. Pero walang tao yung mga players dito ng Sunday Shrooms. 3 in LA. Isa sa RS1 holding doors. Isa may market. And a bit of setup dito sa A site. Medyo nag-iingay na nga sila dito. At mukhang mag-execute na si Ram. Papasok na ng vents. Lineups being made. Smokes already getting thrown out. And the flash in mid from J-Bice. Mukhang makikita niya dito si Chris. Coming in from RS. But Chris not peeking. Nagkakita na nga ba sila doon? J-Bice! Naku po! Na-timingan doon ni Chris. At dahil dyan, hindi mo na papasok ang Sunday Shrooms dito sa A-site. Pero andun na yung C4 sa bench. Mochi, mukhang mag-execute na sila. Flashes dito sa taas. Ilaga underneath. And
no.
Simple is down. That's another for Ilaga. Make it 3 and 4. Ilaga! A hold for the ages.
That is not Daijobu for Sunday Shrooms, man. Imagine, di mo alam na may nakatago pala sa ilalim ng hagdanan sa kaliwa dito, and it is no other than Ilaga anchoring down itong A-site natin, no? But I wonder kung yun nga ba uli ang maging approach sa Sunday Shrooms dito. They might start hesitating, which is something that they shouldn't be doing, especially with all of the utilities being done here dito sa bandang dilaw natin. They are painting this area red. Well, already a couple of people down. Si Chris lang naman ang pasimuno ng laghasik ng lagim dito sa ating LA. Pero tatlo lang ang pagkakasama dito for Sunday Shrooms right now. Possibly pushing and creeping patungo sa ating hotel.
Successful push para dito sa QUERDAS, no? Huli nila yung dalawang nandito sa yellow kanina from Sunday Shrooms. And crucially, J-Bice is down, so wala na namang sniper dito ang Sunday Shrooms as they make their way papunta sa second mid dito sa may hotel. Okay, sila lapit sa B-side dito. EB play coming through, pero andito pa rin si Jake trying to hold it all down. Kasama niya pa nga si Ilaga doon. And Ilaga perfectly positioned to take this hold in batteries. Chris, good for one. Jake magpipeak. It's a shuffle of plays. And QUERDAS are making Sunday Shrooms work for this. Hard si Jake lalapit and takes down a kill onto one. Jake Kim cannot do anything. Si Jake na naman. Good for two. And QUERDAS push the lead.
Gusto ko yung fact na hindi na nila inintay si Yobs. Kasi pero basta siya nang galing, nag-high mid siya papuntang doors natin pa hotel. Ang layo ng kanyang inilakbay doon. But seems like the remaining bunch here na nasa B already can do the trick. Mid area being fully blocked off with the smokes or mga ecoms na inilapag dito ng magkabilang kampo. All the while, high mid presence, nakatambay lang si Chris dito, taking it really passive as much as possible in terms of position. But Justin, merong possibility na makapag early contact alongside with J-Bice sa ating vents area.
Justin, is he going to be proactive? The answer is no. Pero look at the angle from Yobs.
J-Bice.
J-Bice, and J-Bice a little bit too deep. Napalalim masyado si Idol doon in vents. And Simple trying to recover with one kill, pero wala pa siyang nakukuha doon. Si Zolek papasok. Naku po, naka-flash na smoke. At si Yobs, siya ang sasagot dito. Controlling vents. Lalabas ang QUERDAS, and Justin to end it all off. Jakim is down. QUERDAS up one more.
Grabe, men, no? Parang bumitaw sa lubid ang Sunday Shrooms, especially nung merong mga nanggaling sa mid. Everyone looking at the site in its own to the point na hindi na nila na-address yung kanilang mga paligid. But Zolek, napakaganda ng kanyang pag-pick dito onto Yobs, but in contrary, medyo nabawasan ang kanyang HP dito.
Uy, si Jakim. Medyo nakikita niya, nalalapit na din sa Ilaga.
Uy, si Jake.
Lipat mo na ng bypass dito. Jake in LA. Nakahuli ng isa. Zolek is down. And Jake has been creating so much impact for QUERDAS.
And for the time being, pantay kanilang numero dito, no? From both sides, trying to address it. Pero merong munti ka ng matapyasan ng buhay. Justin, backing out here through bypass. Tatakbo muna siya. Wait lang guys, medyo critical ata yung HP ko. Sabi niya dito, Jake sumisilip and finally being punished here by J-Bice. And now, they can actually start cooking up their execute onto this one, Dato. Most especially na tatlo at sobrang low pa ni Justin ngayon.
Yun na nga, no? Medyo napalalim. Napatagal yung pag-push doon ni Jake. No? Could have been a more defensive approach after taking the kill. Kaso bumalik pa si Jake. No? Nahuli tuloy siya ni J-Bice doon with the sniper shot. And Sunday Shrooms slowly moving papunta sa B-side dito. Taking their time. Going through hotel. It's actually pretty smart, no? A different approach compared to the rest of the rounds that we've been through. And a very good idea para sa Sunday Shrooms dito na laging nahuhuli ng QUERDAS. Papasok na sila ng B-site. Walang tao dyan. And Sunday Shrooms should be able to get the bomb planted easily.
Shots being let out. Some ideas being known. And Ram locating Chris. Possibly good for another kill. Elaga, lone survivor on QUERDAS with 7 kills and 5 headshots. Is this all he needs? Striking down. It was simple with an immediate threat here for J-Bice. 2-4 for our scores. And it seems like Sunday Shrooms is not giving up on this as of yet here para sa ating BL side.
Yeah, good punishment pala sa Sunday Shrooms, no? Na-recognize nila na mahilig mag-repick si Jake dito. At pinosition lang nila si J-Bice dun sa initial position ni Jake. This time in mid, J-Bice takes down Chris. And again, a good start para dito sa Sunday Shrooms, 5v4.
Man, seems like we lost grab of high mid control, but Justin is gonna be there for an immediate trade-off on J-Bice. No TRG players inside here, all out brutal as well as battles. ang mangyayari dito for both of our teams, all riflers. Ating mamamataan with a couple of people here na humaharana ng ating LA Zolek and alongside itong si Simple. Everyone hovering here onto A site right now. Smokes being let out. Naispatan ni Yobs dito sa ating Vents area na merong naroon. Putting in a really good cross replacement onto this one. Zolek already down. Hindi mo lang na-trade. Hindi mo lang sumunod. Itong dalawang kanyang mga kasama.
Wow!
Flash connecting. But
Yobs.
he's managed to connect the shots onto this one. Ilaga to the rescue. And in support, Ram being spotted off here by Ilaga as well. And finally, denying that push into A. Daydom, ang ganda ng depensa ng QUERDAS dito ngayon.
Yup, ang ganda ng depensa ni Yobs in particular, no? Even with the pummeling of flashes na inihagis ng Sunday Shrooms doon, ang ganda pa rin ng impact doon ni Yobs, no? Able to find a couple of kills before going down. And by the time nalaglag siya, nandyan na yung mga puwersa ng QUERDAS. Pero speaking of QUERDAS, lalaban na naman si Jake dito sa LA. Kasama niya si Justin. Zolek, waiting, calling upon J-Bice to hold that angle. At lalaban din si J-Bice with the sniper. Pero nakalipat na ng posisyon dito si Justin into CA. Lalapit ulit. And J-Bice, good punishment. Ang hilig ng QUERDAS mag-repick. And Sunday Shrooms are understanding that that is a crucial mistake na QUERDAS likes to repeat. Kailangan ayusin to ng QUERDAS.
True. Not to mention na open ang ating A site. They let go of A site. They got no choice. And Jake might even attempt to pick someone out dito for Sunday Shrooms in the process of it. But he's too out open. Definitely a struggle here for Jake herself. But now, LA area, ang daing na rin ito. Already got a good idea here from Krizan as well as Ilaga. But would 3 suffice here in terms of barricading this A site kontra dito sa Sunday Shrooms? Because this is definitely gonna be a really difficult task. The grouping with each other, letting go of A site might be a possible retake. But this is not good news for them at all. Trying to fend them off, but unfortunately, the shots and the spray down from Zolek is all they need. 3-5, and one more round away before this half ends.
Yeah, good utility use mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms, no? QUERDAS got the wrong read. Akala nila lilipat na ng mid or B yung mga players ng Sunday Shrooms, but the call was faulty. So they lose the round. Sunday Shrooms starting to make a comeback. Pero sabi ni Chris, sumasobra ka na, J-Bice. Ako naman ang magsa-sniper. J-Bice is down early.
Pinatulog sa bandang arko tong si J-Bice, no? And Ram is practically looking for another trade here, pero wala nang sisilip dyan, Ram. Ang layo niya na, no? Chris already way back dito sa ating house area, but seems like Zolek will be pushing his luck here ng bahagya, trying to find for anyone else, but Justin in a really aggressive position might possibly flank or push forward, hopefully catch some members here from Sunday Shrooms off guard. Pero may ideya na sila, no? Nilapagan ng smoke, putting themselves in a possible setup here sa ating A site, and this might mean trouble for Yobs and as well as Ilaga.
Defending from up above. Simple is down. Yobs finds a kill. Good defense from Ilaga, and Yobs good for 2! The 2v4 from Ilaga and Yobs. Mochi, inubos ang Sunday Shrooms.
I stand corrected, no? It's just Ilaga. Sila na raw, no? Okay lang, alam mo, kahit kami lang yung nandito sa site na to, I got you! Jake in a really good pick-up din kagad dito kay Jake Kem. Ang tindi ng talima ni Boss Candy dito ngayon, with them putting their presence dito sa LA area natin. And this might be a really quick execute waiting to happen for QUERDAS.
Might just be apat na player nila nandito na sa A. Make that 5. Everyone pushing Ilaga. Good pick onto Ram, and the defense crumbles para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Ito na, papasok na ang QUERDAS dito, planting the bomb immediately in that site. And the retake gonna commence with a 3v5 pero may naglalurk na isa doon si Zolek sa likod. Kailangan makuha ni Jake to win the defense and Jake does so. Headshot pa nga onto Zolek. Na-flash na nga si J-By. Simple down as well and it's all up to Justin to close it out against J-By's. At yun na nga, QUERDAS pick up their round 7-3.
Wow, they're playing comfortably, we can see that, And not to mention that when it comes to like pushing forward, prepping themselves pretty quick, especially with laying down all of the utilities on where they may need it. I feel like yun yung advantage na QUERDAS dito ngayon. Justin, oh my gosh, getting two right from the get-go. With some follow-ups trying to be inflicted here ni J-Bars, no? Hoping to equalize the damage that's been dealt by them. But unfortunately, Ilaga will be cutting him off. And as well as Ram, denying all of that possible rounds dito sa atin ngayon. Si Yobs nagwawala. He's feeling it, man. He's feeling it.
I mean, I would feel the same way, no? QUERDAS kasi grabe yung round na yun. Alam nila kung saan manggagaling yung Sunday Shrooms. Pero mas alam ni J-By's, mas alam ni Zolek. Chris, Yobs, Ilaga all down in the hands of Zolek. And QUERDAS, last two players remaining. Justin still waiting dito sa may doors in market. Pero si Simple lalapit. Has to check the corners. May dalawang players ng QUERDAS doon. Simple, paano mo alam na nandyan si Jake? May smoke pa naman. At si Justin na lang ang natitirang buhay dito para sa QUERDAS. And just like that, Justin is down. And Sunday Shrooms pick up their round 4-8 much.
And it's quite ironic though. The moment na nagwala dito si Yobs, it seems like they celebrated a bit too soon. Immediate round here from Sunday Shrooms. The moment that they tried to push forward, pero regardless, QUERDAS will still step on the acceleration here, no? Yobs, I feel like nakakaramdam na siya. May possible na nandito sa hukay natin. Zolek still trying to look out for any possible pickups na manggagaling dito for QUERDAS. But they will try to stand their ground. This is intense face-off waiting to happen dito sa ating mid-area. And QUERDAS should really be decisive and careful in picking their battles.
Zolek, ayun na nga from hukay, pikes up one pero Simple trades out his teammate. At si J-By's, nahuli na si Jake. No more pesky lurk from QUERDAS as J-By's shuts down Jake. At dalawa na lang agad ang natira para sa QUERDAS dito. Snipers still in play. Chris has to find a kill dito in the A site. Otherwise, medyo imposible na itong round na ito. Yung C4, pwede pa naman kunin through bypass dito ni Justin. Si Chris yung kailangan makakuha ng kill dito. Making his way papunta sa vents. Pero si J-Kim nasa taas. Chris, kailangan mong tumingala. Ang ganda ng angle ni J-Kim. I don't think Chris will be able to know where Chris is. J-Kim takes him down. And Justin, siya na lang against the world. Picks up one. Where can this round go para kay Justin? Let's see. Okay. Si Ram akit ng vents. 46 seconds left on the clock. Pwede pa naman umikot si Justin sa B site. Problema lang, nasa mid dito si J-By's. And Ram will be securing the round for Sunday Shrooms. OT silang nakakabawi, Mochi.
These past couple of rounds is screaming trouble para dito for QUERDAS. Little by little, tingnan mo, napapuntayan na uli ito ni Sunday Shrooms and I feel like they're not gonna be backing down anytime soon. Chris, potentially looking out for a possible pick-off dito, no? Sa oras na maaaring makapag-push itong mga miyembro natin from Sunday Shrooms on this one. Pero yun nga lang, he's gonna be caught off guard from that one. And this might be the moment of realization na kailangan nila mag-push. Kailangan umatake sa A-site. But unfortunately, basado ata sila ng Sunday Shrooms dito. At ngayon, si Jake na lang ang naiiwan ngayon. C4, yet to be planted here on A-site. Pero, J-By's nakantabay, nag-aabang, tiintay. Kung may siya makukuha from that angle, Jake, potentially looking out for a possible kill here from exit and as well as here sa ating entrada. But at the same time, I feel like that's gonna be quite of a task or heavy task to do, especially na malapit na itong mga member natin dito from Sunday Shrooms waiting for arrival. Zolek getting some damage from that contestment, from that duel. it's about time for her to push forward. Pero I feel like she's trying way bit too far dito sa ating site ngayon. 1 minute.
Minute has the bomb in her hands. Jake, good decision making, pero nakita na siya ni J-Vice. Zolek, alam din saan titingin, pero Jake takes down one. Okay, 1v2, this is doable. Pero si J-Vice will be rotating the long way around. At parehong manggagaling sa LA dito, si Simple at si J-Vice. Jake actually has the opportunity to plant, and Simple taken down. Jake, teka lang! What is Jake doing? 1v1 na lang ngayon, and J-Vice might have just overcooked this round. Kinailangan mo pang umikot, idol. Ngayon babalik din siya ng mid. At si Jake, hinahanap siya. Jake, nakita ko na to. And Jake, ipapanalo niya na! The 1v4! Jake makes the unthinkable happen.
Bow down to the queen herself, man! Parang korneto lang hanggang saan aabot ang 29 HP mo. Naipanalo niya yung buong round na yun. Been able to clutch it out. Man, QUERDAS taking that much point for themselves. And it seems like the morale boost is all they need for this one. Everyone marching down dito sa ating B-site. Zolek.
Naku, Zolek.
Mo kaya lang
Naku po.
Yobs dito. B-site natin. Naku po, bakante. Chris, may ispatan pa si Simple dito. Siya ang sinimplehan. Rest of the squad taking ditong B-site natin. This is definitely gonna be a challenge for Sunday Shrooms. Paano ba nila ito ipapanalo?
Maybe si J-Vice ang dahilan dito. Maybe siya ang magiging susi. Pero siya na lang ang natitirang buhay dito, Mochi. 1v4. Naka-sniper pa si J-Vice. And that's going to be it. QUERDAS. Pick up ang Kara.
Man, that is quite a really intense map, no? Here for Ankara, and tuloy-tuloy ang kanilang pagsapaw, pagbira sa isa't isa. And it seems like tumatagos na sila sa isa't isa, mga son, no? Pero ang lala ng kanilang estado ngayon dito, especially when it comes to like the BL side nito ng QUERDAS. I feel like that is something that we forgot to mention earlier on, na when it comes to doing aggressive yet calculated executes, it seems like they're your team.
Alam din nila no? Alam din nila paano hulihin dito yung mga sniper ng Sunday Shrooms. They were able to nullify J-Vice to an extent na medyo nahirapan maghanap ng impact dito yung sniper plays ng Sunday Shrooms. That is typically the way that they win these games, these sets. And QUERDAS, man, you have to give credit to Jake. Medyo nawalan na ng momentum ang QUERDAS in that second half. Nahihirapan na silang tapusin yung laro, but Jake with a crucial 1v4 at immediately nakita mo kung gaano ka-confident yung mga players niya dito eh.
Alam mo, hindi na ako magtataka. She's gonna be our MVP for this specific set because not gonna lie, when it comes to impact plays and as well as, turning the tables, I feel like she's your gal to call for on this one. No? Definitely making Sunday Shrooms second guess ang kanilang mga pinagagagawa dito. Their defense crumbling down into pieces. And not to mention that when it comes to like even yung mga aggressive push-outs nila, tulad na sinabi nung medyo makulit sila, when it comes to re-peaking, they still get some kills regardless of it, no? So basically, it's just like a 1-for-1 or even a 2-for-1 exchange na mas pabor pa rin for QUERDAS in the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the only imperfection na nakita ko sa playstyle dito ng QUERDAS, no? The fact na mahilig sila mag-lurk and then mag-repeat after finding a kill is a mistake, sure, but that's one of very few mistakes na kinocommit dito ng QUERDAS, no? And once Sunday Shrooms or once QUERDAS stopped doing that, wala nang alas dito, wala nang nagawang adjustment ang Sunday Shrooms because they were just punishing QUERDAS earlier on. Kapag tumigil na gumawa ng mistake dito ang QUERDAS, parang wala nang nagawa ang Sunday Shrooms. No? So QUERDAS still a refined ang Kara map. And as I said kanina, Mochi, no, dito natin malalaman kung talaga nga bang naghanda, talaga nga bang may advantage na ang Sunday Shrooms if may panalo nila itong Ankara, no? Because they didn't, I think we might just be able to go for 4 or 5 maps dito, Mochi.
Yeah, exactly, no? Hindi natin ma-deny yung posibilidad na makapag 3-2 tayo dito because ang tindi. Alam mo, performance dito ng parehong kampo natin. Not to mention that when it comes to being able to answer back to each other, talagang nagagawa nila yun no? And I feel like there is also some recognition or some credit due dito for Sunday Shrooms because when it comes to like two people back in nung nasa GR sila dito, parang maganda din ang kanilang pag-anchor down. Sadyang nadadala lang sila with the mid and as well as sa hotel area contestments na ginagawa din dito at isinasagot ng QUERDAS.
Yeah. Sunday Shrooms, you can see na kulang pa yung playbook nila in Ankara, particularly on the BL side, no? Madalas silang nahuhuli dito ng lurks ng QUERDAS, and it goes to show you there's a lot of gaping holes para dito sa defaulting or kumbaga sa early rounding dito ng Sunday Shrooms. So definitely needs addressing in Ankara, and certainly need to address that as we head into our third set, no? Lalo na dahil it is another one of those maps that punishes you heavily kapag nalurkan kayo. This is Compound 2.0 yung susunod nating mapa, no? So that could be another opportunity for QUERDAS to become the heavy lurkers that they are, especially pag lumipat sila sa GR side.
Yeah, and if you come to think of it, I feel like this is quite of the weaker maps ng QUERDAS because nung nakalaban nila si KADILIMAN dito, they scored like a 6-10 no, in favor for KADILIMAN, and hindi rin natin siya nadaanan nung katapat nila si Alliance Gaming because they got like a 2-0 right off the bat with the Black Widow and Ankara in favor of their side. But that's just a couple of pointers heading into new compound. Pero balikan muna natin ang ating highlights na nangyari dito sa ating Ankara, wherein talagang nagpakita no ang Reyna dito ng QUERDAS na matindi ang kanyang kapasidad in this map.
Yep, and this is the reason why siya na yung sinabak dito sa semifinals. So guys, remember, she was the sub as the group stage started, pero ngayon mukhang part na siya ng main roster, no? And it absolutely makes sense for QUERDAS dito. Very versatile din kasi playstyle dito ni Jake, no? Minsan naka-EBR, minsan the sniper, which alleviates some of the pressure from Chris from playing that sniper, no? Which is very helpful to say the least for QUERDAS dito. Set summary tayo dito, Monch. Let's take a look at who actually got the most kills, the most impact in this particular set. And it is actually Ilaga with the most kills, 15 to their name, but the KD of Jake is just next level, 2.8, Mochi.
Munti ka ng tumres, no? Munti ka na. Oh my gosh, it's crazy, no? For Jake herself. And I feel like the rest of the people has been able to fulfill their responsibilities naman. Okay naman, no? It's just that medyo nahirapan din itong si Sunday Shrooms na makapagpanumbalik or makapag-count, reverse counter, if that makes sense of a terminology to be used here dito, no? Kasi, biro mo, JKM, I feel like when it comes to like consistency, ito na big given na si J-Vice, given na si JKM, but they definitely denied the lurk prowess and possibility here for Ramzolik and as well as kay Simple. They can't attack when they're supposed to be doing the attack, if you get what I mean. So, basically, sadyang it's either they're being outmanned, it's either they're being caught off guard, or even being overwhelmed, especially when they're on the GR side.
Yeah, let's take a look at who the set MVP is. At yun na nga, it is Jake with the numbers 2.8 KD, and I think that clutch says it all. Guys, i-rewind nyo na lang kung di yun nakita, no? Pero grabe ang ginawa ni Jake doon on a 1v4. Naalala ko si Kano doon sa ginawa niya, no? Remember that clip from Kano? Doon sa isang tournament na ginawa niya yun din, parang 1v4 din, no? Jake did essentially the same thing dito and bailed out QUERDAS from that map. And because of Jake, nanalo dito ang QUERDAS, so a well-deserved MVP para sa kanya.
Sigurado ako, proud na proud si CBN sa kanya. No? Naku po, ewan ko na lang talaga.
Shout out.
Kasi, Kasi biro mo kahit ako naaliw ako sa mga pinaggagawa ni Boss Candy dito. Ang lala ng kanyang performance here in the map of Ankara. I can't imagine how much hype yung nararanasan si Brian watching this one. But once again, ito ang mga highlights dito ni Jake, and at the same time how she's been hailed as the set MVP here in the map of Ankara. The question or the burning question here is, can they bring this type of performance in the map of New Compound, knowing that once again, in terms of strengths, hindi sila masyado kalakasan dito sa mapang ito basing from their history. Pero dyan muna natatapos ang ating ikalawang mapa. Tayo magbabalik for the map of New Compound. Once again, it's a 1-1 for QUERDAS and as well as Sunday Shrooms, Mochi, and Daydom. We'll be back after a quick short break.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Alright. Welcome! At tayo'y nagbabalik dito sa ating CFS Impact Fall Playoffs, kung saan meron na tayong 1-1 in terms of scoreline for Sunday Shrooms and as well as QUERDAS. Black Widow napunta kay Sunday Shrooms and ang ating Ankara ay napunta kay QUERDAS. Kanino naman kaya itong new compound natin?
Nako po, yan ang nagpapagang tanong dito, Mochino. 1-1 tablado ang labanan natin dito. And what a decisive win for both of those maps, no? Sunday Shrooms, they take the first.
Yes.
And QUERDAS, they take the second dito, no? And ang nakikita kong pattern dito, Mochino, QUERDAS likes taking control of the map. Lagi silang nagsisend ng at least isang player on one part of the map. At dahil doon, hindi nakakapag-set up ang Sunday Shroom. Set up that they absolutely need. And I think this is reflected heavily sa smokes per round, no? Dahil laging nakakapitas ng isa dito ang Sunday Shrooms with either Jake or Chris or kahit si Justin minsan nagpupush na rin, no? Because they're finding so much space, hindi na nakakapag-utility masyado ang Sunday Shrooms because of just the sheer amount of kills na nakukuha dito ng QUERDAS. Sa Sunday Shrooms, they need to stop letting that happen, especially in compound.
Yes, exactly. And siguro something that we can point out din dito for new compound as a map on its own, lagi itong tinitira as a decider from our past series na meron with Sunday Shrooms amongst or against other teams natin back in the group stage. So this might be a hidden map here na pabor kay Sunday Shrooms, but I wonder if the same thing goes for QUERDAS kasi they never chose this and I believe they're the one who often bans the new compound map. So that's gonna be pretty interesting to note here heading into this one.
You know what's even more interesting dito, Mochi, no, is that Sunday Shrooms, they pick the map and then QUERDAS, they pick the BL side here in compound. Arguably, no, sa tatlong mapa na meron tayo so far, compound is one of the most heavy GR-sided maps. So blacklist yung pinili dito ng QUERDAS, which is particularly interesting dito, no? Talagang they want to get the momentum in that second half. So Sunday Shrooms, they have a chance na padamihin, na makapag-ipon dito, no? And that's even more scary when you consider that this is Sunday Shrooms. J-Kim loves this map. J-Bice obviously loves this map, no? And you have to wonder as well kung magdo-double sniper pa ba dito ang Sunday Shrooms, or will they just let J-Kim wreak havoc dito sa pillars or in mid in particular. So medyo nakakatakot yung prospect na yun para dito sa QUERDAS, no? Granted, QUERDAS won the last map, so they have momentum coming dito sa set na ito, but you can never discount Sunday Shrooms of their strengths, and one of those is the sniping and the dueling. And compound, that's gonna take the highlight.
Yeah, exactly. No, especially when it comes to like letting them secure the objective here, it's gonna be quite of a difficult task here. So I can see the possibility of QUERDAS resorting more with the duels or mga duels na sinasabi nga ni Bipolar, no? So that might be prevalent dito sa mapa ng compound natin. Hence, possibly the reason why they started off with the BL side. They can make the most out of waiting with the mistakes na maaaring magawa dito ni Sunday Shrooms here in new compound. Kasi now observe natin with the entirety of the teams here in Impact is the fact na mahilig sila mag-aggress or mag-extend sa ating mid area. Pero ito na nga, tama na nga ang ating daldalan dahil tayo ay tutungo na dito sa tunay na laban. Papasimulan, mid-control, loves utilities being thrown, and some damage being dealt to Yobs and Ilaga.
Yep. Yobs down to half HP si Ilaga. Tinamaan din ng ligaw na bala doon. So down to 80, pero magagaling sa likod dito si Ram and takes down Ilaga. And that curve play will be punished by Sunday Shrooms. Si QUERDAS, papasok pa rin ng EA. Si Ram andun pa rin. And Ram will be not committing the shots. Si Justin makakuha din ng isa. Zolek is down. And LA in their control as well. Chris opens up the site. Simple taken away. And it's just J-Bice and J-Kim.
Ito na nga yung ating pinagsasabi kanina, parang pinapakita ngayon dito sa ating unang round, wherein when it comes to aggression and breaking the defense, and seems like QUERDAS are so determined and committed to doing that one, but lumulunang yung bangkay doon. Pero J-Bice and as well as J-Kim will try to outman these members here from QUERDAS, and it feels like there is a possibility of them winning this one, pero J-Bice no lang naiiwan. There's too much smoke, there's less vision, and I feels like it is definitely gonna be an issue for him running of HP, and even that 180-degree kill here from Jake would be taling roll up.
Madam Jake, ikaw na naman, the double and the clutch for Jake. And remember, si J-Bice, sa kanya niya ginawa yun, ha? So that's not an easy feat at all. 2-0 start for Jake and a 1-0 start for QUERDAS dito sa Compound 2.0. Minadali nila yung mid-push kanina and still making it happen. Guys, one key feature of Compound 2.0, hindi na wall bangable yung C1, C2, C3 ko. So
Yes,
medyo na
sir.
siyang mahirap i-retake dito.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Pero tignan muna natin, no? Kung meron bang magpo-push forward dito sa ating LA kasi si Zolek gumugusto no? Nitingnan niya kung pwede siyang tumesting pero si Justin nakabantay sa ating CA. And that might not possibly be the right thing to do. Ram, maraming maririnig backing out for a little bit as they try to make their way here onto A site once again. Pero Ram, masyadong maganda ata ang kanyang angulo at nagtawag pa nga siya ng mga kasama but eventually gonna be shut down by Chris as well. Simple, taken down by Chris. Already good for 2. Now Zolek will be answering back. Yobs and Justin now a 2v3 and it seems like there's gonna be an issue for then Justin lining up to the crossfire of Jacob. Perfectly a 1-1 dito sa ating new compound.
Yeah, and JKM, you can see dun sa player cam, no, calling the shots as well. Para sa team, calling for some adjustment kasi kahit na nanalo sila sa round na yun, no, Sunday Shrooms are struggling sa depensang ito. Ayun na nga, big adjustment. Sunday Shrooms, madami silang ininvest na utility dito sa curve at mid. At kita mo ang resulta, na bumagal bigla ang pagpuwersa ng QUERDAS sa mid.
Medyo napaisip sila, wait lang, ba't ba natin pinipilit yun? Pwede namang hintayin muna natin, no? Pag-isipan natin na maigi. Iloka muna natin kung nasaan yung mga miyembro ng Sunday Shrooms dito ngayon. And they're creeping all the way towards two-story, J. Possibly win or a lose, especially na ang nagbabantay doon ay si Zolek. But Chris might be subject for early contention on this one, letting out some shots, not kami connecting, will be forced to back out after all the utilities being thrown. Pero ito ng hudyat to occupy a bit more space dito sa ating EA area. Curve might also
Ram.
be another area
Wow.
here, pero Ram taking out here itong si Chris immediately. And seems like kailangan ng gumante ng QUERDAS dito ngayon.
Nakapitas si Ram doon ng isa, just playing around the smoke in EA. At doon na naman siya, Ilaga, taken down by Ram yet again. Ram, the triple kill. May guard dito at si Ram ang pangalan niya.
my.
4 kills for Ram and Sunday Shrooms keep a hold of A site.
Nagpapakitang gilas na siya, no? Inaararo niya na yung mga taong nakikita niya dito sa entrada ng A. Pero medyo yung epekto nun medyo napatigil itong mga miyembro natin dito from QUERDAS, no? Parang medyo napaatras sila ng bahagya. And it seems like hindi na ganun katalim o forceful ang kanilang mga pushes from the last 2 rounds that we have. This might be a struggle waiting to happen here for QUERDAS, but they are gonna be trying something else here though. Dahil nilang nasa pillars ngayon dito, Dadu.
Yep, different area. But Sunday Shrooms anticipating. Isa lang yung tao dito, si J Vice on the sniper. At nakita niya na nga na may 5 tao doon. Backs off but re-peaks with the TRG. At nagtawag na ng reinforcement dito
Zolek.
si J Vice. Papasok na nga si J Kim and Chris to take down J Vice. At nilipat ang QUERDAS. Pero si Zolek nahuli din sa CA. And QUERDAS, good pickings. Taking down Zolek and J Vice. Pwede silang lumipat pero nahuli din nila si J Kim. B-site is the execute.
Oh my.
But Simple is the one holding it down. Yobs nakapasok na nga and QUERDAS getting the bomb into the site. 2v4 Sunday Shrooms, Ram holding down mid pero wala dyang kalaban. Ram, andito na silang lahat sa B-site.
I feel like this can be the answer here for QUERDAS, no? Taking these types of slow pushes and equalizers para dito kay Sunday Shrooms in terms of space taking and also their cautiousness when it comes to like the lurks na maaaring manggaling kay Sunday Shrooms might be all they need. Ram, maaari ka bang gumawa ng milagro? Kaya mo bang adaruin ng 4? Mukhang hindi. Chris will be taking him out at 2-2 ngayon dito sa new compound.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment mula din sa QUERDAS, Mochi. Na-recognize nila na yung mga solo players, yung mga solo lurkers dito ng Sunday Shrooms, sila yung nakahanap ng impacts.
Ooh.
Speaking of which, J Vice, siya yung nakahanap ng kill ngayon. Jake is down. At QUERDAS, hinahanap nila yung mga solo player na yon. Ang problema lang, this time, yung nahanap nila, naka-sniper.
Yeah, and a really quick and good adjustment onto this one, no? Putting J-Bites in a more proactive position dito sa ating gitna, which is, sigurado meron silang makikita, mamamataan at dumagdag pa ang isa. Oh, yobs! Parang itago bigla ang bangkay dito sa ating storage area.
Yeah.
Definitely a wrong thing for him to do here. Hindi man lang siya na-trade ng kanyang kasama na si Ilaga.
And ito na yung sinasabi natin, no, when it comes to Compound 2.0, J-Bice absolutely thrives. Even on the even game, even in high-pressure moments, immediately 2 kills para kay J-Bice, no? Ram! Oh! The quick scout from Chris. A good shot onto Ram, opening up store B a little bit, pero okay lang. Maganda pa rin ang depensa dito ng Sunday Shrooms. May isang tao dito sa LA in store A. Si Ilaga yon. Pero nakabantay si J-Bice. After that smoke getting thrown, may kasama pang ang TRG. At mukhang nilipat na ng A-site dito, mga players ng QUERDAS Watch.
Pero may ispatamba nila si Zolek. Oo! That is an issue here. Pero J-Bice, hindi pa rin tumitigil. The kills are just going on and on for them. Ilaga all alone here trying to fend off and fight it up against J. Kim and as well as Simple. Ang layo ng C4 sa kanya and J. Kim, dadaanan lamang siya and hence that calls for an immediate break.
Yep.
Sunday Shrooms. Grabe si J-Bice, man. Grabe si J-Bice.
Exactly. He's been the sole difference maker dito sa round na ito, no? Picking up the advantage for Sunday Shrooms just by taking the kills. And ito na yung sinasabi ko, no? As a team, QUERDAS loves taking space, and the perfect counterplay to that is just play snipers. Just wait for the players of the opposing team to lurk, to push. At si J-Bice, sakto yung ginawa niya nyo bago mailapag yung smoke dito ng QUERDAS. Nag-pick na agad siya sa mid at nahuli niya si Jake. Saktong-sakto pa kasi Jake has been the most efficient lurker for QUERDAS. With Jake down, hindered yung playstyle dito ng QUERDAS. And yun yung kailangan ulit-ulitin dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Keep picking off the players that find space for QUERDAS.
Yes, and I feel like ito na rin yung natin, no? Meron ng tigisang sagot itong magkabilang kampo natin. Yung isa is finding space and early pickups here na maaaring may offer ni J-Bice. And the other is resorting more to a much more clear-cut position and as well as approach into doing their pushes, no, in a specific site that they wanted to commit into and be more wary of the possibility of being picked up. Like, once again, Dib J-Bice. Kasi siya talaga yung biggest threat dito for the end of QUERDAS, no? Not to mention na, merong possible lurks na ibinabato dito sila Zolek, pero those are the types of things na maaring maging magamit dito ng Sunday Shrooms para magsilbing additional na impormasyon para sa kanila and even a possibility for them to anchor down their specific sites here. So, that being said, kanya-kanyang sagutan din ang meron dito sa dalawang kampo.
Absolutely. The one good thing na nakikita dito for QUERDAS, no, hindi sila tumitigil gumamit ng utility. That's one crucial advantage na meron sila up against Sunday Shrooms. Even in the first two sets, even in the set na talo dito yung QUERDAS, they still used more smokes per round average compared to Sunday Shrooms. No? So Sunday Shrooms could take a page out of the QUERDAS book, especially now na nasa GR side sila. Minimize the amount of push potential of QUERDAS by using more smokes, by using more flashes, and by challenging more angles just by utility. No? You don't necessarily have to rely on your snipers and your dueling if you can just use your smokes to delay QUERDAS dito. No? So, still, a lot of points of improvement for both of our sides. No? But, that's the game. That's the game dito, Mochi. No? That's literally the one they're fighting about is who has the more perfect playstyle. Sila yung mananaig dito. And so far, Sunday Shrooms have been making it happen with the snipers and J-Bice's performance. No? But one thing about QUERDAS, the one thing I know about them, Mochi, magaling sila mag-adjust. Eventually, makakahanap sila ng butas sa sniper ni J-Bice.
parang ano na yan no? Kumbaga sa programming nagiging if-else statement dito ng QUERDAS, no? Meron silang clear-cut and easy decision-making process, especially when it comes to like adjusting. So it is definitely, I agree with you on that one, no? Mabilis sila mag-adjust. So hopefully that they can do that, lalong-lalo na that they choose the BL side. There should be a reason why they did that, possibly racking up all of the momentum that they can here in our first half. Pero if they would not, this might be a possible issue waiting to happen in the long term, especially na mga karating tayo dito sa ating second half. And with that, I feel like there can be a possible moment din na they can shut down itong si J-Vice immediately, maybe possibly use their utilities against them. We'll never know. But those are some of the stuff that they can do, especially when they really want to take him out agad-agad dito sa ating mga rounds.
One of the things that QUERDAS can do is just fight them with the sniper, no? I mean, J-Vice, for the most part, plays with a little bit of aggressiveness as well, no? Nagpipeak din naman dito si J-Vice. So, pwede rin i-punish to ng QUERDAS. They put a couple of players on sniper, anticipate, and siguro intayin nila na makakuha ng pick-off dito onto that sniper before sending Jake out to do sort of the recon duty dito ng QUERDAS, no? So, there's always a lot of room for adjustment dito on both ends. And I think one of the things kung bakit yung mga teams natin pumapili ng BL side in GR heavy maps is to showcase yung mga BL mga BL execute nila dito. And QUERDAS, for the most part, to be fair to them, kahit na medyo lugi sila sa score ngayon, madami silang napakita na approaches so far. Yes, they pushed mid, they pushed pillars so far, pero di pa tayo nakikita ng A split, for example, or ng full-on B execute, no? So, madami pang hindi mo na ipapakita dito na execute ang QUERDAS, at I think we're gonna see more of that as the game progresses, Munch.
A lot of stuff that they can do, immediately dito sa ating unang half. I mean, we just played like 5 of them. There's 4 more that they can use here and explore what might possibly work for them while taking into account kung ano nga ba ang nag-deliver sa kanila ng 2 panalo na nakuha nila so far. All the while that we are addressing the technical difficulties that we have here para sa ating sides. But once again, by the way guys, kung gusto nyo makihalubilo. Wow, makihalubilo. Kung gusto niyo makichika sa amin dito, you can comment down here sa ating broadcast. There is a possibility or a high possibility na ma-feature ang inyong mga sinasabi. And also a possibility na humantong yan sa ating preview show na nangyayari tuwing Biyernes as well.
Absolutely, guys. Join the conversation. Pwede nyo kaming tanungin ni Mochi ng mga questions dyan about Crossfire, about the players, about the teams. At kung may gusto rin kayong ipahayag na statement, kunyari hot takes pa yan,
ipahayag?
ilagay nyo lang dyan sa comment section, guys. Pwede yung ma-feature, hindi lang dito sa ating mga shoutout, no? Pati sa preview show happening every Friday, no? Tsaka guys, speaking of which, Mochi, ito disclaimer, a bit of a pahapyaw para sa preview show. Balita ko, mainit ulit ang preview show sa Friday. Tulad nung last week. So, di ko na lang sasabihin kung bakit. So, panoorin nyo na lang kung bakit.
Ewan ko na lang, boss, no? Parang yung last week natin, nanonood ako doon, nakaganto lang ako. Kasi ang daing nangyayari.
Ganun ako. Ganun lang ako, Mochi.
Puro ganun. Yung mga reaction natin, napaka-OA. Pero at the same time kasi, ang OA din ng mga nangyayari. Because they are already exchanging declarations, no? Talagang pinapainit nila yung kanilang atmosphere para dito sa nalalapit nating regional finals, which is, by the way, magpe-playoffs na rin tayo. So, kung ako sa inyo, abangan ninyo yan. And not to mention, no, the day before ng playoffs natin magaganap yung preview show. Man, oh man talaga. Nako
guys,
po.
Ano pala, disclaimer, if you haven't seen the preview show, kwento ko lang sa kanila, Mochi, baka sakaling hindi pa mapanood ng ibang viewers natin dyan. Every Friday, meron tayong preview show. It's kind of like a podcast na pinifeature natin a player or a coach dito from one of our teams in Crossfire Philippines. Last week, first time natin magkaroon ng 2 guest. At yung 2 guest natin na yun ay si Coach Tanks from STS and si Coach Shane, si Coach 02 from Evos Arcilia. No? So mainit-init ang laban talaga. Talagang matindi ang mga diskusyon na nangyari noon, and it's kind of nice to see the two coaches agreeing and disagreeing on certain things, pero at least nakakuha tayo ng insider info, no, against or between these two giants talaga of coaches, giants of teams dito. And of course, these are the two most successful coaches so far sa ating Crossfire Philippines, no? So it's always nice to hear from them. At maybe sila ulit ang guest in the next week, who knows? Hindi tayo sure. But
What
it is going
if
to
yung
be
isa sa
going to
kanila?
be a heated
Char.
episode. Nood na lang kayo, guys. Ayun na lang.
Yeah.
Every Friday, it's around 5 p.m. nga ba? Or 6 p.m. Basta ganun, around that
6,
time.
yeah.
And to be updated sa mga updates, so make sure to follow the Crossfire Philippines page in case you haven't already. Dito tayo nagsistay. Pero Mochi, may naririnig ako. Sabi,
Ayan na!
fire the hole! Eto na, we're back in the game.
Mapapa-smoking bomb, no? Yung
Smoke
mga paborito nating marinig sa ating Crossfire rocks na lang talaga, no? But, pinasimulan na. Sandamukal na mga utilidades ang pinagbabato dyan sa ating mid-area, sa ating EACB. Pero, wala naman nagpupush dyan, walang nagpipick. Seems like Sunday Shrooms is making the most out of the discipline and passivity na maaari nilang maipakita dito kay QUERDAS.
Ito na nga, ibang approach na naman from QUERDAS. 4-1 split, isa nakapuslit na dito sa LA. 4 players in mid. And QUERDAS, ito na mukhang mag-A split sila dito, Mochi. Pero tinan mo yung position dito ni Zolek at ni Simple. These are two very impactful holders when it comes to defense. Pero si Ram ang unang kakagat. J-Vice on the board as well. Ilaga na deny ng pag-push sa RS dito. At si Justin manggagaling naman dito sa LA. QUERDAS, teka lang, they're making this retake happen. Simple, nahuli ni Justin. And Justin, good for 2. Naghagis pa nga ng smoke papunta dun sa may itaas. And it has to be the retake for J Kim and J-Vice.
Simple utilities being thrown as well can definitely yield lots of impact para sa kanila, no? Jake taking one, Kim all alone, and not being able to get anyone here from QUERDAS. And that is the simple exhibition, no, ng ating ika-anim na round for our first half. Definitely just shows din siguro what should be the possible things na maaaring gawin nga dito ng QUERDAS. I feel like hindi ko alam kung naririnig nila tayo, pero tulad na sinasabi natin kanina is they can explore with the rest of the rounds na meron tayo dito, possibly do some split takes, no, and nagawa nila yun kanina here in our A side.
Absolutely. And as you said, no much, it wasn't too complicated. It was straight cut execute sa A site. Ni-smoke lang nila yung curve, smoking into Z, tapos diretso na sila sa site, no. They also positioned one player in LA na hindi na clear dito ng Sunday Shrooms, and it was mighty effective as well, getting a couple of kills from QUERDAS. Crucial in winning that round. So it goes to show you it doesn't have to be the most complicated of strategies. Minsan the most straightforward one is the most effective, and that's what happened. But it's a QUERDAS, no, and there's still a lot of room for executes dito. 3-3 ang score natin. QUERDAS, what will they do this time on the BL?
Diba, no? Sometimes nga sabi nila, no, simplicity is beauty. And yun yung nakita natin sa 6th round, pero not on this one, I guess, because Sunday Shrooms trying to push out further. Take what for each here, QUERDAS lacking one casualty at least dito para sa Sunday Shrooms, but they will still try to make the most out of the remaining time na meron tayo dito, because anday pa nilang pwedeng gawin dito, not gonna lie. But as long as they can take one here from Sunday Shrooms, I feel like this is gonna be doable for them.
Quick adjustment para sa Sunday Shrooms, no. Pinosisyon na naman nila si J-Vice ng agresibong angle dito sa mid. And because there weren't any smokes yet from QUERDAS, nakahuli doon si J-Vice. Yobs and Ilaga down from QUERDAS. At lahat sila mag-LA, Mochi. This is something they've never done before. Pero si Zolek ang nakahold, waiting for the execute to happen. Nades coming in. Ito na, QUERDAS about to make the execute happen. Zolek, what can you do? The answer is find the kill. But that's it. Si Justin papasok, tatalon, tataas. Jake to find the kill too. And Jake will be creating space for Justin. Pero yung bomba, di pa nila tinatanim. J-Kim galing sa EA. And Justin shuts down J-Kim. J-Vice, what can you do? USP in hand, takes down Justin. And Jake, na-headshot na doon. Pero buhay pa naman. Jake down to 1 HP. Ito na naman tayo. The Battle of the Stars. Jake versus J-Vice. 1 minute left on the clock. At si J-Vice lalayo muna. Si Jake lilipat, and J-Vice alam niya na
Naku,
anong
basado.
dapat gawin. Lalapit si Jake dito at kailangan mong tumingin. J-Vice!
Nagkakanda putol-putol na ata yung audio natin. So, intense ng pangyayari na yon. Kasi nabasa na sana, no, stingling na yung spider senses ni J-Vice doon. Pero hindi lang talaga umakma yung timing sa kanya. Hence, the round being taken by QUERDAS themselves. Justin Wobang here for Zolek. Denying that defense from him. And a possible pick-up sana, no, kay Sunday SHROOMS. Pero ang problema, hindi si Justin kasi nakaharap niya. So wala din siyang choice kundi tanggapin lahat ng mga balang na inflict sa kanya doon. And now, everyone hovering here to see B through exit and possibly a B execute. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat kasi mamaya masandwich sila dito, Tadum. Pero wait lang, tignan muna natin ha. J-Vice, may ispatan ba dito? Si Justin, oo! Oh my, USB is just a bit too much here, no? Not gonna lie, Chris. Spotting out J-Vice here sa exit. Jacob nakita na rin. Taken out here by Jake as well. 2v2. Ram. And as well as Simple waiting out for each other here. Trying to opt for a sandwich play. Pero para hindi ata ito posible para sa kanila. Simple on the note here. Jake. Chris. Simple, Chris, Jake. Oh, the shot's just gonna be too much here for Simple. Another round here para kay QUERDAS.
And again, they execute simply in that B site. Nag-crunch lang sila, no? Actually, most of the players coming through from Curve, and si Zolek hindi niya na hold. QUERDAS pick up the round, 2-round lead para dito sa QUERDAS. And Sunday SHROOMS, another adjustment due para sa kanila. Remember, Mochi, GR side, kailangan mag-ipon ng Sunday SHROOMS. But as it stands, lugi na sila in terms of round differential. Kahit mag-second half pa tayo, lamang na agad ang QUERDAS. And look at the weapons of QUERDAS. Again, no sniper. 1 HK, 1 AK, 2 HKs. At si Simple, hindi hiraya makalagpas si Ilaga doon. Chris, papasok na nga po na AK. At si Simple din, ang siyang pupuntiryahin nila at 3v1. Tira na lang ng mga USP and Yobs. Shuts down Simple. Nice flash as well. Pero pwedeng lumipat dito. Ang QUERDAS, pwede silang lumipat kasi nandito na si J-Vice. Making noise, taking down Chris.
Oh, this might be a possible problem waiting to happen para dito kay QUERDAS. No, they really had to locate J-Vice as early as possible. Pero Jake Kim ang gagaling sa likuran. Jake! Nag-audio! A crispy shot from Jake Kim. Pero wait lang, meron pa nandito sa ating CA. Tatakbo, magmamarcha kasama itong si Justin ngayon. Patungo ito dito sa B-site natin. Pero Jake Kim, maaaring expected niya na ata na si Yobs ay naririto. And yung C4 natin out in the open. This is not the test scenario to be at here para kay Justin.
And this is what I'm talking about, Mochi. J. Kim wreaks havoc in compound. Kapag hinahayaan mo siya, magwawala talaga yan si Boss J. Kim. And this is perfect example of that, no? 3 kills for J. Kim just because walang nag-hold ng posisyon niya doon. No? Nakapag-push, nakahanap ng kills. Siya na nga rin ang umubos para sa QUERDAS dito, no? So there you have it. The first GR side of Sunday SHROOMS going to their scoreline. At dyan, 5-4 ang score natin dito, Mochi, as we go into the second half. Sunday SHROOMS, medyo delikado ang posisyon nila dito, pero at least isang round lang naman ang pinagkaiba.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, I feel like we didn't see lots of tower play from QUERDAS as well, no? I feel like those are some of the things na hindi nila masyado ginagawa during the BL side. I wonder if Sunday SHROOMS would do the same, or would they be a bit more proactive and aggressive when it comes to committing into a specific site, because when it comes to doing these split pushes, parang mas nakakita tayo ng success here for QUERDAS. That might be just an observation for mine, or else it's just a matter of addressment then for Sunday Shrooms. Like the moment na nakuha natin ang pick off here from J-Bice from our last round kanina, you see that everything fell into place in favor for Sunday Shrooms. Pero na dito sila dito sa ating attacking or blacklist side. Ano naman kaya ang magiging istorya dito?
Ayan na nga ang tanong, Mochi. Sino ang mananaig dito sa second half natin? J. Kim with just a pistol. Tinake down niya na agad si Justin doon. And J. Kim actually playing the HK. Pero hawak niya pa rin yung USP doon. No? Preference of the pistol over the rifle says volumes about how powerful that pistol is right now. And again, another pick-off completed dito sa Store B. No? So nalaglag din si Yobs. Si Laga looking to find the kill for himself. Nakita niya si J-Bice pero hindi niya nakuha yung kill. So J-Bice running off. And Sunday Shrooms 5v3.
Tingnan natin ano magiging difference here. There's already 2 people down here for QUERDAS. J-Bice adding up dito sa ating mga casualties na existing here for QUERDAS as well. Chris, lalabas muna ng bahagyano dahil medyo delikado na ang kanyang buhay. J-Bice, anong nangyayari? Nag-activate din ang kanyang Gibsons dito. Hindi lang daw si Jake ang meron nun. Oh my. Sunday Shrooms saying that they're in control here on the blacklist side.
And ito yung sinasabi natin, Mochi, no? Alam na ng Sunday Shrooms. Nag-a-adjust din sila sa playstyle ng QUERDAS. Alam nila. QUERDAS likes pushing, loves pushing the extremities of the map to open up avenues para sa lurk. So anong ginawa? Nag-LA push, nag-B push dito, nag-pillars push rather ang Sunday Shrooms at pareho silang nakakuha ng kill doon sa mga dulo ng mapang yon, no? So QUERDAS, napigilan na yung flank approach nila dito. Have to find for a different approach. Pero si Ilaga gagawin ulit eh. Magpupush ulit siya dito. Hoping to catch Zolek off guard. Pero tatlo yung nandito. Ilaga and Simple takes him down. Zolek denies Yobs as well. At yun na naman ang ginawa dito ng Sunday Shrooms. LA control.
Grabe. Ang lala ng damage na ini-inflict ng Sunday Shrooms ngayon dito for QUERDAS, no? Especially when doing those types of exclusive executes ng merong Brusco Brothers na e-enter dito sa ating A-site. But right now, Jake, walang nakikita dito sa mid-area. The split is all they need here for Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice very good for 1. Zolek sa kabilang banda dito sa AM. Meron ding makukuha at mapipitas. Jake all alone. Ano ang laban mo, ate ko, sa 5?
Dito natin makikita. Kanina 1v4, this time 1v5 but with less time on the clock, 30 seconds. I don't think this is likely at all, Mochi. Time pressure and 1v5 will find Ram. Si Zolik, nakita niya rin na medyo malapit. Has to clear the corner but Jake looks at the right time but not at the right place. J-Bice, good shot. And for the first time in compound, Sunday Shrooms take the lead, Mochi.
Seems like we can also recognize din yung 6-0 ni J-Bice dito, no? Walang kupas ang yan nagagawang sugat na para sa QUERDAS. And seems like they're not gonna be stopping anytime soon. You're just gonna be opting for a default positioning na meron dito for Sunday Shrooms right now. Might as well look into doing or seeing some duels dito sa ating EA and CB area as we witness a more than passive position dito meron sa QUERDAS ngayon sa ating A and B site. And I wonder if meron ba silang kukuhang merit here in the mid area. Will someone cross there? No. There's just gonna be both sides being occupied, each by a couple of members na nanggagaling for Sunday Shrooms. This might be an issue here for QUERDAS once again. But I wonder, J-Bice, may mapipitas kaya siya dito?
Kailangan. Wala nang tao sa LA. Wala nang nahuli ang Sunday Shrooms. And J-Bice speaking. The crossfire from Jake and Chris. Effective. Hindi na naglag si J-Bice but he's down to 1 HP. Si Zolek ang namatay and Jake takes down J-Bice. That sniper's down. QUERDAS off to a great start in round number 12.
quite of a foreshadowing din, no? It seems like they haven't been able to bode well in terms of the trades na meron dito for our mid-area. QUERDAS. Solidong-solido pa ang kanilang depensa dito ngayon. A regroup waiting to happen here for Sunday Shrooms. But it feels like that Justin already has an idea of what's about to come here. Pero there is a possibility na maipit ata siya dito sa ating hagdanan, men.
Meron talaga. J. Kim pushing up. Flash is coming through. Si Justin nasa batteries. Has to try and hold down this B site. Justin, buhay pa rin. Ram, nakita na si Justin. Takes him down. So that is not a good hold pa rin. So QUERDAS, Ram, good for 2. And the third. Ram with the clutch. And the turnaround from Sunday Shrooms.
Determination a bit too crazy here for Sunday Shrooms. And it seems like... Ay, shoutout kay Coach Pai, no? Ang lala ng kanyang binibigay ng mga abiso ata dito sa mga miyembro ng Sunday Shrooms, or maybe it's just plain instinct then existing here. Especially when it comes to J-Vice, pero J-Kim already good for 1 here. Midget trade para kay Ilaga dito sa ating mid-area. Oh my, the aggression might be a wrong move here para kay QUERDAS, pero they'll still try to counter anyway. Diyan! Ako po, nakatatinda ni Ram. A couple of kills already good para dito kay Sunday Shrooms. Chris and Justin magpupush pa rin. Regardless, they got no choice. They have to trade off the members na nawala sa kanila dito. Pero, andain nang nawala sa kanila dito ngayon. Daydom si Justin. Tingnan mo, napakalayo ng pinanggagalingan.
Yep, inubos ni Ram yung mga players dito ng QUERDAS. And Justin, napalalim ata masyado yung pag-push dito ng QUERDAS. They tried at pushing, but obviously not that effective. Si Ram naghahanap pa nga. Okay, finding another one into his belt. Ram, is he going for it, Mochi? Ram from tower. Justin mula sa EA. Nakita na ni Ram, and Ram is good for 1.
Ito na ba yung slipping through my fingers na kantang sinasabi nila? Because so far, Sunday Shrooms has been so calculated when doing their executes, especially when it comes to the towers na rin meron dito. No? It's not even brute force. It's more like being able to narrow down the locations na pinagtatambayan ng ibang mga miyembro natin dito for QUERDAS, especially when they try to push a specific site here. And allocating really good manpower in each area they try to thrive on. Oh no, Yobs. Naku po. It seems like that's gonna be like I'm not quite sure if that round's gonna be counted, but it feels like it is. So I guess it's safe to assume that we already have that match point here for Sunday Shrooms.
Breather muna tayo dito, Mochi. We'll have to check on that later on, no? But a bit of respite.
Hindi ko ata naririnig itong kasama ko. Ayan,
everyone
okay
dito,
na.
Mochi, hello. Okay, a bit of respite muna for us and everyone dito sa mga players natin, no? So, QUERDAS, well, they have some issues to fix dito sa compound natin, no? It seems like
Yes, sir.
they're attempting new things dito. With that last round, nag-push sila, everyone pushing up. But again, you have to remember, this is Sunday Shrooms we're talking about. When it comes to a full-on fight, medyo mahirap silang patumbahin.
Yeah, and I feel like napakatindi din siguro ng credit din for J-Vice alongside with J-Kim. I feel like that's already a given. Pero when it comes to like the support na i-offer dito ni Zolek, ni Ram, and as well as ni Simple, mas lalo lang na-amplify, mas lalo lang na-enable itong mga impact players natin here for Sunday Shrooms. Especially when they keep doing their split pushes here, medyo nagkakaroon ng disorientation na present dito for QUERDAS. They are quite of a loss here kung paano nila i-address yung mga forces na nanggagaling dito for Sunday Shrooms. And the fact na ano to, like, tatapan ba natin to? Iduduel ba natin to? Magre-regroup ba tayo? Aatras ba tayo? Or something like that. There's a lot of questions popping up in the tops of the heads here para sa QUERDAS. And it seems like nahihirapan silang i-address yung mga pushes here for Sunday Shrooms. And seems like with the current status na meron tayo ngayon, I feel like medyo mahirap na makaapak tayo para sa ating overtime kung sakali man.
Ayun na nga, no? It feels like QUERDAS trying everything they can para lang mapigilan tong Sunday Shrooms, no? Pero walang gumagana, even to a point where everyone pushing up to take the fight to Sunday Shrooms, and obviously not working out, no? So QUERDAS, when this is one of the problems na hindi natin na-address, is once they start falling behind, what do they look like? Do they even have they ever gone for a comeback? I remember in the group stage, isa lang ang team na nakatalo sa kanila, and in that scenario, hindi sila nakapag-comeback. In fact, hindi nga sila nakakuha ng retake ng lead, no, when it comes to falling behind. So QUERDAS, that's probably one of the issues that they have to address, is the landslide effect dito ng mentality, na kapag natambakan na sila, medyo mahirap makarecover yung QUERDAS, and it's becoming apparent for them dito, no? So Compound, this is actually a perfect opportunity for them to regroup and isipin muna what they're supposed to do. Kasi in my opinion, if mag-standard hold lang sila in that particular round, it's probably gonna be even more effective than trying to push up. So maybe something else to play for QUERDAS dito, and try a different strategy apart from something that has just little structure.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good point as well, no? Especially na tulad ng sinabi mo, no, hindi pa natin nakikita na ganito yung estado ng QUERDAS for quite some time, especially back in the group stage, wherein every single one of them, they're quite dominating. And right now, you can already see some symptoms of that, no? They're trying different ways in order to amplify their defense, but unfortunately it's not just working para sa kanila, especially with the quick adjustments na present dito kay Sunday Shrooms. The moment na merong makarating na intel sa kanila, they already know what to do, especially when the moment na tinry nilang mag-push dito sa ating mid area, try to overwhelm them with utilities. Maraming naka-receive sa kanila, marami ng muntikang mapopcorn sa kanila, which is definitely not something and not ideal for QUERDAS as well to handle. So all the while naghihintay tayo sa ating dead round specifically, just in a couple of minutes, I feel like we're gonna be back here sa ating laruan. But at the same time, we are yet to see kung magkakaroon nga ba ng recovery etong si QUERDAS, especially here on the GR side, because with the recent adjustments, no, na ginawa dito ni Smilegate, with the changes here na bawal nang i-wall bang itong C1, C2, C3, medyo mas lumawak yung ating mga lugar na maaaring paggalawan ng ating mga players. It feels like those subtle changes can definitely do lots para dito sa mga kampong naglalaro dito.
Yeah, actually, much is an ongoing debate nga, no, na Compound isn't GR-sided anymore. There's a lot of coaches, a lot of KOLs arguing na ang Compound ngayon ay BL-sided na, and I'm starting to believe it, no? I mean, remember, look at how our first half went, no? Parang mas nadalian talaga dito ang QUERDAS when they were on the or when they are on the BL than on the GR side. Same thing goes para sa Sunday Shrooms, lalo na dito sa mapa nating to, no? And I could definitely see it being true, no? Because of just how thin the margins are dito sa mapang ito. When you have one smoke, covered off na yung mga sniper angles natin dito, of which you only have very few when you're on the GR side, no? If you smoke mid, smoke LA, smoke pillars, wala na, essentially pipositionan dito yung snipers. You essentially are forced to peek deeper, put yourself in a bit more uncomfortable position pag nasa GR side ka, and it's certainly shifting the playstyle for all of our teams, not just here on Impact but actually globally, no? Kahit sa mga ibang regions natin, even in China, a lot of teams are playing more aggressive GR sides kasi mas iniisip ng mga tao na mas BL sided na ngayon ang Compound. Although it's still up for debate, no? Still kita naman natin yung impact ni J-Bice dito on the sniper, and J Kim on the lurk potential on the GR is still very much impactful, but I could absolutely see na that's the case why QUERDAS could be struggling on the GR side dito.
Yeah, pero once again, guys, we would like to apologize for for the long wait, no? We're just ensuring na okay and A-okay for a go signal na makapag-proceed tayo dito sa ating laban dito in the map of New Compound. And once again, with also kung gusto nyo makapag-participate dito sa aming usapan, feel free to comment down below. Pero dyan na muna tayo nagtatapos as we try to huddle for a quick short break, no? Habang inaayos pa ang mga kailangang ayusin dito. Once again, Mochi and Dedo nga pala here on the caster desk, and we'll be back after a couple of minutes right at your doorstep.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Finally, tayo ay naririto, nagbabalik na muli para sa ating kontinuasyon ng ating laban dito sa mapa ng New Compound. 1-1 ang ating status ngayon, no, for our series points. And once again, pabor na pabor ang New Compound para kay Sunday Shrooms.
Yun na nga, no, Mochi. They are coming away with a bit of a lead. Especially dito second half natin, no. Parang nahihirapan talaga makakuha ng momentum dito ang QUERDAS. But they have shown us some glimpses of life. Currently, as it stands, the score 9-5 in favor of Sunday Shrooms. So, isa na lang. Panalo na ang Sunday Shrooms dito unless QUERDAS can make some magic happen. It has to be 4 rounds in a row for QUERDAS para lang mag-overtime tayo dito, Mochi. Mangyayari kaya yun?
Yun nga yung mahirap dito, no? One mistake can end everything here in the map of New Compound and we'll be forced to head on to port, no? Parang mapapa-GG. Go next tayo dito kung sakali na yun yung magiging tema for QUERDAS at hindi nila mababawi or mapupul into an overtime. Pero balikan natin kung anong nangyari sa ating last few rounds, no? Na nasa global risk ang QUERDAS. Nahirapan sila na makapagdepensa to the point that they try to explore, they try to experiment, which is not necessarily a really good approach, especially when it comes to sustainability here on the defense end. Pero nandito na tayo muli at we are vouching for a longer match. But once again, 15th round wherein napakapabor kay Sunday Shrooms.
Yep, QUERDAS on the GR side. This time with a very standard defense. Ni walang nagpupush dito sa mid. Everyone just in their proper positions dito sa loob ng site at sa RS. 2 players in B site kung saan papunta na ang Sunday Shrooms dito, Mochi. And one of those is Justin. The other is Chris. In an off angle, malapit sa batteries. Papasok na dito ang Sunday Shrooms. Chris with a hold, finds a kill. Simple with a trade. Simple. The entry is good from Sunday Shrooms. Pero andito pa rin si Justin who will get taken down. Chris looking for someone. At nakita niyo yung apat. Raining fire on him. Chris is down. Sunday Shrooms makakapagtanim ng bomba.
Naku po, nahirapan ata sila, nakikipagpatintero sila sa mga baterya natin to the point na nalagasan na sila ng dalawa. 3v4 right in front of us while we are yet to see if there is a really good retake here from QUERDAS, pero parang hindi na ito magiging possible sa kanila. Jake trying to fight it out though. A 1v2. Nakapita siya ng dalawa here from Sunday Shrooms and I feel like this could be possible. But the time is ticking. Enough ba to para kay Jake in order to clutch this round once again? The change maker. He's walking it to a Crossfire. Abot ba?
Wow!
Definitely gonna be a prolonged lifeline para dito kay QUERDAS.
Jake, eto na naman tayo. The 4K as we head back into the game and QUERDAS is saved by Jake once more. 1v4 na naman dito, Mochi. And again, the heroics keep QUERDAS alive. What a way to end it off as well. 0.00 seconds remaining sa ating bomba. What a defuse. And Jake drawing out the peak from J-Vice. Beautiful.
Nako po, masasabi ko, walang antindi ng CBN buff dito kay Jake, no? Pakalala ng mga clutches na ginagawa niya all the way back to Ankara until now here in New Compound. And not gonna lie, despite of the quite of a long break here, fixing some difficulties, it seems like that's all they need in order to find a better footing. Kasi biro mo, ideally that could have been already an ended map here para kay Sunday Shrooms. Napakaganda ng kanilang post plant wherein they waited in a really good cross intersection doon sa entrada bandang exit natin. Pero unfortunately, it seems like they were outmanned. They were overwhelmed. And it seems like mas on point lang talaga yung mga sagot na ginawa dito ni Jake, specifically with the couple of kills that she's been able to rack up in the last few moments dito sa ating 15 16th or rather 15th round. We're in right now. Man, naantala bigla, no? Dead run currently, and we are yet to see kung matatapos na nga ba ni Sunday Shrooms ito or ito na ba ang simula ng pagbawi ng QUERDAS.
Tingnan natin, no? It still has to be 3 rounds in a row na perfecto pa rin sa QUERDAS, and as it stands, medyo mahirap i-replicate yung ginawa ni Jake doon no? Yes, they did win the round by a clutch.
Exactly.
But how do you replicate a clutch? How do you tell your player na humanap na lang kayo ng 4 kills ulit, Jake? It's not the easiest to execute dito, no? So, there's still a possibility for the comeback for QUERDAS, but by the looks of it, Sunday Shrooms look secure thus far. I mean, yung last round nga, it felt secure until Jake absolutely popped off doon, no? So, it is still gonna be a hard task para dito sa QUERDAS, but if there's any team that can pull it off, I would put it on them to do so. So tingnan natin, no, but it is compound, guys. DR muna tayo dito to try and fix more things up. And tingnan natin ano mangyayari sa ating matchup dito. Port is gonna be the next map, Mochi. I wanna talk about that. Pag lumipat tayo ng Port in our potential final map yun, no, or our fourth map or fourth set. It is a map na we haven't seen much of from these two teams. So who would you give the advantage to paglipat sa Port?
Actually, parang madalas sila sa Port, no? Si QUERDAS. I believe nakalaban nila doon si KDM and they got like a 13-12, no? Natungo tayo sa golden round. Si QUERDAS ang nanalo. And it seems like that can already be quite of a statement here for QUERDAS, no? Mapa nila to. And I believe 100% ang kanilang win rate dito sa mapa ng Port. And one of those has been like quite of a giveaway from Team Micro nung nakapag-FF sila. I believe meron atang nangyari, which is quite unfortunate for them here back in the group stage, yung ating pinakaunang serye sa day 1. But man, here in Port, this might be an issue here for Sunday Shrooms, knowing din na ito rin ay pinili ng QUERDAS. Man, not gonna lie, if QUERDAS can pull this off, this might potentially be 3-2, no? Maaaring makapunta tayo sa ating decider, and as much as possible, Sunday Shrooms wouldn't want that, pero marami na rin pinag-aanan itong Sunday Shrooms, no? Parang it's each their own already. It's just a matter of who would be much better in terms of performing sa maps na meron tayo dito.
Yep. And maganda dito, Mochi, nakikita pa rin natin yung defining playstyle from both of these teams. Like QUERDAS still loves playing default, they love playing for the flank, at mahilig sila na i-punish dito yung Sunday Shrooms for not making more space. But Sunday Shrooms, these are dual gods. You got J-Bice, you got J-Kim, you got Zolek as well, that it's performing. Actually, I want to give credit to Zolek, no? I mean, has had a better day today than a lot of his showings in the group stage, no? So, talagang pinaghandaan ng Sunday Shrooms ang kanilang playoffs showing dito sa laban nila up against QUERDAS, and potentially for the rest of the playoffs games if they are fortunate enough to get past QUERDAS dito. But yeah, I can definitely see why QUERDAS are struggling na manalo dito against Sunday Shrooms, because Sunday Shrooms are finally firing on all cylinders dito, no? Ang problema lang nila so far, Mochi, is closing out the game. Yun yung problema din nila ngayon sa compound, no? Kanina pa sila malapit sa ating 10 na scoreline, pero hindi nila matapos-tapos because QUERDAS seemingly find the round out of nothing. I can't help but feel like Sunday Shrooms might be getting a little complacent, and that's dangerous para dito sa mapang ito.
See, no? Especially there's still 3 more rounds din dito, no, for Sunday Shrooms. Pero like what you have mentioned, siguro yan din yung nagiging sakit natin, or rather ng some of our players, no, when it comes to like being a bit too comfortable of having this type of not massive but quite of a decent lead, no?
Yes.
On the contrary, this is bound to be like foreshadowing that's waiting to happen possibly para sa kanila. Pero let's see kung ganun nga yung magiging case, no? Kasi, yung Port, pinili ni QUERDAS, isang beses pa lang nilalaro ni Sunday Shrooms back in group stage. Yeah. And nanalo sila against Team Micro with a 10-6, which is not that bad here for Team Micro, but at the same time, that gives you quite a bit of an idea kung ano yung magiging galawan dito ni Sunday Shrooms. Pero kasi, kung hasang-hasa na si QUERDAS here in Port, I feel like that might be a possible map taken away by QUERDAS here later on. So they better ensure na makukuha din nila itong new compound here for SS.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. No? We also made similar arguments dun sa Black Widow, but then Sunday Shrooms ang nanalo dun sa Black Widow. No? So, could be one of those things as well na pinaghandaan off the scenes, off the record dito ng Sunday Shrooms. I mean, we did have an interview kanina sa isa sa mga players nila, no? At sabi ni Ram, pinaghandaan nila ang mga mapa ng QUERDAS, which map that is, which maps those are, could potentially be all of this na nakita natin sa map dito. So, yeah, we don't really know for sure. Yes, statistics is one thing, history is one thing, but Sunday Shrooms has proven to us, at least in the first set, na kaya nilang makapag-defy ng statistics, especially with just how they play. In Port, I can imagine J-Bice absolutely popping off now. I could imagine Zolik doing the same things he's doing dito sa ating mapa ng compound. Same for J-Kim, same for Ram as well, no? So, of course as well, you cannot discount the fact na Port is a map very sniper heavy. So, I would give, syempre, a bit of an edge to Sunday Shrooms. Actually, ilang beses na nga natin nakita dito ang QUERDAS playing the no sniper setup, no? And Port, especially on the GR side, medyo mapapunish ka if you don't have a no sniper setup. It's kind of a risky gamble to take. So, yeah, even though the numbers reflect na QUERDAS are gonna win that map, I think Sunday Shrooms could definitely put out a very convincing argument for themselves sa mapang iyon, which could lead us into sub-base. Now, sub-base, I think, Mochi, is an X factor. That's where we go into kind of the unknown. What's gonna happen in sub-base? It's not necessarily a map where kaya mo sana i-default kasi lurks are everything in sub-base. There's too much close quarter combat, in my opinion, in sub-base that you kind of have to rely a little bit more on the individual prowess.
Yeah, exactly, no? And I feel like both of these teams parang medyo kahinaan nila yung sub-base. Based from group stage, ha? Kasi nung nakalaban ni Sunday Shrooms, si FERVID sa sub-base, naka 10-7, ito yung pinakaunang occurrence na nakita natin si Lance na magamit ng chainsaw. And tawa tayo ng tawa, na-entertain tayo ng sobra. And this is quite really something that we can use as a common denominator between these two teams. Medyo nahihirapan sila in a sub-base map. So, I believe for QUERDAS, never pa silang naglaro in sub-base. Laging nababan. I believe sila yung mismong nagbaban ng sub-base natin, which is really interesting to note dito sa dalawang teams natin. We're quite unaware if these are both their weaknesses or sadyang may tinatago lang silang alas dito sa mapang ito. And kung humantong tayo doon sa ating decider map, I feel like that's gonna be really interesting to watch.
Absolutely. I do hope we go to that point dito, Mochi. No? I'm taking a look at the stats nga. No? Actually, marami yung nagbaban laban sa kanila ng sub-base. No? There is...
Yeah, meron din,
si KADILIMAN, binan yun sa kanila. You got Alliance Gaming, banning it away from them as well. And... looking at their game against FERVID, syempre, yun na nga, they were able to, they themselves ban sub-base kasi FERVID yung kalaban nila, no? But maybe it's one of those maps na tinatagong lakas dito ng QUERDAS, which is part of the reason why we haven't seen that. Hindi siya naban in their match against Blue Vortex, but they didn't get to that point dahil
hindi umabot
na 2-0 na, no? So, yeah, absolutely right. We haven't seen QUERDAS play the sub-base map in quite some time now. So, natin kung it is a map of their choice nga naman for the final match one, for the final set for today. Pero it kind of makes sense na if it wasn't, kasi hindi nga nila pinili. They picked Port over it, and Port, a map that they found a lot more success in, makes a lot of sense. But I think if we do go into sub-base, I think strategies have a chance of going out the window. Kasi yung mapang yun, Mochi, it's kind of an X factor eh. It's part of the reason why FERVID are so good at it is because you pick a random weapon as long as you spray and pray upon your opponents, run and gun.
Okay na.
And pwede gumana eh. Exactly, pwede gumana, no? Yeah. And then you've got vents to think of as well. So parang dagdag pa yung panggulo pa yung vents. Iisipin mo pa, baka may malaglag bigla sa second mid or pumasok bigla ng CR. That takes extra ice from the GR side opponent. So I think it's gonna be perfect if we go into sub-base kasi makikita natin tong dalawang team natin na very methodical, na kailangan maging unexpected yung playstyle, which is gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, totoo, no? Minsan kasi here in sub-base is just a matter of kung sinong mas chaotic gumalaw.
Ayun na nga.
Minsan may
Ayun
mga
na nga.
ganong mga instances no? Kung sinong mas matindi magwala, kung sinong mas agresibo, sila ang nagkakaroon ng bouquet of flowers in terms of being victorious in the map of sub-base. Especially here in Impactful, no? Sa regional or sa masters, hindi natin masyado nasasaksihan yon because they tend to be a bit more careful. They tend to be a bit more methodical sa mga pinagagagawa nila. Pero here in Impactful, it's quite of a different story. It's a matter of who would be a bit more explosive, and we're gonna see if that will be hypothesis that will be deemed correct later on, no? Since hindi pa naman din tayo nakakadayo doon. Pero once again, guys, please stay with us, and we do apologize for the long wait. Once again, in terms of update, is a 9-6. First map of Black Widow, punta kay Sunday Shrooms, and second map natin for Encara na punta kay QUERDAS, and right now, the major advantage is still on the side of Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, guys. By the way, pwede kayong sumali sa usapan namin ni Mochi dito habang nag-iintay tayo na ipagpatuloy natin ang laban ng QUERDAS and Sunday Shrooms. Kung may gusto kayo pa-shoutout, kung may gusto kayong tanungin sa amin ni Mochi, lagyan nyo lang dyan sa baba, no? Maybe we can feature that in some parts of the broadcast, or maybe pagka nagsulat kayo dyan ng something spicy, i-feature natin sa preview show happening every Friday. By the way, on that note, no, pwede kayong mag-follow ng page natin to stay updated kung sino nga ba ang magiging guest natin sa preview show this Friday. Ito, let me just read some of the comments dito. Mochi, shoutouts sa mga Angry Bullets dyan. I think that's a clan dito, no? Angry Bullets. Shoutout sa inyo.
Shoutout po.
Ligay nyo lang dyan sa baba kung may gusto kayo pa shoutout. Sabi ni Sen Ferguson, hi Mochi and Daydum, may I ask if I'm handsome? Mochi, anong sagot natin dyan kay Sen Ferguson?
Wait lang, boss, hindi ko pa chinecheck eh. Paano natin malalaman
ako
kung
na
hindi ba?
sasagot.
Oh,
Oo
sige,
naman.
go.
Oo naman.
Yun.
Matik dyan. Guys, we do apologize now. We just try to fix things up as soon as possible. Medyo nagkakaproblema kasi ang ating internet sa Pilipinas. Alam nyo na yan, guys. Lahat tayo pinagdaanan na yan. So, do bear with us as we try and give you the best broadcast possible. At dahil dyan may chance tayong magkwentuhan dito sa comments. Lagay nyo lang kung may gusto kayong ipa-shoutout dyan sa baba. Mochi, ikaw,
no?
Mochi, may shoutout ka ba dyan?
Shoutout, wala masyado eh, no? Siguro si Salvatore na sa kabilang bangbang ngayon, no? Tsaka yung bebe kong masipag magtrabaho, ayan. Tapos si Boy Polar, masyado atang nagwawala dun sa ano bang ginagawa niya? Parang kanina nagka-crash out siya, no? Sana okay lang si Boy
Perpetual
Polar. Ayun, perpetual mood nating lahat right now. Pero habang nangyayari at ng mga to sa ating internal chaos, sana okay pa rin naman kayo doon, no?
Yes,
Especially, hindi natin ma-predict din yung panahon. So, hopefully, okay din kayo. Physically safe, emotionally safe, lahat-lahat na. Spiritually safe, para sa lahat ng mga nangyayari sa mundo ngayon, no? Pasensya na uli guys, naghihintay lang tayo dito. Kung gusto nyong maki-join sa usapan natin sa munting podcast natin habang naririto kami ni Dadum, comment down below para sa shoutout na gusto nyong makuha.
Yan na nga, no? Ayun na nga, Mochi, wag na daw tayo mag-shoutout, sabi ni Direk. Ituloy na natin to sa ating round number 17. QUERDAS fighting for their lives dito sa set na ito. At sila naman ang papalag dito sa my curve. 3 players will be here in the middle area and throwing a lot of flashes sa muka ng Sunday Shrooms na medyo babagalan muna ang playstyle ng SS.
Bagal nga muna tayo dito, no? Kasi kailangan na lang ma-secure to eh. Isang pagkakamali, additional momentum being allocated for QUERDAS yon in case. And once again, like you have mentioned, no TRG players in sight, no? Para dito kay QUERDAS. Can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. Time can only tell. Especially na when it comes to J-Bice, someone should be dueling this guy, you know? But no one is doing that so far.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, no? Kung hindi nyo matalo yung duel, just don't fight him. Just fight him in the force him to play close quarters, no? And this right now, QUERDAS will be playing from EA. Si Ilaga, nagpatago sa loob ng smoke curve play coming through mula sa Sunday Shrooms. And it seems like pupasok sila ng B-side dito, Mochi. RS, lipat muna. Jake not surviving. Zolek taking him down. Lipat A-side muna dito ang Sunday Shrooms. Pero sa Ilaga, takes down J-Vice and goes back into the site. Ilaga, good for the triple kill already. Flash out, Simple denied. At si Ilaga, naghahanap pa nga Zolek in C1. And it is Simple peeking out from behind, taking down Ilaga. Pero mag-isa na lang siya. QUERDAS, 7th on the board. Buhay pa rin.
Naku po, alam mo, ang masasabi ko lang doon, utility usage, no? Medyo kinapos tayo dito, especially when it comes to the mid-rounds and where all of the duels are already happening here. And seems like medyo nalilimutan na ilapag ito yung Sunday Shrooms right now. And here for QUERDAS though, it seems like they're finally looking and accumulating their footing here dito sa kanilang depensa, definitely denying any commitments na nanggagaling dito for Sunday Shrooms. And seems like there is some amount of merit that they can get here from all of the riflers that are currently making the most out of it. And as well as na rin yung kanilang quite of a passive positioning. Mabilis umatras, mabilis rin umabante in order to up for direct contact. Even just a couple more rounds na kailangan nilang makuha in order to resort for an overtime.
Yep. 2 more. Ganun na lang kaunti ang kailangan ng QUERDAS dito. No? Just 2 rounds to force OT against Sunday Shrooms. And deny that 2-1 scoreline dito sa ating set score. J-Vice, nag-iingay. Uy, tinapon na rin na J-Vice yung TRG niya. Naka-M4, Mochi.
Ay, nako po. It seems like they're cooking something on this one, no? But the question is kung sino yung unang magkakakitaan. Sometimes that can be the primary indicator kung sino ang magkakaroon ng kalamangan. But right now, they are gonna be creeping up, hovering here.
Ay, Justin!
Sa ating B-side area.
Oh.
Parang napaka-familiar ito, no? Sa ating third round kanina when QUERDAS were the ones attacking here. It's like that is the same thing na ginagawa dito ni Sunday Shrooms. Pero sabi nga ni QUERDAS, you don't use the same tricks we used to do against us. 2 more remaining people here para sa Sunday Shrooms. Ramen Simple na lang ang naiiwan and it seems like basadong-basado. Expected na rin ng mga miyembro ng QUERDAS kung saan manggagaling ang naiiwang mga miyembro.
Yep, the 4v2. Dalawa na lang natitira para sa Sunday Shrooms. Si Ram malalaglag and will take down Chris. Pero mag-isa na lang siya ngayon. Yung C4 kinuha niya right into the bullets of Yobs. QUERDAS 8-9. At parang nararamdaman ko na, Mochi, yung overtime.
Di ko alam anong nangyayari pero nagkaroon lang tayo ng ilang mga DR, parang medyo nabaliktad ata yung ano natin, no? Yung mga galawan ng ating mga players so far. Pero antabayanan naman natin muli, this might be a possible mid-execute, no? Maaaring sa easy sila mag-push dito. Ilaga, may ispatan agad ni Zolek. Oh no! Yob, susubukan sanang i-trade pero parang napasama pa ata kaagad-agad with just a couple more people remaining here for QUERDAS. Susubukan nilang pumalag, lumaban, pero inaabangan lang naman ito ni Ram sa kanyang tagiliran. Chris ang kanyang makikita. Chris, a 1v3. Kaya niya bang gumawa ng milagro?
Kaya ba niya? Ang tanong, Mochi, Chris, a one-man army on the HK. Wala nang utility at all. Nakita niya si Simple, nakita na rin siya. And it is gonna be the turtle play from Sunday Shrooms. Magtatago lang sila. And mahirap to para kay Chris, ha? Kailangan niyang i-push si J-Vice at si Simple. And Chris, time ticking away. This should be Sunday Shrooms walking away with it. 6 seconds left. Wala nang tatakbuhan. Sunday Shrooms, pinatagal lang pero mananalo din sila dito sa mapang ito. We are going to set 4.
Actually, crazy, no? Medyo mas naging nakatagal ang ating pag-iintay pero dito lang din naman nagtapos. It is another win in terms of map dito para kay Sunday Shrooms. Definitely proving na sila pa rin ang mga kampiyon. And there's still the Sunday Shrooms that we used to know back in the previous impact that we had back in summer. Pero na naman, 2-1 ang ating scoreline ngayon. And ito na, they can make it or break it here for QUERDAS. Would this still be prolonged here? Especially na ang susunod na mapa natin dito is gonna be port.
I have a feeling, Mochi, na oo. I have a very strong feeling na oo. The way QUERDAS forced this set to become longer is quite unexpected for me, no? Na-force nila na itigil na ni J-Vice yung pagsa-sniper, and that actually gave them a lot of leeway dito sa second half natin, no? Fortunately, Sunday Shrooms able to find that one round na naubos nila ang QUERDAS, but otherwise, OT-OT na silang in-overcome dito ng QUERDAS, no? So, I think in Port, they're probably gonna attempt the same thing and force J-Vice away from sniping. And that scares me a little bit para dito sa Sunday Shrooms, no? So there you have it, Sunday Shrooms. They will be taking the win for this hard-fought map. Pero sa susunod na mapa, it's a bit of a different story, Mochi.
Yeah, exactly, no. Pero can we acknowledge all of the efforts na inalapag dito ni Sunday Shrooms? So despite the last 2 rounds where they stumbled a bit, no, nagkaroon naman din ng magandang performance itong si Sunday Shrooms, especially when it comes to all of the split executes or pushes na ginagawa nila dito sa mapa ng new compound. They've been able to put themselves on check, and as well as all scenarios here when they were on the blacklist side, under control ang kanilang mga spaces na ino-occupy, and all of the duels are usually being won by them, no? Since like when it comes to the flashes, the smokes na ina-allocate nila dito sa kanilang mga katapat, kung makakonekta naman, sadyang nagkaroon lang sila ng a bit of a stumble when dun na tayo sa bandang dulo natin, but they still managed to snatch it back up again, no? They prevented and denied the overtime potential dito kay QUERDAS.
Yes, and it's very interesting the way Sunday Shrooms was able to close it out either way, no? Talagang pinilit nila na magkaroon ng team fight. Kumbaga, itong dalawang teams natin, pinipilit nila yung kalaban nila to play the way they play. QUERDAS, they forced Sunday Shrooms to play close quarters. Pinigil nila yung pagsasniper ni J-Vice. And then, nung last round, pinilit ng Sunday Shrooms na laban tayo. Let's play contact. Huwag na kayo mag-smoke. Mag-push na lang tayo. At it worked. Gumana para sa Sunday Shrooms. So, naubos nila. Only 1 player left standing. At wala na nagawa doon ang QUERDAS, no? So, it is a battle of just inserting your opponents into your own playstyle. And that really is very interesting dynamic between these two teams, no? Sunday Shrooms, they pulled the lead for now, but in Port, I don't know kung kaya pa rin gawin ng dalawang team natin yung ganong klase ng playstyle, no? Kasi in Port, there's less close quarters combat compared to compound. So, medyo mas may hirapan na i-force ng QUERDAS na gawin ng pareho yun unless mag-uulit-ulit sila ng B-site lang ng paulit-ulit, in which case their playstyle will become kind of predictable, no? So it's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
But QUERDAS, remember, they picked that map.
Yeah, exactly, no. Those are some really great points that you laid out as well. And I feel like parang possible lang din na mai-insist at mapipilit nila yung own playstyles nila, forcing the other team to bend to what they in their own accord, no, dito sa mapa ng new compound. But in terms of Port, I feel like that's gonna be quite of a different story. But at the same time, we also acknowledge the strength na maaaring may exert dito ni Sunday Shrooms, despite the fact that there is a 100% win rate of QUERDAS winning in here. Nandyan pa rin si J-Vice, nandyan pa rin si J-Kim, and this is gonna be quite a struggle for them to address as well, especially once that Sunday Shrooms is on the GR side, because that's where they thrive, no? They're doing their lurks, their anchoring, especially on the TRG. We are yet to see kung magkakaroon nga ba sila ng mga double sniper setup, or would there be also some new strategies being thrown out by both teams as well in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, they're supposed to, right? Playoffs na to. So, dapat napaghandaan ang mga mapa natin, all the maps. Because, remember, lahat ng matches natin in the playoffs ay best of 5 starting now.
Yes.
And dahil wala tayong lower bracket, this is your one and only chance para makaabot ng grand finals, no? So, Sunday Shrooms looking to make a comeback, looking to make it a back-to-back year para sa kanila sa Impact, and QUERDAS looking to finally breach that grand finals and take the win para sa kanila, no? And suffice to say, QUERDAS look ready for it. Talagang nagkukulang lang talaga sila in mapa. Sa mga mapa na may lamang dito ang Sunday Shrooms, and Black Widow, we saw it. And ngayon, nakita naman natin sa compound, no? So, QUERDAS, we know they have the talent. Nakikita naman natin sa mga clutch potential ng mga players natin. And it comes of the numbers, no? Ang ganda ng mga performance dito. For example, ni Jake, ni Krids, even Justin, no? Performing every now and then. But I don't know, it feels like nagkulang sila in terms of preparing for their opponent in particular, at least dito sa compound. So, in Port, I would expect a different thing para sa QUERDAS.
Yeah, exactly. And also siguro maganda rin i-point out dito sa dalawang teams natin. I'm not sure if this is necessarily gonna affect the whole run that they have here sa ating series. Sanay na si Sunday Shroom sa best of 5 eh. For QUERDAS, we're not quite sure yet. But with some ample competitive experience na meron din dito for QUERDAS, granted, this might affect dito with the last couple of maps na meron din tayo dito sa ating serye. Not quite sure if Tenacity is being possessed by QUERDAS, but as of the current time, it seems like meron naman, especially they pulled it off with a 10-8 dito sa ating mapa ito. Kaya naman binabalik-balikan din natin ang kanilang highlights. Both of the teams, they performed splendid. It's just that when it comes to like the really methodical ways of pushing forward, parang mas meron lang talagang kalamangan ng Sunday Shroom doon.
Yun na nga. Taking a look at some of the highlights dito, no? And nakikita natin kung alin yung mga rounds na gumagana para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. It's in the rounds where they take the fight to the enemy. Ito, Zolik pushing up with the USP. J-Vice holding an angle from Z. At yun na nga yung nakukuha nila mga rounds. Particularly nung unang round pa lang, yun na yung ginawa nila dito. Rushing into a site and not necessarily using a lot of utility. But hey, if it works, Machi, it works. Sunday Shrooms making it work. At yun din yung ginawa nila in the last round of this particular set. So, very impressive stuff para dito sa Sunday Shroom. Sa set summary natin, tingnan natin sino ang nanaig. Si J. Kim at si J-Vice pa rin yan. Siyempre, 1.06 kill per round for J-Vice. And actually, Ram as well, no? 1.00. 18 kills for Ram. Impressive.
Grabe, no? 18 kills and even a 60% headshot per kill here for both J. Kim and as well as Ram. Over 60%, mind you, no? But here for QUERDAS, it seems like pretty okay din naman ang kanilang performance. Talaga doon lang talaga nagkatalo, no? When it comes on their defense, parang medyo mabilis silang maging reactive in terms of the encounters na nagkakaroon sila dito kay Sunday Shroom. Minsan medyo nagiging predictable yung kanilang magiging positioning despite of the passivity that they have here, and that resulted to a map loss. But other than that, Sunday Shroom seems like they're picking up the pace. Talagang pinapakita nila they got their edge onto this one with 4 team members over 1 ng kanilang KD. But sino nga ba ang naging pinakaangat here for Sunday Shrooms? J-Vice na naman.
Uy, siya pa rin, no? Even with everything na binabato ng QUERDAS sa kanya, J-Vice still always finds that impact here in Impact with 1.06 kill per round, 1.9 KD. The sniper that doesn't seem to miss dito. J-Vice, that's already 2 MVPs para kay J-Vice in this particular set, no? And it is very well deserved. So, grabe din naman kasi ang pagpapahirap na ginawa sa kanya, ginawa niya rather dito sa QUERDAS, that they had to force an entirely different, they had to craft an entire playstyle para lang maiwasan si J-Vice dito.
Pero you cannot deny then, no, if J-Vice was forced to opt for a rifle, parang nandyan pa din talaga yung kanyang angking prowess na regardless of being on the TRG or dito sa ating HK, okay lang sa kanya, no? They've been able to do that super well, no? Specifically, despite of the fact na walang nagbabackup sa kanya, kayang-kaya nila si J-Vice yan eh. But other than that, definitely that napilay itong depensa ng QUERDAS because of it, tuluyan ang nawakasan ng ating mapa here in New Compound. Pero dyan na nga nagtatapos ang ating ikatlong mapa. The another chapter closes once again and a new chapter opens, and that is the chapter in the map of Port. Mochi and Daydome here dito sa inyong caster guest at tayo magpapatuloy maya-maya after a few minutes.
Can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Tuloy-tuloy ang sagupaan ng Cuerdas and as well as ng Sunday Shrooms kung saan mas may kalamangan ang SS ngayon at talagang pinapakita nila na sila pa rin ang kampyon. Pero ngayon na mapa natin ngayon is sport seems like maaaring mag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. Kami pa rin ang inyong kasama, Mochi, and as well as Daydum nga pala on the caster desk. Daydum, how are you doing so far?
Masaya tayo dito, Mochi, kasi playoffs na and it is Sunday Shrooms 1 win away from taking that grand final spot na gustong-gusto nilang balikan dito, no? Pero ito, in my opinion, Mochi, this is the toughest test so far for them. Port, a map that they have not played in the group stage, and Cuerdas have plenty of experience of playing against their other opponents. What is going to happen in Port? Dito natin makikita gaano mga ba karami ang preparasyon na ginawa ng Sunday Shrooms laban sa kanilang kalaban ngayon.
Yeah, exactly, no? Lalong-lalo na parang 2 beses lang ata ito nilaro ni Sunday Shrooms. One instance, granted, is nung nakalaban nila si Team Micro with a 10-6. And Cuerdas, though, they won Port 100%. Kumpletong-kumpleto. Hindi pa nasisira ang kanilang win streak dito sa mapa ng Port. Winning against the likes of KADILIMAN with a golden round 13-12. And with the likes of FERVID, man, with a 10-7. Hindi man lang nila pinaabot into an overtime. So, with that being said and granted, and also given na pinili din ito ni Cuerdas ang port natin, it seems like it's all about Sunday Shrooms kung meron nga ba silang mga niluto, nag-VOD review ba sila, pinagplanuhan ba nila ito na maigi, meron ba silang mga ibabato dito for Cuerdas, something they'd never seen before. That's something, or all of those are questions na masasagot oras na magsimula ang laban natin dito.
Yes, it's gonna be absolutely important to keep an eye on the snipers dito at kung magbabago ba ang setup ng Sunday Shrooms, no? Remember, Mochi, since Sunday Shrooms could pick the side, ang pinili nila dito GR side na panimula, no? So hindi na tayo magsisimula sa BL para sa Sunday Shrooms. They are starting on the more impactful, the more the more powerful more powerful side dito ng Port, which is gonna be that JR to make advantage of J-Bice. J-Bice is on a roll. Ang ganda ng performance niya in the first 3 sets na meron tayo dito. So I wouldn't be surprised kung magpatuloy lang yon para dito kay J-Bice or kung hahayaan pa ba ng Cuerdas na mangyari yun. We saw some interesting setups from Cuerdas as well. Nagpatuloy na sila sa no sniper setup nila and I could definitely see them doing the same thing dito sa Port, no? Pero ngayon na, Mochi, simulan na natin to in Port. Cuerdas on BL, Sunday Shrooms on GR. At yun na, bumalik na sniper dito si Jake.
Ito na tayo. Simula na naman muli. And seems like Cuerdas is actually on the BL side right now, no? Pero tingnan natin kung makakaisa ba sila dito. Especially when it comes to the controller even dito sa ating house B. Si Ram na ata ang mangunguna, though. Taking out ito si Chris. Denying that possible take in terms of space. And dito, it seems like Justin will be taking out someone here.
Base is down. Justin nagpunta ng CA just to catch off that sniper and that's a good thing para sa Cuerdas. Pwede silang mag-A dito knowing na nalaglag na si J-Bice. Wala nang sniper sa mga member dito ng Sunday Shrooms pero wakang lilipat pa nga sila ng B. Might not be the best idea dito, Mochi, dahil nandito yung dalawang player ng Sunday Shrooms, Ram and J-Kim, the HK players that could deny them of this site. At lumipat na nga ng A site. Oh, Cuerdas, this is the playstyle that I've known them for. Default heavy, gamit ng utility para mag-bait ng rotation tapos lilipat ng kabilang site. Pumunta sila ngayon ng LA. Jake already deep into the site. Zolek, mahuhuli kaya? The answer is yes. Jake, good for the entry. At nakita niyo nga si Simple doon sa itaas. Pushing it up. Jake, good for 2. J-Kim in RS. Taken down by Yobs as well. Cuerdas taking control of LA. At si Ilaga nalaglag na din. What a site take for Cuerdas.
Seems like they're pretty much in a really strong start dito, no? With the subtle diversions of attention na sinusubukan nilang i-inflict the mind games present here from QUERDAS, trying to do the same thing again and again here in the map of Port. Pero unfortunately, seems like some of our members here from Sunday Shrooms has been undeniably baited, no? From the first few moments na meron
Yun na nga.
tayo. But yeah, let's see what's gonna be the changes on this one. May popcorn, hindi. But some ample damage will be dealt to Yobsen as well as Ilaga, though. The question is, aware kaya si Ram na halos lahat nandito sa harapan niya, no? With a really good positioning here sa bandang itaas niya, will be spotted. Meron siyang may sasama sa hukay na isa. But there's more than enough opportunity for them para makuha itong B-site natin ngayon. At sama-sama na nga silang papasok dito, Zolek, in a really interesting angle here sa bandang ibaba. Yet to check out kung nandito nga ba si Zolek dito at may kasama pa nga siyang isa na si Simple.
Justin with the flash, papasok na nga into that B side. Zolek nandito sa ilalim under the site. Simple, J-Bice coming in from RS and QUERDAS full execute into that B side. Tatalon si Ilaga into his own grave. Atake si Simple dito, good for another one. Si Chris, manggagaling sa house, finds a kill pero yung bomba nasa kalagitnaan ng site. Kailangan kunin to ni Jake. QUERDAS down to 1 HP. Zolek papasok at lilinisin na naman ni Jake with the USP no less. QUERDAS 2-0.
Alam mo, not gonna lie, parang naki-Sunday Shrooms na dapat yun, no? Especially na hindi nag-push forward itong si QUERDAS at naging masyado sila maingat. Hindi nila na-occupy, hindi nila na-check itong ating babae as well as yung gilid na box natin doon sa sulok. Pero it seems like nagkatalo lang talaga when it comes to duels and as well as the last kill na nakuha dito ni Jake, regardless of the fact na sobrang low na in terms of HP dito si Atemo Candy. Pero right now, let's see what would be the changes here. Opting for what of a default position. J-Bice being allocated dito sa tore ng A, or sa top A natin. While they are trying to find any possible pickups here at the mid area. Ang akyat dito sa bandang hagdanan, walang may ispatan na. It seems like they can take a bit more space than they imagined.
And Sunday Shrooms so far haven't figured out na laging nandito sa CQC ang players ng QUERDAS, either sa B house, sa Z, or sa mid, or sa CA. Never taking control of LA. And it makes sense kasi tinan mo yung arsenal dito ng QD. Wala na namang sniper habang si Zolek nakaintay lang sa wala sa LA. Nobody pushing LA as of the moment. And again, it's going to be the B split dito unless mag-RS play into A si Yobs at hindi siya nakatingin sa A. Pupunta na sila ng B site dito. Yobs takes down one. Chris, good for another. J-Bice down for the count at nabuksan na naman ang B site dito ng QUERDAS. Wala nang tao for Sunday Shrooms dito bukod kay Zolek who is down to 10 HP. Sabi niya, Mochi, anong gagawin ko dito, boss? Sniper in hand, 14 HP remaining. But at least a little bit of time to work with. Nalagpasan na nga siya ng isa doon. Quick scope onto Justin. Good connection. Babalik muna siya sa RS. Zolek, I like this idea. I like this play. Pero si Ilaga certainly has the advantage. Zolek, good shot again. And it's just Jake all alone. Pero nakita na natin to. Si Jake to whenever it's a clutch situation, Jake almost always wins. And Jake will win this time. 3-0. Si Jake na naman ang nagsalba sa QUERDAS.
Na-disable yung TRG na hawak dito ni Zolek, and I feel like that is also the issue din, no? Pagka inayaan mo sila na makapag-arangkada dyan sa mid-area natin, push all the way, no? Dito sa ating GR spawn man. Sira ang depensa sigurado ng kanilang mga kalaban. Pero let's see anong magiging kasagutan dito ng Sunday Shrooms, no? I feel like mas magiging maganda kung magkakaroon sila ng more of a proactive angle dito sa ating gitnang lokasyon, or even here dito sa ating bodega. Pero Simple falling down in the hands of Yobs already. It seems like J-Bice should be on high alert dito sa ating top A, but at the same time, Zolek, maraming pinapakawala mga bala dito. Ang daing mga audio nang narinig dito rin ni Chris, possibly opting for that kill. At ayun na nga ang nangyari. A-site natin, napakaluwag, libreng-libre, walang nagbabantay. Kasi kung sino dapat yung nagbabantay dito, naku po, nawalan na ng buhay.
J-Bice caught lacking doon at will be taken down. And just like that, QUERDAS, inubos na ni Ilaga ang Sunday Shrooms. What happened to J-Vice? Nakahold siya dun sa LA pero parang napuslitan siya ni ng QUERDAS. And again, QUERDAS forced the issue against J-Vice. This time not finding any impact with the sniper. Naku po, nahihirapan dito ang Sunday Shrooms. Ilaga coming in a little bit too early. J. Kim, papasok na rin. Simple finding his own kill, and QUERDAS struggling to take control of Z. Pero si Jake na lang natitirang buhay. 1v4 for Jake coming in from mid. Hindi nakatingin si Simple. Ram, nakita niya na rin doon. Jake, this is still doable. Yung C4 nga lang, hindi niya hawak-hawak. At si J-Vice, makukuha na siya. Okay, Sunday Shrooms on the board finally.
Seems like parang medyo na parang yung brain power na na-invest doon sa Sunday Shrooms for that first round in hopes of shattering ang pag-arangkada dito ng QUERDAS. And now, we are gonna see if there is gonna be still the existing defense dito para Sunday Shrooms. JKM an immediate trade here and LA take, which rewarded them in a bit, no? Kahit papano nawala dito si Chris, which is one of the very impactful players that QUERDAS has so far here para sa ating 5 round na meron. Ram, side by side, napakalapit niya dito sa entrada ng ating House B. Kailangan niya mag-ingat. The smoke covering it all. Pero yun nga lang nga, would he be taking some people here? Makukuha niya dito si Jake. And medyo maaaragyado ang kanilang pag-push dito sa ating B-side so far. May na-popcorn kama itong si Jake. Kim Yob's already gone. Justin, a 1v3. Can he handle these 3 players na naka-anticipate sa kanyang panggagalingan? Parang ang kasagutan dito, pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Simple still nandito sa bandang baba natin. J-Vice manggagaling sa kanyang likuran. Aware ba siya? Would he have a good idea about this one? 1 minute on the clock. The question is, would he be spotted immediately?
J-Vice nandito sa likod, holding Z. Waiting for Justin to go back and retreat, pero nag-retrieve na sila. Nag-reposition si Simple to be right next to J-Vice. So this is good decision making para kay Simple. Body system activate. At si Justin magtatanim muna ng bomba. Sunday Shrooms gonna have to go for the retake after thinning the herd. Pero si Justin, ang final boss nila dito. Utility is scarce. May isang natitirang grenade dito si J-Vice. I'm not sure kung flash or smoke ba yun, pero lalapit si Simple. Nakita na. Hindi niya alam nasan si J-Vice. Simple will be taking down Justin with J-Vice. And Sunday Shrooms successful retake. 2 rounds on the board.
That's just gonna be quite a bit more difficult, no? Para kay Justin to handle, especially na hindi niya rin masyado napaghiwalay itong dalawa, no? It's the body system speaking for the last few moments na meron tayo pa from that round. Pero ngayon, tignan natin ano ang magiging contrast of the approaches here, because tignan mo, sobrang proactive na ng position natin dito from Sunday Shrooms. Zolek might potentially get the possible early pick off here para sa kanyang team, but no support inside here. Better be careful. This might be a high risk, high reward situation para dito kay Sunday Shrooms, pero the moment na walang nagpakita dito kay QUERDAS, yun din ang hudyat para umatras dito si Zolek back into the bridge position.
QUERDAS, kailangan na rin nila mag-adjust, no? Sunday Shrooms have figured out kung anong kailangan nilang gawin para mapigilan ng QUERDAS dito. Kanina nag-push sila ng LA, successfully does so, finds a kill, tapos pinush din nila yung mid. That's how they start to recover in this GR side. At yun, they're taking a more conservative approach. Still, Zolek just holding sa LA, at yung QUERDAS balik muna sa round 1 nila na strategy. Pushing mid, pushing B. And it is gonna be diretso RS para kay Yobs. Taking down 1, pero nakasagot agad si Simple doon. Flash is coming out, and Simple about to peek again. Habang si Zolek nakaantabay lang dito sa RS from the top of a site. At lipat na ng CA dito ang mga player ng QUERDAS. This is the testing time para kay Zolek on this sniper. Has to come up massive. There's one. Can Zolek find more? Pero si Ram makakapag-spam doon sa may bridge. Gets the kill. At si Chris naman ang magdo-double. Chris forcing his way dito sa itaas ng site. Si Ilaga dito rin. Bomb not planted yet, but time is plenty. 40 seconds on the clock. And Ilaga takes the bomb planted. Ilaga from above. Spots out J-Kim, takes down
Whoa.
J-Kim, and suddenly it's all up to Ram. A 1v2 for Ram that he takes down into the full face of Ilaga. At mag-isa na lang ngayon parehong players, Chris and Ram. 1v1, 22 seconds left on the bomb timer. Chris playing aggressively without any information. Nakita niya si Ram.
Wow.
Medyo maingay masyado, and QUERDAS with the round.
I love the decisiveness na meron dito kay QUERDAS during that round, no? Everyone here just try to get some pickups here dito sa ating mid-area. Ang lalim kanilang pinush dito. And right after doing that, lahat sila punta dito sa LA, well aware that there might be a lacking defense na meron dito for some day. SHROOMS overwhelmed itong si Zolek despite of being able to secure one from them. They were able to do and get the job done in terms of the BL side. Pero ngayon, would it be the same thing existing here? I like the adjustment here for some SHROOMS, no? Instead na si J-Bice lang ang naroon, there is already Simple. Also some changes here, allocating some of their other riflers dito sa ating B-side. J-Kim and Rama magkasama ngayon with possible Zolek being put there just for quick respond in case na makapag-commit sila dito into B. But right now, this might be another LA execute, Daydum.
Might just be. Dalawang player ng QUERDAS already in CA. Nagla-line up na nga doon si Chris papunta sa top A. Pero nag-iingay si Ilaga sa B, hoping to bait Sunday SHROOMS na mag-rotate sa B. Yan na nga, flashes coming in. Nade, Simple nandito sa may close box sa ilalim ng side. Si Yobs hindi nakatingin. And Simple finds one, finds two. And Jake is next. Simple, triple kill. Ilaga mag-isa na lang. Sunday SHROOMS, what a read. And yung C4 doon,
Wow.
hindi man lang malapitan ni Ilaga. Sunday SHROOMS with the hold.
Parang medyo nabigyan ng lesson itong si QUERDAS no, never repeat the same strategy in 2 consecutive rounds because Sunday SHROOMS is bound to read it again. And it seems like yung adjustments sila dito in terms of manpower benefit them tremendously.
Yan na
But
nga.
now Chris opting for the push. Chris, the popcorn ito si Zolek right now. That's quite unfortunate for them. And it seems like J-Kim wala masyadong naisagot doon. Of course siyang umatras dito sa ating house B with some rotations happening dito with the rest of the people here from Sunday SHROOMS into A.
Pero that might be the best idea, yung players dito ng QUERDAS malapit sa B site. 2 in Z, 1 in house B. At yung C4 nandito pa rin naman sa RS, pwede pang lumipat ang QUERDAS sa ibang posisyon. Remember, man advantage for QUERDAS 5v4. Pero ito na, I like this play from Sunday SHROOMS pushing LA. Got information na walang tao sa RS at nasa bridge na nga dito si Ram. Naku po Ram, kailangan mo tumingin sa ilalim mo. Andiyan na si Chris, nagkakita na sila and it is Ram to take the win on the fight. Ilaga, papasok na rin. Ram, kailangan mo tumingin and Ram will be caught lacking at magagaling sa ilalim sa Ilaga. J-Bice, naku po, not watching RS and QUERDAS split up the sight lines, taking B site 6-3 in the second half.
They've done it again, dude.
Yup.
Once again, if you let mid-control slip through your fingers as a defense at nangtong QUERDAS yung umaatake, napakahirap makagawa ng recovery play. Oh my. Not to mention, even Ilaga stepping up on a notch here all the way from spawn. Hinayaan niya nga lang din na dumaan doon si Simple, no? At nakapag-focus siya kay Ram, even getting both of them in the process. But now, it's gonna be quite a fun, really direct approach here dito sa ating B-site ngayon. 2 people try to eye them down. Ako po, J-Boys. Now, would they be able to connect some shots into them? QUERDAS, they find themselves lacking here on the defense. Nananakita ng Sunday SHROOMS ang kanilang mga lokasyon, even some expectations here from Yobs. And now being killed here by J-Bice. Justin and Ilaga na lang naiiwan here all the way from TP. J-Kim playing down alongside with Ram. Ayan na ang pagbangon ng Sunday SHROOMS here in our second half.
Yes, in the BL side, Sunday SHROOMS nagmadaling pumasok ng B site. At nakuha nila yung B site without much damage. Already positioning J-Bice doon sa house B. And the lurk was oh so secure. Hindi nakapasok ang QUERDAS pabalik sa B. At ito naman si J-Vice. Tinamaan doon ang bala ni Chris. Will be surviving the encounter. At nilipat muna ng LA ang mga miyembro dito ng Sunday Shrooms. I can't help but think kung magko-commit ba sila dito, Mochi. Kasi tinan mo yung C4 walang may dala-dala. Andun lang sa may spawn dito ng Sunday Shrooms. At wala pa silang kinikibo. Silence befalls on the map. At yung QUERDAS sa ngayon wala pa silang ginagawang counter response. Flash sa mid, smoke muna sa mid din. But so far, it's just aggressive positions para kay Yobs at saka kay Chris. But other than that, standard defense for QUERDAS. Medyo mahirap tong puksain mula sa point of view ng Sunday Shrooms.
Tingnan natin ano magiging call dito ni Coach Pai, no? Pero yun nga, nagparamdam lang sila sa ating A. Pero the anchor is quite strong here for QUERDAS. Walang gumagalaw, walang nagdadivert, walang nagro-rotate. Pero ngayon, nakarinig na sila. Simple, what is that? Blink and down si Chris with immediate answer back dito kay Justin. Already good for 2. Rest of the squad here, Sunday Shrooms, nandito na sila lahat sa ating site. Pero just preparing for dito yung mga member natin dito pag QUERDAS. Pero before they even do that, medyo nagkakaroon na ng lagasan. Kaagad, all the gun down. Ram being left all alone here. 1v1 right in front of Justin. Would this be the triple kill na inaantay ni Justin? Or would it be the latter? Justin, hindi niya alam saan siya pupunta. Hindi siya makasayaw ng cha-cha. Ram, already good for taking him down here. 5-6, naku po. Lumalapit ang ating estado para sa parehong kampo.
Sunday Shrooms, isa na lang. Tablado na ang labanan natin dito. Unstoppable on the BL side. And when it comes to the B side take, hindi sila natatalo sa mga duel na yan, Mochi. Alam mo na yan, Sunday Shrooms. This time, naka-double TRG sila dito. Ram on the sniper, waiting for the LA aggressiveness ng QUERDAS. Sa ngayon wala pang nagpo-push. And this might be something na pinanood ng Sunday Shrooms sa QUERDAS in their playstyle of port. Minsan kasi mahilig mag-push ang QUERDAS dito. So Ram, waiting for anyone to bite the bullet in LA habang nag-iingay yung mga kasabi niya dito sa kabila, sa may bandang B, sa may bandang Z at House B. Rotation coming in. Andito na si Chris sa B site. At wala pa rin kumakagat sa bait dito ni Ram. Lipat muna siya ng HK.
Chris? Naghihintay ng maigi dito sa gilid ng House B. Oras na may pumasok dyan. Might possibly eyeing kung merong mapipitas dito, no? Pero hindi. They're diverting their attention to somewhere else. Justin should be careful kasi maaaring marami siyang makita dito, no? Baka punin siya ng liwanag. Pansamantala, Chris will be pushing forward with a spray down onto J-Vice. Actually doing the trick. Justin sa kabilang banda. May mapipitas din dito. Zolic already down. Jake doing wrecking havoc here with 2 more people here for Sunday Shrooms. Ram, anong gagawin mo ngayon? Taking down itong si Chris in the process but now backing up because this might be just a bit overwhelming para sa kanya. 35 seconds on the clock here. He is yet to think and decide ano ba ang kanyang gagawin, or would he get the chance to do something dahil may ispatan siya ni Ram dito and spray down God Yobs will be denying that clutch potential kay Ram.
Yeah. Sunday Shrooms, in-attempt nila yung RS push dito sa may mid. Ang problema lang, medyo nagkulang sa utility use, not a flash use. And QUERDAS, naubos sila dun Naubos ng QUERDAS ang Sunday Shrooms. And kind of predicted as well, no? Kasi nga standard yung positions nila, walang nag-push ng LA, walang na-pick off dito yung double sniper ng Sunday Shrooms. Kaya hindi na napasok dito yung RS into that B site execute. So the challenge now for Sunday Shrooms, how do you address this QUERDAS defense if wala kayong ma-pick off? Ayun na nga ang sagot. Find a kill by J-Vice's hand. Nalaglag si Chris doon sa House B. At pwede silang lumipat ng posisyon. Pwede silang mag-LA, pwede silang mag-mid. This time with less contest. Pero mukhang magko-commit na sa B-site dito. Mochi ang mga miyembro ng Sunday Shrooms gearing up for the execute.
Medyo maghihirapan ata si Jake dito kung sakali, pero mali mo naman may isama siya sa hukay. Pero yun nga lang nga, tatama siya, saktong-sakto, headshot! Galing dito kay J-Baz o the TRG, pero tingnan natin ano ang niluluto ni Yobs dito, manggagaling sa House B. Alflanco all the way back from A here. Would this be what they need? Mukhang hindi! It's Jacob! Naku po, kababasa! Grabe ang game sense na meron dito ngayon for Sunday Shrooms! And now, one more round away from equalizing everything in favor for Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, 6-7 Sunday Shrooms making the comeback happen. Ang interesting ng approach nila doon na nag-dry pick yung sniper, getting 2 kills, tapos saka nila ginamit yung utility nila doon sa retake ng QUERDAS. Binigyan nila yung oras, pero Simple, binigyan ng kill yung mga teammates niya. 2 kills for Simple, 1 for J. Kim, at yung LA na predict na nila yung pagpupush dito ng QUERDAS. This time, taking down 3 players from the ranks of QUERDAS at si Chris. Naku po, mukhang matatimingan pa nga dito ni Ram. Papasok sa Z. Chris, nakatingin ka ba? Ang sagot, hindi. Ram with a headshot at si Jake na lang mag-isang natitirang buhay dito sa ilalim ng A-sites. Trigger discipline. Jake nakakuha ng 2 and Jake missed the 3rd. Jake, you can't keep doing this. And Ram says no. 7-7 Sunday Shrooms equalize.
Nakikita na natin yung vision dun, men. Andun na dapat. Pero sabi ni Ram, hindi. We are going to get that advantage na kanina pa namin hinahanap. And now, it is now a 7-7. Currently. Medyo nag-iba yung positioning natin dito from QUERDAS, no? Justin and Ilaga potentially manning down dito sa ating mid area, potentially like a 1-3-1, no, na maaari nating sabihin dito in terms of a line of defense and more of a passive positioning na meron dito for QUERDAS.
Yes.
They can't afford doing the same mistake once again, especially if they really want to make the most out of the GR side. Hindi pwedeng merong napag-iiwanan sa kanila, no? Pero right now, let's see if B-side would be the eye here. Pero si Jake, papangunahan na kaagad. No cross here from J-Baz, but Jake will be opting for an immediate trade. Ang dahil nagsisiliparan ng mga util dito. Flash natin kumukonekta sa magkabilang teams natin. But this will be a 4v4 retake. Chip damage being dealt by the grenades na binabato nila. Pero si Ram, si Jake, si Justin, si Jake, lahat sila mayroong pinapatay dito ngayon. Si Jake na
Jakim.
naiiwan now. Justin, Jakim, a 1v1. Would the US be connected to Jakim? Hindi! Jakim will be taking him down and ngayon an 8-7. Sunday Shrooms finally got their lead.
Beautiful read for Sunday Shrooms, no? They got the kill in the site take at nalaglag yung isa nila doon. So nung the moment na nawalan sila ng isa, dire-diretso na sila sa B site. Holding strong and again doing the same util dump in RS. Pagpasok nila ng B, talagang iniintay nilang makapasok muna ng site bago gamitan yung mga granada nila dito, no? Again, smart decision making for Sunday Shrooms, buying time for that retake. At dahil doon, naubusan ng utility ang QUERDAS dito for that retake, no? And of course, you got to give credit to J. Kim on the 1v2 clutch. Still the headshot machine that is J. Kim coming through para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Finally taking the lead sa ating mapang 8-7. At Sunday Shrooms, pinatahimik na lang yung mapa sa ngayon. A lot of mid presence, a lot of Z presence. Ito yung ginagawa nila, Mochi. Iniintay nila na may mag-push sa QUERDAS. Iniintay nila na may magkamali sa mga players.
Exactly. And it seems like Justin might be the potential dito or si Chris. Tignan natin kung ano mangyayari. Justin taking one down pero ang bilis ng balik dito from Sunday Shrooms. 3 more people remaining here. Kada isa nalalagas na dito para sa QUERDAS ngayon. Yobs, despite being half-blinded, and seems like he was gonna be able to connect both into players. Ram and J-Baz already being gunned down at ngayon 8-8 pa rin ang ating laban. Tuloy-tuloy ang paglaban ng dalawa ngayon. Man, no one's backing down.
Exactly. At si Yobs, siya yung umubos sa kwerdas. Ito yung problema sa execute ng Sunday Shrooms. Kapag hindi nila napatay yung player sa loob ng site, they can't win the round anymore. And Yobs didn't die. Yobs again take the kill. At ngayon si Ilaga naman makakuha ng isa, pero sabog na ang Sunday Shrooms papasok ng B site. They take down 2 players, pero papasok na ulit yung si Chris mula sa under. J-Vice, J-Kim, the last 2 bastions para dito sa Sunday Shrooms to try and win this round. Pero si Chris nakaakyat, nakapuslets, at naubos na ang buhay ni J-Kim. QUERDAS, set point.
Naku po, ito na ba? Ito na ba yon? Or would it still be a potential overtime here by Sunday Shrooms? It's all up to them, no? You're seeing, yung naantabayanan nila kung magkakamali ang ilang mga miyembro natin dito for QUERDAS, pero it seems like the latter is happening, no? Which is really, really something here for QUERDAS, definitely showing off and ensuring na ayaw nilang matingt ang kanilang 100% win rate here in the map of Port, pretty similar to what just transpired kanina sa Ankara. 3 more people here and QUERDAS being allocated in the B site. This can be something. This might be a wrong move waiting to happen here for Sunday Show. It's all up to if they would get the first blood. And it seems like they're trying to do that. Fend them up. May na-popcorn pa si Justin dito. Pero simple from the backlines alongside itong si Ram. Would they get the 3 more remaining members here from QUERDAS? Because
Ilalim.
they stepped on the brakes here sa ilalim though. Magkahiwalay. Actually, a good position here from Ilaga and as well as Chris. Pero, wait lang daw. Saglit lang. Naispatan ata itong si Ram. Holding on here. 1 minute in the clock. Pero is there any way out of this one? It seems like not, sabi ni Chris. 2v3. J-Bus falling down and finally Senful also gonna be secured by Ilaga as well. Look at the smile in the players' faces on this one. A successful take here in Port.
And QUERDAS, stay alive. We are going to sub-base, Mochi. QUERDAS finally recognizing the way Sunday Shrooms was addressing that BL side. Medyo naging repetitive yung take ng Sunday Shrooms doon sa B site. And it was the same execute over and over again. No buy time. Tapos slow execute nila yung B site. Tapos saka nila ipapamel ng granada yung RS. Ang problema lang kapag nag-stack ng B dito yung QUERDAS, siguradong hindi makakapasok ang Sunday Shrooms. That's the only thing that they did. 3 players sa loob ng B. At dahil isang flash lang, isang smoke lang din yung ginamit dito ng Sunday Shrooms, hindi na sila nakapasok. At naubos na sila ng QUERDAS dito. 10-8. And they prove why QUERDAS is a team that you don't pick Port against. This is why they are a powerhouse in this map. And they continue on dominating in Port.
Port and Ankara to say the least, no? Sobrang linis ng kanilang record dito in both of these maps. And right now, we are going to head into sub-base. Oh man, oh man. Everyone's waiting for this deciding map. Everyone's anticipating how both of these players or how both of these teams will be playing here in sub-base kasi it seems like they don't have like a clean cut or a clear cut appearance in the map of sub-base kung sinong mas mayroong kalamangan on this one. But once again, sometimes it's all about who's gonna be a bit more chaotic. Pero dito lang din sa mapa ng ating Port, nakita natin how the adjustments here of Sunday Shrooms has been able to actually do a lot, especially nung sila pa ang nandito sa ating GR side. But unfortunately, when it all boils down to all-out contestment here, lalong-lalo na when taking very crucial setups here when it comes to retake, sadyang mas namayagpag lang ang QUERDAS.
I can safely say dito, Mochi, no, na mas marami ang baon dito sa Port, no, ng QUERDAS. You can see as well from the BL side alone na yung Sunday Shrooms, they always default to the B execute. Hindi katulad ng QUERDAS, no, na kapag hindi gumana o walang nabait sa early pick-off nila dito, pwede silang lumipat ng CA, hagis granada sa top A, tapos balik ng mid, and they usually resort for the mid approach habang para marami silang options, habang yung Sunday Shrooms paulit-ulit dito sa House B execute nila, no, it kind of became predictable, which is why they were unable to eventually get the win in this set. Pero QUERDAS, they were so good at recognizing the pattern at Sunday Shrooms. Kasi kahit pare-pare yung execute dito ng Sunday Shrooms, minsan binabagalan nila, minsan nagdo-double sniper sila and try and bait out that LA push mula sa QUERDAS, but they always eventually go to that B side. Medyo mahirap pa rin naman basahin ng Sunday Shrooms dito, pero nabasa pa rin ng QUERDAS, no, which gave them the right call for that last round na mag-triple stack sa B at hinayaan lang nila yung Sunday Shrooms na lumakad papasok.
Yeah, and despite of the fact nga na tulad na sabi mo, no, paulit-ulit yung ginagawa dito ni Sunday Shrooms, sometimes, at certain occasions, they allocate someone to lurk dito sa ating mid area. And what QUERDAS is doing, they continuously deny that. Look at Zolek's KD. Definitely evident talagang nahirapan siya being put in that sort of position to the point na even nung sila ang nasa GR dito, trying to push, trying to deny mid-control, trying to deny as much space as possible. But they can't do that because QUERDAS, they always have someone to back them up, which is something na hindi din masyado nakita dito on Zolek's side here, especially when taking into mid-control. Pero sino nga ba ang deal breaker dito? I feel like you already got an idea. It is gonna be no other than the woman himself, Jake, with a .94 Karen's KD of 1.89, the highest that we have here for QUERDAS, and dude, he's been doing this for 2 maps already.
Yep, absolutely. 2 MVPs in a row. Nagpapalitan lang dito si Jake at si J-Vice, but this time it's Jake as the win goes in favor of QUERDAS. And nakita naman natin ilang beses siya yung naging bailout dito ng QUERDAS, no? A lot of kills. And I believe siya yung may pinakamarami. Oo, siya nga ang may pinakamaraming kills dito with 17 kills on the board for Jake. Over and over has been the consistency factor para dito sa QUERDAS, no? You know, 3K for QUERDAS, for Jake in that regard. And again, Jake just finding a lot of that impact dito sa ating map number 4. We are going into sub-base for the first time today at least, and for the first time for QUERDAS dito, Mochi. Medyo nakakatakot ang labanan natin dito para sa Sunday Shrooms. Bago yun, guys, magpapahinga muna kami. When we return, it is going to be the set concluder that is sub-base. Mochi and Daydom para sa Impact Fall. Magbabalik kami. Huwag kayong aalis.
experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Sa kinalayo-layo ng ating journey dito. Biro man, ang galing tayong Black Widow, Angkara, New Compound, Port. Ngayon, ito ang ating make or break in the map of Subbase, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, QUERDAS and Sunday Shrooms. Ito ang ating decider.
Exactly. Abot tayo sa set number 5, Subbase. Nako po, katakot-takot ang mapang ito ha. Always banned away from QUERDAS for a reason, Mochi. Alam mo ba, fun fact, narinig ko lang na majority of our QUERDAS players ay mga Bisaya. Ay alam mo naman, you know what they say about the Bisaya Subbase, Mochi. You don't mess with it. It's world class. Sunday Shrooms, they are the defending champs. Syempre, napaabot nila into game number 5, pero this is Subbase. We're talking about QUERDAS Subbase that's always been banned away from this team. And I would think that is for a reason, Mochi.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like ano na lang to no? Sinong mas malakas sa Subbase? Imagine, no? Ang tayo nilang pinaglaban ng mga mapa, pero it all boils down to where they find themselves or which map suits them best, no? In the map of Subbase. And it seems like we haven't been able to see both of these teams dito sa ligang to specifically, but for some Shrooms, I feel like that is the contrary. Back in the last Impact, it seems like we have already seen what is their performance, their look, their appearance. Nakakatakot ba sila? Oo, yun nga yung rason ba't sila nagkampiyon dito eh. But for QUERDAS though, it's another story.
Yeah, actually, we've seen a couple of games from Sunday Shrooms na, no, on Subbase up against FERVID, albeit they didn't win against FERVID. No, they also played it against, I believe, Blue Vortex. That one they won. So it's a bit of a 50-50 mixed bag para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. No, minsan nanalo sila, minsan hindi. But you gotta remember, this is a completely different playing field compared to everything else na nalaro na natin today. Ano, Kara, Compound, Port, and of course Black Widow, very different maps compared to Subbase, in the sense na itong mga mapang to standard. I wouldn't consider Subbase a standard map, no, not by any means. Sa dami ng mga pwede mong tahakin sa mapang ito, no. And there is opportunity na maging fight heavy ka, no, in MR, tsaka dito sa Passage. But ito na, tingnan natin kung gagawin ba yun ng dalawang team natin. Sunday Shrooms, diretso MR na tayo. Parang pub lang, parang 8v8. At si Chris, makukuha agad si Zolek. Si Ram na headshot doon. Pero boy pa rin naman. J-Vice nakahanap ng isa. Yobs from Passage takes down one. It's an all-out war. Pero QUERDAS, nangunguna sila dito. Yung bomba na ko ni Simple, nakahuli din ng isa. Yobs is down, pero nahuli din si Simple. Ano nangyari? Chris, picking up a quick double kill. At si J-Vice na lang ang matitirang buhay para sa Sunday Shrooms on the sniper, magagaling sa RS, takes down Justin, and J-Vice is still alive. Chris coming in, hawak-hawak na yung bomba doon, Mochi. Pero si J-Vice, may oras pa siyang pwedeng paglaruan to.
Tama. Ito na naman tayo, no? Anong sabi natin? Kung sinong mas magulo, yun ang mas lamang. Ayun lang tayo dito ngayon, no? But now, it's already a different scenario. It's J-Vice holding that TRG for his dear life against a couple of members still existing and living for QUERDAS. Kumpletong-kumpleto pa ang pulso, wala pang sugat, wala pang galos, pero napataan ni Chris ito at ganun lamang din kabilis ang kanyang pag-tap-tap at pagpatay-tay dito kay J-Vice. First round already being secured here, player QUERDAS, pero the question is, until for how long can they keep this up, no? I feel like there is a bit of merit when it comes to being able to get the first few rounds na meron dito, pero when it comes to a battle of tenacity and endurance, man, this might be a potential struggle for QUERDAS, pero let's see if that would probably be existing. Zolek opted for the 3 here on Ilaga, here in Woods area. Now, control has been let go.
1-4-1 trade naman dito, no? So hindi pa completely out of control itong round na ito para sa QUERDAS. They can still recover, especially with Justin. Nandito sa may fork, sa may passage, looking for a target. Pero yung Sunday Shrooms, papasok na ng Woods. Uti-uting lumalapit sa second mid. Si Jake nakaantabay sa control room. Pero dahan-dahan lang ang pagpasok ng Sunday Shrooms dito. And si J-Vice ang dahilan kung bakit, waiting for Justin. At sakto, ang lingon niya doon, taking down Justin. Sunday Shrooms have picked up one more man. At pwede na silang pumasok potentially dito sa may MR. Nagkakitaan si Ram at si Yobs. Si Ram down to half HP at na-takedown na siya ni Yobs doon. 2 versus 3 QUERDAS. Man advantage. Simple! Nahuli si Yobs. What is happening? Is this a pub game? It's just fights on fights. At nasa DR na nga dito. Papasok si Chris. Nakita niya na nga si Zolek. Zolek is down in shutter. Simple all alone. And Simple takes down Jake. Teka lang. Akala ko mamamatay na si Simple down with 1 HP left standing with 50 seconds left on the clock. Chris versus Simple 1v1 2F play at nalaman ni Chris kung saan siya manggagaling doon. 2-0 start para sa QUERDAS.
6-0 si Chris ngayon, men.
Yep.
Tingnan mo kung gaano katawan-tawa si Chris dito ngayon sa lahat ng kaguluhan na nangyayari so far. 2-0 here for QUERDAS. Pero once again, sometimes sa pagdating sa pagbangon, dyan magaling din ang Sunday Shrooms. But now, Woods area being catered, being occupied. But Chris trying to shatter that one. But we also acknowledge the immediate rotations dito ng dalawang mga miyembro natin dito from QUERDAS. Nandito na sila tumatao sa bandang luwag natin, anticipating, waiting kung meron magpupush dito na magagaling from the side of Sunday Shrooms. I wonder if basado and as well as expected din ba ang mga galawan natin dito. Justin na ispatan ni Ram all the way from Dance, falling down the hands of Ram. Pero a 4v4 in front of us. Chris, hindi niya ata magagamit yung TRG niyo na bangasan ng isang death ng kanyang KD. As right now, 3 more people here from QUERDAS. It feels like Sunday Shrooms are finally playing out to the pace na gusto nila dito.
Yun na nga, mabagal yung gusto ng playstyle nila dito pero mag-execute na sila ng A-site. May isang natitira ng buhay dito for QUERDAS. That's Yobs, taken down by Zolek. Nice headshot with the pistol. Ilaga from CR. Uy, napaulanan ng bala ni Ram at si Jake na lang na naman ang natitirang buhay but not for long. J-Vice takes him down, takes her down. And it's Sunday Shrooms finding their round in this set.
Grabe yung pagka-seryoso ng mga players natin kay Sunday Shrooms, no? Definitely showing this is no ounce of laughing matter para sa kanila. Pero si Jake, gusto ata na madehado sila dito. Ram already taken out here. Oh man, ito na naman tayo sa flexibility na meron for QUERDAS. Pero J-Vice holding the TRG. Wala pang nakikitang trade-off after Ram being lost dito sa kanilang team.
Ram down. Sunday Shrooms, medyo mahirapan na naman makapasok sa mga area natin dito sa subbase. MR push from J-Kim. And there's a passage player as well. Nandun dito na hawak-hawak yung C4, no? Pero si Chris playing around missile. Is gonna be receiving all of these nades na binabato ni J-Vice. Yan na, papasok na ng LR din dito. Si J. Kim a split into that B-side. Si Simple nakapuslet pero nakita ni Chris. Bawal dyan dumaan, boss. Sabi ni Chris. Justin holding second mid. Nahuli niya rin si Zolek doon. And this defense from QUERDAS starting to get pushed by J. Kim. At papasok na rin si J-Vice. The duo. The J duo. J-Vice, J. Kim picking up a couple of kills. At nandito na sila. Picking their way through DR sa dark room. Passage play as well para dito sa QUERDAS pero hindi sila makapasok sa ngayon. The shot connecting from J-Vice. The quick scope is hit. Pero si Yobs papasok from passage. And the double kill from Yobs secures it for QUERDAS.
I thought that's gonna be quite a grim reminder para sa QUERDAS kung ano ang kayang gawin ng duwong J and J tandem, no? Yung J-Boys and J-Kim. Pero they've been nullified by Yobs and Ilaga. Chris daw nagpapakita ang gilas ngayon. Oh, very good for 2. Simple. Makukuha ba dito ni Justin? Oh, very good for 2 as well. May pang sapaw, may pang rebat. Ang kanyang mga kasama dito. Now J-Boys all alone here. Already a manhunt here waiting to happen for Q. They Ilaga taking him down and still the advantage here for QUERDAS.
You can't fight MR against QUERDAS. That's the statement they are making dito, Mochi, do. Every time nag-MR push dito ang Sunday Shrooms, nauubos sila. And QUERDAS make the most out of it, no. What a run it has been so far for QUERDAS here in Subbase. Sunday Shrooms have to do something drastic at this point. 1-4 na ang labanan natin dito. 3 rounds in favor of QUERDAS. And that MR push, Mochi, di na talaga gumagana. They have to do something else.
Yeah, they really had to do something else though. I mean, I believe they tried. From the first few rounds or a couple of rounds na meron tayo dito, they tried to cater Woods area, allocating 3 people, pero hindi, may napitas pa din, They were forced to back out just from that one. No one tried or attempted to push either way. I feel like when it comes to like, getting the payment after na merong ma-pick off dito for Sunday Shrooms, yun yung kailangan nilang i-address dito. May napitas sa atin. Now, ano na? Do we become receptive na magbaback out tayo, or do we still try to push either way, overwhelm them with utilities potentially, specifically dito sa ating Woods area, maaari nilang gawin yun. And even here sa ating forklift, possibly bintana, maaaring may maispatan sila doon. They can put another sniper on that one, but once again, for MR though, I feel like it's quite a no-go, especially of how quick it is to put your crosshair in comparison doon sa kabilang banda when you are on the other side. So, that's something that need din na pagkaingatan ng Sunday Shrooms dito if they really want to get the advantage back.
Yeah, absolutely. No, maraming approach ang pwedeng kuhanin ng Sunday Shrooms dito sa depensa nila. But as far as what you said, Mochi, yes, MR is a no-go zone para sa kanila. No? They could play default naman dito. They play more the defensive standard. Just hold your angle. Isa sa luwag, isa sa second mid, isa sa DR, and then just go from there on, no? But Sunday Shrooms seeming to be refusing for that. For the moment at least. So, QUERDAS, nakakalamang talaga sila dito, 4-1.
Yes.
3 rounds ahead na dito ang QUERDAS. Sunday Shrooms could opt for something else entirely dito. Maybe they could take a page out of the FERVID playbook and play the more close quarters combat. Not necessarily playing the Chris, the SMG na nalaro dito, or maybe even the chainsaw. Just play close quarter. Play for the unexpected angles dito ng QUERDAS and cut noise. It's definitely another option that Sunday Shrooms can take. But one thing's for sure, Moji, they have to change something. Maybe mag-Vents play sila dito, no? That's one thing we haven't seen yet sa mga GR side ng Impact teams. Walang nagbo-boost into that Vents play on the GR, which is something that they could explore, no? I think that's something na pwedeng makagulat dito sa QUERDAS, especially because walang nagbe-Vents play sa kanila din. So kapag nalikuran sila ng Vents, could be an opportunity brewing for Sunday Shrooms. But I have to give props to QUERDAS dito, Mochi. They look and feel like they are in control. Parang napaka-komportable nila sa mapang ito.
Yeah, especially when they choose I don't think that they're choosing their fights. They're just brute forcing everything.
They're just fighting.
Yeah, they're just fighting. Dito, para kay Sunday Shrooms. And you know what they do? I can remember an instance that Zolek attempted to offer that Vents. Napitas niya si Justin doon. But unfortunately, that's quite of a banding solution. Kasi napitas niya si Justin, ang bilis ng responde ng ibang mga kasama dito ng QUERDAS, which definitely inararo lang uli nila yung mga membro dito ng Sunday Shrooms. So maybe when it comes to pickoffs, it is really important that you try to go with the flow, if that makes sense dito in the map of Subbase. Sometimes you can answer chaos with chaos, because sometimes when you try to be a bit more passive, a bit more reactive, maaaring hindi siya mag-end up the way that you were attempted or you really want it to be. Specifically dito in the past few rounds na meron tayo dito, I feel like that's already quite of a good evidence to already have supporting that statement as well. Pero with that being said, I really do wonder what should be the next way for some Shrooms to do this one. Sometimes I feel like kung bino-brute force kayo, brute forcein mo na lang din.
Pwede.
Yung kalaban natin dito, mamaya yun lang talaga yung kasagutan for some Shrooms. Let loose.
Exactly. That is one thing that they haven't explored din, no? Pwede rin silang magbigay ng site and go for a full-on retake, no? And try and avoid. Maybe pwede silang mag-stack ng B site dito, no? And give A site over, tapos mag-retake na lang sila while also using as many pathways as they can. Pwede silang mag-vents, mag-passage, luwag, sikip, no? Lahat na gamitin nila. So the good thing here for Sunday Shrooms is they have a plethora of options with how to address this unstoppable BL side so far ng QUERDAS, and they could go on from there, no? It's all a matter of exploration dito and minimizing losses. I think that's the important thing for Sunday Shrooms. Wag nila hayaan na makakuha ng 1 kill, 2 kills dito ang QUERDAS without getting a trade or just minimizing the kills. Just don't die from the get-go up against the QUERDAS dito. And that's something that they could absolutely explore. Go for the retake, full-on retake nila. Magsimula sila from their RS. If hindi man gumana yung stack nila, kung mali man yung basa nila, edi at least they could go for a 5-man retake. Or if don't mag-push sa B-site, at least 5 tao yung makikita dito ng QUERDAS. So will make it a little bit harder for them to take control of that site line. No? So it's gonna be exciting to see how Sunday Shrooms adjust, because if they don't, poti ng poti ang rounds dito sa GR side nila.
Exactly, no? Especially na when it comes to like the addresses dito ni QUERDAS, they're definitely behaving like feral dito sa mapa ng sub-B. So I feel like that's the correct term to use. They're quite feral to the point na they're not even making it a bit more methodical, structure, no, non-existent onto this one. They're just facing them off head-on, which is something that might and is overwhelming Sunday Shrooms. In a way, Tito, sa 5 rounds na meron tayo so far, the only win that they got here has been like when they tried to snatch back ang kanilang pacing, no? They tried to reverse it or make it into a slower pace game, where but it's quite temporary and they haven't been able to pull that off for the next rounds na meron tayo during that time.
And that's been a recurring theme dito sa buong serye natin na ito. No? Sunday Shrooms trying to force QUERDAS to play at their own tempo. Sub-base, I think, is a map that is too big, that masyadong marami kang pwedeng puntahan to be able to do that for Sunday Shrooms. So, hindi nila nagagawa yun, obviously, no? Kasi ang bilis pa rin ng every round natin dito. So, if I were Sunday Shrooms right now, the call would be to stop trying to do that altogether. Just force nothing and just play your own game at this point. Now play slowly if you want to and stop playing reactively. So far, naging reactive yung playstyle nila dito. You know, just play their own game, in my opinion. Just play towards your own strengths, which is maybe just play towards the post plant slowly, or maybe go for the flank. Sunday Shrooms as a team, remember, loves playing for the contact play na individual, no? So maybe just put J-Bice on that standard second mid angle and then go on from there on out. But as I said, maraming options na pwedeng gawin ng Sunday Shrooms dito, and QUERDAS so far have been making the most out of taking the tempo of this game. Guys, by the way, no, kung may gusto kayong itanong sa amin ni Mochi, pwede nyo ilapag dyan sa comment section. At susubukan namin sagutin yan. Kung may gusto kayong ipa-shoutout, no, lagay nyo lang din dyan sa baba, and Mochi and I will try our best to read it out loud habang nandito pa tayo sa ating waiting screen, waiting for the game to commence. We do apologize for the delay as we try and give you guys the best broadcast possible dito sa CFS Impact Fall. At kung kakabukas nyo lang ng stream, ha, this is the first semi-final match in Impact from CFS PH Impact Fall between QUERDAS and Sunday Shrooms. Umaabot tayo ng set 5, so nasa sub-base. Exciting ang labanan natin dito. At meron pa tayong pangalawang serye later on with our 2 other semi-finalists, no? So hindi pa tayo nagsisimula, iintayin nating matapos to bago simulan yon, guys. So ilagay nyo lang sa baba sino bang team ang sinusuportahan nyo. Kung may shoutout kayo, kung may tanong man kayo sa amin ni Mochi, now is the time to do so.
Oo nga, tama. Malay nyo ma-feature pa kayo dito sa ating broadcast, or kung meron kayong mga hot takes dyan, malay nyo umabot pa ng preview show dyan, kasi balita ko medyo magiging mainit ang ating review show para sa Friday, no? Especially, nako po, lahat na yung playoffs para sa ating regional finals as well, no? Halos concurring at magkasabay itong ating dalawang liga ngayon in terms of the stages that they're currently at. And siguro kung gusto niyo na rin ng kaunting ideya, kung di kayo masyado nakakababad sa mga live stream natin dito sa regional finals, ang pasok doon ay of course Stallions, Evos, ang usual natin, ang ating outlier na si Matjes, na paboritong ni Dadum, and as well as si Execration. So yun yung mga kailangan yung tandaan ng this one, and mga kailangan yung antabayanan, no, para sa ating weekend broadcast for regional finals.
Absolutely, no. You're not gonna want to miss that, guys. Kung nanonood kayo dito sa Impact, you have to watch. You're gonna want to watch regional finals as well kasi doon matitindi ang mga labanan. Kung matindi ang mga upset dito, lalong matindi ang mga upset doon sa regional finals, no. Nagulat ako, Mochi, nung nanalo ang matches, especially against Execration, no, taking the win up against them, and sila yung nakakuha sa nawalang playoff spot dito ng Pacific, which is mighty impressive considering they were a team that came from play-ins, a team that came from Impact, nakaabot sa regionals, at ngayon may chance silang makaabot ng grand finals. Although, kailangan nilang talunin parehong Stallions at Evos para magawa yun. So, doon natin makikita kung magkakaroon ba ng tunay na upset ang matches squad dito or hindi. Pero we're getting sidetracked dito, guys. Let's talk about Impact. Enough about regional po. Kasi nakaka-excite yung regional. Din kasi. Yeah, yun na nga. Nakaka-excite yung regional finals natin this year, no? But, guys, kung gusto nyo panoorin yun, it happens every Saturday and Sunday. And of course, meron din tayo, Mochi, na huwag natin kakalimutan na preview show. Exciting din ang preview show natin. Where every week, na-feature natin yung guests from, syempre, the Crossfire community. Last week, nagkaroon tayo ng 2 guests for the first time. Si Coach Tanks at si Coach Shane. Shoutout sa kanila, no? From STS and Evos Arcilia. And I believe this time, magkakaroon ulit ata tayo ng 2 guests. Hindi natin alam, no? So, abangan nyo na lang ang announcement sa Crossfire Philippines page.
Tama ka dyan, partner. No? Kung ako sa inyo, naku po, follow nyo na maigi ang ating Crossfire Philippines na page. And once again, guys, ako nang nagsorry, guys. Ako nang tatanggap ng lahat ng mga pagsasorry dito. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron. Pero yun nga, no, we're just waiting for our players na makapag-prep ng maiga, of course, because we want to ensure that all of our players and kayo mismo magkakaroon ng magandang experience dito sa ating broadcast. Sayon ko na lang, siguro isingit na rin natin siguro yung kakatapos lang na stove client PC na natin. Hopefully, na-secure nyo yung mga gusto nyong makap doon na mga aesthetics, no? I believe may mga nakakuha ng chetak natin na talagang nagbatak sa mga naiwang araw natin from yesterday. Nakuha mo ba yung dadong? Ako hindi eh. Hindi. Naka 600 points lang ako, hindi ako nakaabot. 600 lang. Kumuha na lang ako ng 30 days na EBR kasi gusto ko rin naman kumuha ng EBR. No? But yeah, guys, sana nakukuha kayo ng weapons natin. Chetak, ang ganda ng Chetak Nobel Gold eh. Pero unfortunately, hindi ako umabot, pero okay lang. Marami naman pinapamigay dito sa Smilegate. No? Kada event natin, madalas may pamigay tayo. And the only way to stay tuned, guys, is if you follow the Crossfire page. No? So, yeah, mag-follow lang kayo sa Crossfire page natin. Yan na, Mochi, nagsisilapagan na sila ng mga comments dito. May nagtanong, may nagsabi, Ate Mochi, single ka po ba? Nako po, patay tayo dyan. Patay tayo dyan. Alam mo nga, andado, natatawa na lang ako kanina, di ba? Nasa pa lang tayo, first and second map. Siniship na ako. Nagkakas lang ako dito. Bigla na akong nasiship sa ibang player. Hindi ko alam kung anong nangyayari. Pero sobrang creative. Yun yung something na gusto ko rin dito sa community natin ng Crossfire, no? Sobrang creative ng mga people natin here na minsan magugulat ka na lang, ay, nandun na pala yung pangalan ko, no?
Speaking of, Mochito, speaking of creative, may nagtatanong dito si Ronan. Tagal naman, wala bang intermission number? Ronan, pwede kang mag-intermission number dito. Tawagin. Punta ka dito sa ating casting desk kung gusto mo mag-intermission.
Pasayawin natin si Ronan
dito. Kung gusto mong sumayaw dito, Ronan, papayagan ka namin. Pwede. Guys, lagay nyo lang kung may gusto pa kayo i-shoutout dyan. No? Shoutout kay John Nervilla Pando. Guys, yun ang tanong kung single ba si Miss Mochi Cakes. Shoutout kay Joner, yun na lang ang sasabihin ko dito. And kung may gusto pa kayo i-shoutout dyan, guys, pakita nyo yung suporta nyo kung sino bang sinusuportahan nyo dyan. Is it QUERDAS or is it Sunday Shrooms? Or kung may gusto kayong player na i-shoutout, pwede yan, guys. Lagay nyo lang sa comment section natin.
Hindi ko makita yung mga comment na binabasa mo. Hindi ba gawa-gawa mo lang yan, Charot?
Hindi. Meron talaga. Madami tayong viewers today. We have 300 viewers as it stands.
Yeah.
Madaming fans to eh. Itong QUERDAS tsaka itong Sunday Shrooms.
Of course.
Madaming fans sila pareho.
Grabe, no? Saan mang dako ng daigdig ditong mga tagasunod or siguro mga suporta ng ating ng mga teams natin, no? Yun yung nakakatuwa din dito, regardless of some long
Yes.
breaks or something na minsan na may nangyayari unanticipated sa gitna ng mga problemang dumadaan ngayon, especially from Cebu, no? Parang man, kung saan na nagkakaroon ng mga lindol, please ingat po kayo palagi, no? And hopefully na okay ang inyong estado ngayon. Pero yun nga, nakakaninig kami, medyo mapapatagal pa ng bahagya ang ating kwentuhan dito. Once again, pasensya na guys, sorry na, no? Ako nang nagsusorry sa inyo. Pero yun nga, kung gusto nyo na sulitin itong pagmumukha namin, hopefully hindi pa kayo nagsasawa, is comment down below kung ano yung mga gusto nyo ipa-shoutout or meron kayong mga tanong na gusto nyong sagutin namin. Siyempre, ay, masagot naman namin yan.
Yes. Now, I want to talk much about Crossfire dito. No? The meta is slowly shifting. For example, sa compound, dahil new compound na tayo, unti-unti na naging BL-sided, and especially because of nabawasan na yung mga wall-bangable spots natin in the compound. For example, yung C1, C2, C3, mga solid na yung mga dingding nila, no? And konti na lang yung mga boxes na nakikita natin na wall-bang doon sa compound map. Pauti-un na rin ang pauti yung mga players na nag-M14 EBR sa mapang yun. Kaya nakita ka natin, no, in the map na naka-GR side dito, ang Sunday Shrooms in compound, 4 HKs yung hawak nila. Si J-Bice, it's either naka-sniper or naka-M4. Uti-uti nang nawawala, no? And balita ko magkakaroon din tayo ng isa pang map na mare-rework din, parang Compound 2.0, no? And I believe that's Port nga ba, if I'm not mistaken, na mababawasan din yung wall bang spots, no? And we're slowly shifting into more of the dry peak era dito ng Crossfire.
Dry peak era?
Parang kumbaga, no? Nadi-discourage na yung pagwa-wallbang and naging more onto direct contact tayo dito with the HK taking the helm. What's your opinion on that? Do you think that's a good... Do you think that's going to change yung mga malalakas na teams natin dito sa Crossfire or not necessarily?
Hindi. In terms of our players, I feel like mabilis sila mag-adapt eh. I feel like that's also the wonder or yung maganda in terms of competition, no? Kung sinong mas mabilis makapag-adapt sa trends and yung mga metas na naifo-force ng Crossfire sa kanila or ni Smilegate sa kanila. So that just means na it would, number 1, get the gears of our players going. Number 2, matetest yung kabilis ng kanilang adaptability and kung gaano sila kagaling mag-master ng mga loadouts na meron tayo recently. And number 3, creativity na rin, no? Kasi sometimes, when having these types of more powerful guns, minsan, nare-realize mo na lang, pwede ko palang gawin to, pwede ko palang abuse yung certain angles natin in specific maps. Pero right now, once again guys, parang nagbabalik na tayo dito sa ating laban ngayon na Jake though. Papasimula with a kill here from J-Bice.
And J-Bice down immediately. Yung sniper na sinasabi natin dito, laglag na mula sa Sunday Shrooms. At ito naman tayo, QUERDAS. Wala na naman silang sniper na hawak. 4 M14 EBRs. At yung early contact mula doon kay Jake ay gagana para sa kanila at lalapit din si Yobs. Takedown simple. Woods control at konti na lang makikita niya na yung bomba dito pushing up QUERDAS. Sila naman ngayon ang naghahasik ng lagim dito. Sunday Shrooms binagalan nga nila yung playstyle. Ang kaso lang nakita ni Yobs yung bomba. Nako po, kailangan niya nang lumapit dito. Sunday Shrooms at si Ram ang unang mapipitak dito ni Yobs with the double kill immediately. At si Zolek makikita na rin dito sa passage. Pero ito na si Yobs, nakita na siya. Zolek good for 2. Will he be good for 3? The answer is yes. Zolek with the triple. Zolek with the 4th. Zolek 4K. At mag-iisa na lang dito si Jake. 1v1. Matapos ang lahat ng yun, sabi ni Jake, ako pa rin ba ang tatapos para dito sa team ko? Ang sagot, Jake, oo. Lalapit siya dito into second mid. Pero si Zolek, iintayin na lumapit si Jake.
Grabe. Zolek with a 4K. Oh my gosh, Zolek. Would he get this 5K? Which is Jake, no? Na nakatambay lamang dito sa ating CR area. Possibly waiting kung meron nga ba magko-commit dito. Pero yung C4 natin, pinupuntahan niya na paunti-unti. 35 seconds on the clock here. Kailangan na mag-commit. Kailangan niya bilisan ang pag-clear ng ating mga lokasyon dito. Lalong-lalo na wala siyang ideya kung nasaan si Jake dito. Pero tignan mo, nakatambay lang si Jake dito. Pero meron pa atang posibilidad na siya ang makapanalo nito. Wait lang. Ay, may nangyari ata!
Ay!
This is an immediate route here for Sunday Shrooms, which is
Ayun
quite unfortunate
lang.
kasi na TC.
Ayun lang, the round fell apart for
my.
QUERDAS doon. Jake not even able to find the duel. And tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari sa round na yun later on. But sayang QUERDAS. Zolek with a comeback and the QUERDAS unable to keep it together. No, I mean, there are limits to being aggressive nga naman. Yes, you can play aggressive and find the duels, but at some point you kind of have to minimize losses, minimize the risk, even when it is just a 1v5 dito. No? And this is the perfect example of that. 2-4 ang ating labanan dito, Mochis, on the Shrooms. I mean, that was an example of QUERDAS taking over the map. No, again, it feels like they are in full control of the map, but this time, getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Not gonna lie, I feel like kung hindi na DC si Jake doon, maaaring magbago ang lahat, no? That might probably been like an on-point read. Kasi biro nga nakatambay lang siya doon sa sulok natin at the moment that someone goes down from vents. They might meet their demise here, no? Specifically for Zolek. Not unless na-anticipate na merong nakaupo doon sa sulok at nag-8-8, no? Pero currently, once again, is quite an unfortunate circumstance of a dead round. Once again, I feel like QUERDAS has been fixing a bit of issues para sa kanila dito. And makikigulo na lang muna tayo muli dito.
Yes,
no? Pasensya na puro kwentuhan. Sabi ni Bipolar, shoutout po, watching from Bermuda Triangle. By the way, nagkaon ka na ba? Papadudot. O, di ikaw na sumagot niya.
At dyan na nga nangyari. Hindi, Bipolar, maraming salamat sa panonood dito. No? Siyempre, Bipolar, makakasama natin yan later on dito sa ating pangalawang serye. No? Shoutout sa mga player ng FERVID, sabi ni Boss Artemio Gallarde. Shoutout sa mga players ng FERVID, no? I mean, one of our regional finals team. Shoutout kay Earl J. Mula dito kay Zachriel. Sorry kung mali yung pronunciation ko ng pangalan mo, Zachriel, no? Pero shoutout daw kay Earl J. At ayun na nga, no? Guys, lapag nyo lang dyan sa comments kung may gusto pa kayong ipa-shoutout at kung may gusto kayong itanong dito, no? We do apologize for the delay. Alam natin na medyo napatagal na itong serie na ito, pero we're just trying to give you the best broadcast possible dito sa labanan ng QUERDAS at Sunday Shrooms. At mukhang as it stands, no, QUERDAS, malaki pa rin ang lamang nila dito, Mochi. 4-2 ang score natin. Kung kakabukas nyo lang ng stream natin, no? 4-2 QUERDAS. Set number 5 tayo dito, guys. Kita nyo yung 2-2 sa baba dahil naka-4 na set na tayo. No? This is set number 5 at this is sub-base, the debut sub-base ng QUERDAS.
Yes, exactly. I feel like what's also great and fun to watch din dito for QUERDAS and Sunday Shrooms, kahit na meron tayong mga long pauses like this one, di sila natitilt. Alam mo yun, like tuloy-tuloy lang sila kumayo. Tsaka kung ano, yung naiwanan nila, for sure, yun yung estado pagka bumalik tayo dito sa ating laro. And with that being said, ito na nga tayo na we are going back here for our 7th round here in sub-base. Tuloy-tuloy yung kaguluhan where Jake is holding the PRG and we are potentially seeing some MR ticks na naman muli from Sunday Shrooms.
O, yan na nga. Sunday Shrooms, this time, covering their bases. Nakaantabay na sila dito sa second mid sa woods, no? Kung saan sila na-push kanina. So, good adjustment as well para sa Sunday Shrooms, no? Nilipat na sila papunta ng A site. At unti-unti silang lalapit dito, making their way towards that A side. Pero andito si Yobs at si Ilaga alive and kicking. Nakakuha pa ng isa before going down. Yobs takes down one as well. Si Justin manggagaling sa CR at nandun na lahat ng QUERDAS making their presence known. Naghahagis ng napakaraming granada sa mukha ni Jakim na mag-isa lang sa ngayon. Pero si Jakim yan takes down Justin and Jake will be throwing another nade. Chris almost going down as well. Jakim nilabas na ang USP. Tumalon, gets the headshot down onto Chris at si Jakim ay maglalapaglag na dito ng mga kills. It's J-Bice for the final one and Sunday Shrooms get the bomb planted. 3 rounds on the board.
Alive and kicking na naman muli ang Sunday Shrooms in this one. And kaunti na lang. Naku po, ito ata ang lesson dito for QUERDAS na huwag niyong ibibigay itong MR. Kaya naman sobrang proactive ng kanilang positioning dito ngayon. Shot City Chris will be connecting into J-Bice. Yobs from the backlines pushing forward sa woods area natin. Naku po, nagkaroon ng maraming dugo sa ating trabaho yan! Zolek and Simple na lang ang maiiwan on this one. Not to mention, Chris and Ilaga will potentially be coming from the backlines from this one dito sa ating luwag area. Ilaga, mamamataan kung saan drong member dito na Sunday Shrooms na nakapasok na sa ating A-site. As Chris will try to put out some shots on this one. But is this all they need here? Flash and grenade connecting, pero it all boils down to Zolek surviving and eventually dying sa kamay ni Chris. Another round para sa QUERDAS.
QUERDAS, 2-round lead, 5-3. Score natin dito. At ang Sunday Shrooms, napagana nila yung A-execute kanina pero sa ngayon, hindi na naman nila naipasok yung bomba. And si Jake papasok dito sa woods lalapit against Zolek. Nandito na siya sa may pintuan. Zolek, hindi nagagana yung bunny hop mo dyan, boss. Jake, good for 2.
Uy, grabe.
Can she make it 3? Papasok na rin si J-Vice. Pero si J-Kim, andito na sa A-side. Pumasok na ng luwag. Making a run for that A-execute. J-Kim, double kill. Ito na. J-Kim making an impact. At pwede na nila itanim yung bomba dito. Pero ang dahil pang granadang binabatoon ng QUERDAS. Ram, manggagaling sa kabila. Teka lang, pwede silang mapuntirian ni Ram. Pero sabi ni J-Kim, ako na ang uubos. 4 kills for J-Kim. At si Jake na lang ang natitirang buhay. J-Kim, can you clean up the kills?
Oh my.
Jake, nabulag. Jake, papasok ulit. And J-Kim for the ace. 5 kills for J-Kim and the headshot to clean it up.
Man, grabe si J. Kim, no? Binato yung smoke, binato yung flash, binato yung grenade. Lahat na binato niya dito kay Jake. Anong nangyari kay Jake? Siyempre, paano nga ba naman siya makakaharap doon, diba? And sinuportahan pa ng kanyang kasama dito. And now, it's a 5-4. I mean, not gonna lie, not quite bad for the side dito ng QUERDAS. The question here is, what if gawin ni Sunday Shrooms yun sa kanila? Or would Sunday Shrooms be this unstoppable? Or would they be this crazy in terms of pushing into a specific side? Kasi if they will be a bit slow, maaring hindi maging maganda ang kalabasan nito.
Exactly. The good thing here for Sunday Shrooms is napalapit nila yung score natin. 4-5 mula sa malayong lamang kanina ng QUERDAS, no? So that's a pretty good start para sa kanilang comeback if it does happen, no? And let's see what they can do dito sa GR side kung saan marami silang options na sinasabi natin kanina, no? Kung paano nila itatakel yung aggressive nature dito ng QUERDAS. Let's go back into the game dito, Moshi, as well into the second half of sub-base. And it is going to be QUERDAS leading by 1. Ito na, Sunday Shrooms. Papalag ba sila sa MR? Parang hindi, Mochi.
Papalag ka ba? O plakak ang magiging execute nila dito. Kala mo preview show lang no? Pero ang for show natin dito ngayon kung magkakaroon ba ng advantage ang Sunday Shrooms on this one. This might possibly be another new compound instance wherein sa umpisa medyo dehado sila, pero with the adjustments that is concurring here for Sunday Shrooms, maaaring magkaroon sila ng kalamangan maya. Pero dito ngayon, nakaantabay ang QUERDAS. Quite passive, simple, mapapangunahan si Ilaga. Chris already low in terms of HP here. J-Vice nakatambay lamang sa ating vents area, pero lahat sila nandito sa ating MR area. Si Chris lang ang nakahiwalay sa kadala dito, navigating, pushing through woods. Grenade not connecting here. Lots of utilities being spent dito, no? Pero here in passage, I wonder though if Zolek would be well aware and will be connecting the shot. Naku po, TRG pa ang hawak niya dito. Kukonekta ba ang mga utilidad sa ibinabato na dito? Zolek, hindi! Man lang siya makakabaril on that one. Just in taking them down. J-Kim, nandito sa bandang kitid natin. Dawa may ispatan. The spray down from Yos. Hindi getting to hindi. But J-Kim still gonna be living here. Nakatambay lamang dito sa ating CR area alongside with Simple. Naghawag na ng kasama. J-Kim taking down itong si Chris. Jake and Justin versus J-Kim versus Simple.
2v2. J-Kim, Simple. Uy, nakita ni Justin somehow. J-Kim is gonna go down early. Si Jake nalapit na rin dito para pumalag kay Simple, and Simple goes down. QUERDAS pick up their BL side round. At 6-4 na ang score natin dito, Mochi. 2-round lead para sa QUERDAS, no? Balik muna sila ng MR. And you can already see how different of an approach meron ng QUERDAS dito compared to Sunday Shrooms, no? Pagdating sa GR side, Sunday Shrooms a lot more tame, a lot more reactive. Again, we talked about this kanina nung nag-DR tayo, no? Sunday Shrooms could play this very differently. At si Ilaga, umakit na nga doon sa vents. Pero wala pa rin kumakagat mula dito sa QUERDAS, no? Potentially, just give the site away and look for the retake. Pero yung Sunday Shrooms sa ngayon, uti-uti mo nang naghahanap ng pwedeng ma-pick off mula dito sa QUERDAS. Ang dami nang ginamit na utility ng Sunday Shrooms, no? So, as far as the retake, medyo mahihirapan na sila makakuha ng posisyon ulit. Pero si QUERDAS, uti-uting pumapasok dito ng Woods into second mid. Si Simple din, napapressure na. Dito sa LR, si Ilaga, makikita niya doon and Simple will take him down! Simple good for 2 immediately. Hindi niya hinayang makapasok dito ang QUERDAS, pero si J-Kim gagawin din yon kasama si Ram dito sa DR. And Sunday Shrooms, successful hold.
Successful hold indeed, no? Especially dito sa entrada ng lockers and as well as dito sa ating second min where everything just connected here for Sunday Shrooms. They were able to cover up for each other, which is definitely something that we're eyeing for them here dito sa ating GR side. And it seems like finally, this is the pacing that they want here in sub-base. Pero let us see. I feel like QUERDAS should pick up the pacing here a bit more, no? Especially na nasa BL naman sila. But right now, they're clearing a lot of spaces, which definitely hinders them from being monstrous in terms of their pushes. But Zolek, nandito lamang siya sa isang sulok natin dito sa luwag at maaaring ma-anticipate siya dito. J-Kim, dalawa, a crossfire positioning here, actually connecting and will be denied here by QUERDAS. Clear na clear at napakaluwag ng A-site natin ngayon.
Flash is coming in, QUERDAS. Hindi sila nagpapaantig dito. Still gets the bomb planted at si J-Bice down to half HP. Tinamaan na nga ng bali dito ni Jake. Ilaga find Simple as well. At just like that, mag-isa na lang si Ram. At hindi na siya tatagal. QUERDAS with the round again. 2 ahead.
2 ahead. Nusubukan nilang bawiin yung mga round na let go nila hata kanina, no? Especially when there was like an unanticipated DR. Pero let us check what would be the answer ng Sunday Shrooms dito ngayon. Kasi biro mo, it feels like they already learned their lesson, no? Parang hindi tayo pwede pumwesto sa mga entrada ng mga site because if not, there is a high possibility that retake will be denied from us and hindi natin matitrade yung ating mga kasamang nawawala. Pero right now, na natin? And walang maaaring puntahan dito ng mga member natin here from QUERDAS. And some presence here from Forklift, but now they're trying to put themselves in a better position here onto B site. But the question is, pagbibigyan ba sila ni Simple dito? The gatekeeper of the lockers area will be tremendously denied here by Yobs. J-Bice meron trade, pero si Justin napakabilis lang naman ang babalik natin.
J-Bice!
J-Bice already good for 3! Pero Ilaga, papatayin lang naman siya. Justin and Ilaga, dalawa here in B site already. C4 nowhere inside Zolek. Would they catch him off guard? Yes, they will. Justin taking it down in an 8-5. Pabor na pabor pa din kay QUERDAS.
8-5 QUERDAS. Isa na namang panalo sa BL side nila. And again, QUERDAS, pinapakita nila kung gaano talaga sila komportable sa mapang ito. No? Again, the push down in Woods, minamad din nila to. Chris finds Ram and J-Kim. Double kill by Chris kagad dito. Taking control of that A side. Papasok na nga si Chris sa A. And Yobs to take down J-Bice as well. Naku po, Mochi. Nauubos na dito ang lahi ng Sunday Shrooms. At si Simple na lang ang natitirang buhay. 2 minutes left on the clock na itanim na nga yung bomba. At si Yobs makikita dito, si Simple. That's information. Simple, pwede kang umikot. Got plenty of time, 30 seconds on the clock against 4 people. Pero wala na siyang gagawin kung hindi malaglagan ng bala dito ni Justin. 9-5 QUERDAS. Set point.
Ito yung mahirap dito, Dadum, no? Na-discover ni QUERDAS. Pwede naman pala namin TF1 tong mga alam mo yun, pwede naman pala natin press onto pedal onto this one, just accelerate all of the movements na existing dito for QUERDAS on the attacking, kasi total gusto naman ni Sunday Shrooms is yung mga mababagal na laro. What if we give them the opposite? And seems like it's been quite of a destructive scenario for Sunday Shrooms so far now. Ma-point na ito for QUERDAS, which is definitely something na ayaw mangyari ni Sunday Shrooms. The defending champions. Will pressure consume them so much? And will the Prodigies win this one once and for all? Sabi ni Simple, not just yet. Yob's already taken down. Justin susunod dito sa ating hukay. At maaring may isa pa. Audition ba to? Chris taking Simple down. And immediate let go dito sa ating entrada ng lockers area. Anticipating si Ram na mataan. Nagkakitaan. Ram taking a lot of damage from that encounter with Chris. Pero will Chris try to take him down, make it even once and for all? Yes, he would be able to do so! Oh my, NR natin. But Zolek pushing forward. Shots connecting here dito kila Ilaga, pero medyo maaantala ang kanilang pag-push dito ngayon.
Teka lang, pwede pa manalo ang QUERDAS dito. Kahit na 1 HP si Jake at inubos ni Simple yung execute kanina sa locker, pwede pa rin pumasok ang QUERDAS dito sa second mid. Madami pang utility na hindi binabato. Ang QUERDAS pwede nilang gamitin yun dito, pero Kailaga takes down J-Vice. Pasa ko si Jake dito ng isa inside of CR. Flash comes in. Ito na, papasok na si Jake papunta ng DR, pero si Jake nakakuha pa ng isa doon. 1v1 Jake versus Jake. Sunday Shrooms fighting for their lives. Kaya pa ba ni Jake ipanalo to? Ang problema lang, si Jake ang kalaban niya dito, Mochi, the best clutch player all series long so far, at meron pang isang flash si Jake doon. Alam na ni Jake kung saan niya magagaling, and Jake has to play around the time. Jake pwede niyang laro, and Jake hits the shots. Buhay pa ang Sunday Shrooms.
Buhay na buhay at mukhang papatagalin pa ng Shrooms ang laban na ito. Kung ibibigay namin ang titulo ng kampyon, kailangan paghirapan ninyo. Yan ang katagang sinabi dito ng Sunday Shrooms kontra sa QUERDAS. At ngayon naman, it's a 9-6. 3 more rounds ang kailangan nilang makuha dito para makapag-overtime. Pero parang gusto na ata ng QUERDAS na tapusin ito. Vents area, inookupahan ni Yobs ngayon dito. Pero no kills as of yet. This might give them a lot more room to work with though. And we are also seeing some really good positioning here from Sunday Shrooms. This might be a good round of defense para sa kanila. That is, if they can get the first kill.
Okay. Yun talaga no? Yung first kill dito, very important. QUERDAS uti-uti, naglalakad sa woods. Flash coming in, mukhang mag-execute na ng ace. Papasok na nga sir dito, pero si Zolek nakaharap ng isa. Ilaga, nalaglag na doon sa kanyang vents position. Papasok ng Sikep, pero si Chris sabi, akin na tong missile. Zolek, andito pa rin, taking heads off of the players of QUERDAS. At mapaforce siyang makalayo dito sa may Sikep. QUERDAS forcing Zolek to back off. Nagtatago sa likod ng pillar na yon, at si Zolek malalaglag din sa kamay ni Justin. Double kill for Justin. This might be it. J-Vice goes down, and Sunday Shrooms eliminated. QUERDAS have taken the champions of Impact Summer down.
The champions are champions no more. The Prodigies demolishing Sunday Shrooms. The 3-2 series, saying and telling everyone that they deserve this win. QUERDAS finally getting the 3-2, dethroning Sunday Shrooms themselves after quite of a journey. And this one, man oh man, what a game para sa gabing ito.
Tapos na ang istorya ng Sunday Shrooms, Mochi. Tinuldukan ng QUERDAS at sila na ngayon ang aabanse papunta sa Grand Finals natin, Mochi. What a story it has been. And the amount of struggle QUERDAS went through para lang makaabot dito sa puntong ito, going through re-rosters and finally finding the right amount of the right the right mix of players para makaabot sa Grand Finals. Eto na, Mochi, this is their time. Sino nga ba mga katapat nila? Malalaman natin mamaya yan. But QUERDAS, as of this moment, have taken down the champs and are on their way to becoming their very own winners dito. Tingnan natin kung kaya ba nila yun mamaya. But with the way they're performing dito, Mochi, no? I mean, in sub-base alone, what a night and day difference compared to Sunday Shrooms, no? Ang ganda ng pinakita dito ng QUERDAS.
It seems like that's also something na hindi natin nabanggit kanina. It is the flexibility in terms of pacing na meron ang QUERDAS. They can play discipline in one moment and another they can wreak havoc. Which is something na hindi masyado nagawa dito ni Sunday Shrooms. As much as possible, they want to make sure na every single nook and cranny na-occupy nila. Mabagal sila gumalaw dito, mga sigurista, itong mga Sunday Shrooms natin. And not that it is a bad thing, no? That is actually wonderful. But at the same time, if you are gonna be facing with someone that is just all-out destruction, it's gonna be difficult for you to get back from that one.
Ayun na nga, no? And despite the fact na napalapit nung Sunday Shrooms yung score nung first half, no, hindi na sila nakabawi at all. Actually, tagal nilang stuck sa 5 and then they got 6. But then that's it. Sub-base definitely is a map na dapat mong katakutan laban sa QUERDAS, and that's something that everyone now knows dito sa Impactful, no? Kung dati hindi alam ng Sunday Shrooms na dapat nag-Mexico na lang instead of sub-base, ngayon alam na nila, but that is a little bit too late para sa kanila dito, no? QUERDAS, well, the prodigies, as you said, Mochi, they take down the champs at patuloy lang ang pag-abanse nila dito, no? And let's see what they are capable of. But I am super excited for QUERDAS. Pagdating nila sa Grand Finals, they have a point to prove, and they've already started proving that point by taking down Sunday Shrooms. Here are some of the highlights dito ng set natin dito sa sub-base, no? And I do want to say, Sunday Shrooms felt tamed by QUERDAS.
Man, that should have hurt a lot, no? It feels like, once again, having this weight of the pressure. Now, once again, you want to be champions muli because that's already a title that you're holding on to from the previous time. It definitely seemed like it became a bit sad here of an ending here for Sunday Shrooms. Pero it's quite undeniable, no? That they tried to address and do some minor adjustments, especially when they were on the defense here for Sunday Shrooms. We're seeing Zolek stand up to the occasion. Maganda yung nagiging trade-off dito ni Simple. And even the support here from JKM and as well as Ran and the pickoffs na ginagawa dito ni J-Vice. It's just that medyo mas napapangunahan sila ng kalagasan dito kontra sa QUERDAS. And when it comes to QUERDAS, there are some moments wherein they always for the all-out battles, and the brute force executes here in the whole duration of sub-base, which hence gives us the numbers that we have now.
Yun na nga, no? Tingnan natin, sino ba may pinakamataas na numero dito? It is Chris with a 1.13 kill per round and a 2.0 KD. Kitang-kita mo sa mga numero din ng QUERDAS, no, kung gaano ka-komportable si Yobs at si Justin din, no. It feels different. This map, I wanna say, Mochi, this set feels very different from the first 4. Kasi yung unang apat na mapa natin, parang back and forth yung labanan natin, no. Madikit talaga. Except for sub-base. Dito sa mapang ito, parang ibang anyo. Nagmala-ibang anyo dito ang QUERDAS. At yung Sunday Shrooms walang naibat-bat.
It's really unfortunate, no? Especially, biro mo na hindi nagkaroon ng room para makapagwala si J-Vice, which is, and as well as itong si J-Kim, which is usually sila ine-expect mo na mag-stand on top onto this one. Pero speaking on stand on top, sino nga ba? It is no other than Chris. 2-0-KD. And pretty much, no, in the whole duration here in sub-base, parang siya lagi yung merong first contact dito sa mga laruan natin here in sub-base.
Particularly nung sa BL side, no? Chris was so proactive. Ang dami niyang anggulong kinukuha, no? Whether it be MR, pwede ring second mid, nag-execute siya sa luwag ng maraming beses, no? So, yes, absolutely. This is one of the primary reasons kung bakit ko nasasabi na mukhang komportable ang QUERDAS, kasi mukhang mukhang bahay ni Chris dito yung subbase. Siguro yung kwarto niya nandun sa may luwag, no? Siguro sa ilalim. Kung saan man doon sa ilalim ng hagdan. Kasi Chris, parang alam niya kung saan titingin eh, no? Ito, for example, how would you expect J-Vice na nandun? Tapos ito si expecting the same angle para kay J. Kim even through the smoke. Ito rin, no? Si Simple, na-anticipate niya na ipupush ni Simple yung smoke. Usually, you cover other angles. Pero si Chris, alam niya kung saan titingin dito, no? Which makes it so impressive for Chris. And it's out of nowhere din kasi hindi naman ganito katindi yung impact ni Chris nung other games. You know, yes, Chris had good performances dun sa mga ibang mapa natin, even in compound and especially in port, no? But here in subbase, ibang-iba ang pinakita ni Chris. Talagang on fire si Chris sa mapang ito.
On fire indeed. Kasi biro mo siya lagi yung first contact, laging nagpo-push regardless of the fact na nasa GR side sila, no? Which is crazy here for Chris to say the least. Pero ito nga, no, ang overview na nagsimula tayo ng alas 4 at ngayon 9 o'clock na, guys. Ito ang summary kung ngayon ka lang nandito sa ating broadcast. We started with actually a strong advantage here for Sunday Shrooms with the 2-1. Pero the moment na sumapit ang ating ika-4 na mapa, dyan na nagbago ang ating naratibo. And unfortunately, their champions wouldn't be back-to-back champions here for Impact no more. And QUERDAS will be possibly moving forward dito sa ating semis, and we are yet to see kung sino ang kanilang makakatapat maya-maya oras na sumapit ang laban ng KADILIMAN and as well as FERVID. Pero, biro mo, no? Best of 5. And nalamangan nila dito si Sunday Shrooms. That is quite of a statement to have.
Ayun na nga. And it all ended on subbase na finally na-debut dito ng QUERDAS. Sino nga ba ang match MVP natin para sa QUERDAS? I think it's gonna be
Ayan.
Ayan na nga. The most consistent performer para dito sa QUERDAS, no? And she has to have set a record when it comes to the clutch potential. Parang lagi siyang nananalo eh. Kahit 1v4, laging panalo si Jake, which is very impressive para kay Ate Candy, no? High KD ratio, 0.73 kills per round, and what can I say? A very impactful player when it comes to high pressure moments. Hindi tumitiklop tong si Jake eh.
Yeah, exactly. And there is definitely something notable din dito, no, from Ate Candy herself, definitely showing na when it comes to resilience, resistance, and as well as just all-out prowess, siya ang yung maasahan dito para sa team ng QUERDAS. And man, congratulations, no? I'm wondering kung magkakaroon din tayo ng interview dito mamaya. Medyo nakikurious ako. Kasi kung meron man, edi nice, no? Matatanong natin siya, mga hot seat natin si Ate Gedi. Pero, tignan muna natin ang ating highlights, no? Nagsimula tayo sa Black Widow, kung ano ang talima niya dyan. Naidala niya yon as time goes by. There's just too much highlights to actually show them dito, no? Regardless of the fact that they're losing from the first few moments na meron tayo dito, and this entire match 1, well, guess what? Siya ang isa sa mga taong nag-lift kasama sa kanyang mga kasama dito.
Not just lift, do, isa siya sa nag-bail out sa QUERDAS kapag kailangan nila. In rounds where it felt hopeless, in sets na kala natin matatapos na eh, no? Biglang dadating si Jake tapos uubusin niya yung Sunday Shrooms. Hindi ko alam, malaanghel yung performance niya dito minsan eh, no? And kagulat-gulat kasi nga, remember, in the games na meron dito ang QUERDAS, no, madalas hindi si Candy yung naglalaro, madalas 6th man dito si Candy. But now that in the playoffs napakita na ni Candy kung ano ang kaya niyang iambag, I think she has now become a mainstay of QUERDAS.
Exactly.
And I think about time para dito sa QUERDAS, no. This is just top-notch performance in the most high-pressure moment also. And it's what can I say? It's perfect performance para dito, halos para kay Jake to push QUERDAS over the edge and take that grand final spot.
And not to mention, in the sea of all HKs na nandito sa ating lobby, she's actually one of holding the M14 as well, which definitely just proves then when it comes to comfort, sometimes that's actually the way to go, no? Sometimes it's comfort over meta, and it just varies in the playstyle, and if you will be having the full support ng mga kasama mo in doing so. And Mano, congratulations for Ate Candy for being the match MVP on this one. Pero parang balita ko, may naririnig akong mga boses dito, no? Just in a bit, meron tayong makakapanayam dito sa kampo ng QUERDAS just in a bit. Pero once again, Dandom, sobrang tindi ata ng ating unang match for today, men. Okay ka ba? Balita ko kasi ikaw din ang magkakasbabaya sa Kadiliman tsaka FERVID.
I mean, Mochi, not gonna lie, no? Medyo nakakapagod tong labang ito kasi sobrang init. Pero feeling ko magiging mainit din. Hindi magpapatalo ang FERVID at saka Kadiliman, no? Naglaban na kasi sila nung group stage. And I feel, base sa mga naririnig ko, parang may tinatagong pangsagot dito ang KDM sa FERVID. So, medyo excited din ako sa laban na yon. At syempre, it's just as important as this one para malaman natin sino ang isang koponan na lalaban sa grand finals natin. So, medyo nakakapagod pero masayang-masaya ako. It's all very much worth it, no? Time check, 9:02 PM tayo sa ngayon. Medyo delayed ata yung oras ko dito. Mas later na yung oras natin, no? Pero alam ko na kahit gaano man katagal tumagal, sana mas tumagal pa ang ating labanan mamaya sa KDM at FERVID. Kasi alam kong ibibigay ng dalawang team na yon lahat ng mga teams natin. Lahat ng mga estratehiya nila. Ikaw, Mochi, kamusta ka naman dyan? Kamusta naman nararamdaman mo dyan, partner? Kasi alam kong itong laban natin na to, it is one that we've both been enjoying a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like ang something na kinatuwa ko rin dito is yung women representation na meron tayo dito sa Impactful, no? When it comes to, in a scene na puro lalaki naglalaro, puro mga lalaki, mga players natin na lagi nagpa-pop up dito. And it seems like laging merong odd one out, which is always for the better, giving a really good idea kung na kaya ding makipagsabayan ng mga babaihan dito sa ating laban. And definitely napakita yun ni Jake dito, no? Parang di ko alam kung si CBN ang nagtuturo o siya ba ang nagle-lecture dito kay CBN. Di ko na alam din eh. Kasi katindi yung kanilang performance dito, not to mention yun nga nabanggit din natin kanina pa ni mga kasama niya when it comes to having their each pairings in terms of duos, mga body system. Okay lang kahit sino, parang gamay na gamay nilang samahan ang isa't isa.
Ayun na nga especially in maps where they feel more comfortable in, like in sub-base. Kapag sila yung natirang buhay dito, no, it feels like they're in full control. And I feel like with the right guidance lalo na, I mean, QUERDAS already have very good fundamentals. Ang ganda rin ang direction nila when it comes to site executes. I think the biggest thing about QUERDAS as a team is their ability to read their opponents. Kaya-kaya nilang basahin kung ano yung sinusubukan gawin ng kalaban. At kapag natalo sila sa round na yun, they can adjust on the fly. I think that's one of the defining characteristics dito ng QUERDAS, no? Kaya nilang ma-adjust yung playstyle ng kalaban without much guidance. Kasi in-game I'm not particularly sure kung nakakausap nila yung coach nila in-game. I'm pretty sure hindi. Kasi nakakapag-adjust sila yung players on the fly. So I think kung sino man yung naging IGL dito ng QUERDAS deserves a lot of praise. Kasi nare-recognize nila kung ano yung dapat na adjustment na gawin to their opponent, which I think is what gave them the ultimate edge dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Actually, Mochi, no, kung pagbabasihan natin yung kills at saka talent, tsaka raw aim, I would give the edge to Sunday Shrooms. Pero dahil mas magaling mag-adapt dito ang QUERDAS, sila yung nanalo dito, no? And it's very impressive taking down a team that is such a powerhouse like Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it all boils down to pure coordination. Pero with that being said, let us hear it from one of QUERDAS teammates. Chris! Ayan, I believe itong ating MVP sa ating port, no? Sa base ba? O parang sa base ba? Pero
yes,
sa port? Pero ayan, no? Chris, kamusta? Congrats!
Okay lang po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Ayun.
Alright. First off, Chris, isang tanong lang para sa akin. First off, congratulations muna. Big congratulations. Natalo nyo ang champions ng Impact Summer, Chris, no? So, tanong ko lang, Chris, gaano kadaming paghahanda ang ginawa nyo para matalo at ang Sunday Shrooms, at in-expect nyo ba na manalo laban sa kanila?
Hindi po namin in-expect yung manalo, boss. Tsamba lang po yung baon namin.
No po, di ako naniniwala, Boss Chris. Di ako naniniwala dyan, Boss. Mochi.
Actually, ako nakikurious ako sa mindset nyo, no? Kasi biro nyo, nagsimula tayo with a 1-1, tas biglang lumamang si Sunday Shrooms, di ba, sa third map natin. Ano yung iniisip nyo nun? Ano yung iniisip nyo way para bumawi? And kung determinado pa rin ba kayong manalo sa buong best of 5 series natin?
Opo. Predict na po namin yun, mananalo kami sa game 5. Kaya yung map 5 namin, ginawa namin sa base.
Alright, yun pala.
sinadya nyo talaga.
Tinatago pala talaga nila yung subbase nila dito. Chris, ito, last question from me, no. Bukas, makakalaban nyo in the grand finals either FERVID or KADILIMAN. Parehong bigatin ang mga kalaban natin, no. So, anong plano nyo? Paghahandaan nyo ba? Magpa-practice pa ba kayo mamaya?
Hindi na boss, pahinga. Tapos,
Ayan.
good luck
Okay.
na lang. Bukas.
Alright. I understand. Kung may gusto kayo shoutout, Mochi, Chris, sorry. Chris, kung may gusto kayo shoutout dito
Marami pa
at
akong
gusto po
shoutout,
salamatan, go.
Shout out po kay Jans, tsaka kay Manager Harley, kay Ate Keseya, tsaka kay Kuya Chris.
Yan.
Tsaka sa six-man namin si MDY. Tsaka yung ka-teammate ko. Woo!
Yun! Maraming salamat, Chris.
Tsaka-
Congratulations.
Tsaka
Sige.
sa baby ko po.
Yon. Sige lang, shoutout ka lang, Chris.
Baka meron pa.
Okay na po.
Okay
Alright.
na daw, okay na daw.
Thank you so much, Chris. Congratulations
congrats.
again. Good luck
Thank you.
bukas.
Ayan. Maraming salamat. At once again, guys, sila ang mga panalo para sa ating unang match, no? KADILIMAN versus Sunday Shrooms. QUERDAS ang namayagpag, ending it off with a 3-2 series point.
Yes, absolutely, QUERDAS with the win. Sabi nila, Mochi, hindi nun nila in-expect. But, nung umabot sa subbase, alam na nila na sila na ang mananalo. That's confidence right there. In a map that they didn't even play in the group stage, sigurado pa rin silang mananalo sila doon, no? Makes me even more excited para sa QUERDAS sa Grand Finals bukas, Mochi.
Yeah.
At dahil doon, lalo na ako na-excite para malaman sino ang makakatapat nila. It is the matchup in the semifinals next. That is FERVID at KDM. Naku po, mainit din yun, Mochi.
Yeah, exactly, no? Good luck na lang sa lalamunan ni Bipolar mamaya, no? Kasi siya yung makasama mamaya. And I believe, naku po, magkakandaire na naman at magiging kamatis na naman si Bipolar maya-maya sa laban natin. Natapos na ang termino ko, siya naman later on. And once again, guys, naku, be sure na abangan ninyo yan. Pero dyan na nagtatapos ang laban ng QUERDAS and Sunday Shrooms, where QUERDAS would be advancing forward sa ating grand finals. Mochi Indadum nga pala for this, and then we will be back para sa inaabangan-abangan nyong KADILIMAN versus FERVID just in a few minutes.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Osgood shot, gonna get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Poor hit. Shot, gonna get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Defrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
And you are back here. You are watching the second matchup of the day. Best out of 5 series kanina na umabot talaga ng pinakamahaba. But it was fruitful and sobrang angas ng gameplay natin ngayon. Mas gaganda at mas magbabaga pa ang labanan natin because this is now Kadiliman versus FERVID, ang main show natin for today. Daydoman bipolar nga pala si Ma'am Shimoka. Wala muna ngayon dito sa casting desk natin. Kailangan niya muna pumunta elsewhere. But right now, let's get right into the action. Daydom, kamusta tayo dyan?
Sobrang excited ko para sa laban na to, Bipolar. Ang init ng labanan kanina ng semi-final match number 1 natin at nanalo doon ang QUERDAS. Pero sa ngayon, it's the number 2 versus the number 3 slot. KDM versus FERVID. Itong dalawang to, mainit tong pinanggalingan ng dalawang to. KDM coming off of a streak in the group stage. And then, it's FERVID coming in from a previous Masters relegated team. Mataas ang estado ng pinanggalingan nila para.
Speaking of mataas ng estado, ito yung isa sa pinakamataas na estado right now in terms of impactful. It's Kadiliman, and they have been dominating so far. They held the number 1 spot sa ating standings for a very, very long time. Up until the last 2 weeks lang naman sila nagpalya. But nonetheless, it is Kadiliman. Nandyan si Hangshu, the god with the USP, si Jezreel, si Jessan with the sniper, si RTA, and si Silent na sobrang saya, napapatalon siya man. Kanya ng Kadiliman.
Ayan na nga, Hangshu and Jessan setting the trend para dito sa kanilang team, and the numbers reflected dito. Silang dalawa yung may pinakamataas na kill to death and kill per round ratio. And ayun na nga, silang dalawa yung naghahalin when it comes to the MVP stats. The returning sniper Jessan, and of course Hangshu, the prodigy, that's been very, very impactful dito sa Impactful. And you can see just how many times they've won over and over. As you take a look at the group standings dito, kung makikita nyo yung group standings, talagang patuloy ang panalo ng first few weeks natin, And KDM, I think this team has the makings of a team that can reach a lot of heights. Ang problema lang, ang mga katapat nila dito, medyo mabigat. FERVID din
Yeah, yun na nga they are capable of getting in the top echelon sa ating buong Crossfire Philippines in terms of tourneys. So, we have to also look at RTA kasi siya yung mga palagi natin nakikita on the MVP screen. He is silent but he is deadly. No pun intended kasi nandiyan naman si Silent. Pero ngayon, titignan natin ang kanilang team data. A quick run through lang or a quick throwback. Sinimulan yan mula sa Reyes 7 Gaon 2-0. Looking at that, hanggang sa Blue Vortex puro 2-0, pero QUERDAS Esports have been the one that were able to push them to their limits. Isa na rin doon ang FERVID, which just happened not a long time ago.
Yes.
Ngayon makakalaban nila ulit ngayon.
Ayun na nga, sila yung pinakahuling matchup sa ating group stage. Just last week, nung huling nagtambal ang dalawang ito, at magtatapat ulit agad sila. And I have to talk about that later on, pero mamaya, pag nag-head-to-head matchup na tayo, Pero FERVID have taken the cake in that series very, very decisively. Yung dalawang mapa nila, 10-3 doon, And one of those sub-base is, I think, the biggest hurdle para dito sa Kadiliman. Medyo nahirapan talaga sila sa sub-base ng FERVID, which has been their signature map. And nakita naman natin, in previous matches, katulad nung sa QUERDAS kanina, naka-comeback ang QUERDAS, pinag-aralan nila yung playstyle. So, I would expect nothing less from Kadiliman. I would expect na pinag-aralan din nila ang playstyle ng FERVID.
Totoo nga naman, Didum. Looking at this team right now, they've been so formidable and hindi mo may kakala despite the shortcomings na nangyari sa kanila last week. They are still, sila pa din ang Kadiliman na nagbibigay sa atin ng mga highlights ng mga things to look at every time. Pero ngayon, syempre, why not let's get some action right into our desk right here, Daydom, kasi makakasama natin ang idol ng lahat ang nagbibigay ng highlights
Idol.
every time. Jessan, kamusta tayo dyan?
Okay naman, Kuya Bipolar and Kuya Dadum. Okay naman po ako.
Yan, alright. That's good to hear, Boss Jessan. To, Boss Jessan, first off, gusto muna kita congratulate for making it to the semifinals.
Thank you.
And I know it's been a successful run so far sa group stage natin dito, no? Pero ito, may tanong ako sa'yo. I mean, nung group stage, medyo nahirapan tayo laban sa FERVID, no? So ano yung ginawang preparasyon laban sa kanila ngayong playoffs? Madami ba tayong strategy na pinlano?
Actually, di naman namin nagamit nung last na laro namin.
Group stage.
Kumbaga, kung anong nang ginawa nila, sinabayan lang namin. Barilan lang. Kumbaga, kahit kayo, alam nyo naman. Diba? Parang, tulad nito, kami lang din naman magkakatapat. Siyempre, di namin lalabas din yung bara namin. Ganun lang yun.
Yung pala, bipolar, nagtago. A bit of insider info dito ng mga strategies sila Boss Jessan.
I mean, yan yung gusto ko kay Boss Jessan, content kung content talaga simula pa rin yung laban. And I just like how you said it, Jessan, no, na hindi talaga kayo nagpakita muna ng todong bigay on that matchup. Ngayon, dito nyo ipapakita yan. And speaking about FERVID, may target ba tayo dyan? Kasi parang, alam niyo yun, still nonetheless, tinuwan kayo last time Baka may tatargetin ka mamaya, Jessa.
Secret yun.
Okay. So, ayan.
Pero ingat ka, padre Padre, nice ka tol.
Uy! Okay. Na-shoutout pa kasi nice ka tol. Ito, Boss Jessan. Ako may gusto kay shoutout.
Nice ka tol.
Yes. Of course naman. Alam naman natin yan. No? Kung may gusto kang shoutout, Boss Jessan, gustong pasalamatan, gustong message na ibigay, now's the chance.
Shoutout sa boss namin sa KDM Esports. Thank you sa opportunity na dalhin namin yung org nyo dito sa CFS Impact. Kay Boss Narpin, kay Boss Wits, kay Boss Tesseract. Sa mga coaches namin, si Coach Gary X, si Coach Drew. And sa club ko, naka-support sa amin dito sa KDM Esports, yung Lead Strong Family. Yan, thank you. At doon para sa sa commander ko, si Ann Monillo. Yan.
Ayun.
Shoutout.
Boss Jessan, good luck sa laban nyo. Hindi na to best of 3, best of 5 na to. So we're expecting a lot. And bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban. Mag-ready ka na, Boss Jessan. Malapit na tayo magsimula.
Good luck, boss.
Thank you. Thank you, boss.
And then yung Didum, the content king himself, pumasok na dito for the very first time. So that is just gonna be a great start sa ating matchup today. And with Kadiliman going on head with FERVID, alam mo ang spicy nun actually na totoo nga na hindi mo na sila bumuga ng todo on their matchup.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, no? Kasi nga naman, no bearing yung game nila na yun. Kahit matalo sila, pasok pa rin naman sila sa playoffs at sila pa rin dalawa ang magkakalabanan. Pero, sino nga ba ang mga kalaban nila? None other than FERVID Esports dito, Bipolar. The undisputed kings of sub-base dito sa Impact Fall. And so far, they are looking real good. Yun na nga, the players looking nice and ready. Yun na nga, si Boss Aris, no? The shot caller dito. And the rest of the boys looking prime for this semifinal.
I mean, looking at it in a way then no, as we look at the team stats natin dito, Skies performs tremendously. Even though Aris actually hindi siya umabot ng solid 1.0 KD, man, the pressure that he instills sobra-sobra pa sa numbers na nakikita natin. Jam as well, and even Hadj also getting those betterment of these teams. Pero we have to highlight every time the sniper in the mix, the man with the chainsaw, si Lance. 1.79 is actually insane.
Absolutely. Itong team na to, no? Right mix of aggression, right mix of shot calling with the guidance of Aris, of course. And you got to expect the unexpected kapag sila yung kalaban. May lalo na sa mga paboritong mapa nila dito. And I mean, sure, madaming nilalabas na strategiya at baril dito si Aris tsaka si Lance, no? But don't make a mistake of thinking na linear itong team na ito. Kahit sa mga standard maps natin, napakalakas nitong FERVID Esports, no? And it's absolutely impressive what they've been able to show sa group stage.
Yeah, impressive nonetheless. Ngayon, I think we can move on to our team data. Kung kanina may throwback tayo on Kadiliman, ngayon FERVID naman ang ating pag-usapan. It's also the same kind of set, no? Kasi both has 2 losses, if I'm correct. Pero itong FERVID, they had a lot of rounds into their name. So baka gumana dito, especially in a best of 5 series. And again, Kadiliman yung last matchup nila last time. Ngayon, any thoughts within this group na baka may map ka rin ba na naisip dito na baka lumabas na ibibigay ng FERVID?
You know what, actually, no? Syempre, given na yung sub-base, no? I wouldn't be surprised if may ilabas na New Mexico dito, ang FERVID. I mean, we've seen that when they played against QUERDAS, at maganda naman ang performance ng FERVID dito. Mas maganda lang yung performance ng QUERDAS, but they were able to keep it close. 8-10 ang score nila laban sa QUERDAS sa New Mexico. So, hindi ako magugulat kung ilabas nila yon kasi marami din silang strategy. But other than that, it is a best of 5 as you mentioned by Polar. So, kailangan maraming inihanda ang FERVID dito sa laban nila.
And I feel like handang-handa na talaga sila kasi naririnig ko na rin sa kalinawan ko dito sa kanan pati kaliwa kong tenga, no, Didum, na malapit na natin makausap ang isang sobrang lakas, sobrang formidable in the and kilala naman ito ng lahat, si Bossy. Nice katol si Aris, makakausap natin siya mamaya. So let's see kung ano nga ba yung mga plano nila. I just like to point out na last time din nakita natin Didum na hindi nila masyado seryoso kasi yung ibang sets natin puro chainsaw lang actually yung mga yung ibang players dito ng FERVID, and nakikita rin natin the players that are not used to using the sniper, sometimes sila na yung kumukuha na.
And not to mention performing out of his mind, no? Si Skies nung nag-sniper siya. Ang ganda ng pinakita niya doon sa laban nila up against KDM. So I wouldn't be surprised kung magkaroon ng switch of roles dito, Polar.
Yeah, possibly, no, baka yun ang ibubukan nila. Pero ngayon, may bubunyag muna tayo dito ngayon. It's time for our interview with Boss Aris. Si Nice Katol. Ang pogi mo naman dyan, Aris.
Ito, Boss Aris, kamusta? Kamusta ang pakiramdam off of the group stage? Syempre ngayon, playoffs na tayo, mataas yung pressure. So, kamusta yung vibes ng mga players natin?
Well, of course, syempre masaya kasi yun nga. I think first time din nila makapasok sa playoff. Compare kay Jam. Si Jam kasi nakapasok na sa playoff last. So itong mga players ko, yung si Sky, si Lance, at si Had, bago lang sila makapasok sa playoff. So yun, masaya sila.
Alright. That's good to hear. Polar?
So very fresh din, no, yung mga ibang players natin dito. Kamusta naman yung team? Meron bang strategies na makikita natin kanina? Ibabalik nyo ba yung nakita namin sa inyo last time na kakaiba talaga eh. Parang hindi namin nakalimutan yun, Aris.
Hindi, pagka walang ganun, hindi si Nice Katol yung naglalaro doon.
Ayan, you love to hear that. Ito, Boss Aris, last question from me. Kanina sinabi ni Boss Jessan na kaya daw ganun yung score nung group stage kasi hindi sila naglabas ng strategy. Kayo din ba? Hindi rin ba kayo naglabas ng strategy laban sa KDM?
Nilabas na namin yung strategy doon.
Wow.
Ayun na yun.
Okay.
Feeling ko yun. Ibang pahay na yung sinasabi dito ni Aris. Dito, may sikretong dito si Aris, no? Pero Boss Aris, again, last question na namin to, Boss Aris. Any shout out? I mean, first time natin mag-interview dito sa Impact so the floor is yours. Oras na para mag-shout out.
Yun, of course, shout out kay Boss Allen Wap, Boss Art. Thank you sa pag-support sa team. And sa mga girlfriend ng teammates ko. Ay, wala pala silang girlfriend. Shout out lang sa mga viewers na nanonood at sumusuporta sa FERVID.
Ayun na nga, maraming salamat, Boss Nice Katol. We're wishing you the best of luck sa semi-final match nyo. Good luck, boss.
Thank you.
Good luck, Boss Aris. Again, maraming salamat po. Pero na-speechless ako doon. Na-speechless. Kung kanina medyo may mga bad rounds tayo, ngayon parang binadmot agad ni Aris.
Yung kasabi. Ay, but you love to hear it, man. From Nice Katol, always a good time pag kasama si Nice Katol. No? Never a dull moment. Kahit siya yung IGL mo, kahit siya yung coach mo, pag titiriman ka pa rin, it's always a nice vibe with Nice Katol. Pero ito, bipolar, tingnan na natin. I think meron na tayong map dito.
Meron naman. Let's look at the map, Vito, right now. No? Again, a best of 5 series kung saan sub-base agad ang binanang Kadiliman against them Black Widow as well. And ang ganda lang actually ng simula natin dito. Compound 2 will be our first map. Ankara pangalawa, Eagle Eye 2.0. Fourth, tapos Mexico 2 will be our decider. Any thoughts dito?
You know what? I'm a bit surprised na hindi inuna ng Fervid ang port dito, no? I mean, second to their sub-base, I would argue port yung pinaka-structured ang performance dito ng Fervid. So, I would have expected na mauuna ilabas dito ang port ng Fervid. But now that I think of it, mahilig din si Jessan sa port, no? So, Ankara could be a safer bet dito. And Compound, of course, well, I would give this a big advantage para sa KDM, no? Again, another playground ni Jessan dito. Loves playing Compound even with the revamp dito ng Compound 2.0, no? Ang ganda pa rin ng mga anggulong nakikita dito ni Jessan, and of course it's gonna be an absolute battle of Jessan and Lance. Eagle Eye, it's gonna be a bit of an unknown dito. And then Mexico, ito na yung sinasabi ko, Polar, pwede nating makita ang Mexico because Forbid did perform great in Mexico.
Yeah, and it's a roller coaster of emotion na parang up-down scaling yung magiging map veto natin dito. Pero for now, simulan na natin ang roller coaster. Ano nga ba prediction mo dyan, Datum? Sisimulan ko na mabilisan lang. 3-2 in favor of Fervid.
Uy! Okay, kasi ako rin, ganun din.
Uy, naku
Ang
po,
ipipredict ko
naku
dito, Bipolar, I think it's going to be 3-2 for Vid, but just barely. I think dahil Mexico yung last map natin, pag umabot tayo doon, Fervid ang mananalo in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I have to agree with you on that, no, Datum. The fast maps natin dito, looking at, Ankara, looking at as well dito sa Mexico natin, might be in favor of our Fervid here with them having nice katol. Sobrang ganda ng map pool natin para sa Fervid just because it allows them to be sneaky. It allows them to be crafty.
Ayun
Pero
na
for Kadiliman, they have that they have that experience with Jessan behind them. They have that formidable defense and that a great offense kung saan sisimulan palagi yan ng one shot into the head ng ating mga players there. Especially nandun naman si Hangshu. So, aabot tayo sa pinakadulo, pero why not? Let's get right into the action kung saan maglalaban-laban ang Kadiliman and as well as Fervid. Simulan ang laban dito sa Compound 2.
At yun na nga, KDM BL side, Fervid nandito sa GR side naman. At sisimulan na lang bakbakan dito sa may pillars. Actually, 4 players ng KDM andito na agad. At nakaantabay lang si Aris at si Jam. By the way, Lance back on the sniper at si Skies back on the HK. So wala mo ng switch of roles dito. Lady Hagis ni Jam nagkakitaan na dito sa may store. Aris playing around with the USP at si Silent malalaglag. Jam good for the first kill. Good flash coming through from Jam as well. At si Jam magbabato pa nga ng smoke doon. Pero si Jessan nasasagot na agad. Hangshu for the kill at naubos ang mga players ng store B for Vid.
Ato for one exchange ang mangyari doon in favor of Kadiliman. Ito yung sinasabi natin their aggressive approach and their like poking system, kumbaga ang ginagawa nila dito for that initial trade-offs. And dahil doon, napunta rin agad nila yung B. Pero this is where Kadiliman shines. Nakakuha sila ng opening advantage dito sa B, pero guguluhin nila dito yung laban. Hindi sila mag-overcommit ng mabilisan. They're gonna be looking at other places. Yung C4 nga natin, actually, nandun pa rin naman sa mid. But the store take, wala dito kay Hangshu. Lance malapit lang din. Naman with the TRG, mukhang may mamamatay agad dito. But the smoke will be a determining factor para sa defense na ito.
Si Lance. Remember, always the set MVP para dito sa Fervid whenever he has that sniper on his hands. At si Hangshu, makikita niya na nga ata, lalapit na ang KDM papunta sa B-store at nasa loob na ng site pa rin si Lance. Makikita siya ng 3! Naku po! Lance finds 1! And RTA takes him down immediately, pero yung bomba nilalapit na ng KDM papunta sa site. Skies with a tap gets the head of RTA. Pero yung mga flash magagaling dito sa KDM, may tatanim nila yung bomba. Jestril, Hangshu, what can you do, Polar?
Malapitan na approach dito kay Jestril. The bomb has been planted. Skies still has some utility. Haj malayo pa rin naman, pero they're playing for some contact here. Ngayon, the setup will be here. Skies going in, sabay silang papasok. Jestril mamamatay. Yes, he will. Hangshu falls down, and what a turn of events mula dito sa retake ng Fervid. Kadiliman gives 1 round to Fervid.
And Skies for 3 gets 3 kills on this retake. At dahil doon, 1 round na nga sa board para dito sa Fervid. Napakaganda naman ng retake na yon. And because of the hold as well of Lance, no, nakakuha sila ng equalization ng manpower. Dahil doon, 1-0, FERVID nakakuha agad ng unang score dito, unang puntos, pero lalaban nila yung PLR 3 players pushing, kasama si Lance, kasama si Jam at si Aris. Si Silen lumalapit at si Hangshu manggagaling sa kabila, and RTA Hangshu picks up all the kills in the world to double kill para kay Hangshu. At papasok na agad sila ng B-site dito. Si Haj nasa ilalim na nga playing around batteries, pero may kakakitaan sila ni Haj, and Jezreel takes down Skies, and KDM nakasagot agad ng isa. 1-1 Polar.
Actually, nag-iba ng tempo dun yung Kadiliman, no?
Oo.
After that initial pick-off, sabi nila, ay, hindi lang naman dalawa yung pumunta dito sa B. So, kahit i-push na agad natin to ng mabilisan, we still have the advantage. And that was ultimately the downfall dun sa round na yun for FERVID. And ngayon, mafo-force back muna ang FERVID into a little bit of a default play. Aris actually, using the TRG close by, kaso stuck na siya dito. Jam cannot help out. The flashbang will be the grenade will connect. Pero Aris makakaalis pa nga.
Good movement mula dito kay Aris, no? Good nades as well para nga makalipat at nabasa na yung posisyon niya doon. Jam playing with fire, pero dito sa bintana si Aris naka-USP pa rin. The sniper not really getting used much, pero si Aris nandito pa rin sa posisyon niya in Storby. RTA iniisip kung papasok pa ba siya. Alam niyang malapit si Jam, nag-peek na nga. Uy! Jam barely surviving. Pero papasok si RTA dito, the pistol, the USP, so effective. Kasama pa nga si Hangshu. Jam, Aris taken down at lilipat ang Kadiliman.
Nakadepensa dito si Skies pa with the HK. He has 3 kills into his name. Utilities inbound dito sa gitna, smoking para mabigyan pa siya ng onti pang depensa. Pero hiwa-hiwalay pa dito ang FERVID. This defense is not that good for them. They're banking on a multi-layered defense. Isa muna titikim, tapos titignan nila after kung ano nga ba ang pwedeng gawin na plan B.
Nandito sa ilalim si Haj. This is a power position from Haj, no? If mag-B-site push dito ang KDM, pwede silang mapitas isa-isa ni Haj. Kaso lang, B-crunch, dalawang posisyon ang panggagalingan nila dito. Dalawa sa window, isa sa X entrance, and it's gonna be Haj to find Hangshu. Pero isa lang ang nahanap doon ni Haj, hindi na nakatago sa batteries. Eto na, it is going to be a 2v4 with a big flank. Mula dito kay Skies, nahanap niya si Silen na hindi nakatingin sa tamang posisyon. Lance, USP, and DRG in hand, si Jessan. Yung kalaban niyang sniper manggagaling sa curve. At nakita niya through the smoke. Okay, Skies finds one more. Pero teka lang, naubos na ang KDM. 20 seconds left on the clock. At mag-isa na lang si RTA. Panggagalingan sa likod si Skies. Taken down by RTA. And Lance down to 1 HP. RTA, isang bala na lang kailangan mo may tama kay Lance dito. Pero si Lance is the same thing. Pero RTA holds strong. And KDM pick up the round.
I mean, for Kadiliman, naging concerning yun para sa kanila, no? As we go into a dead round muna dito. It was actually concerning, bigla silang napitas isa't isa, and good awareness mula kay Skies from FERVID. Hindi siya nag-overcommit, hindi agad siya nag-move towards curve. He was wary of a flank kasi hindi naman talaga nila alam kung ilang players agad ang pumasok dito sa B. Might have been the whole team, pero nga lang sabi niya, antayin ko muna dito, there's still a smoke dividing me and the site. So baka may nasa likod pa. Able to get one, napatay niya agad si Jessan. They were able to get into the site. Kaso nga lang, RTA was playing around the site. Ginagamit lahat ng environment as cover. And despite having low HP, despite them having like one bullet into their name na lang para, round win na agad, siya pa rin nakakuha din ng kill. And great movement mula dito kay RTA.
Absolutely. Good decision making from Lance and even better decision making from RTA to win the round para dito sa KDM. 2-1 ang labanan natin dito, and you have to remember Bipolar as well na itong mapang ito KDM ang pumili. At ito matanong ko sa iyo Bipolar, in your opinion, ang compound ba ay BL sided na? Kasi isa na naman itong instance kung saan ang KDM mas nakakakuha sila ng rounds habang nasa BL.
I mean, ito nga napag-usapan namin to ni Sneaky Frog last time nung nasa regional finals tayo last week. Na dahil sa changes ngayon sa Compound 2, mas lumawak yung sides natin, mas maraming places to play around. So dahil doon, mas naging BL-sided yung approach natin dito, or mas naging BL-sided yung buong mapa natin. Back then kasi GR side naman you just have to place a smoke in mid, tapos yung maliitan na entrances dito on both of these sides, you put a lot of players there, tapos easy done na. Job's done already. Pero ngayon na mas maraming, mas malawak ang playground nila, BL side actually has ways of entry. Mas if you know the lineups, if alam mo kung paano makakuha ng timings dito, you can definitely just get into the site quite with a lot of players. Yun nga yung nakikita natin Kadiliman eh. Kapag nakakapasok sila sa site, full squad pa din sila or minsan isa lang yung namamatay, while yung GR sided natin dito, they have to go to an extent kung saan kailangan nila habaan yung ramihan, yung players in terms of pushing. Kaya nakikita natin on pillars, 3 agad o 2 agad yung nilalagay doon ng FERVID just because the execution agad will be detrimental. Pero nonetheless, mukhang ready na tayo to get back into the game. Daydom, maraming salamat actually for that question. But nonetheless, papasok na tayo on that 4th round kung saan FERVID trailing by 1 round against Kadiliman.
Ito na nga, back to the middle playground dito. Hajj lalapit agad. Uy, di nila nakita si RTA agad. And Lance Ani sasagot ng tig-isa doon with the TRG shots. 2 kills each for both of our teams. At nalaglag dito si Jessan at si Hangshu, pero sa Fervid nalaglag si Skies at si Hajj. So, lipat muna ng LA. Pero andoon naman si Lance. Hindi tumama si Lance doon. A good smoke coming in. RTA papasok pa rin. Pressing the issue. KDM nagmamadali. Takes down Lance, pero si Aris magagaling sa itaas, takes down 1 with the USP, but that is it. Jam left alone, 1v2.
1v2. At si Jam ngayon naglalakad kung saan naglakad mismo ang Kadiliman just a few seconds ago. Jestrel very much half HP, 54 HP para sa kanya. Jam malapit.
At si Jestrel nahuli din ni Hajj mula sa likod. A big flank botched by Hajj. Yes, ano lang titirang buhay dito. Okay, quick scope onto Jam, but that is all he wrote. Si Lance ang tatapos sa round 9. At 4-5 ang score natin dito, Bipolar. Lamang pa rin ang Kadiliman.
Yeah, Kadiliman, despite them giving a few rounds at the end of the first half, still looking better than FERVID right now. Medyo rocky pa kasi yung depensa dun kanina ng ating FERVID. Yes, may clutch potential. Yes, nakakuha sila ng kills. Kaso nga lang Kadiliman. Alam mo yun, yung kapag nasa BL side sila, kung hindi mo alam na yun agad ang ginagawa ng Kadiliman, mababaliw ka na eh. Kasi i-commit mo nga ba to or no? Pero sabi ng FERVID, they were able to decipher that quite clearly. Nakita nga natin yon sa exit position na si Skies nag-push out na lang. Napatay niya agad doon si Silent on at that position. Pero Kadiliman man, Jessan hitting the wildest shots of the ages. Kahit ano lang nagja-jump pick lang naman yung players natin for FERVID. He knows where they're at alam niya kung saan dapat tututok.
Ayun na nga, Jessan still performing at top level dito. So far, hindi pa tayo nakakita ng straight cut fight between Jessan and Lance. Pero maganda rin ang mga numero ni Lance dito, no? So, it's definitely shaping up to be the semi-final match we anticipated between Kadiliman and FERVID. 5-4 ang score natin dito. And remember, Bipolar, in the BL side, in standard maps like this and Black Widow, medyo nahihirapan ang FERVID. So, ang tanong, makakakuha kaya sila ng ng maraming rounds dito sa kanilang BL side? Remember, sila ang lugi ng isa.
Yeah, very much so. Tsaka, Compound 2 is not fitting for FERVID's playstyle kung saan they have to be shifty, dapat magalaw sila. No, Ares can't really do that much. Walang vents eh. Wala tayong passage, wala tayong kakaibang lugar kung saan pwede siya mag-flank up, walang tower position kung saan, may tower dito sa gitna, but it's not the one that you can look at every side from the BL side. You just have to look at Curve and EA. So baka possibly bumalik sila dito for the first few rounds dito sa FERVID ng double sniper setup. Titingnan mo natin ngayon, no, they will not be doing that. Pero wala mo ng wild guns dito. Pero for Kadiliman, I actually like Silent here. He's using the AK, different playstyle, different taste sa labanan na ito.
Yun na nga, Silent opting for the AK and opting for the push. The position of Aris kanina nung nasa GR side siya, store. And ito, one of the key changes in Compound, no? Tinanggal na nila yung dingding dito sa store B. Hindi na siya window. Bukas na talaga. One pillar, a couple of boxes na wall bangable. At si Jam will take advantage of that change, leaving Silent down. At dahil dyan, yung isang depensa dito ng KDM na wala na FERVID, pwede silang lumipat katulad ng ginagawa ng Kadiliman, pero pwede rin silang mag-commit sa B.
Yeah. And nakikita natin dito yung contrast ng dalawang playstyles, no? If Kadiliman may poking system sila, dito FERVID, they go for multiple angles at the same time. They plant themselves at hindi sila magbibigay ng sobrang space. They wanna take over the map control kumbaga. Pero Jessan ngayon, still in this curve position, waiting for someone. Diyos ko po, parang may bubuyog na lumipad agad bigla, pero Jessan wasn't able to get the kill. But nonetheless, 4-man strong pa rin ng Kadiliman for FERVID. All they have to do is choose kung saan nga ba sila pupunta.
Uy, Jezreel making the rotate towards B site, no? So medyo lumipes yung depensa sa mid. At pwede yung pwede yung ipuntirya dito ng Fervid. At yun ang gagawin nila, no? Sakto yung call. A good call from Fervid to get the read right. At mukapasok sila ng curve. Pero si Jessan nandito sa loob ng smoke. Good shot for Jessan. Taking down. Nice katol. At lilipat na naman si Jessan. Mukhang makakuha na naman siya ng isa. Jam is down. And Hodge will follow suit as well. Jessan. Impact kills to give this round for Kadiliman.
I mean, it was a good call for Fervid, pero it was a better sightline for Jessan. Man, the timing on this guy is so impeccable. Alam niya kung saan tututok, alam niya kung saan sila lalabas. And kung ibang sniper yon, mag-back off yun towards the deeper sides of A side. Pero sabi niya, pupunta ako sa GR, lalabanan ko yung curve kasi walang nakapwesto dyan. At alam ko na dito din sila pupunta. And the shots, man, all it takes is one click. At si Jessan, alam mo na, pag tumunog na yung sniper niya dito, makakatama na agad siya ng isang kill.
Yun na nga.
But four players now going towards pillars. A 2-1-2 setup for Kadiliman is actually getting, alam mo yun, mas naging advantage siya para sa kanila kasi medyo default heavy ang approach right now ng Fervid.
Yun na nga. I mean, this team still has a lot of strategies in their playbook. Remember, Masters ang nilaruan nila nung simula ng taon, no? So they've learned from the best teams in the country. At si Silent hoping to give them a lesson of his own. Mukhang nababasa na dito ni Jessan na lahat ng Fervid players nandoon sa B-Store. Pero may isang naiwan sa likod, si Skies. Pag may nag-push mula sa KDM dito sa LA, pwede siyang mahuli dito ni Skies.
RTA just waiting. And I like dito talaga the awareness of Kadiliman is crazy. With Jessan just positioning himself dito on B, biglang napatigil tuloy, mas gumanda yung depensa nila. RTA actually pushing from the back lines. Matatamaan niya ata dito sila Lance. Will he go for the discipline play? Yes, he will. Double kill para sa kanya. Lance with the trade. Hangshu dito sa Z. Will also peek out. Lance, mamamatay nga ba? Hindi pa naman, pero papasok siya dito and he will get taken away by Jezreel.
Aris mag-isa na lang sa ngayon. Still just holding on to the EBR. Yung bomba wala sa kanya. Takes down one. Jessan is next. Pero naka-sniper dito si Jessan. Flash coming out. Peek from Aris. Gonna be very risky considering Jessan has a sniper. Pero lalabanan niya pa rin. And Aris good for one more. The headshot on to Jessan. 18 seconds left on the clock. Kailangan magtago ni Silent. Just play around the time. Pero iikot si Aris sa likod. Hindi na siya makikita ni Silent until he turns around. Silent with the save. KDM 7 rounds on the board.
I mean, Silent at the right position at the right time. Kaso nga lang medyo nag-over-contemplated dun si Aris. Wanted to go to A pero considered going to B instead. Ngayon mid-skirmish for both teams will end up with just grenades and a smoke. Dito sa pillars position natin, Jessan at Silent ngayon ang dedepensa. Pero 4 na players muli ang tusubok dito. Pero it's up against one of the best. It's Jessan with a sniper.
Jessan looking for the shots. Wala pa siyang tinatamaan dito but at least have an opportunity pag tumingin siya dun sa kabilang dako. You know, lots of flash being thrown by Fervid. Ito, medyo mahirap tong posisyon ng Fervid kasi ang dami nilang binabatong utility pero wala silang nakuhang space. So pag lumipat sila ng posisyon, konti na lang yung magagamit nila na flash and smokes. Pero madami pa naman sila as of the moment. HE is getting thrown. Silent, di masyadong tinamaan doon at mukhang nilipat na ang Fervid dito. Parang natunugan nila yung sniper dito ni Jessan sa B.
Good grenades gone on. Magandang setup na kaso nga lang Silent was able to find that sweet spot in that railway para alam mo, hindi siya matamaan ng todo. 4 HP was taken away pero Lance has just been waiting for the right time at mapapatay niya pa ang kapwa niyang sniper. He still wants to go for something here kasi ine-expect niyang may trade-off na mangyayari. Meanwhile, the other players are now in mid. Lalabanan nila si Jezreel. Jezreel mawawala na rin.
Jezreel down si Lance. Uy, nakita niya doon si Silent kaso masyadong malapit. Hindi niya na quickscope si Hangshu mula sa itaas. Takes down Skies. 45 seconds. Time is running down. At nararamdaman na ng Fervid yung pressure. One more player down for the ranks. At nalapit na nga dito si Hangshu. Naku po, nakita niya na si Aris and KDM with another beautiful defense. 8 on the board.
And this is what you expect from a setup na parang 2-1-2 na pag may namatay na isa, agad may trade-off na mangyayari. Pag may namatay na pangalawa, you already know na may malapit na agad na player dito. Pero sabi naman ng Kadiliman, ibahin natin ngayon ang tempo, papasok kami dito sa first position, Lance will be taken away.
Ang Shu getting one, Jezreel takes down Aris, and again, the defense from Kadiliman is beautiful. Polar, bakit hindi sila nag-utility dito? Wala akong nakikitang flash. And Fervid paying the price big time. KDM, inisa-isa lang ang Fervid. Set point for Kadiliman.
What a fast round there for Kadiliman. Sabi nila, huwag tayo mag-flash. Expect nila yan eh. Magdadodge lang nila yan, magtatago lang yan. Why not? Let's go in dry, let's go in raw. Nakita ulo dito na Ares, so they will form a defense here in mid kung saan tatlo ang titingin. Pero ngayon mukhang Fervid, they're contemplating, mukhang nagpaplano pa sila sa BL spawn.
Medyo mabagal nga. Fervid. Potential last round dito Kadiliman 9-4. I did not expect this big of an advantage para sa Kadiliman I mean, we did say na itong Kadiliman medyo magaling sa mga mapang katulad nito, but to have a 5-round lead kalaban ng Fervid, hindi natin na-expect. We both expected this to be a close set and a close series for that matter. But Fervid, yung BL side nila dito, parang maraming pagkukulang dito bipolar. A lot of the times, kung bakit sila napapunish dito ng Kadiliman is because they take a lot of entries, a lot of sites, a lot of fights na hindi sila nag-utility dito, which is a curious strategy. Parang sinesave nila yung utility nila for the post plan, pero paano mo gagawin yun kung hindi ka makapagtanim ng bomba?
Yun na nga, and the approach here dito ng Kadiliman is actually just pristine. Sinabi nga natin kanina na nagfe-favor yung mapa na to towards Kadiliman's playstyle, and nakikita na natin yun. From the BL side to the GR ngayon, wala, parang sobrang ganda, sobrang solid ng ginagawa dito ng Kadiliman. Fervid nakakuha ng onting limelight, nakakuha ng onting, onting hope within these rounds. Kaso nga lang, the trade-offs are just too quick. The rotations are just too quick, and everything coming in from Kadiliman has just been too intense for Fervid to handle. And for Fervid, hindi talaga it doesn't compound, and as well as Fervid doesn't mix well in my eyes. But nonetheless, they're still trying. For Kadiliman naman, alam mo yun, binibigla sila man dito. Binibigla nila ng todo ang Fervid.
Yeah, and so for the most part, very standard yung mga defenses dito ng KDM, no? As I said, they don't necessarily have to do much. Kasi Fervid, medyo kulang yung approach nila when it comes to the attack, when it comes to trying to take control of the site. Pumapasok kasi sila playing into the hands of KDM without necessarily a lot of aid. Yes, they have the power of manpower, but obviously it hasn't been enough. Kumbaga kulang sa mind games dito ang Fervid nito. Not to mention the utility use on the BL side, in my opinion, should be a little bit more present. In compound, we'd seen them fall to the same weaknesses before. Nung kalaban nila yung Blue Vortex, ganito rin yung naging problema ng Fervid, no? Kaya sila natalo nung mapa na yon. So it is kind of lacking yung BL side dito, but there is still a chance, Polar. I mean, sure, it is 4-9, pero 5 rounds in a row, pag nagawa yan ng Fervid, pwede tayo mag-OT. Posible pa naman.
There's something also crazier na pinag-usapan natin, tinanong mo rin kanina, na BL-sided na yung mapa natin. Kaso nga lang, Fervid is playing against or playing with the strategies dito ng Kadiliman. So, nakikita mo na sumasabay lang ang Fervid, pero Kadiliman on the GR side, sila pala naggumagawa ng kwento dito at inaalay lang lahat palagi ng Fervid. Yes, mayroon tayong takes. Yes, manakuha sila ng kills, but hindi to nag-end up into them having the site, which is actually crucial. Minsan lang sila nakakapasok daydom in this second half. Parang sobrang onti lang ng fights natin within the site itself. It always ends up doon sa may labas nating mga side.
Ayun na nga, no? Kitang-kita mo kung gaano sila nahihirapan makakuha ng space, and it's a perfect opener para dito sa Kadiliman. If things go on like this, we might as well cut it and go to the second set dito. So, it's a really good map dito para sa KDM to start things off and get the momentum para sa ating first couple of sets. However, set number 2 is a bit of a curveball. It is Ankara, no? A map na in-expect ko rin, hindi pipilian ng FERVID kaagad. Akala ko magpo-port muna tayo bago tayo mag-Ankara, but they did go to that map nonetheless. So, I would imagine FERVID will have a different playstyle. I mean, Ankara is a map, madami din mga strategy dito ang FERVID. Pero I don't wanna talk about that yet. Medyo malayo pa naman ang set number 2 natin dito. If FERVID can keep scoring points dito sa aning utang set, that is Compound 2.0. But I think they have to drastically change their playstyle. Kailangan bawasan nila yung pagpasok ng mga site ng dry, ng ibig sabihin walang utility, and put a little bit more support to the way that they have been taking the fights.
Yun na nga, I mean, looking at it in a way, parang napapaisip tuloy ako sa sinabi ni Aris kanina na yun na daw yung plano nila, binigay na daw nila lahat. Totoo nga ba yun? Kasi parang basang-basa ng kadiliman yung ginagawa nila in a map na hindi naman natin nakita na naglaban sila last time. So, it's concerning nonetheless. If FERVID fan ka, you're not expecting na ganito kalayo yung gap ng dalawang teams. Ultimately, these two teams have placed themselves in the top 4 position dito sa ating CFS PH IMPACT Fall. Pero parang minamamaw kasi ng kadiliman dito yung kada galaw, yung kada execution ng FERVID, and that is something that you don't wanna see. Given the fact na map pick nga to ng buong kadiliman, they do know what they're doing, pero I want to double in lang ng onte bago tayo bumasok ng game ulit dun sa thought mo kung saan nilabas agad nila yung Ankara pero hindi nila kinuha yung port. Which is actually concerning kasi they're playing for the long game kung ganun yung kung ganun yung plano nga nila na uunahin muna natin yung Ankara. Parang walang insurance na panalunan agad natin to tapos tignan lang natin on the next ones. But nonetheless, mukhang tapos na nga ating pag-usapan natin dito because we're getting back into the game. A 4-9 scoreline. Again, if you're just tuning in, FERVID magsisimula sa BL, magsi-start na sa BL side on the second half. Kadiliman though has just been getting these shots in RTA close by pero mamamatay agad. And again, series set point to for Kadiliman.
Yes, guys, with good opening pick na nakuha niya si RTA doon sa push nila sa Store A. So that's a good starting encounter para dito sa FERVID. Pero mukhang nalapit pa si Jezreel. At mapapunish din siya dito ni Aris. Good headshot from the IGL. Nice katol. So there you have it. A good start para dito sa FERVID to get things rolling sa round number 14 natin, Bipolar. At flashes being thrown dito sa may B site. At ang tanong ngayon sa KDM, anong adjustment ang gagawin nila sa mapang ito, sa round na ito. The 3 players from FERVID. I think mag-B site execute na sila dito from Store B. Nag-iintay lang sila na ilapit yung bomba dito. At yun na nga, 2 snipers, Haj. Or actually, 1 sniper lang pala, Lance. Haj having to use the HK. At si Silent nasa batteries.
Here comes the smoke. Pasok sila, rocking in. Pero mga dito, Silent with the kill. Haj with the pistol as well. Pero actually, lalapit na nga rin ba? Di kailangan ng flash. Mamamatay siya dito. Kadiliman is falling down slowly and surely. Looking at it, Jessan, malayuan pa rin naman. Lance now going towards mid. At mukhang lalapitan niya dito kung saan gusto pumunta ni Jessan ang pillars. Pero Lance trying to back off. They're gonna be playing for numbers here. Pero he plants himself close by. Just in the doorway. Jessan ultimately taken away. Hindi pa tapos ang set na ito. 5-9.
And Jessan going down to the hands of Lance. FERVID. A different approach this time, ha? I mean, contact play ulit yung ginawa nila, but cutting noise dito sa LA position, finding one of the players of KDM. Alright, that worked that time around, pero ano naman ang bago ipapakita ngayon ng FERVID? Sigurado kasi ako na hindi na papayag ang kadiliman na maulit yun. At yun na nga, 2 players in Store A para lang wala nang makapag-pick sa angulo na yun. So, back to square one for FERVID. Ano naman kaya ang susubukan nila dito, Bipolar? Remember, at the start of the round, hindi mahilig gumamit ng utility ang FERVID. So, sino ang ibabato nila paharap para humanap ng information o kaya ng kill?
Hinagis, no? Gulat ka na, hinagis to si Harris dito. Papunta sa EB. Parang...
Ganito sa swimming pool.
Nako po, feeling ko di naman mangyayari yun. Pero ito daw ang plano nila dito. The adjustment na ginawa nila is to play it slow. Hindi nga sila gumamit ng utilities pero they're not giving a lot of space for Kadiliman to move. Mas maganda yung pwesto dito ng Kadiliman, 3 players just diagonal placed on A side, a multi-layer defense. Pero dito sa B, a crossfire nandales mangyari wherein yung dalawang baril dito ng Kadiliman nakatutok lang in this position. And yung C4, papunta na rin doon. Wait lang, contemplating, yes it will be. Pero magbaback off pa din sila with just 1 minute remaining. Baka mabasa ulit ng Kadiliman kung anong gagawin dito ng FERVID.
May chance, no? Lalo na dahil wala pa namang kibo na ginagalaw ang FERVID dito. They might have to go for the default mid approach. At mukhang B-side ang pupuntiryahin nila. Smoke papunta sa EA. At mukhang papasok na sila ng curve dito. Pero si RTA nasa CA. Naku po, kulang ang espasyo dito ng FERVID. At gagawa si Jam ng espasyo niya. Silent, nakita at nalaglag sa kamay ni Haj. That is the B-site. Swarmed by FERVID. At itatanim nila yung bomba dito with 20 seconds left on the clock. Maganda ang posisyon dito ng FERVID.
Bomb has been planted. Malayo ang approach dito sa Kadiliman. 3 versus 4. Jam malapit lang naman doon sa store B. Smoke still alive for FERVID. Despite this, RTA will push. Jam malapitan pa rin. Not gonna be peeked out nonetheless. RTA pushing. Hindi nakiklear ng corners. Pero nandun pa rin naman yung shot niya. 2 kills coming in from Kadiliman and they get the third. Pang 6th na round na ito ng FERVID and Kadiliman is not happy with this kind of result.
Yep, Lance good for 3 kills in that round. And as you said, KDM cannot be happy with that, no. Napako na sila sa ngayon sa ating 9 na scoreline and this is not good. FERVID starting to make momentum. At yung sagot dito ng KDM, mapost sila ng pillar. Naku po, medyo malapit si Silent at mahuhuli siya. Makikita ni Lance. Pero makakuha siya ng isang kill. Lance is down. Haj going to get the trade. Pero may isa pa dito si Hangshu. Still in pillar. Pero wala na siyang nakita. This is an opportunity para sa FERVID na lumapit ulit sa Storby at gulatin si Hangshu.
4v4. Hangshu ang nag-iisang malapit na player for Kadiliman to stop this push. Mukhang hindi pa rin gagamit dito ng flash ang ating FERVID, waiting for the right opportunity. Pero Smoke will stop their push right now. Delay it for them to get the retake or at least move their players towards B. The sniper will be planted here on B. Kaso nga lang Hangshu in that corner might be the detrimental factor dito for FERVID to give them this set. 1 minute, umuunti ang oras, lumalapit na rin ang Kadiliman. They're moving towards mid. Mukhang may ipit sila, the C4 being thrown away. Pero ngayon, I think dalawang gagawin dito ng FERVID. Push natin yung curve, tapos ipupush na rin natin yung B para sabay-sabay silang mamamatay.
Go for the B crunch, B split. Pero si Jestril pinipigilan yung mid skirmish dito ni Aris, kaya lilipat muna ulit siya sa store B. Medyo malapit pa naman, marami pa namang oras ang FERVID para makapag-desisyon kung saan nga ba pupunta. But for the most part, iniwan na nila yung C4 sa kamay ni Jam dito sa store B. Desidido na ang FERVID na dito sila papasok. Sigurado ba kayo? Andyan si Hangshu, andyan si Jessan, two of the most consistent players of KDM, the consistent MVPs holding down this B site. At si Hangshu papalag, finds the one, at si Jessan papasok na rin. Uy, FERVID dismisses of that. Jam takes down 2, at si Jestril na nang titirang buhay para sa KDM. The smoke comes in. FERVID have dismantled the defense, pero si Jam andito pa rin. Aris, the shot's not connecting. At yun na nga, si Jam na ang tatapos. FERVID 7-9, nakakabawi na sila, Bipolar.
I mean, nagiging posible yung inakala nating hindi makukuha ng FERVID, no? It was what, a 5-round deficit bago tayo bumalik after a dead round. Tapos ngayon, parang bine-basic na lang ng FERVID. They're going for the slow approach kung saan Kadiliman, despite them having a default setup, it's getting stopped and it's getting infiltrated slowly. Lance, malapit dito ngayon. Shot will connect immediately sa katawan ni Jessan.
And Lance winning the battle of the snipers, the coveted snipers, Lance and Jessan. And that's a good start to say the least para sa FERVID. Ito na naman tayo, Bipolar. Naisahan na naman ang KDM. And FERVID have all the time in the world. 1 minute 40. Ang tagal pa niyan. So anong gagawin ng KDM? Pwede silang mag-lurk. Ang problema lang, wala silang kahit isang info. Wala silang alam kung nasaan ang FERVID.
Naiwasan nga talaga dito ng Kadiliman na makita lahat ng players ng FERVID, and FERVID just playing this round so carefully. Smokes will not connect though, so mahirapan dito si Aris. Kailangan niya ibigay muna tong tower position na ito. Frags will be heard mula dito sa A, so nakatingin na rin yung mga players natin din coming in from B. Curve will be taken. Smoke towards EA. Madedivide yung fight natin dito, Daydom.
Napasok na ng B-side mga players ng FERVID, pero nasa ilalim si RTA. Naghahasik ng lagim. The double kill for RTA. Nilabas na nga yung pistol for the triple. And RTA, a phenomenal hold. KDM take set 1.
I mean, you can see it in their eyes. Alam nila it was the round to take. Pero yung FERVID, what happened there? Lahat sila nakatingin kung saan sila nanggaling. Well, may kalaban kayo sa harap, but Kadiliman, man oh man, you are starting this off with a bang. Set 1 win already. Compound man, from the get-go, alam natin, it was their map at pinakita nga nila kung paano talaga laruin yung mapang yan.
Yan nga, no, a shaky end to the set, but it's still an end na inaipanalo dito ng KDM RTA. Ang ganda ng pag-dodge niya doon sa flash na yun. No? Typically kasi, kaya hindi nakatingin yung FERVID doon sa ilalim, walang tao doon eh. But this time around, may RTA na dumaga at umubos sa kanila, holding on to that rifle, getting a triple kill nonetheless. At yun na nga, natapos ang kwento ng compound natin with KDM taking the win 10-7. It was closer than they like, but it is still a win para sa KDM dito. No? Muntik pa nga mga comeback dito ang FERVID. Ang problema lang, wala na silang wala na silang room. 9 na kasi yung score ng Kadiliman.
Yeah, and feeling ko man, isa sa rason bakit natalo din yung FERVID was the smoke coming in from Aris mula dun sa tower. Nung hindi pumasok yun towards EA or towards that curve position, na biglang na-delay lahat eh. Tapos nakapag-ready pa yung Kadiliman. And ultimately, it was Kadiliman, the AK on silent, man. I just want to commend that. That is a gun that I did not expect na from the very first round ay magpapakita yung tulad ng sinabi mo na maghasik agad ng lagim dito sa ating labanan. But a comfortable round, almost a comeback, but sabi dito ng Kadiliman, anong comeback? Comeback? 10-7? I think not, sabi dito ng Kadiliman. But that leads us with already a comfortable start for Kadiliman in a best of 5 series. Umabot tayo ng 17 rounds or 18 rounds, pero ang bilis lang actually ng pangyayari.
Ayun na nga, and as we go deeper into the sets, no, kailangan ipanalo ng FERVID itong Ankara set number 2. No? Ito yung problema dito sa map dito para sa FERVID. Compound, arguably a weak map for them. Ayun na nga, no. And Eagle Eye, it's a bit of an experiment para dito sa FERVID. Hindi natin alam kung gaano sila sasabay sa kwento dito ng KDM. So the only map that they have in their pocket is Ankara. Ang problema doon, Ankara to. It's a standard map. KDM loves Ankara as well. So it is it's all or nothing sa set number 2 natin sa FERVID kasi dun lang yung sigurado tayo na komportable sila bago tayo tumungo sa last 2 maps, which is Port and Mexico 2.0, and that makes me scared para dito sa FERVID.
Yeah, it's very scary if you're FERVID right now and you're the fans of FERVID because just from the map veto itself, yung first couple of maps natin is not really entirely in the favor of Kadiliman, pero 50-50 siya for FERVID. So hindi mo talaga alam kung saan ka nga ba hihinga ng, alam mo yun, ng maluwag. Kasi right now with 1-0 already for Kadiliman, parang nasa pader na, malapit na agad sa edge of the cliff dito ang FERVID just because of how it's gonna be ending up or how it might end up on. Pero makikita natin ang highlights natin in just a little while para makita natin kung gaano nga ba kaganda ang labanan natin. Pero I just wanna highlight again, Silent with the AK, Jessan with the shots when he was on the BL side, man. Out of nowhere, he was able to get the picks. For FERVID naman, you can see Aris getting those clutch potentials. Even Lance, despite him being silent, nakakuha pa din siyang kills. Any thoughts sa ating mga star players in set number 1?
Well, I think they still are the stars to watch, no. I mean, Lance still put up very good numbers, no. I'm pretty sure nga na dikit lang ang laban dito when it comes to kills between Jessan and Lance. So we'll have to review that later on pag nakita natin yung set summary, no. But it's still the same players to watch out for, man. It's still Lance dito, Jessan of course, and Ari still with the shenanigans, with the close angle na paulit-ulit niyang nilalabas dito. But Skies deserves some praise as well, no? Some of these entries were made possible by Skies dito ng FERVID. But ultimately, it is Silent, as you mentioned, that is the space creator para dito sa KDM. I mean, in the numbers department na nakita natin kayo na si Silent yung pinakamababa na KD ratio. But that kind of, one of the lower ones. But that kind of makes sense as the dedicated contact player dito. No? Kumbaga siya yung pang-entry ng team nila dito. And for the most part, effective naman yung pagpasok ni Silent sa mga spaces. Nakakuha siya ng kill lagi. So, yeah, still very impressive stuff para dito sa mga players ng KDM. Although Hangshu didn't have as loud of a game as we typically expect him to, no? Typically nga nagbabalik-balikan yung MVP natin between Hangshu and Jessan. So this time di natin masyadong naramdaman si Hangshu, but still pretty decent numbers in the game in compound. Yeah, KDM a very solid unit all throughout dito. Bipolar, I would give the BL side big props ng KDM dito. Napakaganda ng BL side nila dito. Mas marami silang pinakita compared sa FERVID.
Yeah, it provided them the breathing room kasi to think about how they're gonna be setting up dito sa GR side natin after the switch. And nung nag-switch up tayo, actually nakita ko si RTA popping off at the right times kasi siya yung kind of player na iisipin mo, not really popping off at the first half, pero habang tumatagal yung laban, nagra-wrap up yung galing niya, mas nararamdaman niya yung tamang pitik ng barrel niya dito. For Jam as well on FERVID, he was able to provide the solid support line. Nakakuha siya ng kills, he was able to get the trade-off. Sometimes siya pa nga nakakuha ng multi-kills kasi siya na mismo yung nag-initiate or gumagawa ng initiative para pumasok sa harap-harapan dito ng Kadiliman. Pero yeah, parang walang patapon for everyone here. Yes, may mga nagiging tahimik, but everyone played the role from Kadiliman to FERVID, even if FERVID didn't win this set. Pero Kadiliman, man, it's gonna be interesting kung paano nga ba talaga nilalaroin yung Ankara.
Absolutely, no. I mean, Ankara, a map that a lot of teams are very comfortable with anyway. So, yeah, this is gonna be an absolute battleground din naman, no. But Ankara, taking a look at the stats, no, is one of those maps na kung saan maganda rin ang struktura ng FERVID. So, malaking challenge din yung next map na yun, no, pag dumating tayo doon sa set number 2. But isang tinik ang nabunot para dito sa KDM. That is set number 1. They take the first fight in compound and win it. And what can I say? It's a good start para dito. Remember, this is a best of 5. So, 3 panalo ang kailangan mong may uwi bago ka makatungtong ng Grand Finals. And KDM, 1/3 of the way through.
Looking back at the highlights, no, it actually took me back na kung saan nung BL side pick Kadiliman, basta 2 players yung natitira and you have the bomb planted, sobrang solid na agad ang depensa. You don't have to rely on a third player kasi the stop down position na ginagawa nila, able to take the advantage every time, you know something will happen. And RTA, nung nasa GR side naman sila, it was always with the timings. Nakakuha siya ng 80% chance of getting a kill from the CA position para sa mid pushes dito ng FERVID. Pero nonetheless, tapos ng ating highlights. Let's look at the set summary para makita natin kung sino nga ba talaga ang nag-put up ng ating numbers on set number 1. A total of 17 rounds instilled with Kadiliman taking out 10 and 7 for FERVID. Looking at FERVID muna, 0.80, 1.33 kay Skies. Headshot niya actually is 0.5. Pero let's look at the bigger picture. Kadiliman, ano nga bang mga nangyari dyan, Dave?
Well, it is impressive performance from the riflers, from the attackers of KDM, no. Yung BL side nga nila nakakatakot dito. It was courtesy of Silent, Jezreel, and RTA. RTA particularly on the GR side, no. Napakalupit na mga hold niya doon, particularly in that B side, netting him of the highest KR in the whole lobby. 0.88, that translates to 16 kills dito in the first set of our best of 5, and Silent with the highest KD, or RTA pala with the highest KD of 1.36 din, no. So yes, napakaganda ng mga close quarters combat dito ng KDM. And the set MVP, sino nga ba to, Bipolar?
I mean, feeling ko we don't have to guess anymore. It's gonna be RTA with a 0.88 kill per round. Yung KD niya na 1.36. A headshot percentage na 0.53 is actually pretty good. Kahit na he wasn't doing a lot of numbers in the first 5 rounds, pero tulad nga sinabi ko kanina, nagra-ramp up yung galing dito ng RT whenever he's in the server. Pero ngayon, we'll look at his MVP highlights after what he instilled in the minds of FERVID.
Absolutely. Credit to FERVID, ang ganda ng approach nila dun sa BL side, just playing away from the sniper of Jessan. Hindi sila nag-commit dito sa hindi sila nag-commit masyado dito sa LA, hindi sila nag-bid masyado, always pivoting towards that B position. Ang problema lang, hindi nila na-account na malalakas din ang riflers dito ng KDM, no? And more often than not, nadadali din sila sa mga lurk, such as this RTA coming in from behind, at very rarely na napapunish si RTA dito, no? Ulit-ulit natin nakita na nauubos ang FERVID mula sa likod. And ayun yung nakakatakot para dito sa KDM, no? You have to watch out from behind you as well. And FERVID just wasn't doing that dito sa kanilang BL side, no? So there you have it, the first set being won by KDM, and the Riflers definitely coming online, Polar.
Ayun na nga, no, they put themselves one step closer to getting this best of 5 series. Pero ngayon, let's go quite into a little bit of short break. Magbabalik po ang CFS PH Impact Fall with set number 2.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng
Tayo po ay nagbabalik sa magandang event natin. This is gonna be the match number 2 and set number 2 of KADILIMAN versus FERVID. Again, bago tayo magpumunta sa short break, pumunta na po one step closer towards winning the series ang ating KADILIMAN taking first set. Pero ngayon, Ankara na ang pinag-usapan natin dito. Before we even ended off yung ating set number 1, medyo naging concerning na agad tayo for FERVID's sake dito. They did pick up the map, pero it's not one of their strong suits. So, any thoughts with that said, Daydum? Kasi baka maging 50-50 na naman tayo dito for KADILIMAN and FERVID.
Ayun na nga, no? I mean, we already talked about it bago tayo mag-break kanina, but I will reiterate na ito yung isa sa mga mapa na hindi ganun kasolido yung resulta ng FERVID. They played it against many of their matches at isa doon, actually more than one of that natalo sila in this particular set, no? And I wanna rack your brain a little bit dito. Remind lang kita, Bipolar. Tanda mo ba yung isang game kung saan hindi pala. It is I was looking at a different game. KDM, yung Ankara nila not necessarily the best din naman, and they played this map up against FERVID as well dito sa ating group stage. Tanda mo ba yung score natin doon? It was 3-10 in favor of FERVID. So if that's anything to go by dito, no, I think that's a good indication of what FERVID can put up dito sa Ankara map na ito. However, sabi nga ni Jessan kanina, hindi daw sila gumagamit ng strategy doon.
Ayun na nga, parang hindi pa talaga sila, alam mo yun, hindi sila physically online. Parang pumasok lang talaga sa server, tapos hinayaan na lang nila, they just rode the waves na nakapangalan ay FERVID in that matchup. So, possibly, dito baka dumami yung ating rounds for KADILIMAN compared to what happened before, pero baka naman it might come in the same, lalo na't ito ang mapa ng ating FERVID. But let's get right into our set number 2 kung saan sasabak naman ang FERVID on the GR side. Once again, KADILIMAN starting off Ankara, may lumilipad na agad ng mga bomba, pero titignan natin ngayon dito, Lance already towards boxes, Silent also here, pinatay isang sipat agad, patay si Jam.
At si KDM nakapasok na agad ng bypass jam. Down, Hajj Lance sasagot ng tik isa doon. Yung sniper ni Lance nakatama na agad ng isa doon. Kaya dalawa na isagot ng FERVID after that one kill coming through from Skies. Hindi siya nakakuha ng kill. Silent, taken down to around 10 HP. At mukhang balik muna sa standard na depensa dito ang FERVID after picking up a couple of kills from KDM. So that's a pretty good start dito. Actually, a big lurk from FERVID that works out dito sa TB.
And also, we always like to see yung gantong setup ng FERVID, no? Because it provides a lot of firepower. Once again, double TRG setup for Aris and Lance. And in the map kung saan Ankara has this many open spaces. Meron pa nga tayo dito sa top position natin dito sa tower na makakita pa towards A and as well as B. So, in the GR side, maganda ang timpla agad dito ng FERVID. They know what they're gonna be doing. Pero KADILIMAN, despite them having 2 players down, hindi mo may kakaila. Jessan Boy pa rin naman. RTA also close by. Silent will be the one to take the heavy hits though for them para, alam mo yun, makapasok sila quite clearly. Pero Haj is just waiting for the right opportunity. Peeking out ngayon sa Vince. Si RTA will be caught off guard. That's the C4.
Yep, RTA is down. The C4 spotted by Haj. At si Silent nalapit dito pero wala siyang impormasyon kung sino ang nalalapit bukod kay Haj. Flash is good at yung peak ni Sky, saktong-sakto. What a nice setup from FERVID. Aris umisa pa nga with the sniper. And there you go, FERVID. First round on the board.
Yeah, FERVID, very much confident right now. They know how to play it. Ang ganda rin ng setup nila dito. They go for like a 3-2 setup kung saan pinaglalaroan nila A or sometimes B. Hindi sila totally nagme-mid-aggress. Kanina nakita natin but it was stopped agad dito for KADILIMAN. They know what they're gonna be going up against. So, they put up players para sa mid to maybe go for the trades. Pero, here on Tunnel B, si Lance dito nakapwesto. Hanapin natin si Aris. He is now using the M14 nasa hotel. Might have spotted Silent pero I think he did not. Pero a lot of mid aggression, a lot of mid presence for KADILIMAN. Already CA taken by them.
This time around, yung FERVID hindi nag-push sa mid, no? Nakaantabay lang dito sa TB. Si Lance, naka-sniper. Makikita niya na si Hank Shu. Kaso hindi tumama si Lance doon. Kailangan mag-back off with the flash as well. KDM nakatunog ng sniper. Kaya aalis from TB. Pero yung C4 na iwan mag-isa dito kay RTA. Medyo delikado to.
I mean, delikado, but nonetheless, it's still CA. Meron pa rin naman silang cover mula dito sa EA, which is gonna be Jessan. Jam has been doing this a lot. Can he get out with the kill? Hangshu malapitan, tatalon. Jam will get the kill.
And Hangshu will be going down. RTA nakahanap din ng isa doon. The execute happening for Kadiliman, making their way towards this A site. Napakaraming flash naman noon. Kinailangan tumakbo ni Haj. At ito na, yung lurk ni Aris dito manggagaling mula sa yellow. Si Jessan, saan ka nakatingin, boss? Si Aris, nasa kanan mo. Kailangan mong lumingon. At sakto lang ang tingin ni Jessan. Aris down for the count. And this is a good start para sa KDM. Si Haj, na flash coming through from exit. RTA tumalikod muna. Nakakita ng isa. Gets the one. Skies from exit as well. The pistol is out. And Jess still good for one more. KDM, a perfect hold dito sa kanilang execute. Okay, Lance, naka-quick scope pa nga ng isa doon. At nakaisa pa nga with the USP. Teka lang. Okay, Jessan, sabi niya, tama na to. Amin na yung round. KDM, pick up the round.
Did you see the balls doon ng buong Kadiliman and even on RTA? Simulan natin doon sa flank up sana ni Aris. May nakatingin na agad towards the back position ni Jessan habang nakatingin siya dun sa CA position. So, isang mabilisang pick lang ang gagawin niya dun. Pero before that, mukhang mabilisang push tayo dito towards the outer side of A site. At Kadiliman ngayon needs to be careful kasi nalilikor na ata agad sila ng 4 na players.
Silent, taken down to half HP. Pero nandito pa rin si Aris, nakaantabay sa hotel. Nakakita na siya ng marami doon. Aris running away with the nade. And Aris magre-reposition. Uy, Jam gets the kill onto Silent. Babalik ulit si Aris dito. Good for one. RTA, lalapit ulit si Aris. Pero si RTA naman nanalo sa laban na yon. Aris down. Haj, good for the trade. Nakita nila yung bombard sa may akyatan. And it's down to just RTA and Jess Zan. 2 players for KDM, 3 for FERVID. At wala pa silang napapasok na site dito. Tinan mo naman yung posisyon ni Lance. Bipolar. Mukhang lalapit na dito sa yellow.
Sino?
Bipolar.
Okay.
Shoutout Salvatore. Shoutout.
Pero ngayon, no, medyo ang ganda action ng positioning dito ng ating FERVID. Despite them getting killed here, 2 players, nakakuha pa rin sila ng mas magandang trades. Ang ganda action ng ginawa doon ni Aris. He immediately gave respect towards Kadiliman. Pero Kadiliman still has Jessan, still has RTA, the heavy hitters dito for their squad. Taking that mid presence right now, looking for someone na retake kasi alam naman nila in Ankara, these players coming in from FERVID like to go for big flank ups at mukhang 3 pa ata ang may kita nila dito, but the timing might not be right.
Kailangan tumingin paharap ni RTA and ni Jessan. Makikita na nila. Uy! Natunugan Jessan with the quick flick onto Skies. Okay, nakakuha ng isa doon. Good nade. Pero hindi nila nakuha yung kill kay RTA. Kaya makakatakas pa rin dito si RTA. Si Jessan pwedeng bumalik para mag-scope ulit dito sa may mid. At dahil nawala yung isang player ng FERVID, kailangan nilang mag-body system 2v2 bipolar.
In seconds, 2v2, both in exit, both in EA, RTA close by. Buo pa rin ang utility dito ng Kadiliman pero they need to stick the plant. Ako po, FERVID, mag-push kayo kung gusto nyo manalo. RTA with the kill pero last now, picking out with the USP. Jessan will be taken away and that is a headshot with the USP. Oh my goodness, the timer came in favor of FERVID at the right time despite them not pushing immediately nung alam na nila 5 seconds na lang yung natitira.
And yun na nga, Lance, winning the sniper battle up against Jessan. Winan-v2 pa nga ni Idol Lance. Dahil doon 2-1, FERVID take the lead dito sa ating set number 2. At madaming granada. Binabato ni Silent dito pero siya ay mapapangunahan ng bala ni Haj. Ka-RTA yan dito sa HM. Takes down Aris. Dilipat na nga ng B-site. Pero may RS player pa nga sila dito si RTA. Mag-aantabay. Iintay mag-rotate ang FERVID dito. Oo, pwede silang maubos ni RTA dito ha. RTA finds 1, finds 2. Pero sasagot si Haj. 2v2 because of that play from RTA. At dahil dyan si Hangshu na ang tatapos kay Haj. Good nade coming in from Skies. Ay, meron mang gagalit siya dito sa HM. Hangshu, what can you do? 1v1, 1 HP si Hangshu. Si Skies, 1 HP na rin. Naku po, tingnan mo naman. Isang ihip ng hangin na lang. Tutumba na si Hangshu. Pero nagkaikutan na. Bipolar, nasaan si Skies? Paubos na ang oras mo, Skies. Kailangan mo pa mag-defuse. Umakyat pa nga siya. Naku po. Bipolar. Skies taking too long. And he will take the kill. But not the defuse. KDM on the board again.
Ay, naku po, Dadum. Grabe yung nangyari doon. Medyo they went for a merry-go-round play doon na kung saan Hangshu was just playing for time. And the timing once again is just perfect every time for KADILIMAN. Just bad decision coming in from FERVID. Nonetheless, nakuha siya ng kill, pero hindi yung round na yon, which is something that you don't want. Plants, medyo interesting actually approach dito ngayon ng FERVID. They always put the plants dito sa tunnels. Kaso nga lang, what if yung hotel mo masira agad ng mabilisan, yung akyatan mo mapuntahan agad dito ng KADILIMAN, you're stuck between the site and these positions. So, might be an adjustment if they do get infiltrated that much quickly. Pero, multi-angle ang gagawin dito ngayon ng KADILIMAN. They have mid, they have EA, and they have that B presence as well. It's a matter of time kung sino agad ang mapipitas dito. Looking at the map, nandito naman si Hangshu on mid, still has just 1 kill into his name. Aris pushing out now, medyo naging antsy. He wants some action at baka mapunteriya pa siya ni Silent.
Kantabay pa rin si Aris dito sa hotel. Si Jessan, lumalapit na sa HM. Tahimik lang ang mapa natin dito Skies, pagka nag-pick siya, hindi niya i-expect na merong sniper dito sa CA. Okay, they call it off. Hindi muna magpo-push sa HM ang mga players ng KADILIMAN at mukhang nilipat sila ng A site. LA position for RTA and a nice angle from Jam na baka hindi expect dito ng KDM. 1 minute left on the clock. Lalapit si Silent kay Aris dito. Skies takes down Jezreel pero si Aris nakahuli ng isa. KDM falling apart. Jam coming in from vents. Nakita si Jessan. Yung sniper ni Jessan hindi tumama at si Skies mahuhuli si Hangshu. RTA from mid will be able to take 1, take 2, and that's 2 players coming for him. Triple kill para kay RTA pero kulang pa rin yun for Vid with the round.
I mean, they were scattered all around the map tapos lahat sila nagkumpulan dito sa top mid position. At dahil doon, na sandwich play sila. Dito nila Aris, dito from the players coming in from A. They wanna go for mid push right now with Skies leading the fray. Going out with the M14, gets that kill on the Shrill. That's 1. And the C4 is still not into their hands, so they're playing very much low for KADILIMAN.
And I'm not sure if this is the best idea. Every time na bumabagal yung playstyle ng KDM, nagsisimulang makapag-lurk ang FERVID dito. Kanina si Aris ang lalim nung naabot because of just how quiet the map was. KDM, kailangan na ng panoorin yung mga flank nila. And mahirap yon now that Jezreel is down. At least they are covering all their bases, anticipating every angle that Aris can come from. So this is a good start for KDM.
Actually, that's a good point na binanggit mo, no, Daydum, na siguro kaya mabagal sila maglaro. They wanna get that kill on that flanker bago sila mag-execute, no? Kasi alam naman natin, Aris will ultimately just push out mula dito sa B. People from EA will ultimately just get out of that position tapos magpupush towards yellow. Pero ngayon, they go for that 1-minute play. Mukhang 45 seconds sa golden timer nila mula dito. Pero 3 ang nakapwesto dito sa FERVID. Jam is just like is in the ceiling of the site waiting for that push. Silent, hindi siya na-apektuhan ng flash. Silent will fall down.
And Hanch will be able to find a couple of damage bullets pero kulang yon kay RTA who will find the triple kill. And FERVID, naku po, naubusan ng lahi dito sa may A site. 2v2 bipolar retake para kay Aris at Lance.
Oh, this is so bad for FERVID. Palagi sila napupunta sa 2v2 kung saan pala lahat ng players nila nasa exit. And this is free reign for KADILIMAN. They don't need to plant the bomb. They need for that execution to work out. Yung smoke nandito na nga to divide the attention. Pero sabi ni Aris, he has the TRG. Kailangan natin mag-play very much low. Let's play for the post-plant. Pero 20 seconds in, the C4 nasa katawan pa actually ni Jessan. They go out quite dry. Aris with the kill. Aris jumping. Aris with a 1.
What?
Aris still alive. Aris is still getting the kill. And that is not once. That is twice. And you have to feel special.
And Jessan falling down in the battle of the pistols. Aris nag-reload pa nga. But at the end of the day, the movement from Aris, next level. Nag-alamaryo siya dun. And immediately taking the kill once he got the bullets back into the chamber. Si Silent nahuli si Skies. At napalalim masyado ang lurk dito ni Skies. Pero may isa pa na manggagaling sa parehong posisyon. Si Jam nasa bypass. At hindi ata alam dito ng KDM na merong lurk. Haj finds one. Si Jam nasa bypass pa rin. Naku po, kapag umikot si Jam dito sa B, hindi siya makikita. Nagkakita na sila ni RTA and Lance will find RTA. Hangshu takes down Jam at wala nang lurk from Forbid.
Yeah, no more lurks. It's a 3v3 nonetheless. TRG still in the hands of Lance actually. So this is gonna be still a good defense for them. Pero buhay pa rin naman dito, still healthy pa naman ang Kadiliman. 3 players running, 3 players rushing towards B. No flashes needed na naman. Wala na namang lineups ang gagawin dito ng Kadiliman. Sinisipat lahat ng corners. Looking at the top position, they are now entering B. Nakatalikod pa rin naman dito si Haj. The grenades fly in. Divide and conquer ngayon ang gagawin ng Kadiliman. Malayo pa dito si Ares. They have time to plant the bomb. Now the timer clicks. The timer sets at 36 seconds. Fervid scrambling. Fervid just eating up a lot of flashes. Jessan malapitan. 3-angle approach. Walang nakakapasok ng sight. Ang ganda ng depensa dito. They're defending everything. 2 players coming in from Hotel Haj. Tignan natin yung kanan. Si Jessan mamamatay. Dito sa kaliwa naman si Jesril. Hindi makakuha ng kill. 1v2, 1v1. Isa na lang
Lance
dito sa Kadiliman. He's playing for the kills. Lance is still in the sight. And gumagawa na lang dito ng milagro. 8 seconds for Fervid. And they get owned by Kadiliman. They use the time once again, Daydom.
And Jezreel with the perfect positioning as well. Nahuli niya yung dalawang player dito ng Fervid. Jezreel holding down the fort at inubos niya yung oras doon ni Lance. KDM back on the board. 3-4 ang score natin dito. Bipolar and Fervid leading by just 1. This GR side has been a little bit shaky. Fervid a little bit aggressive. But so far, they keep the lead for now. KDM, uti-uting nakakabawi dito, Bipolar. Yung post-plant defense dito ng KDM, napakaganda eh. No? Ito yung isang bagay na hindi pa napepenetra ng Fervid. At ang gagawin nila ngayon, si Aris nasa hotel ulit.
Yeah. Hindi pa talaga nila magawan ng solusyon yung problemang iyon. Yes, they're getting in their sights. Kaso nga lang, just like what we saw from the triple angle, lahat, despite them just having 3 players, they still have the smokes. They still have the flashes. It delays every retake na ginagawa dito ng Fervid. Pero ngayon, Ares will be finding people here. Drone shot, malayuan. We're seeing the action, live in action ngayon dito. 3 players going towards Akyatan and Hotel. Hank Shumalapitan with the USP. Gagawin niya nga ba dito ang palagi niyang ginagawa sa ating sub-base? No, he will not. They will plant themselves here on B muna. They're gonna playing for time once again, they do.
Madami pa namang oras dito ang KDM to decide where they want to go. 1 minute on the clock. Still plenty of time to rotate towards either side. Uy, mukhang makakahuli si Silent ng isa. Kailangan mo tumalikod, Silent. Si Skies, nahuli niya na nga. Skies is down. HM control, dwindling. Pero sila sasagot kagad with his own USPLA. Doon ang paling na atensyon natin, Bipolar. Si Hangshu papasok. Pero may isa pa sa fence. Si Haj. Naku po, pwede niyang ubusin dito ang KDM. Nakaisa, nakadalawa, nakatatlo. And the round falls apart for KDM. Haj for 3.
What was that, Daydom? Paano ka nakalagpas si Haj?
Naku.
And he was able to get 1, 2, 3 in one magazine. This guy is crazy. At ngayon, medyo sugatan na ang Kadiliman. We just have 2 rounds left or 1 round left dito sa first half and it's not looking good. The C4 is still in the hands already on Kadiliman, leaning towards A. Medyo they're playing very much low once again. Pero if na-notice nyo, hindi na nagpo-push out sila Ares mula dito sa hotel position. Hindi na sila for the past 3 rounds.
Exactly. And Kadiliman, this is the mind games, no? Napilitan sila na bumagal yung laruan, panoorin lahat ng angulo bago mag-commit. This is good conditioning mula sa Fervid, no? Hinayaan nila na matuto ang KDM mula doon sa paglalurk ni Aris at ngayon kailangan na nila maging extra careful. Ang problema ngayon, kapag gumalaw ang KDM, magbibigay sila ng information, saka maglalurk si Aris. Ito na, iniwan na nila yung bypass at saka yung mid. Pwede na mag-push sa likod si Aris.
Here comes Silent, waiting for the flash. Here comes Jessan with the support with the utilities. Haj using the flash as well. Counter muna tayo ngayon. Hank Shu will fall down dito sa kanan. Jam nasa kaliwa. Gets one. Gets two possibly. Pero sabi ni Skies, I will get one. Jesril papasok na nga very much late. Pero makakuha na dalawa. Nauubos sa mga players dito ng ating Fervid. Jesril with 2 HP. Hindi pa naman siya namamatay. The grenade will not actually connect. And they're just waiting for time once again. They plant themselves. They know the smoke is such a great barrier for Fervid to not enter. Re-smoke na naman. 40 seconds. Aris nagtatawag ng flash pero sabi niya spraying down on one. Boy, si Jessan and now he gets killed. Lance with a USP and now Fervid enters second half with 6 points.
6-3 Fervid leading decisively. And a very good BL side para dito sa Fervid. Napakaganda ng ginawa nilang mind games laban sa KDM. Paulit-ulit silang nag-lurk doon, bipolar. Kaya nakondisyon ng KDM, iniisip nila lagi na baka merong manggagaling sa likod. Paranoia instilled by Aris. At dahil dyan, very much in control ang Fervid dito as they head onto the BL side. Palit muna tayo dito ng mga pwesto. KDM, dedepensa. Fervid ang aatake on the BL. And what is the difference in approach? Si RTA nandito na sa may hotel entrance.
And this is as kind of similar na nakita natin dito sa depensa ng set 1 ng Kadiliman, no? They go for like a very like para tayo nasa quarantine sa kanila 1 meter apart every player. So you have that trade-off potential every time na kahit saan pumunta ang Fervid, you know someone is getting killed kahit makakuha pa sila ng initial pick-off. Pero sabi dito ng Fervid, let's keep it slow. Wala pa namang Chris sa kamay dito ni Aris. Wala pa rin namang Chainsaw sa kamay dito ni Lance. So they're just gonna be playing it very much, you know, surgically, going and looking at every corner. Mukhang gusto nila pumunta dito sa tunnels. They're eyeing it right now. Pero nauubos actually ang utils dito ng Kadiliman ng mabilisan. Despite not a lot of action ngayon sa bypass, makakuha ng kill sa RT. He gets away unscathed, undamaged.
Alright, ito. Kailangan na panoorin ng Fervid, no, yung mga players ng KDM kasi yung ginagawa nila kanina, inulit ngayon ng KDM at si Haj ang nahuli ng flank doon. So kailangan ngayon ng Fervid na gawin yung adjustment na ginawa din ng KDM na panoorin lahat ng angulo na pwedeng pasukan ng mga lurk. And Hank Shu from Benz. Oh, what a quick scope. Tumatalon pa nga si Lance. And Hank Shu is down immediately. Pero mukhang lilipat pa ang Fervid. Nasa HM na si Aris.
Oh my God. Aris is in the right place at the right time already in the GR spawn. Si RTA, pinalampas niya dito si Aris. Ngayon, he's gonna be getting a kill in towards tunnels, and Skies with the kill as well. 3 players strong. Ngayon ang ating Fervid still has 1 smoke, still has multiple flashes as well. 19 seconds. Aris is just waiting for them to peek out. Sige, magpakita kayo. Sige, kitang-kita ko yung baril mo. Papatayin kita ng isa pero mamamatay din ako. 2v1 situation kung saan si Jesril walang magawa kundi tumingin na lang. 38 seconds, refreshes the timer. Here comes the flash, hindi maapektuhan. 34 seconds, time ticking. Jesril cannot look at any corner kasi lahat ng Fervid is playing like very much spies. At mamamatay lang siya. Hindi na kailangan ng isa pang trade kasi sabi dito ng Fervid, another round goes into our name.
And Skies to clean it up. Akala ko kailangan pa siyang i-trade doon. Pero nag 90 degree swing na lang doon si Skies. And able to find the kill himself. Fervid! Pinapalaki nila yung lamang dito. 7-3 bipolar. At mukhang uti-uti na silang lalamang ng lalamang laban sa Kadiliman. Lumiliwanag ang buhay dito ng Fervid. At si Aris bumalik na sa sniper.
Oh, actually very interesting, no? Despite them being on the BL side.
Ayan na, bumalik
mukhang
na.
Very... okay, ayun lang. Pag-usapan na sana natin ano ba yan?
Nice.
Pero the firepower actually would have been very questionable kasi hindi naman siya makakuha ng aggressive angles on the BL side. Pero ngayon, looking at it, Kadiliman, they do 2-3 setup, 3 players close in a hotel.
Yep. At pwedeng idepensa to ng KDM. Kaso lang, walang pupasok doon papuntang TB. Into B-site ang Fervid. Naghahanap lang dito ng laban ang Fervid. Looking for any lurkers na nandito sa TB kasi yung bomba nandun pa sa may RS, sa may Arco. Kaya alam mo hindi pa sila magko-commit sa B-site. wala silang nakita kaya hindi pa rin sila nagro-rotate papuntang B site kasi potentially merong stack sa B. Kaya ngayon dilipat sila ng HM. A better chance dito na mas maunti yung tao.
They can go to A, they can go to B. Kahit saan pwede sila pumunta basta mapatay nila si Hangshu. There goes the kill. That's one down already. Dito sa Kadiliman, and RTA will get 1 kill here in Hotel. The defense is still strong despite them giving 1 player out for each team. They rush in towards EA. Mabilis, hindi kailangan ng flash at dahil dyan sabi ni Jisrael, sige, pumasok lang kayo. Easy pickings lang para sa akin yan. Here comes the flash, finally. Pero sabi ni Jessan, alam kong nandyan ka, Aris. Naaamoy kita, pati na rin ikaw, Lance. Mababaril kita ng isa pero hindi na tama yung una. Sabi tuloy ni Lance, I will get 1 kill. Switches to M14. Goes into the side, RTA with the kill. And he claims 18 kills right now in this set number 2.
Ayun na nga, a bit of hesitation para dito sa Fervid. Hindi sila pumasok agad dun sa B site after taking down Hangshu. Is a bit of a miscalculation. No? Lumipat pa sila ng A kaso mas madaming tao doon. And just like that, Kadiliman punish them. At wala nang naibat-bat doon ang Fervid. So 7-4 score natin dito. KDM finding a round to lessen the lead a little bit for Fervid. Pero ito kailangan pa rin talaga magbantay ng flank dito ng Fervid. Walang nakatingin sa TV at sa ngayon. At lipat si Jam at si Aris papunta doon. Habang si Haj nakabantay dito sa may door sa market. Kaya yun, all bases covered. Nagpapaingay lang nagbabato lang ng bala dito si Haj sa may hotel entrance. Pero pwede ulit sila mag-HM. This time, kailangan hindi na nila maging indecisive. Commit to that B site kapag nag-HM na sila.
Actually, they need a flash now. Para dito kay Jessan. They need something to start off this fight.
Ayun na
God! And what a shot towards the upper echelon dun sa ating HM RTA. He always gets a kill for some reason. FV is just giving some lives towards RTA. He claims the 19th kill. Jezreel makakuha ng kill dito sa GR spawn. At ngayon, sugatan ng ating Fervid. Aris trying to kill off RTA. Using the grenade, it will connect finally onto him. A 3v3 situation with Lance here in mid using the USP. Dodge the bullets! Pero Silent will still get the kill. 2v2. Skies and Aris malapit sa site. The C4 will be planted in just a second. Pero kailangan mo nila tumingin ng mga angulo na hindi pa nila nakikita. The hotels has been infiltrated, has been sniped out by Kadiliman. Dalawa coming in from this area. Skies with the kill and Aris with the trade. 47 seconds. Sobrang daming oras. Pero 8 rounds now for FERVID.
Very good awareness para kay Skies, no? Tumingin pa rin siya sa EB even though hindi rin niya alam kung nasa TB ba yung players ng KDM. And at the last second na tumingin siya, no, may nag-peek. So, really good awareness and positioning as well to get the kills in the end para dito sa FERVID. As you said, RTA, madami siya nakukuhang kill. Pero ngayon, siya ang mapapatumba ni Skies. The LA push from Hangshu ay hindi gumagana dito. Mag-isa na lang si Jezreel dito sa LA. At makakuha pa nga sila ng tig-isa ni Jessan. Okay, Lance answers back. Naka-HK na si Lance. At iisa-isahin niya dito ang mga players ng KDM until Silent shows up. And Silent, good for the double kill. KDM, 5 on the board.
I mean, right now, Silent is just going for those flank ups kung saan tumatama lang talaga lahat ng bullets niya. Doesn't even need to reset the spray. Pero 4 players coming in from Kadiliman, coming out of EA. The smokes will be there. Grenades connecting onto Yellow. Sugatan na agad sila Skies Lance as well. Yellow will be infiltrated. Yellow will be owned by FERVID as they go for triple kills into their name. Nauubos na dito ang Kadiliman. Magkahiwalay si Silent. Pati dito si Jessan. They're wounded. Pero they put up some damage to the last remaining of FERVID. Skies, Lance, and Haj wala nang magawa kundi lumampi na lang dito papunta sa side kaliwa. Kinuha agad dito ni Silent and they are now in a fair game. 2v2. Silent switches to the M14. Jessan with the USP. Haj with the perfect flash coming in from Aris. A 1v1. Sniper versus sniper. 13 HP versus 10.
Ito na naman tayo. Jessan, the veteran versus Lance, the young prodigy. Parehong nakapistol, parehong 1 HP, 1 tap lang. Naku po, nakita ni Lance. At kailangan niya umikot, babalik siya ng A. I like this play from Lance. Kasi nakita niya na papunta ng B site dito si Jessan. At si Jessan hindi nakita. Pero, tingnan mo yung ginagawa ni Jessan. Pabalik din siya ng A site. Naku po, magkakakitaan ulit sila dito sa A.
This is not a good position now for Lance kasi nasa taas dito si Jessan.
Yes.
The high ground advantage might come in clutch. Jessan, 54 seconds waiting for the right time. Inuulat pa yung leg! Kaso nga lang sabi ni Lance, wag mong gagawin yan! And they claim another round. And now, they secure a set point here in Ankara.
And Lance slowly cementing himself as the superior sniper up against the veteran that is Jessan. Uy, yun na nga, nagkaisahan sila doon. Pero si Lance nakuha yung katawan ni Jessan. Umiinit na ang laban ng mga sniper natin dito, Bipolar, pero si Lance hindi nagpapatalo. 4 players left for both teams and the sniper from FERVID, 2-man strong, Aris and Lance.
Manang saya manood ng Sniper v Sniper. These people are insane. I mean, let's look at the kills right now habang bumabagal yung laban. Shots will be coming in dito sa mid. Aris will not be finding anyone. Pero again, 20 kills onto RTA, 11 headshots para sa kanya. For Jezreel, 12 already. For FERVID naman, you have every player, almost everyone is in double-digit form. A scary FERVID is happening right now in Ankara. With Lance leading the fray, with Lance leading the attack. Grenade smokes connecting onto EA. Pero 1 minute 20 seconds, mukhang ang plano dito ng FERVID, let's take it slow. We're up by one play. We're not up by any player, pero we just need to, poke at these sides. Tapos let's get the picks. At saka tayo pumasok. Ngayon, Tunnels B infiltrated. Ngayon by FERVID, not making a lot of noise. Walang nakapwesto sa hotels and as well as sa site mismo. So they just have to go for long range approach. Malapit dito si Silent. The timing might be right. Haj tumatalon. Haj, may kita ata siya dito sa bats. Yes, he can. RTA. Suddenly, he's in hotel. At kayo naiipit na buong FERVID. Bomb will be planted. Smokes inbound. Connecting here towards the GR spawn. Aris plants himself towards Tunnels, looking towards if Hangshu will commit, Flash will be there. Aris dodges the bullets. Pero dalawa na players na coming from the KADILIMAN falls down towards Tunnels position. Hangshu mamamatay. 1v2. Si RTA nga lang dito. I think it's gonna go for the clutch shot. Pero yung USP ni Lance, sobrang kate, sobrang sakit. At dahil dyan, we are 1 for 1 in this series.
And Lance never misses a shot. Mapa TRG man yan o USP. Lagi siyang tatama. FERVID, take Ankara. And just like that, we are all tied up sa ating serye dito, Bipolar. 1-1. And it is not gonna get any closer than this. Diyos ko po, ang init ng laban natin dito. FERVID nakasagot din sa KADILIMAN.
I mean, nakalagpas dun sa rounds na nakuha nila from the group stage, yung KADILIMAN, hindi 3. Umabot naman tayo ng 5, pero wow! We did not expect na ganito kalayo yung gap ng dalawang teams na to. We were expecting na FERVID will possibly get this round win, pero kaso nga lang, hindi ganito ka-dominating. It's actually crazy na from the GR, sinet na agad nila yung tempo, sinet na agad nila kung paano nga ba lalaroin ng Ankara. And for KADILIMAN, they were getting picks. RTA actually going out with a 20 bomb, but it's not enough. For some reason, it's not enough dito.
Yeah, absolutely dito, no? And yeah, I mean, in the Battle of the Sniper is something I'd like to touch upon. Lance is definitely ahead up against Jessan ngayon, no? Kailangan makabawi ni Jessan dito as we head into set number 3. Now, the good thing for him is we are going into a more sniper-favored map. Eagle Eye ang set number 3 natin dito. We haven't seen a lot of Eagle Eye from FERVID. So, this is a bit of a question mark para sa kanila, no? Kung paano sila magpe-perform doon. But I think I would argue, Bipolar, they also have the tools to take the win in that Eagle Eye map. No, they have a good sniper. They have a very pesky lurk in the form of Aris. Yeah. And those are two things that are very effective in Eagle Eye.
Tsaka you have to keep in mind na most of our top teams sa Crossfire, they always go for a double sniper setup pagdating sa Eagle Eye. Sinong team ba yun sa dalawang teams na to, di ba? Na ang nagdo-double sniper setup. Sino mas komportable? That's only one team. That's FERVID. So yeah, you're right. Possibly they can go out with a bang also here on Eagle Eye 2.0. But what a match! I did not expect na aabot tayo ng ganun kabilis. Yes. Pero ganun kaganda yung labanan natin from multiple approaches towards the site nang nasa BL pa ang ating KADILIMAN to to the GR side naman nila, it was good nonetheless. Maganda yung thought process. In theory, it could have worked. Yung 1 meter apart yung player natin dito, it could have gone for trades. Kaso nga lang, sobrang overwhelming dito ng firepower ni Lance. Kasi bago pa makapag-set up dito, yung mga buong Kadiliman squad natin, already 1 player out of the game.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see no na nagbago yung playstyle dito ng KDM from our previous set into our current one. Nung compound, nakita natin dito bipolar yung tinawag mo na poke playstyle. Inangkara, curiously, wala tayong nakitang ganun Hindi tayo nakita na yung KDM pupunta dito sa LA, maghahanap ng kill, lilipat ng mid, lilipat ng B-side. It didn't exist. In fact, it felt like iba yung team na nakita natin na Kadiliman inangkara in that BL side dahil hirap na hirap silang makakuha ng espasyo laban sa FERVID. No? That's a big contrast to what they performed like dun sa unang set natin. Pero pakita nito bipolar na it really does depend on the map between these two teams. Kasi grabe yung diferensya ng skill level at playbook in every single map of our semi-final set dito. So, there you have it. That concludes Ankara. Tingnan natin yung some of the highlights dito sa Ankara, no? But it was a very hard-fought battle para dito sa KDM that they weren't able to win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, nice try pa din doon para sa ating Kadiliman. Pero I like how you're pointing this stuff out, no? They do na sa mapa na lang tayo halos nagkakaiba ng skill set. Doon tayo nagkakaalaman kung sino nga ba mas angat. Pero ngayon, let's look at the highlights kung paano nga ba nangyari ang ating first half towards the second. A lot of vent plays actually ang nangyari dito for Kadiliman. The 8 side takes, it was too intense. Yun ang priority dito ng Kadiliman. Pero nag-switch na tayo ng side. Sabi ng FERVID, sa kabila kami nag-side. Kasi we know that doon mas maluwag yung depensa na doon na pwede kami makakuha ng rounds. And ultimately, good decision from both teams, but better outcome for the side of FERVID.
Yeah, and I just felt like FERVID had the entire control of the mentality of this game. No? Na-condition nila yung KDM na mahilig silang mag-lurk at pinwersa nila na mag-default dito yung KDM. No? Pinwersa nila na mag-intay, na may mapunish dito si Aris at tumigil na mag-lurk si Aris. Yes, hindi na nag-lurk si Aris, pero nakahanap ng breeding room dito yung FERVID, no? Nakahanap sila ng default playstyle na hinahanap-hanap talaga nila. Gusto nila yung ganun Gusto nila yung mabagal na playstyle dito sa Ankara, which is a big contrast to their other sets, other maps as well, which is very interesting to see para dito sa FERVID. Very brainy pa rin yung approach nila kahit minsan akala mo chaotic yung approach nila, no? But this is all with structure. And it is a brainchild of Aris. It is definitely working against KDM.
Yeah, very much so. And I also want to point out na hindi actually naglabas dito ng Chris si Aris. Hindi siya for memes pero kasi nakikita natin it works out kapag nagpupush siya ng mid mag-isa, nagpupush siya towards tunnels, minsan in hotel as well. Gamit niya yung Chris just to defend it, pero it worked out nonetheless. This adjustment from FERVID is actually scary. Ngayon may kita natin dito a total of 15 rounds kung saan in Kadiliman RTA with a whopping 23 kills, nakakuha siya ng 57 na HK na head per kill, na headshots per kill, 1.40 kill per round. KD as well na 1.62. And as well as Jezreel, he popped off in this round. Kaso nga lang for FERVID, it's a different playing ground naman dito.
Yeah, I mean, no one came close to the kills per round dito sa number of kills ni RTA, no? Siya yung pinakamaraming kills. Pero tingnan mo naman yung KD dito ni Lance. It is 2.13. Efficient player dito in the ranks of FERVID, and arguably the most consistent. Skies 1.45, Haj 1.55 KD, at magkasing dami pa nga ng kills dito si Lance at si Haj with I believe that's 17 kills para sa kanila, ano? Sino nga ba ang set MVP dito, Bipolar? Wala nang iba kundi si Lance with a 2.13 kills per round. Impactful sniper para dito kay Lance. And actually, one of the few times in this series na nakita natin si Lance na naglaro ng HK, but still very, very consistent.
And I like na he's not scared. Tinapatan niya talaga yung galing dito ni Jessan.
Oh yes.
He knew na every time Jessan dito pupunta at nilabanan niya ng todong-todo. He was not scared against this fight. And this USP man, kung si Hangshu ang may-ari ng USP sa ibang mga mapa, it's Lance. Every time, double kills pa nga minsan with this USP. He knows that he is gonna be hitting the shots and it is just scary kapag itong batang to tumatahimik na and he is the one calling the shots because right now, you can see from the HK to the TRG, he is something to look forward to pagdating sa ating next remaining sets. Pero at the end of the day, 1-for-1 na po tayo ngayon ang ating labanan. But nonetheless, we'll be going towards Eagle Eye after this short break.
Through grit and grind, through years of experience,
You can't really deny the greatness. Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Handa ka na ba? Mas susunod na laban natin dito. Kasama ko ngayon, Papa Dudut. Ako po si Bipolar. It's gonna be a crazy It's gonna be a crazy morning nonetheless. Abot na po tayo sa ating, 12 midnight mark in just a little while. Pero we love to see it. Magandang labanan natin dito. 1-for-1 na agad ang ating dalawang teams for the last match of the day. Aabot na tayo sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And if you're just tuning in, it's KADILIMAN versus FERVID. Daydom, kamusta tayo dyan?
I mean, sobrang excited ko para sa next coming matches natin. Eagle Eye, a map that is untested para sa FERVID dito, no? But for KDM, isa to sa mga packet pick nila, no? Nilawigbas nila ito in their matches up against Rhea 7 Gaon, Team Micro, and minsan pag kailangan nila, nilalabas nila talaga itong mapang ito, no? Sort of like an X factor. So it is a bit of a scary one para dito sa FERVID, no? Especially considering na sinabi natin kanina, Bipolar, heavily reliant on the map itong dalawang team na to.
Yeah, very much so. And with them picking this, they're bold enough, ibig sabihin dito, na dito talaga ibubuga ni Jessan yung mga, what we were expecting nung last day natin ng group stage.
Yes.
So, Eagle Eye, not really a lot of stats siguro pwede nating hakutin dito from the group stage for both teams actually. So, we might be going in blind, but some predictions on our end dito. FERVID will possibly, on the GR side and even on the BL, might prioritize a double TRG setup. For Kadiliman, it's all about Jessan with these long approach, as well as Jezreel and as well as RTA holding down that hotel position on either of the sides dito sa ating mapang ito. But nonetheless, it was a bloody second map, I have to say, kasi parang wala masyadong buga doon. Sila Jessan and as well as the entirety of Kadiliman. And FERVID just keep on rolling. And they took some points towards the playbook dito ng Kadiliman kung saan, let's take it slow. Hindi naman natin kailangan bilisan. And it's actually, nakakagulat na ginagawa ito ng FERVID.
Exactly. Ito isa sa mga nakakatakot sa FERVID, no? This team is a very layered playbook. Hindi lang sila yung kind of team that likes playing for rushes at mag-lurk. Mahilig din sila sa standard Crossfire. Maalam din sila ng standard Crossfire. In fact, they're actually pretty good at it too. If it was up to me, I would rank FERVID as one of the top 20 teams para naman sa Pilipinas. No? So, they're definitely one of those teams to look out for if you're looking at mechanics and fundamentals. At yun ang pinakita nila dito sa Ankara, no? Actually, taking the win in a quick fashion, 10-5. In Eagle Eye, that's gonna come very useful sa kanilang set number 3, lalo na sa ngayon na meron ng konting momentum dito ang FERVID. Now, starting on the BL side, Bipolar and KDM on the defense. Uy, naka-double sniper pa rin sila dito kahit BL.
I mean, it provides the firepower, it provides that, instant kill na hinahanap dito ng FERVID, especially in the map of Eagle Eye kung saan you want that initial pick-off bago ka pumasok sa mga sites na to. Sobrang open din naman kasi you have that mid-control presence mula dito kay Skies, some action here in Hotel, RTA inside and actually close by, pero si Jam might wanna go for the fight here.
Silent. This is a weird angle mula kay Silent, something that not a lot of people would expect. Ako, hindi ko i-expect tong angle na to. Baka hindi ko i-clear, no? Lalo na dahil merong sniper si Jessan dito sa hotel exit. At si Lance, yung mga katapat niya doon sa second mid kapag nag-tick siya dito. Pero mukhang hindi tayo bibigyan ng sniper battle sa ngayon. Mukhang tahimik muna ang labanan. Walang nagpipick between our sniper, si RTA. Nandun si Lance nakatingin and Jam will be coming in from hotel entrance. Nakita na ni Lance si Silent and si Lance nandito sa likod ng kabilang angle. Naku po, RTA, maling angulo yan, pero okay lang, readjustment from RTA. At si Aris naman ang susunod na makikita ni RTA for FERVID to take the fight 3v4.
He's a presence that is very much scary. Ngayon, Hadj with a headshot onto Jezreel. Aris still wary na si RTA baka malapit dito, so he goes towards LB once again, peeking out. RTA caught off guard. Skies as well gets that kill onto Jessan. Hadj malapitan lang dito ang isang player, the last one is Hakshu, and he gets the kill nonetheless here in LA. A very messy round for Kadiliman in the first one dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0.
Exactly. Playing into the hands of FERVID, no? Talagang nilabanan nila I mean, KDM, this is not a look we're used to seeing them in na mahilig mag-contest on the GR side. And you could argue that FERVID starting to get into their heads. Kasi kapag ikaw natalo ng 10-5 sa playoffs, Bipolar, medyo medyo nakaka-upset yun. So, KDM might be feeling the pressure a little bit dito sa Eagle Eye.
Feeling ko di lang absent, nakakabastos yan Gusto ko may hot take. Some hot take tayo dito. Pero ngayon, medyo both teams actually not playing aggressive. Si RTA lang yung gumagawa ng initiative na to do something out of the ordinary. Si Jessan actually playing at that window doon sa hotel, which is something that you don't necessarily see that often. Ngayon, he flicks to the doorway, pero walang mamamatay sa exchange ngayon, just some bullets flying by.
5 HP si Jessan dito kapag nahagisan siya ng granada kahit daplis lang. Nako po, the sniper is down. And Jessan, minsan lang natin makita nagkamali siya ng gano'n na hindi tumama. So that is a bad sign for KDM. Asaan ba dito yung sniper nila na si Lance? Still in second mid.
Nagkakamot sila. Nagkakamot sila. Hoy!
Okay na.
Okay na.
Okay na.
Buti na lang, nandito si RTA with a spray down onto 2. A quick succession of bullets will keep Skies and Jam at bay, pero magpupush sila. Jam will also fall down. 35 seconds left at scrambling na ang players natin for Fervid. Some shots will be taken out of Jessan dito, pero wala pa rin siya mapapatay. Now he does get the kill. A headshot. Connect onto Aris. Hadge peeking out. Hadge with a kill. Multiple headshots going on the board, pero Lance will get the kill. Initially, sila ngayon ang masangat. With Lance with a double kill of his name, Hadge will be taken away. A 1v2, 13 seconds. Lance is stuck here in A. He needs to get this kill onto RTA if he wants to get the kill. Kaso sabi dito,
yun lang.
ng Kadiliman, we see you and we get the kill. They get on the board.
Yeah, si Lance po position pa sana doon no? But the tower play from RTA gets him that kill in the end. And immediately RTA putting up spotlight performance once more dito by Polar. 5 kills for RTA in the span of 2 rounds. Still putting up numbers on the board. And because of that heroic dito ni KDM, makakakuha sila ng isang kill. Hangshu down for the count. Uy, tinamaan ni Lance si Jezreel. At nasaan na ang sniper na kalaban niya? Nasa kabila. Naku po, Jessan not at the right position. And Fervid making advantage of that. Si RTA papasok na nga dito sa hotel entrance, pero si Jam nalalapit and Jam will be taken down. Pero si Sky sasagot na ng isa. Si Silent nalapit dito sa second mid, and KDM, they are fighting second mid again. I don't know why they're doing this, Bipolar, kasi nauubos lang sila.
I mean, basang-basa naman na ni RTA si Jam doon sa position na yun sa entrance ng hotel. Pero hindi nila alam sa other page of that book is that Skies is just close by as well. And
Yun na nga
possibly gusto nila labanan yung second mid dito para makakuha ng map presence. Kaso nga lang, hindi maganda yung shots right now. Yung aim dito ngayon ng Kadiliman, it's not really hitting.
The positions hasn't been, the read hasn't been right, no? Mali yung basa nila lagi kung saan ang mga posisyon ng Fervid dito. This time, it's a bit of an LA position for Lance. At yung depensa dito ng KDM is heavily focused on hotelians again. Dalawa lang yung tao sa A. Kaya kapag pumasok ng A site dito ang Fervid, medyo delikado para sa KDM ulit.
This position, the elevator position of Jezreel, hasn't really seen a lot of kills. I mean, it's interesting kaso nga lang, they're forced to go out of hotel dahil sa presses na binibigay dito ng Fervid. A slow round now. 1 minute has passed by. Kung tinignan natin ating minimap, 4 players are leaning towards LB. Even the C4, habang si Hadge dito with M14 moving his way towards LA. A 2-1-2 setup, no, a 2-2 setup for Kadiliman ngayon. They put players here in mid as well para mapatigil lang in case may mag-flank up. Pero ngayon, while the smoke is dispersing, Skies wants to go for the push. As well as LB, pinupush na nga rin naman dito ni Aris. Sobrang silent ng labanan natin dito. It might be such a grueling defense for Kadiliman now. Naglalakad unti-unti. Lance close by for the second contact. Narinig na mga bala dito. The rotates are not happening yet. Hangshu wants to push into mid. Kaso wala siyang makikita. Si Hadge pa atang makakapatay dito if they do get the kill. Pero si Hangshu pala makakuha ng headshot. 40 seconds in a dream. They haven't gotten into the site. Wala silang flash. Hindi gumagamit ng utilities na naman ng Fervid. The flash will be used against them at Jezreel. Sprays down onto 2. Gets 1. Possibly gets another one. Yes, he can. Jezreel whips out the pistol. Kailangan reload. He enables some stuff here. Ngayon, tumatalon sa harap ni Jezreel. He gets a 3K and that's a 4K for Kadiliman.
Jezreel, throwing everything he's got in that defense at lahat yon sinalo ng FERVID dito. Jesril has had a quiet couple of games pero ito na, nabubuhay na si Jesril. Only needs is that rifle and silent this time. Papasok naman ng LA, takes down Lance, and immediately that pesky sniper from FERVID is down for the count. Isang malaking tinik ang nabunot dito ng Kadiliman at pwede silang magposisyon dito sa tower. Si Aris nakupo na a sniper din at nahuli si Jessan. Skies takes down Jesril as well, and just like that 3v3 tayo dito, Bipolar.
3v3. Meanwhile, lubog ang HP pool dito ng FERVID with Skies just with 8 HP. He has to go for a switch up of the guns. Aris looking towards LB position. Mahirap to. They still have some flashes and some smokes here for Kadiliman. They do still have some smokes, but they decide not to use it. So pure aim tayo ngayon for both sides. Silent has just been patiently waiting. Grenades will be flying out. 1 minute left. Grenade.
Yep.
Will not connect though.
Plenty
Pero
of time
pupunta
para
natin
dito.
sila ng BD though.
Yeah, LB positions para sa FERVID dito, taking control of hotel. May bridge position dito si RTA. Pwede silang maubos ni RTA, Bipolar.
RTA close. Mag-isa lang siya dito. Pero he is a presence. Nakakatakutan mo. Flash will be there. Aris pushing out towards the GR spawn. Aris in the right timing. Gets the kill. On to Hangchu. Yes, he does. RTA ngayon. Medyo galit na. Kailangan mag-push out. Can he find Aris? No, he cannot. He's using the windows. And RTA finally gets the kill. 1v1 na tayo ngayon. With Silent with the M4A1. Welcome back to old Crossfire. Kasi yan pa rin ang mananaig. 20 seconds is enough for the defuse. And Kadiliman finally getting that point advantage here in Eagle Eye.
And Silent wins it with 16 HP to spare. Eto na, Bipolar. Dikit ang laban natin. KDM nakakasagot sila dito by sheer firepower. Si RTA binurut force doon. Si Nice Katol. At lalapit na naman si Jesril. At na naman tayo sa contact play ng KDM. Nakita na naman si Jam. Si Skies lalapit din. Okay, hindi niya na makalakatsun si Jesril. Pero nalapit na rin ang KDM dito sa hotel. 2 players close. Hank Shu and RTA. So it is gonna be FERVID backing off from LB.
Fair play for both sides. Jessan has yet to see some action. Medyo nag-die down muna dito yung mga presensya or yung pagiging aggressive ng Kadiliman. Just one TRG right now though for FERVID. Lance half HP, smokes flying out, pero LB na naman ata ang papasukan dito ng buong FERVID. Good position ng combo. RTA spots them in an instant. Pero no rotations coming in from KDM. Nag-aantay lang tayo dito kung sino unang mamatay. RTA is so ballsy. He's still just playing with fire right now. Ngayon, iikot ang buong FERVID. They wanna go towards mid or LA.
4 players being left alive para dito sa FERVID, no? And RTA, naku po! Na-timingan ni Aris. Ang ganda naman nun. Waiting for RTA to become impatient, and Aris basang-basa niya doon. Si RTA, si Hangshu magagaling din dito. Pero si Aris expecting another person to come in from the same position. Aris, tingin ka muna. Naku po, na-timingan din siya. Hangshu good for the kill. And Haj to take down Silent. Hangshu double kill. At si Haj manggagaling sa mid. Triple kill for Hangshu. Make it a fourth. Si Lance, 50 HP remaining. Pero may sniper pa rin siya dito. Hawak-hawak yung C4. Pwede lumipat ng A to get the bomb planted.
It's Lance. And finally, we're seeing Hangshu popping off with the HK. Lance, medyo careful ngayon sa kanyang galawan. He's been in this position before. Pero can he perform? with the pressure na ginagawa dito ni Jessan and ni Hangshu of all people. Looking towards the BL spawn, looks away, finds Jessan, connecting the shots. Ngayon, he kills off Jessan while he was hopping. Lance pushing out for Hangshu already. I think he's gonna be surprising Lance here. Dodges the flash. Lance falling down and he gets that headshot. And that is the clutch potential ng tabot. Pero natamaan niya pa din ang ulo ng dalawa.
Lance with the power play 1v2 dismisses Jessan tapos nag-flash at bumaba ng naka-USP lang way out in the open at nanalo pa rin sa 1v1. Bipolar Lance is proving to be an entirely different beast. FERVID nakahanap ng dalawa doon. Hangshu good for 2 but Haj trades it out, so 2 for 2 tayo dito. Teka lang, si Haj ang lalim na agad. Nasa RS at si Lance nasa hotel. Nasaan ang FERVID? They're everywhere. And KDM, si Silent na lang. Silent is silenced by Aris. FERVID 4-3.
Man, that was just too easy for FERVID. It was every part of the map owned mula dito sa FERVID. Ngayon, Jessan taking a different approach than before, pushing out here in mid. Aris dodges the line of sight for now, and he hits the shot mula doon towards that B position, at si Lance din makakakuha ng kill, and this is the power of the double TRG setup ng FERVID.
Ayun na nga. At sila pa nakakahanap ng mga angulo dito. Jessan, anong maisasagot mo? This is your time to shine. How good are you with the sniper in Eagle Eye? Show us what you are capable of. Kailangan ka ngayon ng kadiliman dahil si Aris at si Lance inuubos na ang mga kasapi mo. What can Jessan do?
All he can do
Parang
is...
walang lalapit. Bipolar, mag-push na lang sa mid. Si Hangshu na lang ang gagawa ng trabaho. And Hangshu finds jam.
Gets jam. Now 4v2 ngayon, Daydum. Si Jessan, hindi pa rin nakakuha ng kill. Siya pa ang mamamatay. And now it all leads up to Jezreel. From this position, Lance speaks out and it's just too easy. Once again for FERVID. Daydum, I'm getting concerned by Kadiliman. And just to remind everybody, map-pick to ng KDM.
Exactly. They are the more experienced teams at least sa group stage. Okay, Jessan with a little bit of redemption, taking down Lance. Finally winning a fight against the younger Lance. So that's a good start para sa Kadiliman dito. One that they direly need habang papasok na si Haj sa LA. Jezreel takes down Haj. Okay, Kadiliman have to hold LA.
LA for now has been defended well. Wallbang para sa katawan dito ni Haj. Lance also taken out. And Aris trying to retrieve the TRG possibly. Yes, he will. Sky is eating a lot of bullets as well as RTA. Jessan ngayon ang dalawang pinakabatang player natin sa buong mundo ng Crossfire magkakatamaan. And Jessan finally hits the shot. Jezreel peeks out. Instant kill para sa kanya. It all leads up to Jam. Jam pushing already in sight, pero he is now overwhelmed by the odds. And we go into the second half with FERVID sitting pretty with a 1-point advantage. Kadiliman needs to pick up.
And ito, Bipolar, pansin mo, just because Jessan was able to pick the early kill, nanalo ang KDM sa round na yon. That's how important picks are dito sa Eagle Eye. Kapag nakakuha ka ng mana advantage, napakahirap na matalo. That's a perfect example of why TRGs are so impactful sa mapang ito. Pero ito na si Hangshu, papasok sa hotel. Si Jam nasa bridge, waiting for Haj to call for the signal for him to push. Pero lalayo ang Kadiliman, hindi sila papasok ng hotel.
Just waiting muna ngayon. Waiting game for both teams. 4 players here on B and just 1 player for FERVID here on A. RTA peeking out, gets the kill, and he gets the double, gets the triple kill para kay RTA. And now Jessan pushing here in mid, and what a scoop mula dito sa kanya, connects onto Skies, at mag-isa na lang si Lance. What a turnaround for the ages. Walang C4 nakita ni Lance, pero he needs to respect RTA right now. He's following the footsteps, jumping, hitting every parkour. Pero the flash, will connect. RTA, Silent pa lang, malapit dito. Pero Lance speaking out, they know kung nasan siya. He needs to reposition. The bomb being planted. No, Lance.
What movement?
Looks
Napakagandang movement na
toward-
to from Lance. Yes.
Yeah.
Kanina nagpunta siya ng LA, lumipat ng RS, sobrang layo, exit naman yung panggagalingan dito, and this is the perfect play from Lance, Polar.
Lance with the kill.
Ayun na nga.
That's one. Kaso nga lang RTA is just too accurate with this HK, man. Kadiliman now goes for tie game. A comfortable start already in the Bill side.
Ayun na nga, no, FERVID getting a little bit too comfortable dito sa GR side nila. No? They don't have to get too aggressive. They're falling to the same traps that KDM was noong nasa GR side sila. At ngayon, kailangan kumalma ng FERVID dito. And they need to realize that they have a powerful arsenal of snipers in their ranks. They don't have to put Haj in a very aggressive position. Or at least isang tao lang. Kung si Haj lang, hindi na kailangan samahan ni Jam. At yun na nga ang ginawa nila ngayon. It's only Haj in hotel, Jam inside of B exit, at si Lance lets the sniper sing. RTA is down.
RTA already out of the picture, so medyo mas maluwag dito ang pakiramdam ng buong FERVID. They're still pretty much healthy, no? Pero Kadiliman, they're full of surprises. We know them to be the ones to change the environment. Pero Lance ngayon titigil agad dito ang pag-push ni Jezreel, at they are flooding towards hotel. Most of the players of FERVID malapitan na dito, and they wanna push out. I think they wanna go in. Gusto nilang tapusin agad ang round na ito. Silent peeking out mula sa stairs. Hatch nandito sa may reception. Magkadikit ang ating mga players, and Silent gets taken away. Hangshu peeking out, pero Hatch is just moving like an ice skater, getting these kills. Mag-isa si Jessan peeking out in mid. Can he get the kill? No!
Naku po.
Maiiwasan niya
Naku
pa.
po.
Naku po, and he gets the kill. Kaso napapaligiran na. Lance will miss the shot, and now he's running towards his face, and FERVID still gets the kill.
And yun na nga yung sinasabi ko dito, Bipolar. Just a tiny adjustment on the defense. Let Haj play forward and everyone else play standard. Let the snipers do the work. At yun ang ginawa dito ng FERVID. Lance with the kill, Haj with the hold, and everything fell into place for FERVID. Ito yung sinasabi ko, you don't have to do much in Eagle Eye because the map in itself is already pretty crazy. You just have to let your snipers do majority of the work. At yun ang nangyari dito sa FERVID depensa nila. Jam coming in mid doors, nahuli ni RTA, at sila ang sasagot ng isa. Lalapit pa nga si Aris with the pistol, at nahuli na rin si Jezreel. FERVID, another good defense na binotcha ni Silent. 1v2, Aris, Haj magagaling sa likod, and Haj with the double. FERVID lead by 2.
Akala ko makukuha na ng Kadiliman yun, man. They were able to infiltrate the site. Nakapasok sila. Pero unti-unting naubos ang kanilang mga buhay. And now a 2-point advantage is a very, very scary place kung ikaw yung team na walang ganun. Mabilis ang push towards LB. Haj peeking out for the first time after the switch, and he gets the kill. Si RTA is just moving past. The pass is done at makuha pa nga siya. That's 3 kills for FERVID. Out of
Yan,
nowhere,
Lance.
they activate. Silent gets the kill onto Jam. Lance is missing every shot, pero the damage just been done. Silent is also just 27 HP. Si Aris malapitan dito sa bridge. He gets the kill. Trade-off mula kay Jessan. Peeking out. Haj playing with fire, and he gets the kill instead. What a round for FERVID.
And KDM falling apart in their own map pick. 8-5 FERVID. Dalawang round na lang, Bipolar. Tatapusin na ng FERVID ang Eagle Eye. Lance, sabi mo nga the shot's not connecting with the sniper, pero okay lang, inuubos pa rin ng FERVID ang mga tao ng KDM. At ngayon nahuli nila si Skies. Okay, KDM, good start para sa kanila dito. And again, FERVID getting a little bit too comfortable. Kaya kalma muna tayo.
Let's look at the kills no habang no action right now for Kadiliman. 13 kills onto RTA. He has been insane from the get-go. 9 kills onto Jezreel as well as Hakshu. 8 kills on him. FERVID now Lance pa din ang nagli-lead ng kills on their side. Triple double digit for Fervid. A very, very crazy sight to see. 1 minute 30 seconds Ari spotted dito sa second floor ng ating LA position. Silent, nako po, nakatutok na si Lance, and out of nowhere, once again, Lance provides the kills.
Yup, Silent is down and still Lance provides para dito sa Fervid. Currently sitting bipolar at 17 kills is Lance. Si Haj hindi na rin nalalayo. 15 kills. No one comes close dito sa dalawang player na to ng Fervid. And I can safely say, Lance is the superior sniper thus far dito sa dalawang ito. Kadiliman, naku po, inubos na ni Haj. Humabol sa kills ni Lance. 17 kills apiece for Lance and Haj. At nahuli pa nga si Jessan dito ni Lance. Jezreel, all up to you to prevent set point from Fervid. Mag-isa na lang siya, bipolar. Lalapit kay Lance. Nakakuha ng isa. Pero si Lance, naaamoy niya na si Jezreel. Naaamoy niya na ang huling bala na itatama niya sa ulo ni Jezreel gamit ang USP. Iikutan pa nga. At si Jezreel nakatalikod. Nako po, Jezreel, hindi mo alam, nasa likod si Lance. 9-5 for Fervid.
And you can see the celebrations, man. You know that round meant a lot for them. The train continues at nakapangalan dito. Welcome to Fervid Station! Double kill para sa kanila. Hangshu also falls down. Mabilis ang barilan. Ratatata! Para kay Skies, and he still gets the kill. Mukhang flawless to para sa Fervid. Si Jessan na naman ang natira. At siya pa ang pagtatawanan ni Haj. That is Fervid once again with a 10-5 scoreline.
And a dominating win in their opponent's map pick. Fervid look absolutely hyped. And I would expect nothing less mula sa Fervid Esports. Eagle Eye is their domain. At mukhang patuloy na ang pagpapanalo ng Fervid dito. Oh my goodness, bipolar. It is a resounding success of a map para dito kay Lance at kay Haj. Both with 18 and 19 kills dito. And it is just domination from Fervid.
Crazy. Nasa GR side na sila, man, parang pumabor talaga sa kanila na sila pa yung nag-end out ng GR side dito. Lance getting almost a 20 bomb, if I'm correct, dun sa ating labanan na yon. And so I can't say anything about Kadiliman here right now kasi sobrang sakit. Bumagsak yung puso ko na flawless pa yung last round ng Fervid dito. And naging lackluster lang talaga yung gunfights na dito, man. RTA though, except for him, he has been getting the shots in, pero for the rest of the squad ng Kadiliman, they need to lock on times 10 if they really want to put up a fight against Fervid kasi right now, sila yung underdogs against Fervid.
Absolutely. But you have to remember, bipolar, yung susunod na set natin, Port. The second best map of Fervid in the group stage where they performed right up there with Subbase. Nakakatakot ang posisyon ngayon ng Kadiliman, especially after that last set loss. Itatanong mo ngayon, kamusta ang mental dito ng mga players ng KDM? Tapos na ba sila? Meron pa ba silang maibubuga? Or nakapag-reset na ba? Ang kailangan gawin na yon ng KDM, reset. Kalimutan na itong Eagle Eye na bangungot na to at mag-move on na sa susunod. Pero mukhang hindi gagawin yon ng Fervid. Ipapaalala nila yon.
Yeah, I mean, sabi nga ng isang commenter natin, nagdala daw ng flashlight ang buong Fervid dito sa Kadiliman na binibigay dito ng KDM. But right now, it's gonna be a crazy hell of a fight because we're gonna be experiencing even more action in just a little while. Mamaya makita po natin ating highlights for that game. But man, it was, I have to give it towards Kadiliman still. Nakakuha sila ng 5 rounds dito. Some plays were there pero parang isa-isa sila napipitas. So siguro may iba talagang ginagawa dito for Vid. It has been a bloody fight every time sa hotel.
Absolutely. At merong may lapses when it comes to decision making of FERVID dito on the GR side, but once they fixed those, it was practically perfect para dito sa FERVID, no? Wala silang naitalong fight. They didn't necessarily need to retake much. The most importantly dito, Bipolar, they didn't need to rely on Lance. Nagkataon lang na maraming nakikill dito si Lance, but they didn't need Lance to constantly get the clutch, to constantly get the 1 versus 2 post plant, dahil palagi silang lamang in terms of manpower, and a big part of that is thanks to Haj. Early contact, finding so many kills, and denying a lot of space from KDM. It's such a triple threat approach na isama mo na rin yung sniper ni Aris na kumbaga, kung may Lance na nahanap nyo, may Aris ba na hahanapin nyo rin on the sniper? Ito saktong-sakto yung highlight. From tower, Aris finds a kill, and it's just a lot of eyes you have to watch out for. FERVID on this impeccable defense. Nung PL side, medyo nahirapan sila, granted. Pero nung nag-GR na, ang hirap pasukan ng FERVID.
Yeah, very much. Actually, gusto ko makita yung breakdown natin mamaya ng stats, no? Kapag umabot na tayo doon. Kasi we need to see kung gaano karaming rounds or gaano kahaba yung streak ng win ng rounds dito ng FERVID on the GR side. Kasi KADILIMAN parang hindi na sila nakagalaw, hindi na sila nakaabante. They were getting close towards the site, pero wala silang makuhang wins or W's in those rounds. Ngayon, makikita natin ang ating set summary. Finally, makikita natin kung ano nga ba ang breakdown dito. A total of 15 rounds at ayun na nga, 5 straight wins to close it out.
Yep, a dominating GR side dito. It was a one-sided affair nung lumipat tayo sa kabilang sa second half natin dito. And take a look at the numbers for Lance and Haj dito. Bipolar, 2.57 KD for Haj and 2.38 para kay Lance. 18 and 19 kills respectively. And wow, I mean, everyone else coming up close. Si Skies din, si Aris hindi nalalayo eh.
Yeah, si Aris actually was able to get kills every time. Hindi na siya alay buhay eh. Siya na mismo yung pumapatay sa mga buhay na inaalay ng KADILIMAN. Ganun yung nangyari in these matchups, which is something that we don't necessarily see. This adjustment from Aris, feeling ko nag-mature after like in just a week. Ngayon, makikita natin ang ating MVP. It's none other than the one that was trailing behind the Lance, pero ngayon popping off at the right time. Looking at these stats, man, 56 yung kanyang headshot. Pero yung smoke per round is also way up there. Angat pa above 0.5.
Actually, siya yung pinakamataas sa buong lobby natin, which is mighty impressive para dito kay Haj. Able to find the most kills and the most amount of utility in the entire team, which is why he's the MVP. It makes sense kung bakit siya yung pinili over Lance, no? Kasi nga siya yung may pinakamagandang performance in terms of numbers sa buong team niya. And Haj, consistently challenging these angles. Palagi siyang humahanap ng extra para sa team niya sa hotel, sa RS, dito sa LA, at kung saan-saan pa. Ito, paulit-ulit tong laban nila dito Pagkatapos malaglag ni Jam, laging papasok si Haj para ipaghigante si Jam. At yun ang dahilan kung bakit siya naka 19 kills, Bipolar.
Yeah, what a team ang nakikita natin dito for FERVID. Pero it looks like aabot na tayo sa ating pang-apat na mapa. Pero before that, tayo ay we'll be going after a short break. Magbabalik ang ating CFS PH IMPACT 4.
through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness. Cross good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down
Poor
good
hit
shot, gotta
from
get
JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
What's up mga young star na babalik po tayo dito sa ating CFS PH Impact Fall. Kasama nyo pa rin naman kami mga ka. And mga sa, nandito na po tayo sa ating set number 4. Tayo ay dadayo papunta sa port at malalaman natin kung aabot nga ba tayo sa destinasyong set number 5 or finals bound na agad ang isang team. Let's see kung ano mangyayari dyan. Pero what a day to be alive kasi Daydom, KADILIMAN versus FERVID has been action-packed.
Dadaong na ang barko sa ating port at it is do or die para dito sa KDM. Talagang napatumba na sila, naliwanagan na sila dito ng FERVID, pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban. Kaya pa bang bumangon dito ng KDM? It is gonna be a hard fight kasi port, one of the favorites ng FERVID dito, but they have a chance still to stay alive, Bipolar.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? Speaking about port, let's talk about strategies here na napansin naman natin dito. Kung Eagle Eye, medyo wala tayong masyadong information for both of these teams. Dito, we know it well. Kapag FERVID ka and nasa GR side ka, you have to be wary of not just long A pero mid. Kasi nandyan si Ares, nandyan si Lance. That combination alone can go up to these areas every time. Pero pagdating naman dito sa B side, it's always just a one player setup for FERVID, minsan dalawa. Pero for KADILIMAN naman, they just have to keep on rushing B if they're on the BL side. And kapag dumating tayo sa GR side nila, they have to go for a possible 1-3-1 setup kung saan si Jessan nakalagay doon sa LA or possibly towards that bridge position para mas maganda yung depensa nila. And on the BL side man, I don't know, feeling ko they really just need to keep on going on B para maiwasan nila sila. They need to respect that sniper.
Absolutely. Not just the sniper, no. Port is one of the favorites ng FERVID for a reason, Bipolar.
Yeah.
And that reason is, second to sub-base, it is the map, or third to sub-base and Mexico, it is the map with the most close quarters combat. Isa yon sa pwedeng mag-SMG dito si Nice Katol.
Yeah.
And even if hindi naka-SMG si Nice Katol dito, pwede tayo makakita ng maybe a chainsaw or maybe even a close quarter combat heavy na playstyle with the M14 EBR. Not to mention that LA position kung saan laging nandun si Lance with the sniper that is always gonna be hitting the shot. It's a double threat para dito sa FERVID, that the playstyle that is signature to them, no? That's what you have to be careful of. Now, the question becomes, so saan tayo pupunta kung kalaban natin ang FERVID? Yung close quarter, hindi natin pwede puntahan. Yung long angle, hindi natin pwede puntahan. That's why this map is so deadly for FERVID's GR side. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka lulugar pag sila yung kalaban mo.
Yeah, they need, kung KADILIMAN ka, you have to be careful. Pero feeling ko, may advantage pa rin naman sila dito. Their slow kind of playstyle can work out well. Even on the GR side, they just have to be patient. Kasi if you're not patient against FERVID, mismo yung kakainin nila ng buhay. Pero it looks like they will be unleashing darkness upon port here as we see a possible set number 5 in the mix. Parang gusto na mga katauhan natin na umabot tayo ng Mexico. But nonetheless, we're going back in straight to the game. We're going towards port. Maglalaban-laban na sila KADILIMAN starting on the BL side.
Alright, eto. KDM. This is where the test comes in. Nakaposisyon na agad si Aris sa short angle at nakaposisyon na agad si Lance sa long angle. Matic, CQC, and sniper angle combo kagad dito. At si Lance, okay, di nakatama doon. Pero si Skies magagaling sa CA. Flash coming through mula kay Lance dito. At si Jezreel nasa ilalim naman ng CA doon, waiting for an opportunity on Skies. Pero lalayo muna sila agad. And KDM, ito yung signature nila dito. The poke and rotate playstyle.
Yeah, they wanted to kill Lance actually with the multiple barrages of grenades. Kaso nga lang, nagmumoonwalk lang si Lance habang naka-crouch, no? So, They weren't able to get the kill, but they were able to provide the damage. Very much low, so medyo parang 2 bullets from this M4s na lang ang tatama. Aris, dito, in mid, not taking that, hindi siya nakapwesto dun sa mid box natin sa gitna that connects towards CA. So this is actually very default of FERVID, and we don't necessarily see this a lot from them. At ngayon, mukhang titikim muli ang Kadiliman trying to poke once again here on LA.
Nina-expect nila nakapag-rotate na si Lance mula dito, no? Because of their bait and switch kanina. Baka hindi nila i-expect nandito pa rin yung sniper, and Lance peeking! Getting a kill onto Hangshu. Pwede pang umisa dito. Si Lance wala pang smoke na nakatago sa kanya, pero lalapit na si Haj. Takes down 1, make it 2, Skies for the 3rd, and Jessan for the 4th. Double kill for Skies and Haj, and FERVID a flawless round to start port.
Man, after that, feeling ko we can just say they are the kings of port dito sa Impact Hall. Because that was actually crazy. Nag-mind games na yung Kadiliman pero hindi pa rin gumana. Ngayon, ito na yung mid-presence na inaantay natin for Lance. That jumping attack is gonna be something na medyo you cannot be killed if you're Lance, pero you can get a kill kapag ikaw ay nasa kalaban. RTA peeking out here, going for the long approach, might go for the headshot, especially that he actually nagpalit dito si RTA. He goes for the M14. But nagpupush na dito towards Z or towards B ang ating mga players for FERVID. So, very default naman dito ang FERVID. Just Kadiliman just needs to play patiently. Skies looking towards CA. Hangshu very close by. Medyo mabilis ang approach nila ngayon. No flashes needed. Headshot and Dirim di na nga gumagalaw. Skies is just literally standing in place.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Oh, Aris with the flick as well. Oh my goodness, KDM are taking a beating by Polar. Eto na nga, papalagpas si Silent, nakahanap ng isa dito sa Z. Pero, dalawa na lang ang natitirang buhay para sa KDM. Jessan, looking at you again to be the savior of KDM. Pero yung kalaban niya dito na si Skies, hindi bumababa, nasa ninja pa rin. In mid. And there's nowhere to go. Para kay Jessan dito, kailangan niyang intayin si Silent na makahanap ng opening para lang makagalaw. Pero si Silent nakita na ni Haj. Nakita na rin nung nasa likod niya na si Skies. At si Jessan lalapit sa House B. Kailangan na nilang mag-decide. 40 seconds left on the clock.
40 seconds. Both players now going towards B. At in-expect natin to isa lang ang pinapadala dito ng FERVID. At si Aris pa ang tatama ngayon. Headshot connects onto Jessan. Hindi man lang pinagalaw. Yung C4 iniwan pa ni Silent. Sige, magbarila na lang daw tayo. Pero si Haj pa rin ang makakuha ng kill. That is 2 rounds on the board. And FERVID looking strong as ever.
Yep, ridiculous shot to start off that 1v2 para kay Aris. At speaking of which, papasok na nga siya dito sa mid, naghahanap ng away, pero si Aris lalayo muna. Jam, House B play, and again, it's the standard setup para dito sa FERVID with Lance in LA. Si Aris lilipat na ng Z. Nako po, napalalim ata masyado, pero si Jam ang sasagot para sa kanya. Finds a kill onto Hangshu, and RTA will be trading it back. 2 kills para sa Kadiliman. This is a good start for KDM.
Kadiliman now able to spot out some weaknesses ngayon ng FERVID. Skies here in Z though might be a surprise, pero never mind. Si Jessan pala ang kukuha ng kill. Jessan with a double, might go for the triple, and the shot not gonna be connecting. Lance still alive, the pistols are there, and they rain fire. Kadiliman gets on the board once again.
And Jessan is back. 3 kills on the board for that round kay Jessan. Kailangan niyang gawin ulit yon para maging consistent sniper para dito sa Kadiliman and become a pillar of his team like he always has been. Problema, minsan hindi consistent na tumatama dito yung foundations, yung shots ni Jessan, which is weird to see. Haj taking down Hangshu. And that's a good couple of kills na naman, Haj! The double wallbang special. At si Jessan, ako po, napuntir yan ni Sky sa mid. At dahil dyan, mauubos na ang Kadiliman. Pero si Silent, magwawala pa, nakakuha ng double kill doon sa may RS. Nakita na nga siya dito ni Lance, who is holding on to the sniper. Jesril still at bridge. Pero si Jam manggagaling mula sa kabilang banda inside of House B. It's Jam and Lance versus Silent and Jesril 2v2 Polar.
2v2, pero ngayon 2v1, Jestrel peeking out. Nasa labas, sino unang mamamatay, sino unang tutumba. Flash will be there, grenade, iiwasan muna ni Jam, he's so low in HP. Isang pitas, isang bala ka lang. Lance will be going away from this fight. He wants to go and get some guns right here, refreshes 19 bullets in the chamber. Pero Jestrel is just waiting for an attack. He is expecting that Lance will be pushing out. Pero ngayon, it's a battle of where you want to go. 1 minute is their playing time, both in their spawn.
You have to remember si Jestrel ang may hawak ng bomba dito. Lance just playing smart, waiting, reactionary play. Ang kailangan gawin dito ni Lance, intayin kung saan magtatanim ng bomba si Jestrel. Or in any case, kung dumaan man sa RS, just take him down.
Yeah.
Jestrel have to clear so many spaces para lang makapagtanim ng bomba dito. Pag nakakit na siya ng A site, yun ang senyales para kay Lance para gumalaw. And Lance switching over to the M14 as well. Jestrel, can you clutch against the young sniper of FERVID?
Both are gonna be meeting themselves in exit. Jestrel still unaware. Jestrel now spots him. Lance still has a flash, still has a smoke, pero Lance pushing now in mid. Jestrel is in up top of this bodega. The shots connecting and the shots will finally hit him to get the kill. Lance, despite him becoming patient, sabi ng Kadiliman, we are still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, ang ganda ng basa doon ni Jestrel, no? In-expect niya nalilipat sa kabilang angulo si Lance, and he was right. Lance this time though, in LA, dami na naman players ng Kadiliman dito. Hangshu Jestrel looking for something. Setups na nga ng lineup doon. Si Skies nandito sa CA to supplement that position of Lance. At papasok na sila ng LA dito bipolar. Lance, kailangan mag-moonwalk papalayo. At kailan nga ba lalabas si Skies? Ang sagot, hindi. Just waiting for anyone to push up. At hindi naman nag-commit ang KDM.
Man, itong rocket barrage, itong mortar strike na pinapadala ng Kadiliman has been very much underwhelming. We see the vision, kaso nga lang ngayon, they take advantage. Sabi dito ng FERVID, wala na silang utility, mag-push tayo. Jestrel with the kill. RTA nasa mid naman, will get a wall bang onto Hadj. Aris will get the kill as well, pero 2-for-1 exchange. Kadiliman now in a good spot.
Kay DM, naku po, kaso china-challenge pa sila ni Lance dito. Hangshu taken away. At nasa house na nga dito ang KDM. Si Jam nagtatago sa ilalim ng site. Jam has to find more at wala na siyang makikita, pero si Aris nakasali na dito sa laban. Aris taken down as well. 1v2 para kay Lance, who is now holding on to the sniper. Naku po, binato na siya ng buong barangay dito ng KDM. At wala na siyang magagamit na utility. Wala nang flash, wala nang nade, smoke. Itinapon niya na rin para lang, sige na, para may smoke na rin ako dito sa malapit sa akin. And 20 seconds, FERVID looking dire for Lance. Si Jessa nakaantabay dito, nakita niya na nga, winantap pa nga sa ulo ni Lance. Okay, this is the Jessa that we need from KDM.
Yeah, medyo gising na dito si Jessa no, nakapag-unat na sa buong rounds na nakita natin doon. Nakita natin prior this. Nung nasa Eagle Eye tayo, Silent pushing out, no flash needed. Aris immediately taken care of. Jam with the trade, pero Silent with a double kill right now. At ito talaga ang na-realize na finally ng Kadiliman na B-side is so free, and it's so free for Silent as he get a 4K, an ace inbound for Kadiliman with his name right on it. Skies nandito sa House B will be taken away. Jestrel with the kill, and Kadiliman is now comfortable with a 2-point lead.
Eto na naman tayo. KDM making a comeback, and Jestrel has come online. The duo Jestrel Jessan taking over, at isama nyo na rin si Silent with 8 kills on the board. Pero si Lance hindi pa siya tapos, finds a quick peek onto Jestrel, and that key player Jestrel immediately taken out.
With Jestrel out of the picture, medyo both teams right now are in somewhat of an advantage and disadvantage. First time natin may kita Aris pushing out. Jessan, no scopes, will not be connecting. And Aris respects it once again. Ang nahanap niya doon si Jessan, so out na lang muna siya, going towards the RTA. Will get killed. Mawawala siya dito at unti-unti na naman ang Kadiliman. The light is shining upon FERVID at ngayon si Hangshu titikim sa ilalim ng bridge. Haj, he has been the wallbang king pero now he is the M14 god connecting onto 2. Hangshu with the kill onto Aris. And now the C4 is not in their hands, by the way, naiwan doon sa other side ng bridge.
Yun na nga ang hirap kunin nito para kay Hangshu, no? Malapit lang, pero kailangan niyang daanan dito yung harabas ni Haj na merong hawak na M14 na maganda yung wallbang. Remember, kahit makuha niya to, pwede siyang i-wallbang dito ni Haj, pero sinimplehan lang ni Hangshu. Sabi niya, akin na yan. Hindi niya nga lang nakuha yung bomba.
What? Oh no! Naiwan niya! Oh, walang rewind dito. Hangshu, that's not good. And FERVID realizes this. And they're so low in HP. Yung one-in-a-lifetime chance ni Hangshu na wala. Nagawa niya. Kaso nga lang, the execution wasn't there. Yung dulo ng plan has been committed. Now they go in and they just spray down. What an unfortunate event for KADILIMAN, man. That's gotta hurt.
Yep, Hangshu has to be hitting himself in the head at this point, no? 4-3, meron pa rin namang lamang ang KDM but they have to minimize mistakes like that. FERVID will pounce pag nakakita sila ng ganong pagkakamali at si Hangshu immediately redeeming himself. Entrance towards that B site, nakuha na agad ng KDM at nahuli din ni Silent si Aris. It's getting scrappy. Bipolar, lumalaban lang si FERVID laban sa KDM. And the bomb getting planted immediately. Nag-rush na nga dito ang KDM papunta ng House B. At ang FERVID kailangan makasagot ng magandang retake. 3 versus 4 para sa kanila.
It's getting hot inside of this site. 2-player approach here on House B. Jessan so close by. Tinamaan agad dito yung dapat hindi natin sabihin. At nauubos na rin dito ang buong FERVID. Lance speaks out. Able to get off Jessan. Here's a god box. It's RTA to be able to put them again in a 2-point deficit. That was actually a fast round for KADILIMAN.
Yep, exactly. They figured it out. Biglain natin ang FERVID dahil hindi naman nila tayo kaya sa post-plant at tama sila. Whenever it comes to the C4 getting planted, hindi makapasok ulit yung FERVID dito no? And Haj, naku po, kailangan niya hindi malaglag dito na headshotan and KDM still going strong. Si Skies though with the big lurk, okay, takes down Hangshu to spot where the C4 is. So that is actually a good trade of kills para dito sa KDM Dahil nakakuha sila ng isa, pwede silang mapumunterya ng isang site and go for the rush. Potentially that B site.
This B site has been the crucial turning point for KADILIMAN to get these rounds sa BL side. And now as we enter the second half after this round, they're gonna be happy with this exchange, especially if they do get another round into their name. Si Aris lang na naman ang nakatingin dito on House B and sobrang fragile ng depensa ng FERVID. They should have learned. Pero KADILIMAN is thankful na ganito pa din ang ginagawa nila. They're banking a lot of their shots on Aris in this box. Going up, now going for lineups. Smokes will be there. Or it's flash, by the way. Pero Skies nasa likuran. Oh no! Skies behind them. Sees one and gets two. Kasama niya pa si Jam! And Aris and the darkness is nowhere to be found. In the second half, they entered with 5-4.
Pinaliwanag ni Skies yung round na yon and FERVID able to recover after losing a couple of rounds in a row. 4-5 ang score natin dito. At aatake naman ang FERVID sa BL side. KDM lamang ng isa. They have to keep this lead, Bipolar.
Can they though? Especially na ito na ang hometown ni Lance. This mid position. Pero I like what we're seeing for KADILIMAN. They put 2 players on B and A. Tapos yung isang natitira is just wait there for someone to push the doorways. Kaso nga lang, nag-asim na naman si Silent at nakuha na naman ni Lance ang ulo niya.
Parang dinaplisan lang sa buhok pero saktong headshot yun. Para kay Lance at si Jessa, naka-sniper dito sa LA. Tingnan mo naman yung mga posisyon dito ng FERVID. No one pushing from that angle. It's a CA mid position. para dito sa Fervid. Uy, ULB, may manggagaling doon. Si Haj nakaantabay. Jezreel down to 0 HP. At si Lance nakakuha ng isa doon. Haj takes down Jezreel as well. And it is just KDM falling apart sa depensa nila. Si Jessan lumipat ng posisyon. Kaso lang, nakita siya ng granada doon and will be chipped down to 0 HP as well. Naku po, Anis, pinaulanan si Jessan. At si Hangshu na lang natitirang buhay para sa kanila. Hangshu has been a hero so far. Pero 4 ang kalaban niya, Bipolar.
Naku po, si Clark Kent na to. Kaya niya nga ba gumawa ng isa pang milagro? The shots not connecting onto Lance. And now the smoke divides them in 2 places, both at once. Si Jam nandito pa sa left side. And I think that he's just gonna be giving this round away, which is actually pretty depressing. He needs to face this thing. Gagamitin na lang nila yung time to make up a plan sa next round.
Yes. It's not the worst thing in the world dito, Bipolar, no? At least meron silang konting pahinga na 10 seconds pang natitira sa ngayon, no? Make up a plan for how they're gonna approach the next round. And all things considered, isang round lang naman yung makukuha dito ng Fervid. So, tablado lang tayo dito, 5-5. And if you think about it, this is still port we're talking about. A GR-sided map, all things considered. And KDM sila yung nasa GR sa ngayon. So, you don't necessarily have to make too big of an adjustment. Di naman nila kailangang pumalag masyado dito. Just hold on to their positions. And reposition na lang yung mga sniper nila dito. Which is exactly what they're gonna do. Si Jessan, lumipat ng B.
He's so shifty. We know him to provide that firepower in any kind of line of sight dito sa ating port. He switches from mid to A, ngayong B. He plants himself right on that ledge para whoever comes out of B, he can get that kill. Pero a slow round now for Fervid, playing the mind games once again. In KADILIMAN, they need to use some utilities here para at least if they don't know the positions, they're providing that delay factor na kailangan nilang hanapin. 1 minute 30 seconds, they're going towards B.
Tahimik ang mapa dito. Fervid, 3 people going to Z. So pwede silang lumipat, either mid or B. Execute yung meron ditong options ang Fervid, Bipolar. And slowly but surely, naghahanap si Aris ng pwede niyang mapuntirya. Skies just waiting for that LA potential aggression from RTA. Pero wala. Walang nagpupush para dito sa KDM. Ayaw nilang i-risk makita na may 5 tao ng Fervid na nakabang.
Hangshu, silent, close by, on to Lance. Lance sa pangaang nauna doon. He gets killed. And now, masaya ang exchange dito ngayon ng KADILIMAN without anyone getting damaged, by the way. 4v5. All players now for the side of Fervid only has rifles. Wala na si Lance. The scary factor na medyo nire-respeto na ng KADILIMAN. And this defense, man, sobrang date nila at that north part of our map na sobrang hirap to pasukin, and they go in slow, which is something that you do not want. But they go in towards CA instead. The C4 is there, and nakuha na nga ng dalawa si RTA. It's all up to Ares, pero he falls down. KADILIMAN take that advantage once again.
Yup, great recovery para dito sa KDM as they pick up the lead once more, 6-5 dito sa depensa nila. And as I said, Polar, they don't really have to do much. Pinosisyon lang nila si Jessan sa punta sa kabila at gumana na agad, no? So it is going to be Fervid looking for the advantage once more. At sinimulan na nila agad yun. Aris takes down Hangshu. Ang bilis mag-push ni Aris dito sa mid.
Mukhang dediretso sila, no? I think they wanna fight this long A position. Kasi all of the players are moving towards there. Grenade will fly in, pero walang madadamage ang todo-todo. Just really needs to back off. This slow game from Fervid is excruciating. It's just pulling away every effort ngayon ng KADILIMAN.
Yep.
Especially with Hangshu down.
Hindi alam ngayon ng Fervid nasaan nga ba si Jessan. Still holding yung stairs position dito sa B. Yung may eskanita. Pero mukhang mag-A site na mga player dito ng Fervid. Nasa CA. Si Skies at si Jumper. Yung C4 nasa house B pop sa ngayon. Is it a bait and switch? Hindi naman mahilig sa ganun ng Fervid. Pero mukhang ililipat na nila yung C4 away from the B position. At magandang decision to kasi wala si Jessan sa A.
might be the prime opportunity. Just need to clear RTA right now. Nagla-line up na sila towards B and towards A. So distraction play, RTA not budging though. Hindi siya gagalaw. Ngayon, he dodges the flash. Some rotations now coming in. RTA napitas agad. Just fail as well. Oh my goodness. What is happening right now to KADILIMAN? That defense was so solid. At si Jessan ngayon will move in. Pero Silent on top of the top ropes. Gets two. Can he get three? Si Jessan joins the fray. 2-1v1. At si Jessan pang mamamatay. FERVID screams their lungs out.
FERVID screams and they will take the round, evening it out. 6-6 ang labanan natin dito. And this cannot get more entertaining, Bipolar. Kapit talaga sa kakapitan. FERVID as close as it can get, but they still manage to win the round just barely. Ito, kailangan hindi magpahuli ng KADILIMAN kasi every time nawawalan sila ng isa dahil kay Aris, hirap na silang makabawi.
Sobrang hirap, man. And I'm telling you, this has been happening since set number 2 na kapag 1v1 situations, mostly ang nananalo FERVID. And something about it just keeps on, something about that just makes FERVID, you know, even better sometimes. The clutch potential in these players are crazy. Ngayon, 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Lahat ng oras gamit na gamit ng FERVID for the past 4 rounds since our switch up. Nasaan nga ba si Jessan? Nasa A-site siya ngayon.
Medyo nakakabatong posisyon ng FERVID. Lahat sila nasa CA. Kailangan humanap ng pitas ni Lance. It is the battle of the snipers first. Pero lalapit si Silent. Nakakita ng 4. Naku po! Jessan gets the kill! But Hudge takes down Jessan. Ito na. Papasok ng FERVID. Flashes coming in. And everyone currently blinded. And Hangshu lalayo muna. Ibibigay muna nila yung sight dito sa FERVID para makapagtanim ng bomba. 3 versus 3. RTA on the flank. At si RTA buhay pa rin. Pero si Jezreel nalaglag na. Hangshu on the flank as well. Hindi na alam ng FERVID na nandito harap pa rin sa LA ang mga players ng KDM. RTA, ito na, pumasok na. Jam is down. Double kill for RTA. Pero si Aris naharap na si RTA. Hangshu 1 HP. Nakita na nga yung ulo doon ni Aris. Can you do the clutch again, Aris? 2 rounds in a row. 1v1 for Aris at panalo na naman siya. Aris, the Rookie of the Year, is the winner yet again. 7-6.
Nako po, pang ilang Rookie of the Year mo na yan. Aris, a man that we don't necessarily see getting the kills. Gets the wall back as well onto Silent. 15, by the way, in 14 rounds. What is happening, man? Everyone from FERVID is providing all of the performance. And already 30 seconds in, sugatan agad dito ang KADILIMAN. They're going for a 2-for-2 approach. Pero man, they're slowly dying, which is not good.
Silent down early at ito na naman tayo sa simula kung saan lugi ang KDM. One of their players going down early is a bad scenario for KDM. RTA has been the hero of this game, of this series so far. Pero kahit siya, nagkukulang na dito, Bipolar.
Yeah.
Si Silent, pinakamaraming kills, down early. At si Jam, nag-aala Spider-Man dito sa mid.
They're going towards Z. They're going towards B. May ipit
Sakto.
dito sila, Jezreel.
Hangshu!
Pati na rin dito si Hangshu. Oh no! Oh mami! Anong nangyari doon for the side of KADILIMAN? They should have just waited dito sa spawn or in B site. And now it's a 2v4 kung saan si Jessan will get a kill onto Hadj. 3v2 now. Pero all of FERVID are inside. The bomb taking 30 seconds. RTA, 100 HP, still has a flash, smoke, and a grenade. Has to wait for some sort of action mula kay Jessan. RTA peeking. Lance is just waiting right now and he gets killed. Sa baba ng B, lahat ng aksyon mangyayari. RTA pushing once again.
Uy!
The Jam, half HP, 1v2. RTA, the hero, strikes again.
Ito na naman tayo kay RTA, bailing out KADILIMAN. Buhay pa ang KADILIMAN dahil sa kanya. The clutch, the EBR master, this time playing the HK. RTA feeling confident. KADILIMAN dahil kay RTA. Nakabawi dito. Tumablan na naman sa labanan natin. Skies waiting for the push from RTA. Sabi ni Skies, sumasobra ka na! RTA! Skies with a triple kill! And dahil doon, Fervid, naku po, lumuwag na naman ang trabaho dito ni Aris. Jessan takes down Lance, pero okay lang. This is still a big, heavy firepower advantage for Fervid. Jessan, lilipat mo na ng B-site. Doon nga ba papasok ang Fervid?
Po, hindi pa tapos ang laban. Buhay pa rin naman si Silent. He still has low HP though. Smokes will be dividing once again these sides. Papasok si Jam. An instant headshot onto Silent. Si Jessa nasa exit na sa GR spawn. Sky speaking out with Jam and they clean up house with only Lance falling down. It's still a tie. It's still almost just a tie game. Pero so far, FERVID has been dictating the movements of every player.
Exactly. The only reason KDM are keeping it close is RTA and Silent. Sila lang ang tanging nagiging dahilan bakit nahihirapan ang FERVID. Pero pag nalaglag na si RTA, dumadali ang buhay ng FERVID. RTA taken down in CA at pwede na ulit pumasok ang FERVID.
Man, naunahan niya. Nakita mo yung parkour. Walang palya na grenade pa sa mid. What was that? Jam is crazy. And now ngayon, they stabilize. They know the advantage is in their hands. At nagugulantang ang buong Kadiliman, Papa Dudut. 1 minute 30 seconds in the clock. What can KDM do here?
Yun na nga ang tanong. Ano ang kayang gawin ng Kadiliman sa ngayon? Si Jezreel, andito na nga sa My House B at nakita na ni Haj! Hindi niya man lamang kailangan makita bipolar. Winolbang lang and Jezreel is down.
Jezreel falling down is not a good sign for Kadiliman here. Pero 3-man strong pa din naman. They take up every angles. Which is very interesting. Hangshu nandito sa B. Jessa nasa mid. One more Silent here in A. They decide not to push. By the way, if hindi nyo nakikita, buhay pa ang lahat ng players dito ng FERVID.
Yep.
They do have 50 seconds left pero they still have 4 flashes into their name. Magpo-push out pa si Silent Man. Skies is just right in the right timing. They get the kill. Wala man lang mapipitas dito. Ang isa pero si Hangshu on the other side kills off Haj. Pero sa iba, ang gustong pasukan dito ng FERVID. Pinatay si Jessan sa exit and they clean Hangshu's head. Oh my goodness.
FERVID at the cusp of grand finals. Isa na lang puntos ang kailangan dito ng FERVID bipolar. Kadiliman falling apart. Hangshu, Jezreel dying. And along with that, the hopes and dreams of Kadiliman to make it into the grand finals to become the impactful champions. Unti-unti nang nawawala, nalalagas ang panaginip ng Kadiliman.
Man, isang round na lang patungo sa pangarap. Wala nang isang bala-bala. Papasok dito sa mid. Jessan galit na galit. Silent with the kill. RTA also gets one. Natigil bigla ang push ng FERVID. Mag-isa na lang si Ares. Tumatalon at binigay ang buhay kay Jessan. The fight's not over. Hindi pa tapos ang gera.
Hindi pa tapos. Pumapalag pa. Kumakagat pa ang Kadiliman. FERVID, hindi kailangan pa na rin nila tapusin to. Pwede pa tayong mag-overtime. Pwede pa tayong mag-set 5. Pwede pa tayong tumungo sa Mexico at si Jezreel galit na siya. Tingnan natin anong gagawin niya dito, Jam. Lipat ng CA. House B play mula kay Jessan. Ang lapit ng angle dito ni Jessan. Not something you see with the sniper. Usually, nasa LA yan. Pero sa ngayon, dalawang rifler lang ang nandito sa LA. At si Jessan nandun pa rin sa B.
Better defense.
Katahimikan muna para dito sa FERVID bipolar. Wala pa silang pinaparinig na kahit isang granada. Hawak pa lahat ng FERVID dito. Waiting for RTA or Silent or anyone to make a mistake.
They do. All they need is 2 flashes dito sa B. Papunta sa langit at tigil agad ang depensa dito ni Jessan and as well as ni Jezreel. They have the lineups as well that divide B doon sa may slide. You see for now being retrieved 1 minute into the clock. The battle silenced. The guns ready. The flashes are coming in to fruition.
Yung
Unang
bomba nasa kabila.
Oh
Teka
no,
lang, yung bomba.
really ba? Oh my God!
Nasa LA. Naku po,
RTA?
Anong pinaplano? Anong pinaplano dito ng Fervid si RTA? Lalapit na kay Lance.
Oh no!
Ay! That's the bomb! Bipolar RTA! Nabotcha ang plano ng Fervid! Papasok sila ng B-side pero yung bomba wala dito kahit maubos ang kadiliman. Ang layo nung bomba. Nasaan na si Jam? Nasaan na yung bomb? Nasaan na ang KDM? Papalag pa ba sila, Polar?
Look at Jam! Nandun na agad siya sa A position natin! The
Naku po,
C4 is
naku po.
retrieved!
Naku po, naku po.
They're pushing in mid! Silent! They're getting desperate, man! Iniwan pa nila si Hangshu sa GR spawn! They are divided! And the bomb is
Ay!
planted in A! May ikutan pa nila lahat! Whoever dies in B gets this round! Silent with the first contact! Skies with the trade! Silent with the double! Pero yung sight mali! Wala!
Yung oras!
Bomba!
Yung oras!
Yung oras, 20 seconds! What a turnaround! Ito na yung plot twist ng 2025! Sabi ng Kadiliman, you have 10 seconds left! You are now final for Fervid! 3-1! And Fervid out of nowhere! Oh my God!
Ramdam na ramdam ang selebrasyon dito ng Fervid. 3-1 victory! Kalaban ng Kadiliman. And Fervid will go to the grand finals. Port is their domain. Liliwanag ang daungan ng barko at aangat ang Fervid sa grand finale.
Man, yung puso ko, dadum. Ang galing na ni RTA. He found the bomb.
Ayun lang.
Pero what happened?
Ewan ko din, bipolar, hindi ko rin alam. Hindi ako makahanap ng mga salita. Nakita na nila yung bomba eh. Pwede na sana nilang i-pincher yung LA. Pero umikot pa ng B.
Man, kailangan natin tanungin yun mamaya kay Aris kung ano yung plano kasi gumana pa din yung redirection play and first time natin nakita yun after so many years of Crossfire na bamboozle ang buong team at the last remaining round. They went to B when the bomb is in A.
Yup.
Oh my.
Wala. Dito lang natin nakita yon sa Impact Fall Bipolar, hindi sa Impact Summer, hindi sa Masters, hindi sa Regional Finals, hindi sa China, hindi sa Grand Finals, sa CFS PH Impact Fall, sa Fervid, sila lang ang katangi-tangi na gumagawa nun sa buong mundo. Pinaikot ang mundo ng Kadiliman at pinuksa ang Kadiliman. Binuksan ang ilaw, diretso pataas, sama-sama sa paglipad at diretso sa Grand Finals
Diretso
ang
din sa
Fervid.
bulsa.
Yun na nga. And with the guidance of Nice Katol, ang ganda ng pinakita dito ng Fervid.
Man, it's a 3-1. No one expected na ganito ang kakalabasan ng dalawang teams na to, and to think, sabi natin top 20 dito ang Fervid, pero sabi nila galing kaming Masters, top 8 kami sa Pilipinas, and they are proving it one step at a time. Finals bound, man, against QUERDAS, if I'm correct.
Yep,
Oh my-
QUERDAS. Yes.
Speechless kami. Speechless kami ni Dido, man.
Nabulol na si Bipolar. Wala kasi kaming masabi. What can I say? Nice Katol is a genius. You heard it here first. The Strat Monster. Nako, sana siya yung interview natin mamaya. Gusto ko siyang tanongin ng mga malalimang tanong dito, man. But Port is a journey. Man, kita mo naman, di ba? Kadiliman, binigay talaga nila lahat dito sa Port. Kaso nagkulang talaga bipolar.
Yeah.
Outmaneuvered, outstrategied, and outgunned by FERVID.
Yeah, basically outplayed. And I'd like to apologize for screaming at the end of that round. That was just crazy. In my eyes, RTA controlled that round. Pero it still worked yung split push nila, man. That is one for the history books of Crossfire Philippines. And now you are seeing the action that instilled yung puso ng Kadiliman and as well ng FERVID. Both were burning fire and both were providing us the performance and entertainment that we all deserved. Gusto natin ng map number 5 pero sabi ng FERVID gusto na namin idaan ito towards the finals. Ngayon may kita natin the set summary of this very very long round. A total of 17 rounds has been played. 18 rounds actually. And take it away, Didum. Ano nga bang stats natin dyan?
But it's still a very hard-fought game para dito sa FERVID. No? Tinan mo yung kills per round. Walang nakatungtong ng 1.0 dahil napakahirap ng round na ito. No? It's never a doubt. It's never a round that was easy for FERVID dahil nandyan si RTA, andyan si Jessan. Silang dalawa talaga yung may pinakamataas na mga numero dito. Pero when it comes to bringing home the bacon, the KDs of the players of Kadiliman, halos lahat sila lagpas 1.0. And as I said, Polar, FERVID look the best when they are not relying on Lance. Look at the scoreboard. Si Lance yung may pinakamababang KD. Everyone else stepping up. Aris with a 1.6 KD and a 0.89 kills per round. 17 kills para kay Aris at kay Skies stepping up to the plate.
I mean, you made me a believer now, Didum. Pero ngayon, the set MVP is Aris, a 0.89 KR, 0.60 on the kill per KD ratio. AP is 11 headshot per kill is 0.3 and a 44 on the smokes per round. The setups to the plays, to the crazy set plays na nasa isip neto ni Aris. He has been one of the best IGL so far in the entirety of Crossfire Philippines. And ngayon may kita natin ang kanyang highlights, man. I just wanna reiterate kung gaano ka-intense ang laruan ni Aris dito. In round number 12, he already had 15 kills. Ganon ka-impactful, ganon kaiba ang pag nagseryoso ang isang nice katol.
Yup. And you see it here, absolutely dominating dito sa port natin. It's super impressive para dito kay Nice Katol. The match result here, it is bipolar. Hindi na tayo dadako ng Mexico, my amigo. It is 7-10 in Compound, 10-5 in Ankara, 10-5 in Eagle Eye, and 10-8 in Port. FERVID, hindi nila kailangan ng sub-base para manalo laban sa Kadiliman.
They are a prime example of a team that is perfecting every map. A total of 28 rounds for Kadiliman and 37 for FERVID. Kayo na tumimbang kung gaano kalala yung ganun kind of scorelines in a best of 5 series.
Yes.
Hindi na tayo umabot
FERVID
ng Mexico 2 pero they don't, wow man. I mean, hanggang ngayon speechless pa rin ako.
Yes, a masterclass in mid-rounding. Yung pinakita sa atin ni Nice Katol doon in that last round, in round number 18 of this particular last set in Port. Napakaganda ng shot calling na ginawa nila yun. And for all of the players to be on the same page, that is next level discipline. Kasi sino ba naman na nasa tamang pag-iisip ang gagawin na 4v3 na nga, naghiwalay pa. Dalawa sa A, dalawa sa B. FERVID lang ang gagawa nun at kapag gumana, henyo ang nag-isip ng ganong playstyle. Walang ibang gumawa nun kundi FERVID. Again, masterclass in mid-rounding and they're making it perfect laban sa Kadiliman. Akala ng Kadiliman maganda na yung nagawa nila dito sa B-side kasi nakuha nila yung dalawang player. Kaso pagdating nila dito sa site, walang tao, walang bomba. Nasa kabila kasi. The match MVP will go over towards Lance once again as the MVP of FERVID laban sa Kadiliman. And I say very well deservedly so, bipolar.
And yeah, a kill per round of 0.94, a 1.45 in KD at an AP of 30. is big. A .18 in headshot per kill, despite him not using the HKO M14 most of the time. A smoke per run na 35. You have to see na FERVID now has improved from the Masters. Lance being activated every time. He has been hitting the shots from multiple flicks to out of nowhere shots na hindi man lang natin nakita yung pinapatay niya. Ngayon, in just a little while, may kita natin dito yung kanyang match MVP highlights. Pero I still stand by on my wordings na kapag gusto nyo matuto mag-sniper, you have to look at Lance. And his versatility as well, it's just crazy.
Yep. And I feel like it's a whole benefit talaga na kasama si Aris dito sa roster na to, no? Kasi if hindi nyo alam guys, back in Masters, Aris was the coach. Hindi siya kasama sa mga players ng FERVID. He was a sub, sure. Pero bihira lang siya lumaro nun pagka nagkulang lang sila. This time, he is one of the mainstays of FERVID. And I think this really benefits the team kasi hindi lang siya nakakapaggawa ng strategy, nakakapag mid-round calls din siya. Nag-guide niya yung mga players niya into doing what to do in specific scenarios at nagagawa mo lang yun pag IGL ka no? And I think this doesn't necessarily reflect in other maps sa subbase kapag kunyari mababa yung KD ni Aris na wala na siyang impact. No! Kasi pag naunang mawala dito si Aris, pwede niya nang i-guide yung players niya. He can become kind of like the commander dito ng FERVID. And this is what that accomplishes. Kung makita mo yung round number 18 dito sa port, this is what shot calling accomplishes for FERVID, the direction na meron dito. And Lance, of course, becoming the tip of that spear makes this a very deadly combo for FERVID. Nako po, bipolar. I can't wait for the grand finals kung anong gagawin nila kalaban sa QUERDAS.
Yeah, I mean, it's onting oras na lang, no? Pero magpahinga kayo guys after this, ha? But yeah, match MVP natin once again, Lance. From Ankara, from Eagle Eye towards Sport. This guy... FERVID has been providing us some talents na feeling ko after this year baka they're not just top 18, baka mag-promote pa sila towards the upper tiers ng ating Crossfire Philippines. Pero Daydom,
yes,
you know what, in just a little while makakausap natin dito yung mga may interview tayo coming in from the winning team. Pero I wanna say nice try pa din for KADILIMAN. Fell short, pero grabe yung last map natin doon for both teams.
Yeah. A big commendations para dito sa KADILIMAN, no. Still, you have my respect for putting up these numbers. Yes, it's still the same team that's riddled with a lot of talent, no. This is still RTA, this is still Silent, this is still Hankshu, and of course, this is still Jezreel and Jessan. I mean, Lance, of course, deserves credit for out-sniping Jessan, but Jessan is a benchmark in and of himself, no. The fact that we are praising Lance so much is because he's able to overcome one of the most experienced snipers dito sa Impact Fall, that is Jessan. So, that makes this MVP for Lance even more impressive dahil na outgun niya dito si Jessan, which is, by the way, not an easy feat to do by any means dito, bipolar, no. So I think that really cements FERVID as one of the best teams dito sa Impact Fall, if that series does not say that yet para sa inyo guys. FERVID absolutely is a monster team.
Yeah, I mean, akala nga natin talaga mag-unleash ng darkness yung KADILIMAN, pero nag-unleash the beast ang ating side ng FERVID here. Hanggang ngayon, I'm still speechless kasi yung puso ko Daydom hindi kaya yung ganong kind of actions. But yeah, I just want to go back to your point na yung labanan ng Lance and as well as Jessan, both players are at the top of their tiers. I'd say they're in the top 10 for here in the Philippines. Pero alam mo yun, iba yung tapang ni Jessan, despite him not performing well in Eagle Eye, nabawi niya here on port. Tapos si Lance, despite him, alam mo yun, not being the shifty player that we know, he adjusted. Tapos nilalabanan niya pa rin yung mga mid battles natin dito. Pero ngayon, it looks like we're gonna be happy to introduce to you our match MVP for our interview, si Lance mula dito sa FERVID. Napapangiti si Idol. Namingiti si Idol.
Syempre naman, sino bang namang hindi ngingiti bipolar after manalo? First off, Lance, gusto muna kitang i-congratulate. Congratulations on reaching the grand finals. Natalo nyo ang Kadiliman and that is a very big achievement para sa inyo already, no? So Lance, may tanong lang ako tungkol dun sa last round. Sorry bipolar, ako na yung magtatanong dito. Yung last round, 4v3 pero naghiwalay pa kayo tapos tinanin nyo sa A site. Pinlano nyo ba yun? Shot call ba yun ni Aris? O kayong players yung nag-isip nun? Ano yung i-describe mo sa akin ano yung communication? Ano yung nangyari doon?
Pinano namin yun. Kaso ako yung yung napatay sa LA na kumaga na info, pero luckily na di nakita yung C4.
Ayun na nga.
Napanalo namin yung round.
Yun nga, no? I mean, akala nga namin nakita pa ni RTA nung napatay ka niya, pero hindi pala ganun yung nangyari. You know what, Lance, palagi ka namin pinupuri dito sa casting desk kasi alam namin you're not just the next big thing pagdating sa sniper, pero ikaw na yung basehan ng paano ba ang magaling na sniper. Lance, I just wanna say, anong feeling na it was a heavy sniper battle, lalo na sa port? Paano mo nakuha yung tapang mo or talagang you just played your game doon sa labanan na yun? Kasi umabot ka ng almost 20 kills once again.
Tapos si Jessan pa yung kalaban mo.
Kaya,
Pinagkatiwaan ko lang yung sarili ko kahit yung magkadikit yung laban.
I mean, yes, respect. No? I mean, confidence in yourself, bipolar, winner's mindset. So ito, Lance, ibigay ko sa inyo ang sahig, ang mic. Kung sinong gusto nyo i-shoutout, pasalamatan, or bigyan ng mensahe, I give you the floor, Lance.
Sige po. Shout out sa FERVID fans. Maraming salamat sa inyo, tsaka sa kay Boss Art, Alin Waps. Pati kay Nice Katol, syempre.
Yung...
Then, kamo. Shoutout din daw ni Shilo. Baby ni Skies.
Yan naman.
Si Jimonik. Yun lang po.
I mean,
alright.
Lance, maraming salamat. Congratulations. Isang mabilisan lang, Lance, kasi ngayon ko lang napansin. First time ata kayong magkakasama sa isang lugar, no, na naglalaro. Tama ba?
Bootcamp, Naka-bootcamp ba kayo?
Oo po. Naka-bootcamp.
Para sa playoffs, no? So, parang maganda rin yung communication nyo ngayon.
Oo, maganda. May mga error, mga unting error.
Okay, no, not bad. Again, Lance, congratulations. Finals bound na kayo ngayon. Good luck
Thank you.
tomorrow. Maraming salamat, Lance.
See you tomorrow.
Good luck, Lance. Good luck.
Yun!
Nice to see Lance in high spirits dito. And of course, FERVID celebrating after that victory up against Kadiliman. At yun na nga, they move on to the grand finals. May kalaban na ang QUERDAS at yon ay ang FERVID Esports.
Ayun na nga, they advance towards the finals. A much deserved and a 3-1. Just to put it into perspective, kanina 3-2 pa nga kanina. I mean, it was filled with like a lot of errors. Pero ngayon, you have a team that you will be rooting for. It's either QUERDAS or as well as FERVID pagdating sa ating finals. In just a little while, may kita rin natin yung playoffs natin dito. Pero Daydom, any takeaways dun sa ating labanan kanina lang? Naririnig ko pa rin sila that they are still partying. So nga sinabi natin kanina na magkakasama na sila.
Ayun na nga, natatawa ako dito, bipolar, nakikinig ko nagse-celebrate si Lance doon, But you can't help but smile and be happy for the winners of the day. Naku po, alam mo, bipolar, ang hirap pumili kung sino bang gusto kong manalo bukas. On the one hand, QUERDAS, a big up-and-comer with their MVP kanina, the only MVP woman player that we've had in Impact dito, si Candy, si Jake, that was performing out of her mind kanina. And then you've got FERVID, the returning kings under the guidance of Nice Katol and Lance, one of the best prospective snipers we've had in Impact. Ang hirap pumili, pero sila ang magkalaban, so kailangan nating pumili para sa prediction bukas. Ito ang playoffs bracket natin, bipolar. Syempre, mauuna muna ang battle for third with Sunday Shrooms fighting against Kadiliman, and then the main event, QUERDAS Esports going up against FERVID Esports in the Grand Finals.
Ayun na nga, no, we have our last set of matches para sa CFS PH IMPACT Fall. At may kita nyo, pag tinignan yung Battle for the Third, Sunday SHROOMS versus KADILIMAN Esports, kung sino mananalo dyan, they'll be taking up our bottom of the podium finish. Pero one thing to set in your mind sa finals natin, QUERDAS Esports versus FERVID Esports, we have a new, not a back-to-back Impact champion kasi Sunday SHROOMS nasa Battle for Third. Sino nga bang mananalo sa labanan na yan? It all ends up tomorrow. Another best of 5 series. At babad tayo bukas yan, Daydom,
Yes.
kasi we're expecting na aabot lahat yan ng 3-2-2. But everybody, that is your playoffs bracket. May kita natin ngayon ang ating next schedule, which is gonna be our last. Very much sad to say, pero magsisimula yan at 4 p.m. on week number 6, day number 2, Sunday SHROOMS versus KADILIMAN Esports. At ang final event magsa-start ng 7 p.m. QUERDAS versus FERVID.
Guys, mag-set na kayo ng alarm. Magandang laban to. Kahit yung battle for third, dikit yan for sure. KADILIMAN going up against Sunday SHROOMS. Remember, malaki pa rin ang diferensya ng prize pool between third and fourth. At syempre, paglalabanan yan ng Sunday SHROOMS and KDM Esports. And of course, the main event, the Grand Finals. We've been working for 6 weeks to get to this point. Bipolar, ilang araw yung 6 weeks, hindi ko rin sigurado. Pero eto na. Andito na tayo sa main event, QUERDAS and FERVID Esports ang dalawang natitira sa last spot natin for the Grand Finals in Impact Fall. Man, I cannot wait. And alam ko, late na tayo natapos dito, Bipolar. Kaya matulog na kayo guys kasi maaga pa ang gising natin bukas para simulan tong Impact Fall.
Pero wait lang, kailangan natin muna ipaalala sa mga ating mga viewers na hindi pa naman nagtatapos ang ating Impact Fall. Meron din tayong preview show on Fridays, the very last one. At meron tayong kino-cook up na something very much interesting, something different than before. So abangan nyo rin yan. We also have the regional finals na abangan pa yan. Pero that's it for our 11th day dito sa ating CFS PH IMPACT Fall 2025. Tomorrow's the 12th day. At ngayon, dadong bago ko itapos ang araw na ito, any last thoughts?
Syempre, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Crossfire Philippines. And of course, a big shout out to Smilegate for showering us with events left, right, and center every day of the week. May pinapanood akong Crossfire.
Yeah.
And of course, big shout out din sa production team natin na araw, gabi, madaling araw tinatrabaho dito just to give us the best broadcast possible. TNC Production, hats off to you. Bukas tayo ay last day na ng CFS Impact Fall, so it's gonna be the biggest show yet.
And syempre, shout out sa'yo sa nanonood ng Crossfire natin, our CFS PH community, and as well as sa TNC events. Maraming salamat po. Lahat po kayo ay nagbibigay sa amin ng magandang Crossfire as well. Sa buong Smilegate, sa buong Crossfire, mga bosses natin dyan, maraming salamat po. Pero it's time to go away kasi kailangan na natin mag-ready, magpahinga na po kayo. Magbabalik ang CFS PH IMPACT. It's Grand Finals! Bukas na yan!
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang